Chapter 1. Destiny. My elder sister is the most cherished daughter of the Jiang family, while I am the overlooked second daughter. She is renowned as the fairest maiden in Shengjing, the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's residence, a paragon among noble ladies, whereas I am merely a rough girl. Raised in the wilderness, unworthy of mention, she is the moon in the sky, while I am but mud beneath her feet. I thought my life would remain thus. Little did I anticipate that a decree would utterly alter the fates that set us apart. The new emperor, cold and ruthless, favored my elder sister, unwilling to subject her to the palace's trials, and thus summoned me back from the mountains. Yet, my elder sister, upon seeing the new Emperor Jiang at a palace banquet, fell hopelessly in love and selflessly entered the palace in my stead, while I became his bride in place of her, marrying the young Lord Shao, her childhood friend. Having grown up in a sheltered environment, she believed that entering the palace would bring her happiness alongside her beloved. However, the depths of the palace are treacherous, and she was neglected, enduring countless trials, ultimately being cast aside by the one she adored. In contrast, I found myself deeply intertwined with Lord Shao, our hearts harmonizing as if we were a perfect pair, envied by all. Jiang Wantang. In the second year of Yongsheng, during a frigid winter, the imperial palace, with its vermilion walls and golden roofs cloaked in silver, resembled a tapestry of pure silk. The flora had lost its vibrancy, yet within the palace, lanterns adorned every corner, casting a warm glow that contrasted beautifully with the wintry chill, creating a unique ambience. Today marks the birthday of the new emperor, Jiang, and officials, along with their families, have entered the palace to extend their congratulations. At the banquet, Jiang Wantang cast a distant glance at the noble figure seated above, adorned in a purple robe embroidered with golden dragon patterns. Though the distance obscured his features, the air of disdain towards the masses emanating from him was unmistakable. Amidst the clinking of cups and the sounds of laughter, he remained aloof, embodying the gravitas of an emperor. Such a man, supremely powerful and regal, yet perilous. This was the new Emperor Jiang, who had captured her sister, Jiang Wantang's heart at first sight, compelling her to enter the palace without hesitation. With just a glance, Jiang Wantang withdrew her gaze. She lowered her eyes to the vacant seat beside her, her expression becoming complex. After a long while, a faint smile graced her lips, tinged with an unspoken bitterness. Her husband, Lord Shao Jingheng of the Pingyang Marquisate, had originally entered the palace alongside her, but had since vanished from sight. Jiang Wantang knew well where he had gone. Ever since her elder sister Jiang Wantang had been cast into the cold palace, Shao Jingheng had made similar clandestine visits each time he entered the palace. However, this time, as the banquet approached its conclusion, Shao Jingheng remained conspicuously absent. It was likely he had once again slipped away to the cold palace. With this thought, Jiang Wantang furrowed her brow and rose from the grand hall, making her way towards the cold palace. Outside, snow fell in thick flakes, the air biting cold. As she braved the chill, she reached the cold palace's entrance, only to hear the sound of a woman weeping from within. "Brother Jingheng, please take me away from here. This cold palace is frigid and damp in such weather. There is not a single warm meal to be had. It is no way for a person to live. Brother Jingheng, I cannot endure this any longer. Please take me away. If I stay here much longer, I shall perish." Then a familiar male voice broke through. "Fuer, I will find a way to rescue you. Just wait a little longer, all right? I promise there will be a solution. Please stop crying. You know I cannot bear to see you in tears. I have arranged everything inside and out. I will not let you suffer. Soon, I will come and take you out of the palace." Jiang Wantang continued to sob, pleading to leave, while Shao Jingheng patiently comforted her in soft tones. Their tender exchange evoked a sense of nostalgia for anyone who overheard. Childhood sweethearts, deeply in love. Outside the cold palace, the maid Xiaozhu supported Jiang Wantang, her face dark with indignation as she exclaimed, "Miss, the young lord is being utterly unreasonable. Shall I go in and drag this pair of wayward lovers out?" Jiang Wantang merely smiled and shook her head, responding softly, "Let us go wait for him at the palace gates." A gust of cold wind swept past, prompting Jiang Wantang to pull her white fox fur coat closer around her. She gazed quietly at the snowflakes swirling in the air and suddenly recalled the moment that morning when Shao Jingheng had taken her hand, earnestly declaring, "Let us weather the snow together and grow old side by side." How absurd it was in that moment. She had actually believed him that a union between two families, a vow exchanged, a bond meant to last a lifetime. A bond meant to last. Pondering this, Jiang Wantang let out a light laugh, her smile tinged with self-mockery. The world spoke of her good fortune, that Lord Xiao Jingheng led a life of virtue, with no concubines within his estate, devoted solely to her, their love profound and enviable. Yet, only she knew that while his virtue was genuine, his affection and protection were not entirely so. Their marital bond, though deep, was a fraud. His heart belonged to Jiang Wanfu, his white moonlight, whom he had loved for years yet could not possess. Marrying her was merely a matter of circumstance, a decision made without choice. Indeed, this marriage had originally been meant for her elder sister Jiang Wanfu, but it was only given to her because Wanfu had spurned it. 2 years ago, the new Emperor Ji Yuan ascended the throne, renaming the country Yongsheng. Rumors circulated that he had little interest in women and never entered the harem. Yet, 10 months prior, he suddenly decreed a grand selection of maidens for the harem, claiming it was to enrich the imperial lineage. However, this selection included the daughters of high-ranking officials, and naturally, the legitimate daughters of the Jiang family were among them. The requirement was for a legitimate daughter, yet it did not specify which one. Jiang's father, Prime Minister Jiang, had 1 legitimate son and 3 legitimate daughters. His eldest son Jiang Huaizhou and eldest daughter Jiang Wanfu were born of his first wife, while she and her younger sister Jiang Wanhe were born of his second wife, Lady Qin. Her father cherished his eldest daughter above all, lavishing her with affection, and was unwilling to see her endure the hardships of palace life. He had long since arranged a prosperous and stable future for her, securing her betrothal to Lord Xiao Jingheng. The young lord from the Pingyang Marquisate, of noble lineage and handsome appearance, was a prime catch, the object of admiration for countless noble ladies, and shared a childhood bond with Jiang Wanfu. Marrying him would ensure a life of luxury and peace. Meanwhile, her sister Jiang Wanhe had yet to reach the age of maturity. The sudden decree for a selection of maidens posed a dilemma for him. Had it not been for the reminder from the old steward, he might have forgotten about his second daughter, Jiang Wantang, whom he had neglected in the countryside since childhood. Thus, she was brought back to the Jiang residence as the legitimate daughter eligible to participate in the selection. Despite his efforts for Jiang Wanfu, fate was not on his side. Jiang Wanfu fell for the new Emperor Ji Yuan at the palace banquet and entered the palace without hesitation. Meanwhile, she took her sister's place as the bride of Lord Xiao Jingheng. Chapter 2. Absurd affection in the Duke's residence. Everyone was well aware that Xiao Jingheng and Jiang Wanfu had grown up together, sharing a profound bond. From a young age, Xiao Jingheng indulged and cherished her, accommodating her every whim. Given that her name contained the character Fu and her fondness for hibiscus, he had adorned the estate with a profusion of blooming hibiscus flowers. When Jiang Wantang first entered the residence, she too had marveled at the vibrant blossoms. Recognizing that the caretaker and Appo's devotion had truly spoiled her to the core. To outsiders, the couple appeared deeply affectionate, treating each other with utmost respect, living in harmonious unity. Yet, within the eyes of the household staff, Jiang Wanfu was perceived as the unattainable beloved of Xiao Jingheng. They whispered among themselves that his kindness towards her was merely because she was Jiang Wanfu's sister, regarding her as a mere substitute. Jiang Wantang was not indifferent to these whispers. She simply longed for a home. Fortunately, after their marriage, Xiao Jingheng treated her with kindness and respect, offering her protection. At one point, she believed that their relationship could continue in this respectful, tranquil manner. However, as events unfolded, it became evident that her hopes were in vain. What was not truly hers could ultimately not be retained. Returning to her thoughts, a faint, mocking smile graced Jiang Wantang's lips. In such frigid weather, she had waited for a considerable time at the palace gates, her face and nose reddened by the cold. Yet Xiao Jingheng did not appear. Thus, she returned to the Duke's residence. Upon her arrival at the Pingyang Duke's estate, a servant hurriedly approached, informing her that the Prime Minister's wife had been waiting for her for some time. The Prime Minister's wife, Qin, was her biological mother and also Jiang Wanfu's stepmother. Jiang Wantang understood her mother all too well. She only visited when there was something to gain. It was likely regarding Jiang Wantang, for in her mother's eyes, Jiang Wantang was precious, while her own daughter was deemed insignificant. Acknowledging the servant's words with a slight nod and a calm expression, Jiang Wantang replied, "Very well. I shall go to her." As she stepped into the main hall, the Prime Minister's wife, Qin, warmly approached and urged her to sit, expressing cheerfully, "I happened to pass by on my way back and thought to come see you." Pass by? Jiang Wantang mused internally. Recognizing that the Prime Minister's residence and the Pingyang Duke's estate were in entirely different directions. With an air of tranquility, she responded, "If your visit today has a purpose, please speak plainly." Qin hesitated, her gaze momentarily evasive. "Aside from visiting you, I indeed have another matter to discuss. Your elder sister has been cast into the cold palace by His Majesty and is enduring great hardships. You two bear a resemblance, and since you seldom leave the estate, she has had no opportunity to see anyone." Pausing, Qin's eyes flickered as she continued, "Your father believes it would be appropriate for you to enter the cold palace in her stead." With this revelation, Jiang Wantang felt a chilling wave wash over her. This was not a mere suggestion, but a decision already made, leaving her no room for objection. As silence enveloped her, Qin's tone turned colder. "Tanya, you must understand that this marriage was initially your elder sister's. You now occupy her position and enjoy the comforts of the Duke's estate because of her sacrifice. She endured those trials in the palace on your behalf, only to face such a fate. You must forever remember her kindness." As Qin spoke, she scrutinized Jiang Wantang's expression, and upon receiving no response, she pressed on, "Now that the opportunity has arisen, you should return everything that rightfully belongs to your sister." Qin's words were laden with a sense of righteousness, placing the burden of Jiang Wantang's misfortunes squarely on Jiang Wantang's shoulders. The act of lifting her teacup froze mid-motion, her heart pierced by an agonizing sting that rendered her breathless. Despite her overwhelming disappointment in her mother, the sting of those words still found a way to wound her. Outside, the wind and snow seemed to intensify, carrying an oppressive weight. The biting cold seeped into her very bones. Yet it paled in comparison to the chill that enveloped her heart. This bitter cold suddenly reminded her of a similar wintry day a decade ago. On that day, a banquet was held at the estate, and the young, playful Jiang Wantang had sneaked out, only to be noticed by a visiting noblewoman who remarked, "The second daughter of the Jiang family possesses such beauty. When she matures, there will be no equal in the capital. Jiang, the Prime Minister, is indeed fortunate, blessed with such exquisite children, truly deserving of the emperor's favor." This praise swiftly reached her father, Jiang Zhishu, whose typically gentle demeanor shattered, his expression darkening ominously. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a flicker of murderous intent in his eyes. That night, he commanded the preparation of poison, intending to end her life. "No, please. I wanted Appo's tea drink." The 6-year-old Jiang Wantang was forcibly restrained by servants, her mouth pried open to receive the deadly concoction. The towering figure of her father morphed into a terrifying shadow in her eyes. From a young age, Jiang Wantang had sensed her father and Appo's disdain. His face would sour upon seeing her, his gaze perpetually laden with darkness. "Father does not love me. Mother does not care." When her mother witnessed the impending threat to her life, she pleaded for mercy, yet her father's chilling retort silenced her. "Speak no more, or I shall cast you aside as well." After that, her mother retreated, unwilling to speak further. It was only her elder brother, Jiang Huaizhou, who arrived in time to thwart their father's murderous intent. Though Jiang Zhishu's gaze remained cold and calculating, he ultimately spared her life, as if granting her existence was a monumental favor. However, continuing as the second daughter of the Jiang family was an impossibility. After all, with the esteemed Jiang Wantang in the forefront, the family had no need for two daughters of remarkable beauty. "Father, please, I beg you, Tang and Appo's has done nothing wrong. Mother, please save me. Do not let them take me away." The helpless young girl reached out towards her mother, who merely cast her a fleeting glance before embracing her younger sister, Jiang Wantang, who was being attended by maids. All that was left for Jiang Wantang was a cold, retreating figure. "Tanger, leave. Do not blame your mother for her harshness. This is your fate. Your existence will only bring misfortune upon us all. If you remain, none of us shall find peace. For the sake of your mother and sister, please go. Once you leave, do not return." At that moment, Jiang Wantang could not comprehend what she had done to deserve such disdain from her parents. It was only later that she realized the fault lay not with her, but with them. Chapter 3: A Chess Piece. That night, amidst the biting cold and heavy snowfall, the 6-year-old girl was hastily sent away from the capital to a remote countryside village, with no servants left behind. Whether she lived or perished was entirely left to fate. This departure lasted a decade. Even through countless cold winter nights that followed, she could still vividly recall the swirling snow and the piercing chill, which paled in comparison to her profound sense of despair. Emerging from her memories, Jiang Wantang suddenly chuckled softly. Her gaze remained fixed on her mother, Qin, as she sneered. "So, your visit is merely a fa while thrusting your biological daughter into the cold palace to endure hardships in place of your stepdaughter is your true intention." "What stepdaughter? You are all children of the minister. You are equally my children." Qin, somewhat displeased, retorted quietly, "This was meant for your sister. There is no question of replacement." Such words were utterly absurd. For the sake of her grand love, she cherished Jiang Zhishu, the child born of his first wife, as a treasure, while neglecting her own flesh and blood. Jiang Wantang gazed at her selfish and absurd mother with a complex expression. She tugged at her lips, her smile as cold as ice. "Mother, your memory seems to fail you. Do not forget, it was you who sought me to take her place. Now that Jiang Wanfu has been cast into the cold palace, you blame me for taking her position and coveting her belongings, expecting me to be grateful for your generosity? Ask yourselves, what I possess now is precisely what Jiang Wanfu rejected." Her chilling questions rang clear. Qin, upon hearing this, was infuriated and pointed an accusatory finger at Jiang Wantang, exclaiming, "You ungrateful daughter, how can you be so selfish? If not for your elder sister, how would a wild girl raised in the countryside like you ever enter the Duke and Appo's residence and marry Xiaojingan?" In the past, Jiang Wanfu had deliberately arranged her wedding date to coincide with her own entrance into the palace, allowing Jiang Wantang to take her place in the Duke and Appo's household. Jiang Wantang's eyes glimmered with mockery, as frigid as ice. To replace her in the cold palace is impossible. Her current downfall is entirely of her own making. She has no one but herself to blame. Having said this, she coldly dismissed the minister and Appo's wife. Qin, incredulous, gazed at her usually obedient second daughter. Tang and Appo's, "Are you sending your mother away?" Not receiving a response from Jiang Wantang, she grew anxious. "If you refuse me, neither I nor your sister will have good days in the household. Please, help your mother just this once. Your father said that once you enter the cold palace, he will find a way to rescue you." Truly laughable. How can my good father, who cannot save his cherished daughter Jiang Wanfu, ever save me? He merely seeks to placate me and utilize me. To them, my marriage is but a bargaining chip, and I am merely a pawn to elevate Jiang Wanfu. No one cares for the fate of a chess piece. To this couple, she is not a daughter, but a mere object to be exchanged. Jiang Wantang scoffed inwardly, reflecting on the so-called familial bond they had long awaited. She closed her eyes heavily, and upon reopening them, she gazed at the pleading Qin with indifference, enunciating often, "I truly wish I were not your biological daughter. Perhaps I should have understood this 10 years ago. Someone, see her out." With that, Jiang Wantang turned to leave. She had no words left for this selfish and cold-hearted mother. "Jiang Wantang, how can you speak to your mother like this? You are a harbinger of misfortune, an ungrateful wretch. I should never have given birth to you, with a heart as cold as yours. It is no wonder that no one likes you." Qin shouted in fury, her words dripping with venom. Only today did Jiang Wantang realize that her father had plotted to pave the way for his beloved daughter Jiang Wan for the moment he arranged her marriage into the Duke's residence. And she was but a stepping stone for Jiang Wanfu. Regardless of whether it was 10 years ago or 10 years hence, she was the one unceremoniously abandoned. As Qin departed, a servant named Huan hurried in from outside, carrying a food box. Young mistress. This is specially sent by the young master from the pastry shop in the western part of the city, a box of osmanthus candy. With a cheerful demeanor, Huayan presented the food box to Jiang Wantang. Upon receiving the box, she listened as Huayan continued. The young master has reserved the finest private room at the moon-picking pavilion and invites you to join him. Jiang Wantang looked at him in confusion. Huayan opposed and scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed under her gaze. The young master said he promised to take you to see the fireworks in Shengjing last time. He has prepared a surprise for you today. You will know when you go. Realizing he had let slip too much, Huayan oppose, and hastily exited. Jiang Wantang slowly opened the food box, a fragrant waft of osmanthus sweetness filling the air. She stared at the candy within, momentarily lost in thought. In her memories, there has always been a vague figure. In her dreams, he had appeared many times. She recalled beneath the peach blossom tree, a spirited young man in white, smiling warmly at her. Later, on the day of her grand wedding, he was the same young man who lifted the bridal veil, saying, "You have endured hardships since childhood. I will love and protect you, ensuring you never suffer again." He promised to give her a home and declared that for the rest of his life, he would be her family. Her heart had fluttered, and she believed him. She tried to embody the image of a devoted wife, preparing meals for him, while he, like an ordinary husband, would bring her delightful trinkets to cheer her up. The warmth and beauty of those bygone days were vividly etched in her memory. But what did it all mean now? Everyone lamented the suffering Jiang Wanfu endured in the palace within a year. Yet they forgot that she had spent 10 long years in a forgotten corner, living a life of even greater anguish. Chapter 4. Osmanthus candy, suppressing the bitterness within her heart. Jiang Wantang closed the food box and placed it upon the nearby table. She lowered her gaze for a moment, then rose and walked outside. She gazed at the courtyard, where a peach tree, burdened by the weight of the snow, caught her eye. At the age of 6, she had knelt in punishment in the small courtyard when a spirited young man in white leapt down from the blooming peach tree. As if descending from the heavens, under the sunlight, he shimmered as if aglow. His smile was warm and pure as he pulled out a piece of candy wrapped in oiled paper from his sleeve. "Here," he said, "osmanthus candy. Would you like some? It's sweet, enough to warm the heart." From that moment on, he became the sole sweetness in her otherwise bitter life. A child who had never tasted sweets would savor even the smallest morsel, reluctant to swallow it. He had been the only sweetness in her days of hardship, but now, Xiao Jingheng, the candy you offered has long since lost its sweetness. At the moment of departure, a single tear slid down her cheek, freezing instantly in the frigid air. Stepping out of the Pingyang Marquis's residence, Jiang Wantang looked upon the vast expanse of snow-covered land, feeling an overwhelming sense of alienation. In this immense world, it seemed there was no place for her to belong. In her heart, Jiang Wantang mused, "In the winter of my 6th year, I encountered a fierce blizzard. The wind and snow were desolate, and the path ahead was obscured. Now, the storm still rages on, and I remain alone." She despised winter, particularly the days when snow fell relentlessly, for those memories were steeped in unbearable cold. That night, Jiang Wantang waited at the Zaimun Tower for a long time, yet Xiao Jinghong's figure never appeared. Outside, the wind and snow seemed to intensify. The night was desolate, and Jiang Wantang leaned against the railing, occasionally reaching out to catch the falling snowflakes. Her fragile form exuded a profound sense of loneliness that tugged at the heartstrings. "My lady," the maid Xiuzhu said, noticing her small hands were red from the cold, her complexion as pale as paper, it and oppose, as quite late and frigid. "Perhaps the young lord has been delayed by some matter. We should return." Jiang Wantang shook her head. "Not yet. The fireworks will begin soon. I wish to witness this display." Growing up, she had never seen the splendid fireworks of Shengjing City. Suddenly, a thunderous bang erupted in the sky, and a cascade of colorful lights tore through the night, blossoming into vibrant flowers, akin to celestial maidens scattering petals, a breathtaking sight. Jiang Wantang tilted her head back, her eyes illuminated by the radiant fireworks, and couldn't help but exclaim, "How beautiful! Is this not the splendid night of Shengjing City, adorned with fire trees and silver flowers?" Xiao Jingheng had not deceived her. It was indeed beautiful and awe-inspiring. The entire Shengjing city was aglow with brilliant fireworks, while on a long street below, a pair of lovers clung to each other, reluctant to part. The woman in Appo's eyes were red, her expression both enchanting and sorrowful as she spoke, while the man looked on with a heart full of tenderness and reluctance. Amidst the dazzling fireworks, Jiang Wantang discerned the figures of the couple below, her long-awaited husband, Xiao Jingheng, and her elder sister, Jiang Wanfu. Jiang Wanfu had her arms tightly wrapped around Xiao Jingheng's waist from behind, and he did not resist her embrace. The fireworks bursting in the sky seemed to celebrate their union. As Jiang Wantang continued to watch, the light in her eyes gradually dimmed. She let out a derisive laugh. Her eyes, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms, sparkling with fragments of light, her delicate face resembling a haunting beauty in the night. It appeared as if she might dissolve into the falling snow at any moment. The maid Xiaozhu regarded her with concern. "My lady," the cold wind whispered. And Jiang Wantang and Appo's expression was one of exquisite sorrow. "In truth, I have long known. I was merely unwilling to accept it. I should have realized that happiness was always beyond my reach. I foolishly believed I could endure the hardships, but it was all a mere farce. Xiaozhu, the winter in Shengjing is so cold. Please fetch me another cloak from the carriage." "Certainly, I shall go at once." Xiaozhu understood that her mistress desired solitude for a moment, unwilling for anyone to witness her vulnerable side. Though so delicate, she bore an indomitable spirit. As the wind and snow grew more intense, Jiang Wantang gazed at the swirling snowflakes, a low, sorrowful laugh escaping her lips. "In my life, even the fleeting moments of tenderness are mere fabrications of deceit." The one she cherished cared only for her sister, Jiang Wanfu. That young man who had promised her a home ultimately belonged to another. In this world, it seemed she was left utterly alone, wandering aimlessly. With no one to rely on, she remained homeless. Chapter 5 Rebirth. As Jiang Wantang stared blankly, the door to the elegant chamber creaked open. "Sister," a familiar voice called out, and Jiang Wantang turned to see Jiang Wantang approaching her. "It's good to see you well. You seem even more beautiful than before. It appears life in the Marquis's residence suits you." With these words, a flicker of jealousy flashed across Jiang Wantang's face. Jiang Wantang glanced at her indifferently, choosing not to respond. Noticing this, Jiang Wantang gritted her teeth and smiled. "What's this? Is my sister displeased to see me? Aren't you curious how I escaped the palace?" Jiang Wantang remained silent. Jiang Wantang continued. "It was Brother Jingheng who rescued me. You must have seen it downstairs." Her smile widened, her words dripping with evident pride and mockery. "Your existence is merely a means for him to secure my position as the young mistress of the Marquis's residence." Jiang Wantang's demeanor was haughty as she continued. "Mother told me you refused to enter the cold palace on my behalf. We've given you everything you have now, yet you fail to understand gratitude. Jiang Wantang, since you do not comprehend, I shall ensure that someone teaches you." With that, Jiang Wantang clapped her hands, and 3 burly, unsightly men entered the room, their eyes gleaming with crude desire upon seeing Jiang Wantang. A cold look crossed Jiang Wantang's face as she spoke in a low voice. "What do you intend to do? Brother Jingheng said you are still untouched. Sister, out of pity for your innocent state, I have arranged for you to experience womanhood before you enter the palace." Jiang Wantang smiled at her, enunciating deliberately, "Enjoy it well, my dear sister." As she spoke, the door to the chamber was locked from the outside, and Jiang Wantang's voice echoed once more. "Oh, I forgot to inform you. Brother Jingheng is downstairs. Once you're finished, he will escort you into the palace." Jiang Wantang let out a scoff, realizing the nature of this so-called surprise. Her captivating, enchanting eyes sparkled like shattered moonlight. The grotesque men, unable to contain themselves, lunged toward Jiang Wantang. "Hey there, little beauty, we're here." Moments later, the chamber was filled with piercing screams. The door was kicked open, and a blood-soaked, disheveled Jiang Wantang emerged, resembling a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell. Jiang Wantang, who had been eavesdropping outside, felt her pupils constrict in horror, mumbling, "Insane. Insane." Realizing the dire situation, Jiang Wantang attempted to flee, but was seized by Jiang Wantang, who pressed a bloodied hairpin against her neck. Jiang Wantang stood frozen in fear. The commotion had alarmed the entire Zhuyu tower, and people rushed out in terror. Jiang Wantang raised her gaze, and, amidst the chaos, seemed to spot Xiao Jingheng rushing toward them, his eyes wide with panic. "Brother Jingheng, save me." Seeing him was like seeing a lifeline, and Jiang Wantang's eyes lit up as she cried out, "Jiang Wantang, release me. If I die, father and brother Jingheng will not spare you." Jiang Wantang gazed at the approaching Xiao Jingheng, a faint, sorrowful smile gracing her lips. She murmured, "Didn't you say you would give me a home?" "Huh. Xiao Jingheng, you have ultimately broken your promise." With that, Jiang Wantang opened her palm, revealing a piece of osmanthus candy wrapped in oil paper, smeared with blood. Letting it fall to the ground, she spoke softly, "So be it. Jiang Wantang, let us descend into hell together." With that declaration, Jiang Wantang grasped Jiang Wantang and leaped from the top of Zhuyu Tower. "Tang or no?" Xiao Jingheng's eyes widened in agony as he screamed heart-wrenchingly. He lunged forward, but grasped nothing but air. With a resounding thud, a dark pool of blood blossomed upon the snow, staining Xiao Jingheng's vision crimson. At that moment, an inconspicuous carriage slipped into the city under the cover of night. Upon reopening their eyes, both found themselves reborn on the eve of the palace election. This time, author's note, Mini Theater, 1 Jiang Wantang. This time, I will reclaim all that belongs to me. Jiang Wantang, in this life, I shall not lack for reputation or status. Mini Theater, 2 Jiang Wantang. Jiang Wantang, in this life, I will become the mistress of the Marquis's residence, living happily ever after with brother Jingheng, while you, just wait to live a lonely life in the cold palace. Jiang Wantang, what you desire is nothing but what I disdain. I shall not care for it. Cold palace? Whoever wishes to go may do so. I certainly will not. Chapter 6. Returning to the capital in the second year of Yongsheng, during the third month of spring, the city of Shengjing was adorned with lanterns and colorful decorations, bustling with a continuous flow of carriages. Within the courtyard of the Prime Minister's residence, Jiang Wanfu knelt on the ground, her voice earnest as she expressed her desire to marry the Honorable Jingyang. "You are right, father. A heartless emperor is indeed an unsuitable match. In the past few days, I have been unfilial, blinded by my own foolishness, and have repeatedly defied your heartfelt intentions." Hearing this, Jiang Zhishu, her father, trembled slightly as he held the tea, looking at her in disbelief. Jiang Wanfu's gaze was resolute, though her complexion remained somewhat pale, a consequence of her earlier insistence on entering the palace for selection, even resorting to hunger strikes to gain his consent. Observing this, Qin Shi quickly stepped forward to assist her up, her voice filled with relief. "Good child, rise. It is wonderful that you have come to your senses. Your father and I have been deeply troubled, unable to eat or sleep well." "Mother, it was my ignorance that caused you worry," Jiang Wanfu said, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Jiang Zhishu placed the teacup down, relieved that the heavy burden on his heart had finally lifted. He asked gently, "Fuer, are you truly certain about this decision?" Jiang Wanfu nodded solemnly, her eyes now red-rimmed as they met his, brimming with regret and guilt. "How could I not understand? This realization cost me dearly in my past life. Blood, tears, and pain, a profound enlightenment. That man is beyond my reach. Father, it is Fuer who has wronged you, squandering your heartfelt efforts. Jingheng is sincere and genuinely cares for me. Marrying him would be the best outcome." She hesitated, then added with a touch of sorrow, "But now that the imperial decree for selection has been issued, the emperor's command cannot be disobeyed. Do not fret, my child. I shall ensure you do not suffer in the palace. After all, the Jiang family has more than one eligible daughter." Jiang Zhishu reassured her, tenderly stroking her head. A fleeting flicker of resentment crossed Jiang Wanfu's eyes before she feigned surprise. "Are you speaking of my sister Tanga?" Jiang Zhishu nodded, admiration in his gaze. "Indeed, I have already sent someone to bring her back. In a couple of days, she shall arrive. But will Tang and Amp oppose, or be willing? What if she—" Jiang Wanfu pretended to dab at her dried tears with a handkerchief. Jiang Jishu's expression turned stern. She dares not. This household is not one where she can act recklessly. Qin Shi interjected, grasping Jiang Wanfu's hand to comfort her. Rest assured, Fu-er, to enter the palace as a noble woman is a fortune Tanger could never hope to attain. She would surely not refuse. Jiang Jishu's expression softened slightly, but his words remained cold. It would be best if she understands this, otherwise. Humph. He dismissed the thought with a flick of his sleeve. Yes, let end Amp, oppose. Let's not dwell on her. Qin Shi agreed, smiling to lighten the mood. Today is a momentous occasion. Celebrating our Fu-er's birthday, a grand event for the household. Go, prepare yourself. Our guests will soon arrive. She gently patted Jiang Wanfu's hand, her affection evident. Our Fu-er shall undoubtedly be the brightest star in Shengjing today. Jiang Wanfu bowed obediently and withdrew. Yet, as she turned away, the innocence and charm faded from her face, replaced by an expression of bitterness and malice. Upon awakening this day, she discovered she had been reborn. Not only reborn, but at a moment before entering the palace. Everything was perfectly timed. Truly, heaven was aiding her. Thus, her first act upon awakening was to inform her father that she no longer wished to enter the palace. Gazing into the bronze mirror at her own enchanting visage, she smirked and murmured, Jiang Wantang, in this life, I shall become the mistress of the Marquis's estate and reclaim all that rightfully belongs to me. And you, like mud, you shall be trampled underfoot. She then turned her gaze to the rows of waiting maidservants outside, commanding, Bring forth my finest garments and jewelry. Today, at my birthday banquet, I shall show everyone what a true daughter of the Jiang family looks like, the most beautiful maiden in the capital. Yes, miss, they replied. After Jiang Wanfu departed, Qin Shi busied herself in the front hall, preparing for the birthday feast, while Prime Minister Jiang Jishu remained alone in the courtyard, lost in contemplation. After years of service, Steward Su, who had been by his side, recognized the complexity of his master's expression, understanding his thoughts. With the eldest daughter now resolved not to enter the palace, the next variable would be the upcoming arrival of the second daughter. However, after so many years, her fate remained uncertain. Rest assured, my lord, for many years, we have received no news from the estate. The second daughter must be well, Su reassured him with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Jiang Jishu's gaze turned somber, a flicker of inscrutable emotion passing through his eyes, one that even Su could not decipher. Ironically, despite being daughters of the same family, Jiang Wantang, though not as cherished as Jiang Wanfu, should have received the same love and care as their younger sister, Jiang Wanha. Alas, she bore a countenance that the Prime Minister found both displeasing and alarming. From a young age, Jiang Wantang possessed extraordinary beauty, her youthful visage hinting at an enchanting allure that surpassed even the widely praised Jiang Wanfu. With every encounter, Jiang Jishu and Amp, oppose, as eyes darkened further, and when she was merely 6, he truly contemplated the unthinkable. What sort of complex and intense emotion could drive a father to contemplate harming his own daughter? Su could not fathom it. Lately, I have felt a growing unease, Jiang Jishu suddenly stated, his voice low. Have someone keep a close watch in the front hall. Today is Fu and Amp, oppose, S birthday. We must not allow any mishaps. Yes, my lord, Su bowed and retreated. At this moment, outside the Prime Minister's residence, the entrance was festooned with lanterns, exuding grandeur, while a constant stream of carriages filled the area with lively chatter. The eldest daughter of the Jiang family, Jiang Wanfu, the most beautiful maiden in the capital, was celebrating her birthday, attracting countless high-ranking nobles and esteemed gentlemen. Amidst the array of luxurious carriages, one particularly ordinary and humble carriage stood out starkly. As it came to a halt at the Prime Minister's gate, the lively atmosphere around it fell into an eerie silence. All eyes turned towards this exceedingly unremarkable carriage, as if such simplicity had no place among the opulence. Li Mama, trembling, alighted from the carriage, her forehead glistening with cold sweat as she noticed the throngs of onlookers. In a voice barely above a whisper, she announced, Second, miss, we have arrived. She was an elder servant of Qin Shi, tasked with bringing Jiang Wantang back to the capital. Before her departure, strict instructions had been given to keep the rustic's second daughter from drawing attention. Li Mama was acutely aware that the family held disdain for this country girl, fearing she would tarnish the reputation of the Prime Minister and Appos as household. Originally, the return was scheduled for 2 days later, but she had not anticipated that the young second daughter, though still quite young, would be so difficult to manage. She had hurried through the journey, arriving precisely on the day of the eldest daughter's birthday. Given the grandiosity of the occasion, if anything went awry, the master and mistress would surely hold her accountable. Chapter 7. The most beautiful woman in the capital upon noticing the stillness within the carriage. Mama Li raised her voice and called out, "Welcome Miss Jiang back to the residence." This proclamation sparked lively discussions among the onlookers. "Miss Jiang, which second miss?" One curious individual inquired. Another scoffed. What other second miss could there be from the Jiang family? It must be that girl who was abandoned in the countryside. It was no surprise that I heard rumors recently about the Prime Minister's residence wanting to retrieve that uncouth second miss from the countryside. I heard that too. They say she's just a rustic bumpkin with no standing. Ugh, such a crude person pales in comparison to the exquisite beauty of Miss Jiangda. Indeed, how could a girl raised in the countryside ever be on par with the refined ladies of the capital? Could the one in that shabby carriage be? At that moment, a melodious voice rang out from within the carriage. "Miss, allow me to assist you down." The crowd turned towards the sound, eager to catch a glimpse of the second miss of the Prime Minister and Appos as residents. Observing the dilapidated carriage, they speculated that the rustic girl inside must not be much better off. Just as disdain flickered across their faces, a delicate hand, as white as jade, emerged from the carriage. Assisted by her maid, Xiuzhu, Jiang Wantang gracefully alighted from the vehicle, clad in a simple white dress devoid of any adornments. Her complexion was as flawless as fresh cream, and her enchanting visage, untouched by makeup, surpassed even the most stunning beauty of the capital. In an instant, the springtime allure of the entire city seemed to pale in comparison to her radiance. Her captivating peach blossom eyes sparkled with charm, especially accentuated by a beauty mark at the corner, which made her smile utterly irresistible. The previously bustling entrance fell into an abrupt silence upon her descent. As she stepped forward, the throngs of people instinctively parted to create a pathway for her. The young lady, a vision of beauty in her unadorned attire, with her long hair cascading in the breeze, appeared innocent and unworldly, yet every gesture exuded an alluring grace, akin to a mesmerizing fairy. All present were momentarily stunned. This rustic girl raised in the countryside seemed far more beautiful than the renowned Miss Jiang Wantang of the Jiang family. The crowd was captivated by the sudden appearance of this stunning maiden. It was not until she reached the entrance of the Prime Minister and Appos' residence that they began to regain their composure. Suddenly, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "So it turns out that the second Miss raised in the countryside is indeed a beauty of extraordinary grace." A gentleman holding a folding fan remarked, "Her beauty eclipses the flowers and outshines the spring's bloom. Truly, she is magnificent. This lady possesses a captivating charm and an air of purity that is exceedingly rare in this world. Indeed, I have lived many years and have yet to witness a maiden of such unparalleled beauty. The Prime Minister is truly fortunate, with Miss Jiang as a gem. Now he has a second daughter who is even more exceptional. There is no one in the capital who can rival his ability to raise daughters." The Prime Minister was once the chosen flower of the late emperor. He has a solid foundation, and all his children are strikingly beautiful. Yet, this second Miss's beauty is simply too overwhelming. Mama Li observed the myriad expressions of astonishment, curiosity, and envy directed towards Jiang Wantang, feeling increasingly anxious. The moment she laid eyes on Jiang Wantang in the countryside, she understood why the former Prime Minister had insisted on sending her to such a remote village. Had she been raised in the capital, there would be no need for the eldest Miss to exist. Despite all precautions, it seemed inevitable. Today, the entire capital would learn of the Prime Minister's stunning second Miss, and no one could overshadow her brilliance, not even the eldest Miss of the Jiang family. Jiang Wantang stood at the entrance, gazing at the plaque bearing the name of the Prime Minister's residence, a cold smile curling at her lips. In the eyes of those within the residence, she was deemed an undignified presence. In her previous life, the family had scorned her as a country girl, fearing she would tarnish their reputation, forbidding her from appearing publicly. Furthermore, before her return, Jiang Wantang had already disseminated disparaging remarks about her being a crude country bumpkin of no significance throughout the capital. Consequently, no matter how hard she strived or how exceptional she became, it could not alter the stereotype that lingered in people in Appo's minds. Yet, this time she would return with her head held high. She intended to let the entire capital know of her return as the second miss of the Prime Minister and Appo's residence. They had cast her into darkness and disgrace, but she was determined to stride into the light and brilliance. Meeting the gazes of the crowd, Jiang Wantang smiled, her countenance growing increasingly radiant. Jiang Wantang, I have returned. This time, she would claim the reputation and status she deserved, without exception. In this lifetime, she would no longer yearn for the absurdity of blood ties or the hypocrisy of deep marital affection. Jiang, in a high position, and the esteemed Jiang Wantang, the most beautiful woman in the capital, were hosting a grand celebration for her birthday today. The appearance of the Jiang family's second miss from the countryside only intensified the already extravagant event. Before long, the crowd gathered at the entrance of the Prime Minister's residence swelled, blocking the entire street. Guests already seated within the residence, alerted by the commotion, began to emerge to witness the spectacle. Xiaozhu glanced around at the throng of people and gently tugged at Jiang Wantang and Appo's sleeve, whispering, "Do not be afraid, miss. I will remain by your side to protect you." Jiang Wantang chuckled at her earnest yet somewhat awkward promise, patting her hand reassuringly. "Fear not. They should be the ones afraid." Today was a deliberate choice, a planned return on the day of Jiang Wantang's birthday celebration. As the saying goes, to strike a snake, one must aim for its 7 inches. To exact revenge on someone, it is most effective to take away what they cherish most. Jiang Wantang had always prided herself on her renowned beauty in the capital. She was proud and held herself in high regard, always looking down upon others. This time, Jiang Wantang, the most beautiful woman in the capital? Soon, you shall no longer hold that title. Today, she would step upon Jiang Wantang's illustrious reputation to vindicate her status as the rustic girl. She would ensure that the entire capital recognized that even a girl from the countryside could remain an unattainable presence. The servant at the entrance, upon seeing Jiang Wantang at the forefront, was momentarily taken aback before hastily rushing inside to announce her arrival. He pulled Mama Li aside and whispered, "Oh dear, how could you bring her back at this time? Today is our eldest miss and Appo's birthday celebration. Didn't Appo's the Prime Minister instruct that she should enter through the side door?" Observing the current situation, he lamented, Oh, Mama Li, too, felt a deep sense of despair, her heart filled with unutterable regrets, all her thoughts coalescing into a single sigh. Chapter 8. The birthday banquet. At this moment, a group of Jiang family members, led by Jiang Zhishu and Qin Shi, hurried to the entrance of the Xiang residence. Upon seeing Jiang Wantang, they were momentarily taken aback. The most pronounced reaction came from the usually composed Chancellor, Jiang Zhishu, who staggered forward a few steps before quickly retreating, nearly losing his balance. In his sharp eyes, fear was evident, quickly followed by a flicker of malice as his hands, concealed beneath his wide sleeves, clenched into fists. Jiang Wantang observed the shift in his emotions, recalling that he had exhibited a similar reaction upon her return in her previous life. At that time, she had not given it much thought. However, it now seemed that his gaze towards her was decidedly unsettling. In those complex eyes, she discerned animosity. Indeed, it was animosity. Jiang Zhishu regarded his daughter with a myriad of emotions. After 10 years apart, her appearance had transformed in a manner consistent with his past expectations, resembling the familiar visage etched in his memory, perhaps even more radiant. It was a face that haunted his dreams countless times in the quiet of night. Particularly, her alluring, Water-like peach blossom eyes reflected a shadow that seemed to beckon him, resembling a vengeful spirit seeking retribution. Perhaps, he mused, he should never have shown her mercy in the past. The father and daughter locked eyes, neither daring to speak. Qin Shi stepped forward, her brow furrowed in confusion, and inquired, "You are Tang?" "Yes," Jiang Wantang replied, retracting her gaze to regard the elegantly attired Qin Shi, who exuded an air of nobility. Although her beauty was not extraordinary, she possessed a certain refined charm, enhanced by her well-maintained appearance, which bore few traces of the passage of time. Qin Shi, with warmth, extended her hand towards Jiang Wantang, who subtly stepped back, evading her touch. Jiang Wantang bowed slightly, her tone composed as she addressed her parents. Tang or pays her respects to father and mother. Seemingly oblivious, Qin Shi continued to reach out, pulling her daughter closer with affectionate insistence. Tang, rise quickly. You are back now. There is no need for such formalities. Let me see you. As she spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice quivering slightly. Good child, at long last, your mother has awaited your return. Indeed, second miss. Not a day has passed without the madam missing you. She has slept poorly, shedding tears at the mere mention of your name, and the master feels the same. Li Mama chimed in from behind. Upon her words, Qin Shi dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, embodying the image of a deeply loving mother, evoking sympathy from onlookers. Jiang Wantang's heart was filled with cold amusement as her innocent gaze belied her true feelings. Is that so? If you truly cared, then why did you and Father Sintang to that remote countryside? After 10 years apart, she had thought her parents had long forgotten her. The sight of her tearful eyes, delicate yet resilient, stirred a sense of pity in those around her. Heavens! How could parents abandon their own daughter in the wilderness for a decade? The crowd murmured in astonishment. Truly heartless, to disregard one's own flesh and blood for so long. What a stark contrast! The Chancellor and his wife, who seemed so benevolent, harbor such coldness in their hearts. Indeed, look at the lavish attire of the Xiang residents. Even the maidservants are dressed more splendidly than the second Mississippi. It was widely known that Jiang Jishu favored the eldest daughter-born of his legitimate wife, but now it seemed this favoritism was beyond measure. While one daughter was celebrated with a grand feast, the other, abandoned in the wild, was met with indifference. This revelation was shocking to all. The Chancellor's merciless actions would surely draw scrutiny in the court. Such a man with a heart of stone. This banquet was no longer worth attending, thought an elderly official as he swept away in disdain. Indeed, how cruel! Whispers and glances of judgment filled the air, directed at the Chancellor and the entire Xiang residence. Jiang Jishu's fists clenched tightly, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing in his ears, yet he could only suppress his fury. Jiang Wantang's seemingly casual remarks were undoubtedly slapping his face in front of everyone, shaming the Xiang residents. Qin Shi tirelessly attempted to explain to the guests that Jiang Wantang had been frail as a child, and a master had advised them to send her to the countryside until she was 16. Yet, the assembled crowd was not easily swayed. Jiang Wantang's sorrowful demeanor had already painted a picture that few could ignore. Enough. Since you have returned, come inside. There is no need for such commotion outside. Jiang Jishu barked at Qin Shi, his face darkened with anger. Jiang Wantang smiled, recognizing the veiled reproach directed at her for her supposed lack of decorum. Jiang Jishu then stifled his rage, turning to welcome the guests back to the banquet. Jiang Wantang's sudden appearance had caught them off guard. Qin Shi, realizing Jiang Jishu's displeasure, shot a furious glare at Li Mama, blaming her for the oversight. Li Mama trembled in fear. Tang, after such a long journey, you must be weary. Let us enter the residence, Qin Shi said, her tone forced yet smiling as she turned to Jiang Wantang. The latter nodded obediently, very well. Though Qin Shi maintained a facade of warmth towards Jiang Wantang, a hint of rigidity and reluctance lingered. After the banquet commenced, the impeccably adorned Jiang Wanfu arrived fashionably late, intent on making a grand entrance at the height of the festivities. Miss Jiang has arrived, a servant announced, and Jiang Wanfu gracefully entered the banquet hall. Clad in a vibrant crimson gown adorned with golden accents, Her dazzling makeup and sparkling jewels made her resemble an opulent peacock. In stark contrast, Jiang Wantang appeared in simple white, without embellishments or adornments, highlighting the disparity between them. The former's flamboyance paled in comparison, rendering her gaudiness mere background noise, while Jiang Wantang's understated elegance shone like a celestial being untouched by the mundane world. As she entered, Jiang Wanfu's once celebrated beauty was overshadowed, leaving her feeling utterly defeated. With her customary pride, Jiang Wanfu strode forward, surveying the guest with a broad smile, confident that she would captivate the many noble suitors present. Surely, they will all fall at my feet, enchanted by the allure of the capital's most beautiful jewel, she mused, oblivious to the silence that enveloped the hall as she approached the main seat. Upon lowering her gaze, she found herself devoid of the familiar adoration and admiration that typically surrounded her. When she looked up again, her heart sank as she caught sight of Jiang Wantang. A surge of rage and resentment ignited within her, igniting a painful fire in her chest. Her hands clenched tightly beneath her flowing sleeves, nails digging into her palms until blood emerged. It was Jiang Wantang. That wretched Jiang Wantang had returned. Chapter 9. Confrontation. At the moment Jiang Wanfu cast her gaze, Jiang Wantang's eyes also met hers. The latter curled her lips, her peach blossom eyes dancing with a smile that was both alluring and mocking. The beauty mark at the corner of her eye adding to her beguiling charm, embodying the essence of a femme fatale. Yet to Jiang Wanfu, that smile was nothing short of provocation and arrogance. The suppressed fury in her heart suddenly ignited. She longed to tear the face of that wretched Jiang Wantang apart. Fool, no more mischief. A sharp rebuke from Jiang Zhishu pulled her dwindling reason back to reality. Jiang Wanfu's eyes brimmed with tears, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Father, look at her. Fool, maintain your composure. Just focus on celebrating your birthday. Jiang Zhishu spoke in a deep voice. She won't gloat for long. I will deal with her in due time. Despite his reassurances, Jiang Wanfu found it hard to accept, her body trembling with rage. Qin Shi's complexion turned pale as she nervously wrung the handkerchief in her grasp, fearful that Jiang Zhishu would misdirect his anger towards her because of Jiang Wantang. The grand birthday banquet had left the entire Jiang residence in disgrace, with only Jiang Wantang basking in the limelight. News of the return of the second miss of the Jiang family had spread throughout the streets and alleys of Shengjing, to the point that even the dogs in the alleys seemed to know of her remarkable beauty. Now that Jiang Wantang had returned, all of Jiang Zhishu's painstaking efforts over the years had been in vain. After enduring the lengthy banquet, as guests departed and the doors of the Jiang residence closed, the seemingly gentle father tore off his mask of hypocrisy, revealing his vicious fangs. Kneel, Jiang Zhishu commanded sharply. Jiang Wantang merely arched an imperceptible cold smile, sitting still in her chair as though she had not heard him at all. Ungrateful wretch, are you deaf? I command you to kneel. With that, Jiang Zhishu angrily hurled a teacup from the table towards Jiang Wantang. The sound of shattering porcelain rang out sharply. Qin Shi was so frightened that her legs turned weak, nearly collapsing to the ground, only saved by maid support. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanfu wore a face of glee, reveling in the chaos. Jiang Wantang, however, remained composed, sipping tea without flinching, even her eyelids not fluttering. As the teacup flew towards her, Xiuzhu deftly swung her sleeve, sending another teacup into the air, resulting in a collision that scattered shards everywhere. The crowd's expressions shifted as they realized that the inconspicuous maid beside Jiang Wantang was no ordinary servant but a skilled fighter. Goodness, Jiang Qingxiang has quite the temper. Did you not invite me back? Jiang Wantang mocked. It seems I'm not welcome at all. You wretched girl, where is your decorum as a proper lady? Do you understand the principles of kindness, filial piety, propriety, integrity, and honor? Observing Jiang Zhishu's furious demeanor, Jiang Wantang's smile deepened as she enunciated mockingly. A proper lady, decorum, do I look like someone who possesses such attributes? Is this not all thanks to Jiang Qingxiang? What qualifications do you have to speak of kindness, filial piety, propriety, integrity, and honor in front of me? Tanger, cease this insolence. Qin Shi, supported by a maid, stepped in front of Jiang Wantang, her eyes red-rimmed. How can you speak to your father this way? So disrespectfully? I know you have suffered over the years, holding resentment against us, but still, you should not speak ill of your father. This is a grievous act of filial impiety. With indignation, Qin Shi invoked the principle of filial piety to chastise Jiang Wantang. Enough of the past. Now that you have returned, it is time to let bygones be bygones and for the family to live in harmony. Indeed, second sister, after all, we are family. Why create such an awkward situation upon your return? Jiang Wanfu spoke generously. Qin Shi wiped her tears and nodded in agreement. Our Fu-er truly understands. Tanger, you've just returned home. You ought to learn from your sister, Qin Shi added. Jiang Wantang coldly regarded the mother-daughter duo, a sarcastic smile gracing her lips, feeling more nauseated than if she had consumed 1,000 dead flies. This was the blood bond she had once longed for, enduring humiliation in her previous life, hoping for familial affection. How utterly laughable! Jiang Wanfu proudly raised her gaze, smiling at Jiang Wantang as if to boast, see, no matter what, I'm the most cherished daughter in our parents' hearts. After a moment of silence, Jiang Wantang suddenly broke into a low, hearty laugh. Family? Oomph. Who among you is truly family? You are nothing but a repugnant collection of detestable beings. Furious, Jiang Zhishu slammed his palm on the table, roaring, enough. Unfilial daughter, who gave you the audacity to insult your elders? I despise being called unworthy more than anything. Bring forth the guards. She has disrespected her elders. Let the family law prevail. Today, I shall rid this world of you, this little wretch. While I am here, let us see who dares lay a finger on my young lady. Xiaozhu, filled with rage, stepped protectively in front of Jiang Wantang. She had believed her young mistress would finally enjoy a life of peace, but what was unfolding before her now was anything but familial. Unfilial daughter, you truly are despicable. I regret not having dealt with you more ruthlessly back then. Today, I shall end your life, purging the Jiang residence of your disgrace. Jiang Zhishu was beside himself with fury, veins bulging on his wrist, his face dark with rage. Bring forth the guards. I will see if a mere maid can protect you. Father! Father! Both Qin Shi and Jiang Wanfu called out simultaneously to halt him. Their concern was not born from a genuine care for Jiang Wantang, but rather from their own selfish motives. After all, Jiang Wantang was currently the only suitable candidate for selection into the palace. Qin Shi fully understood Jiang Wanfu's standing in Jiang Zhishu's eyes and would never allow her to face the trials of the palace. If anything were to happen to Jiang Wantang, the remaining choice would fall to her own daughter here. What Jiang Wanfu desired was not Jiang Wantang's death, but rather a life worse than death. The palace was far from a benevolent place. She wished for Jiang Wantang to endure the same suffering she had experienced in her previous life. Jiang Wanfu quickly stepped forward, supporting Jiang Zhishu's arm, soothingly saying, Father, my second sister grew up in the countryside. Her temperament is bound to be a bit unruly. However, she is still part of the family. Do not forget the important matters at hand. Yes, my lord, please calm down. After all, Tanger is also your child. As her mother, I will ensure she learns proper conduct going forward, Qin Shi added. Jiang Zhishu, realizing the situation, closed his eyes and took several deep breaths to regain a semblance of rationality. He knew that every time he laid eyes on Jiang Wantang's face, he was easily provoked, yearning to obliterate her. He suddenly regretted bringing her back. She was like a specter come to collect a debt. Alas, misfortune befalls the family. Jiang Zhishu opened his eyes, his gaze towards Jiang Wantang icy, his words frosty. The emperor has decreed that the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family shall enter the palace for selection. Were it not for the engagement between Fu-er and young Marquis Xiao, such a fortunate opportunity would never have belonged to a mere countryside maid like you. Look at this. What was once an unwilling leap into a pit of fire had transformed into a great blessing upon her arrival. Chapter 10. Unwelcome. Yet living for 1,000 years, Jiang Wantang scoffed audibly. Is that so? Such a fortunate event. Yet I find it of no interest. The engagement can be annulled, but the imperial decree cannot be disregarded. You may reserve this splendid opportunity for your precious Fuer. Her words dripped with blatant mockery and undisguised disdain. Upon witnessing this, Qin grew anxious. Tanger, you cannot continue to make mistakes. This is an act of rebellion and unfilial behavior. You have reached the age for marriage, and we're doing this for your own good. The current emperor is young and talented. Entering the palace for selection is your best choice. Jiang Wantang gazed at her unblinkingly, and then unexpectedly smiled. Qin felt a chill run down her spine. After 10 years, she was no longer the obedient little girl of the past. Jiang Zhishu's expression turned fierce, veins protruding on his forehead. This matter is settled and cannot be altered. Either comply and enter the palace for selection, or face death. Choose. The smile on Jiang Wantang's face remained, but her eyes were frigid. Ha! Even a tiger does not consume its own cubs. Yet Jiang the Chancellor is even more despicable than a beast. Suddenly, a gust of wind surged, and Jiang Zhishu forcefully pushed aside the bamboo, gripping her neck with a fierce glare, his anger unmistakable. Are you seeking death? Miss. The bamboo was startled and rushed forward, but Jiang Wantang gestured for her to remain calm. She had not anticipated that Jiang Zhishu, a mere scholar, would possess such martial prowess. Concealed strength? How intriguing. However, this old beast disregarded martial ethics, launching a sneak attack. Jiang Wantang smirked sarcastically. Cough, go ahead. Everyone in Shengjing knows I was killed upon my return. Shall we wager whether you can preserve your own reputation and that of Jiang the Chancellor? Jiang Zhishu's grip tightened inch by inch, his eyes brimming with murderous intent and fury. Do you dare threaten me? The smile on Jiang Wantang's lips deepened as she enunciated clearly. Indeed, if you have the ability, strike. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes curved into a crescent, her smile dazzling, while the beauty mark at the tail of her right eye seemed almost mesmerizing, captivating hearts. Jiang Zhishu appeared as though he had seen a ghost, instantly releasing her. Jiang Wantang gasped for breath, her lips curving into a slight arc, exuding mockery. Though Jiang Zhishu struggled to suppress his emotions, she still noticed the tremor in his concealed hand. Jiang Wantang playfully smirked, her smile faint yet filled with malice. Chancellor Jiang, you must restrain yourself. After all, if I were to perish, the only one entering the palace would be your precious daughter. Jiang Zhishu closed his eyes, remaining silent. Hinsi, unable to witness her beloved husband endure such humiliation, rushed forward, raising her hand to strike Jiang Wantang. This rebellious daughter. How could I have borne such a heartless creature? Jiang Wantang seized her wrist, sneering, then consider it as if you never bore me. With that, she forcefully pushed her away. Qin filled with rage, glared fiercely. You shall not. Since we have given you life, as a member of the Jiang family, you should contribute to the family's rise and fall when necessary. Given life? Jiang Wantang laughed mockingly, her eyes icy. If I am to enter the palace, I have two conditions. First, as the legitimate daughter of the Chancellor's residence, I have yet to enjoy the privileges befitting my status. Henceforth, all treatment and specifications in the residence must align with those of Jiang Wantang, and not be inferior to hers. Agreed, Jiang Zhishu readily acquiesced. Secondly, if I am to enter the palace in her stead, allow me to spend 10 years in the countryside before returning. Impossible. Jiang Zhishu's stern rejection left no room for negotiation. Jiang Wantang seemed unfazed, as if she had anticipated this response. You truly cherish her? Then let me see. Considering Jiang Wantang's attire and expenses are extravagant for the next 10 years, Jiang the Chancellor shall convert her expenses into a sum of 200,000 taels in cash. Jiang Wantang, what nonsense are you spouting? That is 200,000 taels. Do you comprehend the enormity of that sum? Qin was both astonished and furious. Jiang Wantang smiled brightly, her red lips curling. Are you unwilling? Then allow your Fuer or Heer to enter the palace instead. With that, she turned to leave with the bamboo. I will agree to your terms. Jiang Zhishu spoke solemnly. Jiang Zhishu gritted his teeth in anger. That is 200,000 taels, not a trivial amount. The residence cannot produce such a sum. We can draft an agreement to provide you with a portion annually. Does Jiang the Chancellor think me simple for coming from the countryside? lacking worldly experience? Jiang Wantang tugged at her lips, her expression dripping with sarcasm. Based solely on today's extravagant birthday banquet, do you think I would believe that the residents cannot produce 200,000 taels? Jiang Zhishu's complexion darkened, revealing his displeasure. He had assumed that after being raised in the countryside for so long, Jiang Wantang would be timid and compliant, easily manipulated. Yet, he was taken aback by her fiery spirit, akin to an untamed stallion. Forcing her into the palace would likely yield counterproductive results. Her self-destructive behavior was inconsequential. He feared it would drag the entire chancellor's residence down with her. Are you trying to drive us to our doom? Qin Shi pounded her chest in frustration. Jiang Wantang scoffed. Is this truly what will lead to your demise? You are unwilling to part with your precious daughter, yet you also refuse to spend money, seeking to reap all the benefits while wishing others shoulder the burdens. Such logic is non-existent in this world. Father, mother, grant her wish, Jiang Wantang's sister. Jiang Wantang finally spoke after lingering in the background for a long time. Is it not merely a matter of money? Our residence is wealthy. What concerns me is whether she has the life to collect it. She stepped forward, gazing down at Jiang Wantang with an air of arrogance. Jiang Wantang, with your current attitude, risking a rupture with our residence, do you truly believe that entering the palace will transform you into a phoenix? You no longer require us? In this capital, without our chancellor's residence, who do you think you are? As your elder sister, I advise you, do not rejoice too soon. High climbs can lead to falls. Some individuals are perhaps too ambitious, yet their lives are as fragile as paper. Jiang Wantang's eyes gleamed with disdain, her ridicule unreserved. Oh, Jiang Wantang elongated her tone, smiling. Then as your younger sister, allow me to return these words to you. Whether your life is fragile remains to be seen. But alas, my life has always been robust. Had it been any thinner, I surely would not be standing here today. Jiang Wantang's smile grew increasingly radiant, evoking envy in others. She declared, to be unwelcome and yet live for 1,000 years. You, Jiang Wantang's sister was furious. Chapter 11. This time, she chose to enter the palace enough. Jiang Zhishu exclaimed, his voice sharp. Isn't today already embarrassing enough? Stop talking. After a brief exchange, he discerned that Jiang Wanfu was not a match for her. Continuing this argument would only lead to his beloved Fuder suffering in the end. You shall receive the 200,000 taels of silver notes today, but on the condition that you obediently enter the palace. No more tricks. In the capital, for the Prime Minister, eliminating you is as effortless as crushing an ant. A deeper smile played upon Jiang Wantang's lips, appearing harmless. She understood, while Jiang Chengxiang may lack other talents, his ability to harm his own daughter was unparalleled. Jiang Zhishu's temples throbbed with anger, his knuckles cracking ominously as he glared at her, his voice cold and menacing. Jiang Wantang, know when to stop. Everything is as you say. What more do you want? With a mocking smile, Jiang Wantang replied, I am, after all, a timid person who cannot bear threats or intimidation. It would be unfortunate if I were to fall ill from fright, as it would hinder my selection for the palace. Wouldn't you agree, Prime Minister Jiang? Jiang Zhishu clenched his fists, an overwhelming sense of humiliation washing over him. This was the first time he had been forced into such a corner, and the instigator was none other than, truly, a relentless creditor. Yet for the future of his beloved daughter Jiang Wanfu, he had no choice but to endure. For now, he could only coax her into the palace, and later, she would have plenty to suffer within its walls. By then, begging him would be futile. The expressions of everyone in the courtyard were grim, save for Jiang Wantang, who was all smiles, seemingly in high spirits. Soon, Steward Su personally led her to view the finest courtyards in the estate. The arrangements here matched those of Jiang Wanfu's, though the decorations were not as exquisite. Jiang Wanfu watched Jiang Wantang's departing figure, her gaze filled with malice, a cold smile curling on her lips. Jiang Wantang, your triumph will be short-lived. In this life, I shall become the mistress of the Marquisate, growing old with Brother Jinghang, a lifetime of companionship. As for you, just wait to live a lonely life in the palace, enduring the intrigues and deceptions of the harem, ultimately suffering in the cold palace. Jiang Wantang and her maid arrived at a finely crafted, spacious courtyard, the plaque inscribed with the characters Haitang Garden. The name suited her well. A vast expanse of begonia flowers bloomed in the courtyard, quite a pleasing sight. Maidservants and young attendants bustled about, bringing various decorative items to arrange the garden. It was evident that this had been hastily prepared for her. After all, in her previous life, she had never enjoyed such treatment in the Prime Minister's residence, nor had she ever resided in such a spacious courtyard. See, a troublesome child receives treats. Steward Su walked respectfully behind Jiang Wantang and inquired, "Miss, do you find this courtyard to your liking?" "This courtyard is quite nice, spacious, and tranquil," Jiang Wantang replied after surveying her surroundings. "I choose this one." Steward Su smiled. "As long as the young lady is pleased. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to instruct this old servant." Jiang Wantang nodded. As it was getting late, the old servant took his leave. Upon closing the door, before Jiang Wantang could sit, Xiaozhu asked with concern, "Miss, do you truly intend to heed their arrangements and enter the palace for the selection?" Jiang Wantang reclined lazily on the elegant couch, casually nodding yes. Xiaozhu approached anxiously, her face a mask of confusion. "Why would you do this? After all these years, you no longer need to rely on the Jiang family. Why enter such a perilous situation?" Jiang Wantang chuckled softly. Even her young maid understood it was a perilous path. "It's fine, I desire it." Xiaozhu paused, hesitating before speaking again. "Is it because of the eldest young master?" If there was anyone in the Prime Minister's residence worth Jiang Wantang's concern, it was certainly her half-brother, Jiang Huaizhou. Were it not for him, Jiang Wantang would have perished countless times, be it that fateful winter night at the age of 6 or the countless days and nights spent in that rural manor. Her initial days at the manor were far from pleasant. She was subjected to relentless bullying. The tenants overseeing the manor, being shrewd, treated her, a scorned noblewoman, with utter disdain. By the end of her first winter, young Jiang Wantang was on the brink of death, sustained by a high fever for days. The tenants would not spare a penny to summon a physician. They deemed her a bad omen, relegating her to the woodshed, awaiting her demise, intending to dispose of her body in the hills. It was her brother, Jiang Huaizhou, who, at the tender age of 11, went to great lengths to find her and saved her just in time. Bound by their father's orders, he could not take her away, but told her, "If you are unwilling, then live well. Surviving brings hope." In the years that followed, he continued to assist her from the shadows. One could say, without Jiang Huaizhou, there would be no Jiang Wantang today. In this world, Jiang Huaizhou was her true and only cherished kin. Watching Jiang Wantang remain silent, Xiaozhu sighed and continued, "Only when you mention the eldest young master does a genuine smile flicker in your eyes." In her previous life, Jiang Huaizhou, despite his lofty ambitions, was repeatedly overlooked by the emperor due to Jiang Zhishu's influence. Reflecting on this, Jiang Wantang furrowed her brow and spoke softly, "It is not solely for my brother. It is also for myself. Whether it be the marquisate or the palace, both are fortified places for me. Having resolved to reclaim what is rightfully mine and to stand as the legitimate second young lady of the Prime Minister's residence, I must choose between entering the marquisate or the palace. This time, I choose the palace." As evening fell, Haitang Garden was bustling once more. Steward Su first brought in a group of embroiderers to tailor garments for Jiang Wantang. The pitiful sight of her in plain clothes at the Prime Minister's gate had become well known, even if it were merely for appearances. She could not afford to appear too shabby before entering the palace. Shortly thereafter, taking advantage of Xiaozhu's martial skills, Steward Su sent 4 obedient maidservants to attend to Jiang Wantang. While they were ostensibly there to serve her, in reality, they were merely spies sent by Jiang Zhishu. Not long after Steward Su's departure, Qin Shi entered with Jiang Wantang. "Tanger, I have come to see you and share some heartfelt words." Jiang Wantang remained silent, her expression apathetic as she regarded her. Feeling uncomfortable under her gaze, Qin Shi nudged Jiang Wantang forward. "Tanger, look, this is your younger sister here." Chapter 12. Dear sisters? Jiang Wantang, 2 years younger than her, bore an unmistakable resemblance to the Qin family, lacking the striking beauty of Jiang Wanfu. Her looks could only be described as delicate, and her petite figure exuded an air of youthful refinement. Jiang Wantang did not see her at the banquet today, likely because Madame Qin sensed the awkwardness of the situation and chose to keep her daughter away. Madame Qin is quite protective of this youngest daughter. Noticing Jiang Wantang's silence, Madame Qin nudged Jiang Wanhe, urging, "Here, quickly greet your elder sister. Tang has just returned to the capital. She is your own sister." Jiang Wanhe remained silent, her gaze directed at Jiang Wantang, laced with disdain and arrogance. The young girl, overly sheltered, had her thoughts plainly written across her face. It was evident to discerning eyes that she looked down upon her elder sister from the countryside. After Madame Qin's repeated prodding, Jiang Wanhe pouted her lips and impatiently remarked, "I have a legitimate sister. A coarse person from the countryside like her is unworthy to be my sister." With that, she stormed out in a huff. "This child." Madame Qin sighed helplessly and forced a smile as she explained to Jiang Wantang, "He is still young, and doesn't he understand? Please don't take it to heart." Xiaozhu, standing nearby, scoffed, "Your daughter seems to be 14 already, nearing the age for marriage, and still, she claims to be young?" Madame Qin smiled awkwardly. "It's all my fault. I have spoiled her over the years. Tang, she is still young. Do not hold it against her. You are sisters, sharing the same blood." Sisters? In her previous life, Jiang Wanhe had affectionately called Jiang Wanfu sister with warmth. Yet now, the words exchanged were laden with disdain and disdain. Jiang Wantang's lips curved into a faint, mocking smile. "Indeed, you cherish her like a precious gem, tirelessly planning for her future, fulfilling every duty of a mother. Even Jiang Wanfu, not of your blood, you treat as your own. But why? Is it so different with me?" The chilling inquiry echoed in the air. Madame Qin's expression stiffened, her gaze evasive. "Tang, I know you harbor resentment. But at that time, I had no choice. Historically, a woman's marriage is paramount. Offending her husband equates to losing her standing, making life in the household exceedingly difficult. Your father's orders are not something a mere woman like me can challenge. If not for your failure to win your father's favor, my life and his in this household would be more bearable." As she spoke, Madame Qin's voice grew softer. "Ultimately, it's you who has brought us misfortune." Jiang Wantang's lips curled in a knowing smirk, her eyes icy. "So, what is it you wish for me to do?" Madame Qin lowered her head, tears welling in her eyes. "In truth, my life with your sister has not been easy either. Should you gain favor in the palace, do not forget us." Upon her words, she hesitated, glancing at Jiang Wantang. "What else?" Jiang Wantang regarded her with an expressionless face, laced with sarcasm. "You specifically brought Jiang Wanhe to find me. Surely, you have more to say than this?" Seeing that her words fell on deaf ears, Madame Qin's expression hardened. "If that is the case, then I shall speak plainly today. Soon, you will enter the palace. With your looks, it should not be difficult to gain favor if you employ some strategies. Thus, you ought to consider your sister a bit more. And what of your 200,000 taels? Perhaps they could serve as a dowry for your sister. You will have food and servants in the palace, so you wouldn't need to spend much. After all, she is your biological sister, and it is only right to provide for her." Xiaozhu, unable to contain her anger, retorted, "And what of my young lady's dowry? How much do you plan to prepare?" Madame Qin's gaze flickered uncomfortably, her displeasure evident. "Tang is entering the palace. She naturally does not require a dowry. So, you mean to say she will receive nothing?" Xiaozhu exclaimed in frustration. "It's not that she won't receive anything. Rather, part of my dowry has been given to Wanfu, and the remainder is to be reserved for he-er. With a bit more dowry, she will have an easier life in her future marriage." Seeing Jiang Wantang's lips pressed into a cold smile, Madame Qin's voice gradually diminished. Jiang Wantang was nearly amused by Madame Qin's shamelessness. The 200,000 taels hadn't even warmed in her grasp, and already she had set her sights on them. She forced a smile. "I see in demeanor. I have no interest in your dowry. However, my possessions are not something you can covet. You need not wield blood ties and filial piety to pressure me. Historically, unkind parents lead to unfilial children. Moreover, the bond of blood between us has been severed since the day you abandoned me 10 years ago." With that, She pointed towards the courtyard entrance. Her voice cold. Get out. Hearing another word from you sullies my ears. You. Madame Qin's finger trembled in rage as she pointed at her. Her face ashen. Fine. 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 Since you were so ungrateful, should you get into trouble in the palace, do not drag our family into it. Xiaozhu. Throw her out, Jiang Wantang declared impatiently. As you wish. Xiaozhu swiftly seized Madame Qin and lifted her as if she were a mere chicken, unceremoniously dragging her outside. After the commotion, the small courtyard finally fell silent. That night, the moon hung high, and the world was still. The early spring night carried a hint of chill in the gentle breeze. Clad in a white dress resembling pear blossoms, Jiang Wantang stood alone in the courtyard. Lost in thought, the soft moonlight illuminated her exquisite profile, her skin fair as snow, and her flowing hair cascaded down her delicate form like fine satin, enhancing her enchanting beauty. Yet her solitary figure, elongated by the moonlight, appeared somewhat lonely. Xiaozhu, observing her frail yet resilient silhouette, felt a pang of sorrow as she recalled the day's events. Indeed, after 10 years away from home, how could one not feel the sting of having such cold-hearted family members? She picked up a cloak and walked over, wrapping it around Jiang Wantang, her voice filled with concern. It's late. You've always been sensitive to the cold. Why do you stand here in the wind, lost in thought? Jiang Wantang came to her senses, smiling gently at her. Xiaozhu, tell me, can one's obsessions truly bring the dead back to life? Xiaozhu shook her head. I have never believed in ghosts or deities. Jiang Wantang gazed up at the bright moon in the sky, smiling softly. I once did not believe either, but now I'm grateful. Heaven has shown me mercy, granting me a second chance. Xiaozhu, somewhat surprised, asked, Miss, you were so lost in thought. Contemplating this? Jiang Wantang pondered for a moment before laughing softly. Not just that. I am reflecting on many things from the past. Some experiences felt insurmountable at the time. Yet now, looking back, it seems like a light boat has sailed through countless mountains. Living is truly wonderful. Xiaozhu watched her, hesitating before finally asking, does the young lady not feel any discomfort in her heart? Jiang Wantang beamed brightly. How could I? After all these years, there has never been a day as unrestrained as today. Chapter 13. The Tyrant, Ji Wuyuan. Xiaozhu's inner concerns dissipated completely at this moment. She had been overly anxious. Miss, I have heard that the eldest son will return to the manor tomorrow, Jiang Wantang said. Then we shall go to Chang Street to welcome him and take the opportunity to explore the bustling city of Shengjing, she added with a smile. That sounds wonderful. Xiaozhu's eyes sparkled, but in the next moment, she seemed to remember something and her expression dimmed. I also saw Jiang Wantang's maid, Xiaoer, sneaking out through the back door. It seems she is not engaged in anything proper. Jiang Wantang affectionately ruffled her hair and genuinely praised. Our Xiaozhu has become increasingly perceptive. Both Xiaozhu and Jiang Wantang were without family, due to her martial skills. Xiaozhu had been purchased from a brothel by Jiang Huaizhou and brought to the estate to care for her. Xiaozhu anxiously said, Miss, aren't you worried? Worried about what? That she intends to harm me? Jiang Wantang chuckled dismissively. It's inconsequential. She may not wish me well, but who knows if I will allow her to fare any better. Since my brother is returning, then Xiao Jingheng must also be coming back. In the bright spring of March, with days filled with sunshine, Xiaozhu awoke early to find Jiang Wantang elegantly seated in the courtyard, already dressed and sipping tea. Her makeup was strikingly exquisite, resembling a noble young lady. Initially surprised, Xiaozhu quickly understood upon seeing the 4 maids and the table laden with delicate pastries. Her young mistress, after all, was the legitimate second miss of the Jiang family and deserved no less than the best. After sharing breakfast, the two set out from the manor. Chang'an Street in the capital was the most bustling thoroughfare in the Great Shang dynasty. Crowds thronged the street, with various stalls lining either side, the cacophony of chatter and vendors' calls incessantly filling the air. Jiang Wantang led Xiaozhu to a tailor's shop, and as they entered, 2 young girls emerged transformed into 2 young gentlemen, clad in a dark blue long robe and wielding a folding fan. Jiang Wantang embodied the image of a refined young master. Xiaozhu straightened her flattened chest and awkwardly inquired, "Miss, why must we dress as men?" "To avoid unnecessary trouble," Jiang Wantang replied nonchalantly. The two strolled boldly along the street when suddenly a commotion erupted at the far end. The emperor returns to the capital. All civilians quickly retreat. A battalion of armored guards wielding golden halberds surged into the city, clearing a path. The commander of the imperial guards shouted repeatedly, "The emperor returns." All civilians quickly retreat. As the guards advanced, the citizens on either side of the street knelt in reverence. "Quickly, kneel down. Don't look around," an elderly man urged his grandson. Covering the boy's eyes, among the crowd, someone audaciously shouted, "The tyrant returns." "Kneel! Kneel!" Panic swept through the crowd, with hushed whispers buzzing around. Isn't he the tyrant who annihilated several clans right after ascending the throne? Who else could it be? My heavens! Wasn't he just at the Buddhist temple praying for the nation? Why has he returned so suddenly? Is something dreadful about to unfold in the capital? Are you foolish? It must be for the selection of court maidens. Noble ladies from all over are vying for a place in the palace, with over 3,000 already registered. Rumors circulated that the tyrant had once harbored feelings for a woman in his youth, having left his consort position vacant for her sake. Why then? Was he suddenly holding a grand selection? Perhaps the tales were misguided. After all, emperors have been known for their callousness, and with a harem of 3,000 beauties, how could love truly exist? Indeed, how could a man like the tyrant, with a heart of stone, ever fall in love? Jiang Wantang pulled Xiao Zhu down to kneel with the crowd. In her previous life, she had returned too late to witness Ji Wuyuan's grand entrance into the palace. Soon, the bustling street fell silent as the populace knelt and bowed. The imperial procession gradually emerged, with Emperor Ji Wuyuan adorned in a dark robe embroidered with golden dragon patterns. Lounging in a lavishly decorated palanquin, resting his head on one hand, feigning slumber. The palanquin was drawn by 8 magnificent steeds, their hooves echoing on the stone pavement, while a retinue of elegantly dressed palace maids and eunuchs surrounded the carriage. A beaded curtain obscured the emperor's visage, and the crowd dared not gaze too closely. Yet Jiang Wantang knew well the divine beauty of the young emperor concealed behind that curtain. After all, it was he for whom Jiang Wantang's sister, Jiang Wantang, had forsaken her long-standing affection for Shao Jinghang and resolved to enter the palace. The tyrant, Ji Wuyuan, a seemingly ethereal figure with a heart as cold as Yama himself. Ji Wuyuan ascended to the throne in his youth, undoubtedly a tyrant. His cunning made him feared and respected throughout the court because those who defied him met a grim fate. Before his ascension, he was rumored to have committed fratricide and patricide, bathing the Golden Dragon Hall in blood, instilling terror among the officials. It was no wonder that Jiang Zhishu vehemently opposed Jiang Wantang entering the palace, considering the ruthless nature of such a tyrant. Reflecting on the whispers she had heard amidst the crowd, Jiang Wantang realized they were not entirely unfounded. For instance, in his youth, Ji Wuyuan had indeed cherished a woman, the white moonlight of his heart. Even now, Jiang Wantang struggled to believe that such a man could harbor affection for anyone. Yet, it was a fact that during her last life, Ji Wuyuan's consort position remained vacant until her untimely death. What then prompted his sudden insistence on a grand selection? As Jiang Wantang gazed at the imperial procession, she became lost in thought. The surroundings were silent, a gentle breeze rustled, and the delicate sound of jewels clinking together from the palanquin was mesmerizing. At that moment, Ji Wuyuan opened his eyes and sharply directed his gaze towards her. His expression was one of a sovereign surveying mere ants, a detached disdain laced with contempt, a hint of mockery, and an air of indifference. In this world, nothing surpassed the supremacy of imperial authority, and what she desired most was his power. By chance, Jiang Wantang's gaze met his. In his eyes, which resembled blossoming peach flowers, there was only indifference. In a fleeting moment, he lowered his gaze. Unknown to her, the emperor behind the curtain curved his lips into a smirk, his interest in her gaze deepening with a hint of amusement. Chapter 14, She Admires the Emperor. Miss, look, is it the young lady Jiang Wanfu over there? Xiao Zhu pointed in surprise at a graceful figure amidst the crowd. Jiang Wantang followed her gaze and caught sight of Jiang Wanfu, who had just lifted her white veil. The latter's gaze was fixated on the emperor's carriage, filled with a mix of obsession and complexity. Xiao Zhu, perplexed, remarked, "But miss, didn't she have a crush on the young Lord Xiao and express her reluctance to enter the palace? Why? Why is she gazing at the emperor with such feelings?" Jiang Wantang quietly echoed her sentiments. Xiao Zhu suddenly realized, yes, that is precisely the sensation. Words may deceive, but the eyes reveal the truth. One cannot conceal their love through their gaze. Jiang Wantang smiled, her eyes laced with irony. The nobleman in the emperor's carriage was truly the one who held her heart. She loves the emperor. Xiao Zhu could hardly believe it, and immediately covered her mouth in shock. Jiang Wantang nodded in affirmation. Then why doesn't she enter the palace herself? Xiao Zhu inquired curiously. In truth, the moment Jiang Wanfu expressed her willingness to marry into the Marquis's household, Jiang Wantang understood that Jiang Wanfu, like herself, had returned to this life anew. Jiang Wanfu, who had always held herself in high regard, was not one to easily compromise. Jiang Wantang's gaze deepened, and she spoke softly. A heartless emperor, falling for such a man, is destined to end in flames. However, she did not anticipate that in this second chance, Jiang Wanfu remained infatuated with Ji Wuyuan. It seemed she was merely afraid, not devoid of love. Then, "Miss you," Xiao Zhu spoke with concern. "No worries, he is heartless, and I am unfeeling. Our relationship is merely one of mutual benefit." The emperor's procession departed grandly, and soon the bustling streets returned to their vibrant state. Jiang Wantang spotted her elder brother, Jiang Huaizhou, among the entourage, alongside Xiao Jingheng. The two young men, one exuding elegance and grace, the other brimming with youthful vigor, both possessed striking features that quickly drew the attention of many. Bold women in the streets threw embroidered handkerchiefs and purses at them. Xiao Zhu excitedly waved at Jiang Huaizhou, calling out, "Young master! Young master!" Amidst the crowd's clamor, Jiang Huaizhou did not hear her, and instead, it was Xiao Jingheng who turned to look. Jiang Wantang swiftly pulled Xiao Zhu away, evading his gaze. Once his attention drifted, they slipped away from the throng. "Miss, shall we not greet the young master?" Xiao Zhu asked as she followed. "It's nothing. We've already seen him. We have more pressing matters to attend to." Thereafter, Jiang Wantang led Xiao Zhu to the renowned establishments of the capital. Wine houses, tea shops, and theaters, exploring the vibrant streets and alleys. "Please, gentle sir, be gentler. Don't." On a bed, a woman with tearful eyes pleaded softly for mercy. Clothes lay in disarray on the floor below. Her delicate arms draped over the man's shoulders as she breathed sweetly. "Sir, are you satisfied with my service?" "Indeed, I am most satisfied." The man gasped. "You are perceptive, unlike that wretched Yun Chang, who lacks any sense of propriety. Miss Yun Chang is our courtesan at Hongyan Courtyard and has yet to entertain any guests. Her pride is understandable," the woman implored. What is she to flaunt before me? My family is the maternal clan of the current Empress Qi. Even the emperor dares not meddle with us." The lust in the man's eyes faded, replaced by a sinister intensity. "Tomorrow, when she leaves the courtyard, I shall capture her at midnight and teach her a lesson." The woman trembled in fear at the malevolence reflected in his gaze. "Ah, indeed, a mischievous little enchantress." The man gritted his teeth before letting out a low growl. He patted the woman beneath him and, with a chilling smile, said, "Let us engage in something entertaining today." Soon, her cries echoed through the room as the couple became lost in a tumultuous sea of desire, oblivious to the two figures hidden in the corner of the wardrobe. Xiao Zhu, Jiang Wantang, Chapter 15. The courtesan Yun Shang Xiao Zhu shyly covered her face with her hands, peeking through her fingers with wide, astonished eyes. "Miss, are you certain that we can witness this without spending a single coin? Will it cause us to suffer from needle pricks upon returning?" Jiang Wantang swiftly placed her hand over Xiao Zhu's eyes, solemnly declaring, "Do not look, it is filthy." Her gaze was piercingly cold, the murderous intent simmering within her eyes akin to a flurry of ice arrows poised to strike. The man sprawled on the couch was Qi Gui, the eldest son of the second house of the Qi Guogong mansion. He was notorious for his ruthlessness, indulging in debauchery and plunder without restraint. Relying on the support of the Empress Dowager, the Qiguagong mansion was currently at its zenith, basking in imperial favor. And thus Qi Gui grew increasingly tyrannical within the capital. The courtesan Yunshang, whom he so disparagingly insulted, was the very woman Jiang Wantang had set out to find. Among all the individuals Jiang Wantang had encountered, Yunshang was the most unique, the purest, and the most pitiful. She was once the daughter of a wealthy merchant from the affluent lands of Jiangnan, a young lady of privilege. However, in a single day, her family was annihilated, leaving her utterly alone. Orphaned at a tender age, she was compelled to take a marriage contract to seek refuge with a betrothed she had never met. What was intended as a sanctuary turned into a descent into despair. The family did not value the marriage contract, but rather the dowry promised by her parents. Yunshang possessed a stunning beauty, a rare and delicate flower in Jiangnan. It was this beauty that led her to be sold into a brothel at a high price by her husband's family. Regrettably, in her previous life, Jiang Wantang had encountered Yunshang far too late. On the day of Yunshang's departure, Qi Gui had purchased her at midnight, publicly stripping her of her garments in the Red Beauty Pavilion, subjecting her to various humiliations before bestowing her upon his subordinates. A girl as pure and resilient as a blue lotus was thus cast into the mire, subjected to the trampling of the base and vile. Any despicable person could freely insult and demean her. Subsequently, a series of women went missing, and a chain of sexual assaults surfaced, causing an uproar throughout the capital. At that time, it was said that the perpetrators could kill and burn without consequence, while the innocent were left to suffer. In the capital, at Chang'an Gate, on a raised platform, the drums of grievance resounded. A fragile woman, covered in wounds, blood staining her white garments, stepped barefoot onto the platform at Chang'an Gate, leaving a trail of blood with each step. She remained oblivious to the carnage behind her. Qi Gui of the Qiguagong mansion, a tyrant who abused both men and women, had countless innocent women fall victim to his cruelty, and Yunshang was among them. The world was unjust, and heaven seemed blind. Today, as the city gates sounded the drums, Yunshang, as a woman, sought justice for the innocent girls who had met tragic ends. Bang! The villain Qi Gui, a tyrant who abused the weak, could not escape retribution. Bang bang! The common woman, Yunshang, swore to heaven, if there were a single falsehood in her words, let the heavens strike her down and grant her no peace. Bang bang bang! She beseeched the emperor to eradicate the treacherous ministers. She beseeched the emperor to eradicate the treacherous ministers. The drums of grievance echoed far and wide, resonating painfully in the hearts of all who heard. Women, though deemed weak, bore the weight of righteousness upon their tender shoulders, displaying fortitude that surpassed that of men. With fervent passion, they sought vindication, vowing to reveal the truth to the world. Eventually, Emperor Ji Weiyuan ordered a thorough investigation by the Dali Temple. In a residence on the outskirts of the capital, beneath the yellow earth, they discovered the remains of the deceased. No one had anticipated that beneath the vibrant blossoms, what lay buried was not mere soil, but the bones of the beautiful dead. Once, those beauties basked in the morning sun. Now, their bones rested in desolate earth. The heavens bore witness, and the stark white bones finally emerged into the light. Countless souls found their peace, as a gentle breeze swept across the boundless expanse. Yunshang achieved her goal, yet she paid a tremendous price. When Jiang Wantang saved Yunshang, she was already on the brink of death, unable to endure any longer. The Qi family wielded immense power, with connections that spanned the former dynasty and the imperial harem. A single thread pulled could unravel the entire tapestry, making swift justice impossible. Furthermore, Yunshang did not live to witness the execution of the vile Qi Gui. When Jiang Wantang first saw her, she was clad in snow-white garments, trapped in a mire yet untouched by filth. She said, "Sister, it is not we women who are at fault. It is this unjust world. It is those shameless individuals who prey on the weak." In their final moments together, Jiang Wantang adorned her in a pristine white gown. Yunshang said, "Sister, I am sorry. I cannot accompany you to the end." Meeting you in this life was a stroke of fortune for Yunshang. She lamented her short-lived fate, having encountered her sister too late, unable to spend more time together. "If there's a next life, I hope we can reunite as sisters." She implored, "Sister, you must live well. See more of this world for me. In this unjust world, where life is as fragile as grass, the masses scorn her for her lowly status. Yet she remained gentle and kind, untouched by corruption. Her descent into the brothel was not her fault. She was inherently a pure soul. She arrived clean and departed the same. She vowed to Yunshang that she would keep watch, observing the fate of those wicked individuals, witnessing their downfall. Yet ultimately, she too did not survive to see them meet their end. After a considerable time, the sounds within the bed curtains gradually fell silent. Jiang Wantang closed her eyes, pulling herself from the painful memories of the past, gazing at the man sprawled on the couch with a gaze as cold as ice. "Since the world is unjust, I shall seek our justice myself." Chapter 16. As Xiao Jingheng emerged from the Hongyan courtyard, the small face of Xiao Zhu was still flushed with embarrassment. In contrast, Jiang Wantang's expression was dark and brooding, her eyes brimming with a murderous intent that she could not conceal. Although Xiao Zhu was perplexed, she did not dare to inquire further. In the Pingyang Marquis's residence, Xiao Jingheng had just returned home and had yet to pay his respects to the elders of the household when he was intercepted by his personal attendant, Huayan. The latter, with a look of urgency, exclaimed, "Ah, my young master, you have finally returned. If you had delayed any longer, your fiancé, he might have become someone else's." Xiao Jingying halted, furrowing his brow. "Fiancé? Indeed, it is the esteemed Miss Jiang you have been pining for." Huai continued, "There are rumors in the capital that Miss Jiang has taken a fancy to the emperor and is refusing to eat at home, insisting on entering the palace for the selection process. I specifically sent someone to investigate at the Jiang residence, and it is indeed true." Xiao Jingheng raised his hand to interrupt him, calmly stating, "I understand." With that, he turned and walked towards the rear courtyard. "Is that all?" Huayan stood frozen for a moment, unable to believe his ears. He was well aware of how much his master cherished the young lady from the Jiang family. This reaction was unexpected. Scratching his head, he hurriedly followed after him. "Young master, do you know what you're talking about? Are you certain you are aware?" Breathless and with urgency in his voice, Huayan called after him, "Slow down. You don't know that the Jiang family's second daughter, who has been raised in the countryside, has returned. Not only has she come back, but she also overshadowed Miss Jiang at her birthday banquet. Those at the Jiang residence say that this rustic second daughter has been bullying Miss Jiang since her return." While Huayan babbled on behind him, Xiao Jingheng suddenly stopped, astonished. He turned and firmly grasped Huayan's arm, his grip strong, but his fingers trembling slightly. "What did you just say?" Huayan, taken aback, replied, "Miss Jiang has been bullied." Before that, Xiao Jingheng's eyes narrowed as he pressed for clarification. The Jiang family's second daughter overshadowed Miss Jiang at her birthday banquet. Huayan's words were cut short as he noticed Xiao Jingheng striding purposefully towards the exit of the residence. "Hey, where are you going?" Understanding the direction of his master's departure, Huayan suddenly realized and chuckled. "Now that's the response I expected. I knew my young master could not be indifferent to the affairs of Miss Jiang. He can hardly bear to see her wronged. Now that he has heard of her being mistreated, he must be rushing to her aid, a hero to rescue his fair lady, perhaps even to win her heart back." Huayan cheerfully returned to the house. As dusk fell and the sun began to set, Jiang Wantang returned home with Xiao Zhu, both having changed back into their female attire. Upon reaching the entrance of the small courtyard, a young servant approached to report, "Second miss, today, the young Marquis Xiao from the Pingyang Marquis's residence came to visit, saying he wishes to see you." Jiang Wantang paused, a flicker of surprise crossing her face. "You mean Xiao Jingheng has come to see me?" The servant nodded affirmatively. "Yes." Second Mississippi Jiang Wantang smiled lightly, a hint of amusement in her voice. "You must have misheard. I am not acquainted with young Marquis Xiao. You must be looking for my elder sister, Jiang Wanfu." The young servant, puzzled, scratched his head, uncertain if he had indeed made a mistake. Before he could respond, Jiang Wantang inquired, "Do you know where my brother is at this moment?" "Returning, miss. The eldest young master just arrived not long ago and should be in the ancestral hall," the servant answered respectfully. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wantang turned and made her way to the ancestral hall of the Jiang residence. Entering the empty hall, she soon spotted her brother, Jiang Huaizhou, standing tall in a green robe, gently polishing a tablet. The warm glow of the setting sun streamed through the windows, casting a golden halo around him. It was a scene that should have exuded tranquility, yet for some reason, Jiang Wantang perceived a profound loneliness and sorrow emanating from his silhouette. Noticing that the tablet in his hand was smaller than the others in the hall, clearly not that of their mother, Shun, she pondered who it could belong to. As she approached, she softly called out, "Brother." Jiang Huaizhou snapped back to reality at her voice. He instinctively placed the tablet down hastily, and in that moment, Jiang Wantang caught a glimpse of where he had positioned it, behind their mother's tablet. The tablet was blank, devoid of any inscription, appearing to merge seamlessly with the other, making it difficult to discern. Jiang Wantang's pupils widened slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her features, but she quickly averted her gaze. Jiang Huaizhou turned to face her, his expression transforming into a warm smile. "Tang, or welcome home." He beckoned her closer. "Come here, so your brother can have a look at you." Following his request, Jiang Wantang stepped before him. Jiang Huaizhou surveyed her with an appreciative gaze, exclaiming, "You have truly blossomed into a remarkable young lady. It has been so long since I last saw you, I almost failed to recognize my own sister." At his words, Jiang Wantang felt her eyes welling up with emotion. Indeed, it had been a long time. Chapter 17. To live, one must rely on oneself in both her past and present lives. Jiang Huaizhou was the only person who treated her as family. Jiang Wantang collected her thoughts and smiled, saying, "Brother, please do not tease your younger sister. I have always remembered your likeness, as well as your childhood fondness for the pastries from Lu's Dim Sum shop on Chang'an Street. Here, I specially went to the market today to buy these for you." As she spoke, she playfully presented the box of pastries to him, her face alight with mischief. "I wonder if you still like them?" With a hearty laugh, Jiang Huaizhou accepted the box, reminiscing at that time. "I could not recall which little glutton would sneak over to indulge in my pastries." "Brother, you are teasing me again." Jiang Wantang pouted, resembling a disgruntled kitten. He chuckled and gently ruffled her hair, offering her the same comfort he did in their childhood. Their banter flowed effortlessly, devoid of any formality. He then led her to a row of ancestral tablets, handing her 3 incense sticks with a soft voice. "Tanger, come and offer incense to our ancestors." Jiang Wantang accepted the incense, nodded, and replied, "All right." Once the ritual was complete, Jiang Huaizhou gazed at her, a sigh escaping his lips as he spoke with a heavier tone. "I am aware of our father's intentions in bringing you back this time. Now that you have returned to the capital, if you wish to." "Brother, I am willing," Jiang Wantang interjected, her eyes meeting his surprised gaze. "I have already come of age. It is time for me to marry." Though she spoke with conviction, the depths of the imperial palace were far from a true home. "The Jiang family treats you coldly. You need not accommodate them to this extent," Jiang Huaizhou stated gravely. "As things stand, nothing is set in stone. I can help you leave." "Brother, this is my choice," she insisted. Jiang Huaizhou paused, taken aback. "Why?" "I do not wish to live in hiding any longer. I have endured a decade of obscurity, and now I desire to live openly in the sunlight. You have done enough for me over the years. There is no need for you to devise any further plans on my behalf. To live, one must rely on oneself." With a resolute and earnest gaze, Jiang Wantang affirmed, "I have grown up. Let me carve my own path from here on." Jiang Huaizhou lowered his gaze, lost in thought. After a long silence, he finally sighed, acknowledging, "It seems our Tanger has truly matured. Since you have made up your mind, pursue your desires, regardless of what you choose to do in the future. Your brother will always stand by you." The feeling of being so resolutely supported stirred something within Jiang Wantang. Yet, she found herself hesitant to hope for anything more. An indescribable sensation of bittersweetness enveloped her heart. She smiled softly, her gaze drifting into the distance, her expression contemplative. "Brother, if one day you find that I'm no longer your beloved, kind-hearted sister, will you still consider me family and treat me kindly?" Jiang Huaizhou paused, his silence speaking volumes. Would he come to resent me then? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, a pang of sorrow surged within her. Before she could voice her carefully prepared words, a hand gently patted the top of her head. Jiang Huaizhou looked down at her, warmth radiating from his voice as he reassured, "Silly girl, what nonsense are you speaking? You are still my kind-hearted and understanding little sister. What if things turn out differently than you expect?" Jiang Wantang pressed stubbornly. Jiang Huaizhou chuckled. "Why the sudden curiosity about such odd questions? I just wanted to know," she replied. His smile broadened. "You are, after all, my beloved sister. How could I not treat you well?" Jiang Wantang pressed her lips together, her eyes downcast, refraining from pursuing the matter further. At that moment, Jiang Huaizhou remained oblivious to the deeper meaning behind her words. It would not be until later that he would truly grasp the weight of her sentiments and the fragility of her heart, but by then, it would be too late. After a leisurely chat, a servant approached to invite them to dinner in the main courtyard. Following the meal, Jiang Wantang returned to her small courtyard and chose the most eye-catching red gown from the colorful array of finery presented by Steward Su. The intricate patterns on the brocade were extravagant and stunning, particularly the ornate golden threads woven into the hem, exuding an air of opulence. While Jiang Wantang had little interest in such garments, her focus lay on the knight's forthcoming endeavors. Soon, she changed into the splendid attire and instructed her maid to enhance her beauty. With her already striking features magnified by the exquisite makeup, she appeared even more enchanting, captivating all who beheld her, especially her expressive peach blossom eyes, which shimmered with a captivating allure that could weaken the resolve of any onlooker. Xiao Zhu, sitting nearby, gazed at her in awe, exclaiming, "Miss, you look absolutely stunning. Who could resist such beauty? Even the most ascetic of monks would find it hard to look away." Jiang Wantang chuckled at her exaggerated reaction, pleased that she had achieved the desired effect. "Time is of the essence. We must make our departure. Miss, it is getting late, and you look so beautiful. Where are you headed?" Xiao Zhu inquired, puzzled. "To spend some silver and seek merriment, of course," Jiang Wantang replied with a mysterious smile. "Cool, I shall take you to a splendid place." With that, she stepped out with purpose, leaving Xiao Zhu momentarily stunned before hurriedly following her. "Where are we going?" "To the largest den of indulgence in Shangjing." As her words trailed off, the speaker had already vanished into the distance. Chapter 18. The Golden Cave of Shangjing. In the vibrant city of Shangjing, the renowned establishment, Xuanhuan Tower, aptly dubbed the Golden Cave and Soul-Devouring Tomb, lived up to its illustrious reputation. "Ha ha! Today, whoever brings joy to this lady shall earn these stacks of silver notes." Jiang Wantang stood in the center of the grand hall, her gaze sweeping across the opulent, intricately adorned surroundings, a vision of exuberance as she tossed her silver notes into the air, her lips curling into a devilishly charming smile. Dressed in a crimson embroidered gown of golden thread, her enchanting peach blossom eyes sparkled with mischief, her carefree demeanor combined with the spectacle of scattering money, creating a dazzling and ostentatious scene, though her face was partially concealed by a golden silk veil. The allure of her captivating eyes made it easy to imagine the breathtaking beauty hidden beneath. Such striking beauty and audacious behavior instantly captivated the attention of all present. "Look, money is being thrown. Quick, pick it up. Hee, this girl is both beautiful and generous. Me, don't snatch it," especially among the young attendants. Their eyes gleamed with excitement as they rushed forward in a frenzied competition. The exhilarating scene left the onlookers in awe, momentarily blurring the lines between who was soliciting whom. "Noble lady, I am willing to submit at your feet, to live and die for you, to desire and perish for you." Jiang Wantang lowered her gaze to see a handsome young attendant in a pale pink robe kneeling at her feet. Grasping her skirt and gazing up at her, she leaned down, her fingers playfully lifting his chin, examining him with a knowing glint in her eyes. And with a seductive smile, she inquired, "Oh, in what manner would you desire to live and die?" The young attendant, entranced, stared deeply into her eyes, filled with longing and obsession, before finally replying, "Noble lady, your smile is enough to enchant me to death. Would you care to know? Please, allow me to escort you upstairs." The glint in his eyes carried a hint of mischief. Jiang Wantang's smile widened, yet her enchanting peach blossom gaze remained indifferent. "Noble lady," the attendant, utterly captivated, brazenly reached out to tug at Jiang Wantang's golden veil. Ah! A shriek escaped the establishment as Jiang Wantang swiftly kicked him away. Her smile remained radiant as her crimson lips parted, coolly remarking, "Alas, you do not capture my interest. Choose me, and me too." Nonetheless, a throng of men continued to push forward, eager to present themselves. At that moment, a figure descended the staircase from the second floor, a man clad in a snow-white silk robe. He was strikingly handsome, drawing the attention of many. With a silver belt cinched at his waist and hair elegantly tied beneath a feathered crown, a matching white ribbon adorned his forehead, stray locks cascading down, adding to his ethereal elegance. Jiang Wantang squinted slightly, raising her hand to point at the man who had just descended, exuding an air of authority. "No need for selection. I desire him." The man raised an eyebrow, a composed smile gracing his lips. "Ah, my dear, you possess exquisite taste. You have chosen our esteemed headliner, young Master Xingyun." The matron of Xuanhuan Tower, seeing this, chuckled heartily as she pushed through the throng of men and brought Xingyun before Jiang Wantang. Jiang Wantang appraised the man before her, her tone playful. "Xingyun, to reach the water's end and watch the clouds rise. What a beautiful name." "Not quite," Xingyun chuckled lightly. The next moment, Jiang Wantang heard his soft, resonant voice. "It is impossible to retrieve spilled water. Finding Xingyun again is equally elusive." "Interesting, I like it." Jiang Wantang's alluring peach blossom eyes sparkled with delight, her smile radiant, the beauty mark at the corner of her eye lending her an enchanting allure. "I would willingly spend a fortune to share a fleeting moment with you, dear sir. I wonder, would you be willing?" Xingyun covered his mouth with a fist. Chuckling softly, "It would be my utmost honor." They then ascended the staircase to the private chambers on the second floor. After a brief tumult, the grand hall gradually returned to its usual ambience, with the melodious sounds of instruments filling the air. Xuanhuan Tower, the largest and most famous brothel in Shengjing, radiated an intoxicating atmosphere of wealth and allure. Within its walls, various beauties, both male and female, showcased their exceptional talents, marking it as one of the most prosperous yet mysterious establishments in the city. Those who frequented this place for leisure were either wealthy or noble. Xuanhuan Tower spanned 5 floors, with the second and third floors designated for the elite to indulge in music and revelry. The 4th floor served as a gathering place for poets and scholars to enjoy the moonlit nights. The 5th floor remained the most exclusive and enigmatic, never open to the public. At this moment, within the private chamber on the 5th floor, the door was forcefully pushed open. "Damn it! Who was that madwoman downstairs? I truly wish to do away with her." The newcomer, seething with anger, exclaimed, "What is so great about a handful of filthy coins that she dares to scatter them publicly? I was nearly suffocated amidst a crowd of perfumed attendants. Such a disgraceful scene. This madwoman is utterly scandalous. Hey, Zhao Laer, will you allow this madwoman to disrupt your territory without intervention?" The speaker was the newly risen power, the formidable General Pei Lai, a trusted lieutenant of Emperor Ji Weiyuan. Zhao Laer, the second son of the Grand Princess, lounged languidly in a narrow-sleeved blue robe, reclining nonchalantly in his chair. Upon hearing Pei Lai's outburst, he lazily cleaned his ears and retorted, "Pei Xiao-san, why are you making such a fuss? It's merely a trivial matter. Have you never seen such a scene before? Regardless of gender, those who come to Xuanhuan Tower are guests. If they wish to spend their money for happiness, why should I interfere?" Pausing, he cast a disdainful glance at Pei Lai, who was gulping down water. Continuing in a tone of playful nonchalance, he remarked, "The stunning beauty from downstairs is no madwoman at all. She is..." Chapter 19. The Banquet of Xiejian, the minister of the Dali Temple. "I don't care who she is. She had better not fall into my hands in the future," Pei Lai exclaimed, his frustration palpable. Zhao, he shook his head, utterly speechless. TSK. Truly a man devoid of any charm. Pei Lai boldly settled into the chair beside him, still visibly agitated. Zhao, he chuckled softly, his gaze drifting to the window where a tall, still figure stood. He remarked casually, "Look, our esteemed Minister Xiejian, who cannot tolerate even a speck of dust in his eyes, has yet to say a word. Pei Lai lifted his eyes and spotted the striking figure of Xie Yan in a crimson robe, his countenance as refined as jade, standing at the window. His tranquil expression focused on the scene below. Due to the unique architectural design of the 5th floor, they could clearly observe everything happening outside on the lower 4 floors. Thus, the recent commotion in the lobby was entirely visible to them. Ah, Brother Xie has arrived. How rare. Pei Lai's eyes brightened. I've heard the capital has been quite unsettled lately, with numerous cases cropping up. The Dali Temple must be exceedingly busy. Indeed, a busy man. Zhao Yi leaned back, a smirk on his lips. He spends every day revolving around those criminals. It's a wonder he has even made time for us. If not for my cousin's return to the capital today, we might not have seen him at all. Pei Lai nodded in understanding. So, the emperor returns to the capital and finally has time to gather with us to discuss important matters. The two exchanged light-hearted banter, shifting to other topics. Meanwhile, Xie Yan remained silent, his expression calm and focused on the view below. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Yi finally broke the stillness. Hey Yan, I didn't invite you here just to stand there in a daze. Xie Yan scoffed lightly, turning to face them with a tone of arrogance. What else is there to do in this place? With a carefree smile, Zhao Yi replied. With fine wine and beautiful women aplenty, if you are truly feeling stifled, you might as well explore downstairs. I assure you, it will be quite the eye-opener. Xie Yan said nothing as he moved over to sit opposite Pei Lai. Zhao Yi paid no mind, knowing that the aloof and proud minister of the Dali Temple likely looked down upon such frivolous women. However, the next moment, Xie Yan's cool voice pierced the air. That woman downstairs just now. Did you notice her? Zhao Yi's eyes lit up, his spirits rising. I told you, what man isn't captivated by beauty? Even if there are some who aren't, it must be due to a lack of beauty in their surroundings. The woman downstairs may be a bit insane, but her face. He paused, evident in his tone. TSK, don't be fooled by her veil. She truly possesses a beauty that could bring about one's downfall. Even Zhao Yi, who had seen countless women in this establishment, had never encountered one so singularly exquisite. Yet, upon considering the woman's identity and her earlier outrageous behavior, Zhao Yi shook his head. She is no ordinary woman. She is the second daughter of the Jiang family. Just returned from the countryside. Pei Lai exclaimed in surprise. Is she the one who has caused such a stir in the capital recently? The second daughter of the Jiang family? Zhao Yi nodded, fanning himself with his folding fan. Pei Lai huffed in disdain. I had thought she would be a delicate and kind-hearted beauty, but instead, she is nothing more than a scandalous madwoman. At such a young age, she is indulging in such wild behavior. Pei Lai's face was a mask of contempt, clearly believing her upbringing in the countryside had made her unruly. Compared to her elder sister, the refined and graceful eldest daughter of the Jiang family, she paled in comparison. General Pei, mind your words. Xie Yan, seated across from him, had lost all traces of his usual gentleness, his voice cold as he admonished. To slander a woman's reputation behind her back is unworthy of a gentleman. Hearing this, Pei Lai's face flushed with embarrassment, and he could only clear his throat awkwardly to mask his discomfort. On the contrary, Zhao Yi seemed invigorated, his gaze towards Xie Yan imbued with a newfound depth. No way, Yan. Have you truly taken a liking to her? Not at all, Xie Yan replied coolly. I am merely curious and asked out of idle interest. You know I have no inclination towards romance. Zhao Yi rolled his eyes in exasperation. Ah, yet another who lacks an appreciation for the finer pleasures of life. Shifting his tone, he regarded Xie Yan seriously. But I am genuinely curious. What kind of woman in this world could possibly capture your attention? Xie Yan, disinterested, responded curtly. She certainly would not be the type you imagine. Indeed, you are noble and untouchable, an unattainable flower upon a high peak. I, on the other hand, am merely shallow, drawn to those flirtatious and charming ladies of the world. Zhao Yi replied with a dramatic roll of his eyes, feeling utterly bored. Xie Yan lifted a cup of tea, the leaves swirling within, and casually brushed the rim of the cup as he spoke softly. The future mistress of the Xie household must, of course, be a dignified lady, adept in managing the household affairs. Ah, Our dear Yin has awakened to the idea of marriage. Suddenly, a familiar, crisp voice echoed from outside the private chamber, drawing the attention of all present. They turned to see a figure clad in dark robes, adorned with a golden crown and a dragon-patterned hairpin, his flowing black hair tied back, radiating an air of supreme elegance. It was the newly ascended emperor, Jiang Wantang. He entered with a smile, casually taking a seat beside Xie Yin and resting his hand upon his shoulder, an intimate gesture that suggested familiarity. Jiang Wantang, Xie Yin, and Zhao Yi had grown up together, their bond strengthened by shared childhood experiences and scholarly pursuits. I was delayed by some matters in the palace. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I couldn't help but overhear your discussion about marriage. Has a Yin taken a fancy to some noble lady? Or shall I issue a decree to facilitate a union? Jiang Wantang inquired with a smile. Before Xie Yin could respond, Zhao Yi interjected, "Oh, come now, cousin. A Yin spends all his time with the prisoners at the Dali Temple. Where would he find time to court a noble lady? You, on the other hand, are busy issuing decrees to expand the royal harem, while none of us have taken wives yet. Are you considering marriage?" Jiang Wantang raised an eyebrow, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Zhao Yi suddenly sensed the impending doom of the situation, feeling a chill run down his spine. He knew his cousin's character too well. When Jiang Wantang smiled, it usually meant trouble. Sure enough, the next moment, Jiang Wantang spoke with a grin. "How about I issue a decree to betroth you to the eldest daughter of General Lin?" Zhao Yi's eyes widened in shock, and his folding fan slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground. "Cousin, I was wrong," he exclaimed, immediately placing a hand over his mouth, feigning an injured expression. "I was being foolish. Please don't hold it against me." "Just kidding." Jiang Wantang laughed. "Everyone in the capital knows that Miss Lin is fiery and strong, capable of overpowering even her suitors. She has driven away 2 of her unmarried suitors already, and her father, General Lin, is a robust man, protective of his daughter. How could someone as delicate as you endure such a fierce pair?" Chapter 20. The cheese must not remain. Xie Yin lightly cleared his throat and spoke in a subdued tone. "Let us discuss serious matters. A Yuan cannot linger in the palace for too long." Upon his utterance, the playful demeanor of those present dissipated. Zhao Yi, as if granted a reprieve, was the first to speak. "Cousin, your grand decree to select candidates must not solely be for expanding your lineage." As he trailed off, his confidence waned. Jiang Wantang curled the corners of his lips, casually lifted the tea from the table, and sipped it with an inscrutable expression. In the 2 years since the emperor ascended the throne, his focus had been on the court, neglecting the inner palace. Now, the harem was leaderless, with all matters of the 6 palaces managed by Empress Dowager Qi. Her niece, Concubine Qi, dominated the harem. The Qi family, bolstered by their connection to the Empress Dowager, had become increasingly arrogant in recent years. Xie Yin spoke gravely. "They have even sought to win over court officials in private, amassing wealth." Pei Lai was taken aback. Was the Qi family attempting? Are they plotting a rebellion? Xie Yin scoffed, his previously deep-set eyes now icy. "They dare not. The emperor now holds all the power in the court. There is no place for the Qi family in the Ministry of Rites, the Censorate, or the Hamlin Academy." Suddenly, Zhao Yi closed his folding fan, realization dawning upon him. "So, the Qi family has been secretly sending messages to the Northern Territory this past year in an attempt to ally with the King of the North, Ji Wuong." Xie Yin nodded. "Indeed, the Qi family's greed knows no bounds. Their ambitions are glaringly evident." Zhao Yi exclaimed in indignation. "Cousin, what are your plans moving forward?" Jiang Wantang smiled, though the warmth did not reach his eyes. He drummed his fingers lightly on the table and said slowly, "The Qi family must not be allowed to remain." The brevity of his statement sealed the Qi family's fate. Apart from Xie Yin, the other 2 wore expressions of astonishment. Zhao Yi was the first to voice his concern. "Cousin, might this be too impulsive? The Empress Dowager is not your birth mother. She aided your ascension and has contributed significantly. If you act rashly against them, you will be branded as unfilial and unjust, and the infamy of persecuting meritorious subjects will be yours to bear." Ji Wen coldly laughed. I have no regard for such slander. However, he acknowledged that acting directly would indeed pose some complications. These individuals were like thorns in his throat, impossible to remove, yet equally impossible to swallow. Yet, if left to their own devices, they would eventually unite with the Northern Territory, unleashing chaos. It is better to cut off the source than to merely simmer the pot, Xie Zhiyin stated solemnly. Ji Wuyuan's smile deepened, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. Precisely. This election event shall serve as the beginning. The winds of the court have favored the Qi family for too long. It is time for a change. Xie Zhiyin's expression mirrored his previous seriousness. The former dynasty and the harem are intricately linked. A single thread pulled can affect the entire fabric. We must not underestimate it. Moreover, I have recently received news that may serve as a breakthrough against the Qi family. Come now, do not keep us in suspense. Speak of it. Zhao urged eagerly. Xie Zhiyin's dark eyes resembled a fathomless pool, his thin lips pressed together. Recently, several couples from distant lands have come to the capital to report their daughters missing under mysterious circumstances. The timeframes range from a month to several years. Curiously, similar cases of women disappearing without cause frequently occur in their nearby towns. Despite their efforts to report to authorities, they have achieved no results. Zhao Yi's eyes widened in realization. You mean this is connected to the Qi family? Precisely. The results from the Dali Temple indicate that behind these cases, without exception, the Qi family is involved, Xie Zhiyin continued, his voice growing colder. Furthermore, several recent cases of murder and assault in the capital are also linked to the Qi family. All investigative trails point to one individual. Who? Zhao Yi inquired, eyes round with shock. The eldest son of the Qi family's second branch, Qi Gui. As his words fell, the teacup in Ji Wuyuan's hand shattered. He smiled with a hint of mockery. The Qi family truly is remarkable. Those who knew Ji Wuyuan understood that the more beautiful his smile, the more ruthless he was in his actions. The outcome was evident. The Qi family would not escape unscathed. Meanwhile, in a certain elegant room on the second floor, melodious strains of the guqin drifted through the air, captivating all who heard the exquisite melody. Clapping lazily, Jiang Wantang reclined on a beauty couch, praising, "What a splendid piece. Sir Xingyun, you are indeed the star performer of the joyous pavilion. Not only are you handsome, but your skill with the guqin is unparalleled." Xingyun chuckled lightly. "Your grace is overly kind." He then approached Jiang Wantang, leaning down, his gaze fixed intently upon her. She had never truly regarded him from the start. But what did that matter? Jiang Wantang smiled, her expression alluring and captivating. Xingyun was momentarily taken aback, his eyes dark and deep, inching closer to her. He had encountered countless women since entering the joyous pavilion, yet none had shone as brightly as Jiang Wantang, like a newly unsheathed sword. She stirred his heart. As she had come to this place, and given her willingness to spend lavishly on him, merely listening to him play would be a waste. This night, with the moon and beauty in abundance, why not indulge in some light-hearted enjoyment together? His gaze fixated on her, the fervor in his eyes nearly transparent. Jiang Wantang's smile widened, her expression becoming even more enchanting, reminiscent of a beguiling spirit of the night. She gazed at the man before her, remaining silent. Seeing her response, Xingyun felt emboldened, gradually leaning closer to her. "Relax, dear, leave everything to me." Chapter 21. Brothers like flesh and blood, women like garments in the next moment. A loud thud echoed through the elegant chamber. Xingyun was sent sprawling onto the qin rack by a kick from Jiang Wantang, letting out a pained cry. He raised his hand to clutch his chest, glaring at Jiang Wantang in frustration. "What is the meaning of this, my lady? Have I erred in some way?" Jiang Wantang replied coolly, "You are skilled in martial arts, and could have easily evaded my kick, could you not? Besides, I hardly exerted any force. Your performance seems rather exaggerated." At her words, Xingyun's expression shifted, and he retorted, "I do not comprehend what you mean, my lady. If you have come to spar, I fear you have come to the wrong place. This is a venue for revelry." Jiang Wantang stood and approached him, her gaze lingering on the broken qin beneath him with apparent interest. After a moment, she expressed a feigned regret. "What a waste of a fine instrument. If I am not mistaken, Some of the melodies you played just now were folk tunes from the Jiangnan region, correct? Upon hearing this, Xing Yun's pupils dilated in disbelief as he stared at Jiang Wantang. She smiled, lifting his chin to examine his handsome visage from a position of superiority, and softly remarked, "Spilled water cannot be retrieved. Xing Yun cannot seek to reclaim what is lost. Have you come to the capital in search of someone?" Xing Yun's body trembled, his eyes widening in shock as he coldly demanded, "Who are you? What do you know?" She spoke the truth. Indeed, he had come to find someone. He had specifically entered this bustling pleasure house to gather information. Yet, he believed he had concealed his intentions well enough that no one would suspect a thing. Jiang Wantang chuckled lightly, retracting her hand and stating matter-of-factly, "Not only do I know you are in search of someone, but I also know that you seek your sister." At the mention of his sister, Xing Yun's eyes reddened, his hands clenching into fists. "And you need only know that I am here to assist you. As for who I am, you shall come to know in due time. We have never met. Why should I trust you?" Xing Yun shot back coldly. Jiang Wantang smiled serenely. "We bear no grievances, and whether you choose to believe me or not, you have no choice in the matter, do you?" Xing Yun gritted his teeth, his clenched fists gradually loosening. He spoke, his voice trembling. "Where's my sister now? Is she safe?" Jiang Wantang lowered her gaze, her expression contemplative. In her previous life, these matters erupted 10 months later when Yunshang beat the drum of injustice at Chang'an Gate, creating a stir throughout the capital. By that time, Xing Yun's sister had long since been buried beneath the earth, a withered beauty devoid of life. In this life, she had been reborn to expose these events prematurely. As for whether Xing Yun's sister was alive or dead at this moment, she truly did not know. Gathering her thoughts, Jiang Wantang inquired, "When did you lose track of your sister?" Xing Yun closed his eyes, his countenance heavy. "Half a year ago, I came to the capital with my sister to procure goods, and we became separated outside the city. Since then, I have been unable to find her." His eyes were red-rimmed, his voice choked with emotion as he lamented, "It is my fault. I failed to care for her. It is all my doing. If I cannot find her in this life, I shall have no face to meet our parents in the afterlife." His expression, filled with guilt, regret, and self-recrimination, stirred sympathy in Jiang Wantang. Just by looking at Xing Yun's appearance, one could imagine the extraordinary beauty of his sister. It was precisely for this reason that she had fallen into the hands of a beast like Qi Gui. However, after a lapse of 6 months, she was likely to be in dire straits. Xing Yun knelt before Jiang Wantang, clutching the hem of her skirt, and pleaded, "I implore you, my lady, tell me where my sister is." With that, he bowed his head heavily against the ground. Seeing this, Jiang Wantang hurriedly helped him to his feet. "I shall provide you with an address. Perhaps you may find your sister there. But be warned, it is surely guarded and fraught with danger. You must proceed with caution, and do not act impulsively. If you encounter any issues, retreat immediately and report to the Dali Temple." With that, Jiang Wantang whispered a few words into his ear. Xing Yun nodded. "Thank you for your assistance, my lady." "No need for thanks. I am aiding myself as well," Jiang Wantang replied coolly. Xing Yun said nothing further and promptly set off for the location she had indicated. Meanwhile, in the elegant chamber on the 5th floor, Ji Weiyuan and his companions were indulging in merriment as the wine flowed. After several rounds, when Ji Weiyuan reached for the wine jug once more, Xiaoyan intervened, urging, "Your Majesty, it is getting late. You should return to the palace. Departing at night from the palace, do be mindful of the repercussions." Yvuan chuckled, assuring, "Do not worry. I slipped out of the palace unnoticed. No one is aware." Observing their intimate interaction, Zhao Yi clicked his tongue several times, exclaiming, "You too. Enough already. You have always been like this. Clearly, there are 3 of us, yet you two behave as though I am the 3rd wheel." Neither of them paid him any mind. Frustrated, Zhao Yi suddenly had a flash of insight. "By the way, neither of you are fond of women. Surely you don't have a secret affection for each other." With wide eyes, he scrutinized the two in turn. Xiaoyan shot him a warning glance. But Zhao Yi remained undeterred, his gaze teasingly appraising. Ji Weiyuan finally turned to Zhao Yi with a cold glare, remarking, "Secret affection? How disgusting." A smirk played on Ji Weiyuan's lips as he said ominously, "Zhao Air, your skin is itching, is it?" Do not use your vile thoughts to measure the brotherly bond between Ah Yin and me. Zhao Yi mockingly echoed his words in a sarcastic tone. Moments later, Ji Wuyin stood, patting Xie Jian on the shoulder. Let us go, Ah Yin. I must return to the palace. Xie Jian nodded. Suddenly, Zhao Yi jumped up, clearly dissatisfied. Cousin, can you not act like a person? So it seems that Xie Jian is your only brother? Am I merely a decoration? Ji Wuyin raised an eyebrow, smiling. Your frustration is amusing. Zhao Yi clenched his teeth in anger, muttering, I pray to heaven that you two brothers fall in love with the same woman, and soon sever your ties. Xie Jian scoffed, retorting coldly, You will likely be disappointed. Our tastes do not align. At that moment, Ji Wuyin, nearing the door of the chamber, casually turned back, his tone indifferent. If that day ever comes, have you heard the saying? His words trailed off, leaving the others in anticipation. Ji Wuyuan's striking features were illuminated by the lantern light, resembling a celestial being descended to earth. With a slight curve of his lips, he proclaimed with pride, Brothers are like flesh and blood. Women are like garments. Henceforth, any woman that catches a Yan's eye in the palace shall be promptly delivered to his bed. Zhao Yi looked on, astonished, casting a playful glance at Xie Jian. Xie Jian replied with a smile, Fear not. I have no interest in the ordinary beauties of your harem. Even if offered for free, I would not accept. At that moment, in their youthful arrogance, they remained blissfully unaware of the prophetic nature of Ji Wuyuan's words, regretting them too late. Chapter 22. You strip them of their garments, and I shall strip you of your skin at the stroke of midnight. The living withdrew in trepidation. On this dark and windy night, it was the perfect time for murder and mayhem. Knock, knock, knock. The air was parched. Beware the flames. As the clock struck the third hour of the night, all was well. The night watchman, armed with a leather drum and a small brass gong, patrolled the streets, striking 3 beats at intervals and calling out loudly. Suddenly, a shadow darted past him. Ah, a ghost. The watchman, terrified, dropped his belongings and fled in panic. Meanwhile, the shadow swiftly navigated through the narrow alleyways, cloaked in the night, silent as a whisper. Ha ha ha. Drink, continue drink. I can still down 3 more flasks. Where are the beauties? In the pitch blackness, where all was still, a dimly lit alley swayed with a few flickering lanterns, casting long shadows. At the forefront, a corpulent middle-aged man, slovenly and repugnant, stumbled forward, supported by several attendants. He was Qi Gui, the second son of the Duke of Qi. With a resounding crash, Qi Gui hurled his empty wine jug to the ground, cursing. I want beauties. Sir, it is getting late. Perhaps we should take a sedan share home, one attendant suggested, trembling. Qi Gui cursed and kicked at him. Get lost. You dog's servant. Quickly fetch me a beauty. The attendant knelt at his feet, ingratiatingly suggesting, Sir, why not go to the suburban villa? There are plenty of beauties there. No, I want Yinshang. Hurry and summon that wretched woman. I shall teach her a lesson. Qi Gui swayed drunkenly. Rest assured, after tonight, she will soon be your plaything. At that time, you may do as you please. Ha ha! Qi Gui laughed heartily at the suggestion, his mirth echoing ominously through the silent alley. As they assisted the staggering Qi Gui onward, they encountered a shadow standing motionless at the alley's end, indistinguishable as either man or ghost. Who goes there? Those who do not wish to die, step aside. Do not block my master's path. The attendant shouted. I am the one seeing you off on your journey. The shadow chuckled eerily, its laughter chilling to the bone, like that of a specter. Why you? Who are you? The attendant stammered, fear evident in his eyes. At that moment, Qi Gui, half awake from his intoxication, fixed his cold gaze on the direction of the shadow. I care not whether you are man or ghost. Anyone who dares obstruct my path shall meet the king of hell. He then whistled sharply. A gust of wind swept through, and a row of cloaked dark guards appeared before him. Go, kill him. At Qi Gui's command, the dark guards leaped into action, attacking from all directions. The shadow sneered, drawing forth a soft sword coiled at its waist. The blade glimmered in the moonlight, as clear and deep as autumn waters. With a swift motion, the shadow danced among the guards' assaults, its swordplay rapid and ruthless, each strike finding the guards' weaknesses with deadly precision. The concealed projectiles launched with lethal force, rendering the guards defenseless. As the clashing of steel ceased, the alley fell silent once more. The shadow, sword in hand, stepped over the fallen guards, advancing toward Qi Gui. The blade glistened under the moonlight, droplets of blood cascading from its tip onto the cobblestones, each drop echoing in the stillness like a death knell. Qi Gui, paralyzed by fear, felt his legs give way, collapsing to the ground, a warm liquid pooling beneath him, the stench of blood permeating the air. The attendants, witnessing the horror, fled in panic. With a wave of the shadow's hand, several glimmering projectiles soared through the air, claiming the lives of those who dared remain. Pale as death, Qi Gui scrambled backward, his breath rapid and shallow. The shadow drew closer, revealing a figure clad in dark attire, a black cloak concealing its features, save for a pair of icy eyes glinting from behind an exquisite mask. In that moment, the figure's gender was indiscernible. "Spare me, noble one. I have wealth. Name your price. Just grant me mercy," Qi Gui pleaded, bowing low. The figure scoffed, its eyes filled with a fierce intent. "Do not kill me." Qi Gui trembled, scrambling away. With a swift motion, the shadow severed Qi Gui's feet. Then his hands followed suit. The sword tip hovered above Qi Gui's corpulent form. "So, where shall I proceed next?" The shadow's voice dripped with chilling menace. The sword glided across Qi Gui's body, finally resting just above his groin. Qi Gui's face drained of color, his lips quivering as he stammered, "I am the nephew of the Duke of Qi. If you dare kill me, the Qi family will not let you go." With that, he glared menacingly at the shadow. "Is that so?" With a swift strike, the shadow's sword unleashed a spray of crimson. Qi Gui's scream shattered the night. A pool of blood formed beneath him. "This strike is for the innocent maidens who fell victim to your cruelty." The shadow's gaze was fierce, emanating a chilling aura of death. "You stripped them of their garments. I shall repay you by stripping you of your skin." Qi Gui's eyes widened in horror, a look of sheer terror consuming him. Chapter 23. The best is yet to come the following day, as dawn broke. A guard on duty rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked up to behold the gruesome sight of Qi Gui's mangled corpse hanging before the Chang'an gate. Except for his face, which remained intact, the rest of his body was a ghastly display of exposed flesh and organs. A long gash ran from his abdomen to his neck, a true evisceration. His eyeballs protruded, while his tongue and genitals had been severed, and his limbs were nowhere to be found. The sight was utterly harrowing. The guard, overwhelmed, leaned against the wall to steady himself, panic prompting him to send someone to report the incident. Xie Zhiyin, the Chief Justice, arrived hastily in his crimson official robe, only to be met with a gruesome heap of blood and entrails on the ground, with blood pooling everywhere. Were it not for the intact visage, no one would dare recognize this as the former dandy of the capital, Qi Gui. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying with it the nauseating stench of blood. Xie Zhiyin furrowed his brow, producing a handkerchief from his bosom to cover his mouth and nose. "My lord, the blood is still warm," exclaimed a coroner after examining the body. He declared that the deceased had likely succumbed less than half an hour prior. Furthermore, the victim had been dismembered, his tongue and manhood severed, and finally, his skin had been flayed, leaving him eviscerated. He had bled out slowly before dying. Such a method of murder was exceedingly rare and brutally cruel. It was evident that the victim had endured inhuman torment for several hours before his demise. Xie Zhiyin gazed coldly at the corpse, his expression impassive. He was well aware of the mercilessness of the assailant's methods, devoid of any humanity. Yet, Qi Gui was a man of unspeakable wickedness, and his death elicited little sympathy. "Go, send someone to inform the Qi family to collect the body," Xie Zhiyin instructed solemnly. With that, he led his subordinates to the narrow alley where the incident had occurred. In the disheveled alley, the bodies of dark guards lay strewn about, resembling a small slaughterhouse. The bloodstains on the ground had already dried. Each had met their end with a single, precise strike to the throat, their expressions frozen in terror. "My lord," Zhao Hu, a subordinate, approached, bowing respectfully. "We discovered this on the corpses." He presented a collection of concealed weapons retrieved from the bodies to Xie Zhiyin. Upon inspection, Xie noted their ordinariness. However, each was coated with poison, designed to seal the throat upon contact with blood. The group surveyed the scene, but aside from the wounds and weapons, nothing else was found. Xie ordered Zhao Hu to expedite the cleanup. The morning breeze carried a slight chill, brushing softly against them. Xie gaze fell upon an inconspicuous corner, where a pile of miscellaneous items lay. Nestled within was a plain handkerchief stained with blood, fluttering in the wind. He approached and used a dagger to lift the bloodied cloth, his eyes darkening as he scrutinized it for some time. Clearly, it had been used by the assailant to wipe the blade. Seeing this, Zhang Long, a capable aide, stepped forward and inquired, "My lord, have you made a discovery?" Xie Yin shook his head. Zhang Long's expression grew serious as he remarked, "My lord, this case appears to be rather complex. I've heard of flaying and dismemberment, but this evisceration is unprecedented. The assailant's brutality suggests a motive of vengeance. To flay, eviscerate, and even sever a man's most vital parts. What deep-seated hatred must compel one to commit such acts?" Reflecting on Qi Gui's horrific remains, Zhang Long clicked his tongue in disbelief as a fellow man. What kind of enmity drives one to such extremes? Xie, however, merely smirked, a smile that was more sardonic than genuine. "Who says it must be a man behind this?" Zhang Long paused, his eyes widening in shock. "My lord, are you implying the assailant could be a woman? That's impossible. How could a woman possess such capability? Absolutely impossible." He gestured toward the multitude of corpses, his disbelief evident. Xie gaze darkened, and he remained silent. Zhang Long continued, "However, the scene bears few traces, it may be." Before he could finish, a subordinate hurried over to whisper in his ear. Zhang Long's pupils widened as he paused before saying, "My lord, the officials from Jingzhou have received word and are on their way. The Empress Dowager likely will not let this matter rest easily." Xie chuckled coldly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Let them come. The best is yet to unfold." Despite the Dali Temple's efforts to contain the information at the first opportunity, many early risers in the city witnessed the scene and spread the word. Within an hour, the news had traveled throughout the capital, instilling fear among the populace. Concerned for the Qi family's reputation, the Empress Dowager erupted in fury, ordering the Jingzhou officials to collaborate with the Dali Temple in the investigation, determined to pursue justice for the Qi family. However, within half a day, progress on uncovering the murderer stalled, while another shocking scandal involving the Qi family surfaced. The gravity of the situation sent shockwaves through the capital. During the investigation, Chief Justice Xie and his subordinates uncovered numerous young women, some not yet of age, who had been cruelly tortured and left in a state of disarray in a villa on the outskirts of the capital. Even more shocking was the discovery beneath a vibrant expanse of flowers in the villa's rear garden, where countless skeletal remains of beautiful women lay buried. Even Xie, accustomed to the most harrowing spectacles, found himself momentarily speechless, rooted in place. In the face of power, the lives of ordinary people were as worthless as chaff. The heaps of stark white bones finally saw the light of day. Soon after, couples whose daughters had gone missing began to beat drums in the capital, demanding justice and spreading the word far and wide. The sight of grieving parents clutching their daughters' remains at the gates of the Dali Temple was heart-wrenching, eliciting tears from all who witnessed it. Despite the Qi family and the Empress Dowager's attempts to suppress the matter, they could not contain the outcry. In no time, tales of Qi Gui's abduction of common women, the heinous assault of innocent girls, and the burial of their remains became common knowledge across the capital. Those who had once suffered under Qi Gui's tyranny stepped forward to seek justice. The catalogue of his misdeeds was staggering and horrifying. Consequently, the Qi family incited public outrage, facing the wrath of the populace. Beneath the emperor's gaze, the Qi family seemed to operate with impunity, their wickedness unrestrained. How tragic for the innocent women who perished. The Qi family, emboldened by their power, had acted with impunity. Fortune favored the nameless hero who acted on behalf of justice, striking down the wicked. Qi Gui deserved his fate, and the Qi family had the audacity to feign innocence. How disgraceful! The Qi family, nothing but a den of thieves, deserved their demise. Chapter 24. Year after year. Peace in Chang'an, a considerable number of citizens flocked to the gates of the Qiqiang Duke's residence, hurling curses, rotten eggs, and decayed vegetable leaves. The Qiqiang family, once seen as victims, had transformed into the detested culprits in the eyes of the people. Meanwhile, the individual who ought to have been vilified as the murderer had inexplicably become a nameless hero praised by the masses. Such a dramatic reversal of fortune was beyond the imagination of both the Qiqiang family and the Empress Dowager Qiqiang. They could scarcely fathom that their esteemed lineage, which had flourished for centuries, would be utterly tarnished by the actions of one Qiqiang Gui. Thus, Qiqiang Gui's corpse lay unclaimed at the yamen. When these tidings reached Jiang Wantang, she was seated in the pavilion of her small courtyard, sipping tea, gazing at the gentle drizzle descending from the heavens. A hint of melancholy clouded her expression. Observing her somber demeanor, the nearby bamboo inquired with curiosity, "Isn't this a matter of great relief, miss? Why do you appear so disheartened?" Jiang Wantang's fingers traced the rim of her teacup, pausing momentarily as she pondered the question, her eyes veiling a deeper contemplation. What joy is there to be found? The wicked are indeed deserving of their fate. Yet, the innocent victims, brutally taken from this world, can never return. They should have been blossoming in the prime of their youth. How shall their families come to terms with such a cruel reality? The rain outside intensified, showing no signs of reprieve. Jiang Wantang recalled the heart-wrenching scene she witnessed that morning at the Dali Temple. The temple had returned the bodies and remains of those who could still be recognized, and the bereaved relatives who came to claim them were engulfed in despair, some fainting on the spot from the unbearable grief. Amidst the crowd, she spotted the disheveled figure of Xingyun, once resplendent in white, now sullied and aged beyond his years. He knelt upon the ground, cradling the lifeless form of a girl whose features had been irrevocably marred. She wore a tattered yellow dress, her hair hastily fashioned into a bun, and her feet were clad in a single silk slipper caked with dirt, as if freshly unearthed. The girl's skin had succumbed to decay, blackened and oozing, rendering it impossible to discern her former beauty, once as radiant as the blossoms of spring. Jiang Wantang gazed silently at her, her mind conjuring the image of a strikingly beautiful girl, beaming with a radiant smile, adorned with a vivid spring flower. A vision of youth and beauty intertwined. In an instant, as reality washed over her, she pressed her lips together and stepped closer to Xingyun. He kept his head bowed, trembling, until a delicate hand draped a moonlit white cloak over his sister's body, prompting him to lift his gaze. His bloodshot eyes met hers briefly before falling back down. After a long pause, he finally spoke, his lips quivering. "My name is not Xingyu. That is merely my stage name at the Pleasure Pavilion." Jiang Wantang had suspected as much. She remained silent, patiently waiting for him to continue. He revealed, "My true name is Shun Chang'an, with Chang signifying long-lasting and denoting peace. My sister is named Shun Changning, embodying the same hopes of enduring tranquility." As he spoke, his eyes filled with sorrow, each word trembling with emotion. "Our parents named us with the hope that we would be blessed with enduring peace year after year. I have failed them. If only I could have found her sooner." His trembling fingers brushed away the dirt from the girl's hair as he murmured, "She was so young. How much pain and helplessness must she have faced in those moments? Did she not long for her brother to appear and save her from the flames of despair? Ningning, I am so sorry. It is my fault. I am the one who is useless." Tears streamed down Xingyun's face as he wept inconsolably, cradling his sister's lifeless form, repeatedly uttering apologies. Jiang Wantang lowered her gaze, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as a profound sense of sorrow and helplessness surged within her. She found herself at a loss for words to comfort this unfortunate man, who had lost his dearest kin. How cruel, how absurd! Under the same sky, some struggle through the dark of night, while others revel in the bright glow of festivities. Perhaps this world has always been unjust. Jiang Wantang withdrew her thoughts, standing silently in the pavilion, watching as the rain continued to pour down, relentless like tears. It seemed as though heaven itself wept for these innocent souls. Chapter 25. The night of the courtesan at Hongyan Garden, as night enveloped the bustling capital, the moonlight cascaded like water, illuminating the grandeur of the city. In the Hongyan Garden, delicate drapes of pink silk cascaded from the second-floor eaves, gently resting on intricately carved wooden railings, creating an ethereal ambience that blurred the sounds of pipa music and the silhouettes of beautiful courtesans below. The scene evoked a dreamlike quality, akin to gazing at flowers through mist or the moon reflected in water, imbued with a certain hazy beauty. The entire garden was suffused with an intoxicating atmosphere of revelry, adorned with the fragrance of fine garments and the allure of flirtation. Disguised as a man, Xiuzhu followed the similarly attired Jiang Wantang, feeling a sense of trepidation. After all, this was their first visit when they had crept in quietly, and now they boldly entered through the front gate, creating a distinctly different sensation. Upon noticing the two unfamiliar faces, the matron of the garden approached them with keen scrutiny. She had encountered many prominent figures in the capital, yet these two gentlemen, though dressed modestly, possessed an air of refinement that set them apart from common folk. She surmised they were either sons of merchants or newcomers to the city. The leading young man, with his jade-like visage, seemed even more delicate than the courtesan Yunshang herself. With a discerning eye, the matron smiled and inquired, "Gentlemen, have you come for leisure?" Jiang Wantang opened her folding fan, nodded, and replied in a voice that belied her appearance, "Indeed. Is there a courtesan you have in mind?" The matron chuckled. "Ah, do you have your eye on a particular flower maiden?" Jiang Wantang smirked, her tone resolute. "I desire Yunshang." Seeing the determination in the young man's expression, the matron's smile broadened. Had the troublesome Qi Gui still been around, she would have hesitated, but now it was a matter of the highest bidder. Whoever possessed wealth would claim the beauty. "Ah, young master, you possess remarkable taste. Yunshang is the star courtesan of our establishment, a beauty sent from the Jiangnan region, skilled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. You have arrived just in time. Tonight marks the debut of Yunshang in entertaining guests," she said, gesturing toward the bustling hall filled with patrons eager to catch a glimpse of her. "If you wish to secure her favor, prepare to spend lavishly." With a flourish of her fan, the matron playfully tapped Jiang Wantang. The matron, seasoned in her dealings with men, exuded an innate charm that had not waned with age. Every smile still radiated allure. Jiang Wantang chuckled, waving her fan with a carefree demeanor. "Fear not, I'm not lacking in funds." The matron's eyes sparkled with delight, her grin widening. "Please follow me to a private box on the second floor." As Jiang Wantang settled into her seat, the lively chatter in the hall erupted. A man clad in blue, visibly intoxicated, slammed his wine bowl down, slurring, "Why hasn't she appeared yet? I came here with a heavy purse, not to listen to some wretched pipa." Others chimed in, "Indeed, where is Yunshang? We've been waiting all night." The matron swiftly descended the stairs, her demeanor composed. "Gentlemen, fret not. Yunshang is preparing and shall grace us shortly. Rest assured, you will be thoroughly entertained." Her mysterious words piqued the patron's anticipation, and she summoned several maidens to serve drinks, successfully pacifying the restless crowd. Before long, the music ceased, and a procession of dancers clad in colorful, sheer garments ascended the stage. The sound of drums filled the air as ethereal mist enveloped the platform, creating an enchanting scene reminiscent of a celestial realm. In the midst of this haze, a magnificent pink lotus blossom unfurled at the center of the stage, prompting all eyes to gaze upward in eager expectation. Jiang Wantang rested her chin on her hand, her gaze fixed upon the stage. As the petals of the lotus gradually blossomed, a woman emerged. Adorned in a flowing red gown embellished with gold, her hair elegantly styled, adorned with pearls and jewels. She partially concealed her face with a fan, revealing a pair of enchanting eyes and a delicate of vermilion on her forehead. With a sudden shift in the music, the dancer gracefully lowered her fan, her skirt billowing as she began to dance. Her lips, painted a vivid red, and her sparkling eyes captivated the audience, presenting a visage as radiant as a blooming hibiscus. Her arms moved gracefully, akin to willowy branches swaying in the breeze, her waist undulating like a gentle stream. Each movement exuded an irresistible charm, every smile and frown brimming with allure. The assembly of men and women were entranced, yet only Jiang Wantang felt tears welling in her eyes, reunited with an old acquaintance. The dancer stood resplendent, no longer the fallen woman trodden upon by fate. Jiang Wantang's eyes glistened with emotion, her heart swelling with joy for Yunshang, who now flourished in purity, both in spirit and body. As the dance concluded, the entire Hongyan garden erupted in fervor, chanting Yunshang's name in unison. Yunshang! Yunshang! They called, their enthusiasm palpable. The matron observed the crowd's reaction with satisfaction, her smile radiating. "Matron, please set a price. We can hardly contain our eagerness," a corpulent, middle-aged man implored. Others echoed, "Yes, yes. Name your price. Tonight, I must have Yunshang." Chapter 26. What are you pretending to be? A virtuous lady? Jiang Wantang cast her gaze downward at the men below, their eyes glinting with predatory desire, and a faint smile played on her lips, though her eyes were as cold as frost. "Oh, gentlemen, please do not rush. A rare beauty like our Miss Yunshang is certainly worth the highest bid. If you fancy her, be sure to seize the opportunity when the auction begins." The matron chuckled. At that moment, a flamboyantly dressed young dandy ascended the stage, proclaiming loudly, "No need to bid. Miss Yunshang is mine." He stepped forward, reaching out to grasp Yunshang's sleeve. She retreated a step, evading his touch, and coldly replied, "Sir, please maintain your decorum." The young dandy's demeanor soured, his once genial expression darkening, the mirth in his eyes vanishing to be replaced by a chilling malice. "Were you pretending to be a chaste lady? I have taken a liking to you and wish to take you as my concubine. Consider it a privilege. You have rejected my advances before, but I was magnanimous enough to overlook it. However, this charade of feigned disinterest must cease. Angering me will not end well for you." The man's anger was palpable as he spoke in a menacing tone. The matron interposed herself between them, smiling. "There's no need for anger, young Master Jiang. All present are here for Miss Yunshang. The highest bidder shall win her. If you desire her, why not make an offer?" Jiang Wantang furrowed her brow. Was it Zhang or Zhang? Surely it couldn't be the Zhang she feared. The man arrogantly declared, "I am Zhang Heng, the son of the Vice Minister of Justice. Today, without a doubt, Miss Yunshang shall accompany me." Ah, indeed, he was the Zhang she had dreaded. The Vice Minister Zhang Yuan was a loyal hound to the Qi family, having served them for many years. Jiang Wantang scoffed inwardly. They were truly two of a kind. The matron, seasoned in handling such matters, replied nonchalantly, "I'm afraid, young Master Zhang, that without a bid, you cannot take Miss Yunshang with you." "What? You must be tired of living." Zhang Heng bellowed, his face darkening. "Surround them." His voice was laced with a sinister intent as he insisted, "Today, I will take her. She is merely a courtesan." He flung a 50-tael silver note at the matron's face, declaring, "I have paid. Do not accuse me of coercing a woman of the brothel." As he moved closer to grasp Yunshang, a mocking laughter echoed through the silent crowd, dripping with scorn. Zhang Heng turned his icy gaze toward the source of the laughter, spotting a strikingly handsome young man, his complexion as pale as jade, approaching with a folding fan in hand. "Young Master Zhang, are you not the very definition of coercion?" Jiang Wantang taunted. "This is a brothel, not your father's prison." With that, she positioned herself protectively behind Yunshang. Zhang Heng, his brows furrowed, glared at her. "You dare to compete with me for a woman?" "I certainly do. What will you do about it?" Jiang Wantang replied dismissively. "Since the matron has stated that the highest bidder wins, let's abide by that rule. Whoever offers the highest bid shall claim Miss Yunshang. Do you all agree?" A chorus of affirmations rose from the crowd. "Yes, yes." Zhang Heng narrowed his eyes at the audacious young man before him. "Who are you to challenge me here?" Jiang Wantang smirked, her tone defiant. "I am someone you cannot afford to provoke. Since you have offered 50 taels, I shall bid 500. Her bold proclamation left the audience in stunned silence, her audacity striking them all. The gap between their bids was a blatant slap to Zhang Heng's face. His face paled, veins bulging on his forehead as he clenched his fists, itching to retaliate against this impudent youth. However, recalling his father's stern warnings, he restrained his wrath. The Qi family was currently under scrutiny, and the Jiang family relied on their favor. If this young man turned out to be someone he could not afford to cross, it would spell disaster. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Heng coldly countered 550 taels. 500 taels was no trifling sum. In the capital, 50 taels could purchase 2 beautiful concubines. Even affluent families often struggled to produce such a sum at once, especially for a courtesan, unless they were reckless with their finances. The crowd fell silent, none daring to challenge the bidding war between the two. Jiang Wantang smiled, her voice brimming with bravado. 1,000 taels. At her words, the crowd erupted into a frenzy, particularly the matron, who beamed with delight, relieved her judgment had not faltered today. Zhang Heng's face flushed red with fury as he advanced menacingly, his fists cracking ominously. Jiang Wantang laughed scornfully. What's this, young Master Zhang? Can't you handle the heat? I stand firm. Should you dare to lay a finger on me, I will ensure you find yourself in Dali Temple for some tea. Dali Temple was notorious for being the domain of the ruthless and cold-hearted Xie Yuan, the youngest minister of justice in the realm. Should he fall into Xia's hands, even his father would not dare intervene on his behalf. Zhang Heng's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. Who are you? Jiang Wantang retorted, stop stalling. Will you raise your bid or not? Realizing the futility of continuing, Zhang Heng understood he was no match for this bold young man. He was also unwilling to part with such a large sum for a courtesan. The 500 taels had already been a stretch, done out of pride rather than need. He glanced at Jiang Wantang, noting her unfamiliarity and lack of opulence, which made her appear unlikely to be from a wealthy family. Yet, she carried herself with an undeniable confidence. Suppressing his rage and frustration, Zhang Heng finally conceded. What a waste of money for such a lowly courtesan. Jiang Wantang's expression darkened, and she retorted, young Master Zhang, perhaps you have not bathed in days, as you carry a most unpleasant odor. Speaking ill of others only reveals your own shortcomings. Feeling his pride wounded, Zhang Heng could only glare at her, unable to retaliate. For the first time in his 20 years, he felt utterly humiliated. Enough. It's just a woman. He spat, turning on his heel and leading his entourage down the stairs. Chapter 27. Redeeming Yunshang. Jiang Wantang turned to Yunshang behind her, bowing respectfully with measured grace. A flicker of surprise crossed Yunshang's eyes. It was the first time someone had treated her with such gentlemanly decorum. Many men had professed their affection for her, yet none had genuinely respected her. Soon, she heard him speak in a gentle tone. Miss Yunshang, I do not wish to offend. However, your beauty and exceptional dancing skills are wasted in this place of willows and mist. I am willing to redeem you. Yunshang lowered her gaze, a hint of melancholy creeping into her eyes. Indeed, he was no different from those men who sought to possess her beauty, merely wishing to buy her as a concubine or mistress. Yet, the next moment, his words rendered her speechless. I do not intend to belittle you, but simply wish to redeem you. I shall return the contract of servitude to you, granting you your freedom. A jolt of surprise coursed through Yunshang, followed by a complex wave of emotions that was hard to articulate. However, the brothel matron was displeased. Yunshang was her prized courtesan, her golden goose. How could she allow her to be uprooted at such a lucrative time? 10,000 taels. I shall offer 10,000 taels to redeem Miss Yunshang. Is that sufficient? Jiang Wantang fixed a resolute gaze on the matron. The crowd erupted in astonishment at the audacity of someone willing to lavish such wealth on a courtesan without expectation of return. It was indeed a rarity, akin to a pie falling from the sky. The matron, taken aback, exclaimed, Are you serious? My brothel operates on a strict cash basis. We do not entertain debts or defaults. Jiang Wantang smiled confidently. Absolutely true. With that, she presented the 10,000 taels in silver notes to the matron. At that moment, Zhang Heng, who had been nearing the entrance, halted, fists clenched, and exited with a stormy expression. He had truly lost face this time. The matron inspected the notes, ensuring their authenticity, before grinning broadly. You are indeed generous. It is fortunate for Miss Yunshang to have caught your favor. Having received the payment, the matron promptly handed over the contract of servitude to Jiang Wantang. Jiang Wantang approached Yunshang, offering her the contract, and then placed the 10,000 taels before her. With a bright smile, she said, "May the clouds disperse and the stars shine brightly for you. I wish you a life of freedom, peace, and longevity." As she spoke, her enchanting eyes sparkled with sincerity. Yunshang's heart trembled. She looked down at the weighty papers in her hands, her eyes reddening and her hands trembling subtly. After a long pause, she whispered, "Thank you, benefactor. Might I request a moment of your time? I have a few words to share with you privately." In the elegant chamber, Jiang Wantang settled onto a carved bench while Yunshang stood before her, bowing slightly. "Thank you for your noble act today, for redeeming me." Yunshang's gratitude was palpable, and she pledged to serve Jiang Wantang faithfully for the rest of her life. Each word was imbued with conviction as she offered the contract and the silver notes back to her. Jiang Wantang chuckled softly. "I do not require you to serve me in that manner, nor do I seek repayment. I was merely moved by your beauty and extraordinary talent, wishing to rescue you from your plight. There is no need for you to feel indebted." Yunshang lowered her gaze, contemplating in silence before softly stating, "You are not merely a gentleman. You are a lady of high birth, are you not?" Upon their first meeting, she had harbored doubts. After 2 years of performing in a brothel, she had encountered a multitude of individuals, and although this one wore loose male attire, the delicate figure and graceful mannerisms betrayed her true identity. Jiang Wantang was taken aback by the revelation. She raised an eyebrow, surprised that her disguise had been unraveled so swiftly. "Indeed," she acknowledged, "I am the second young lady of the Jiang family, recently returned from the Prime Minister's residence, and I shall soon enter the palace for selection. To enter the imperial harem is akin to stepping into a den of tigers and dragons. A single misstep could lead to one's demise." Jiang Wantang continued, "If you accompany me, you would only find yourself in a life of uncertainty, subject to the whims of others." She gently placed the contract and silver notes back into Yunshang's hands. "You have endured enough hardship over the years. Now that you have finally gained your freedom, it is time for you to seek a life that belongs to you." Chapter 28. Capturing the fox. Yunshang's pupils constricted sharply. The person before her was none other than the renowned second miss of the Jiang family. She knelt once more, and in the ensuing struggle, both found themselves on the ground. With an unwavering gaze fixed upon Jiang Wantang, her determination intensified. "Since you have purchased me, I am yours. I am willing to acknowledge you as my mistress, and regardless of the trials we face, I shall pledge to follow you faithfully." With that, she bowed deeply, her forehead touching the ground in a fervent gesture towards Jiang Wantang. She remained true to herself, filled with earnestness and resolute courage. Jiang Wantang's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she spoke, her voice trembling. "Very well. As I am a year your elder, you may call me sister. From this moment on, we shall regard each other as sisters, sharing life and death together." Yunshang lifted her gaze, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling with joy as a smile spread across her face. "Thank you, sister. Please rise. Tomorrow morning, take the contract and wait for me at the servant market on Chang'an Street. I shall come as the second miss of the Jiang family to bring you back to the Prime Minister's residence," Jiang Wantang instructed. Yunshang's smile radiated brightly. "Yes, sister." The long-awaited address of sister filled Jiang Wantang with a sense of disorientation. She observed the vibrant and spirited Yunshang before her, her lips curving into a gentle smile as she assured her, "Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to protect you." This statement, seemingly a promise, was also a reminder to herself. In this life, she must ensure Yunshang's safety, sparing her from all worries. The following day, at the servant market on Chang'an Street. "Oh, my old eyes must not be deceiving me. Is that not the renowned courtesan Yunshang from the Huayan Pavilion? What brings her here to sell herself into servitude?" A portly woman exclaimed loudly. Her voice drew the attention of the crowd, who turned to see Yunshang in a radiant white gown, her elegance undeniable. In no time, a throng gathered, whispering amongst themselves. They had heard that a nobleman had paid a hefty sum to free her, only for her to be abandoned in a single night. Some looked upon her with disdain. "My dear girl, serving others as a maid entails grueling work with little reward. It pales in comparison to the swift earnings you could gain in a brothel. The remark incited laughter from the crowd, especially among the men, whose gazes at Yunshang were filled with lewd amusement. At that moment, an elderly steward approached, smiling as he said, "My dear girl, my master is preparing to take his 38th concubine. You possess both beauty and grace. Why not accompany me back to the estate? As for the price, as long as my master is satisfied, we can negotiate." Yunshang, with a hint of amusement, curled her lips and replied, "Pray tell, how old is your master?" The steward hesitated before answering, "Ah, he is 68 this year. But my master is quite robust, still spirited as in his youth. If you exert yourself, adding a son or daughter should be no trouble." Unable to contain herself, Yunshang burst into laughter. "Your master is half buried in the ground. You should refrain from preying on young maidens. Save your money for a better coffin. You ungrateful wretch." The steward, enraged, huffed and stormed off. The crowd, amused, mocked her for her lack of appreciation. However, in a good mood that day, Yunshang merely waved her hand dismissively, urging the crowd to clear the way. Make way! Make way! Do not obstruct my noble lady's path." One woman scoffed, "Noble lady? With your beguiling looks, which foolish mistress would dare take you in?" Another added, "A vixen from the brothel. Who would want her?" Yunshang smiled sweetly. "I am beautiful, and many desire me. No need for your concern. Step aside and do not linger before me." One person spat back, "Do you truly think beauty is enough to impress? Indeed, beauty is quite remarkable." A cool and melodious voice rang out from the back of the crowd. All turned to see a lady clad in a scarlet gown adorned with pearls, her figure graceful beneath a white veil. Noticing her opulent attire and the maid accompanying her, the crowd parted respectfully. The lady then produced a banknote of 10,000 taels from her sleeve, offering it to Yunshang with a smile. "I have seen you, my dear. Your beauty is extraordinary. I am willing to pay 10,000 taels to acquire you. Would you consent to accompany me home?" At her words, the surroundings fell into a hush, punctuated only by gasps of astonishment. Such beauty indeed drew lavish spending. The scene sparked envy among the onlookers. Yunshang's smile blossomed radiantly as she bowed. "Thank you, noble lady. It is an honor to receive your favor." Jiang Wantang, observing the sly smile in her eyes, couldn't help but curve her lips in amusement. At that moment, from a nearby high-rise, a pair of hawk-like eyes surveyed the scene keenly. "My lord, you have been watching for quite some time. What captivates your attention?" Zhao Hu inquired, glancing at the lively crowd below. Xie Yin smirked, a rare look of amusement gracing his face as he replied, "I am observing a seemingly pitiful yet cunning little fox." With that, he turned and strode down the stairs. "My lord, where are you rushing off to?" Zhao Hu asked, puzzled. "To catch the fox." Zhao Hu's eyes widened in shock, frozen in place. He scratched his head, but it's broad daylight. Where could fox possibly be? Zhang Long playfully patted his head and laughed. "Fool, let's go." Chapter 29. The Criminal Department of the Dali Temple. As Jiang Wantang emerged from the slave market with Yunshang, she unexpectedly encountered Xie, clad in a resplendent crimson official robe. Flanking him were two robust attendants, indicating that his intentions were hardly benign. Frowning slightly, she searched her memory for any recollections of him. The esteemed minister of the Dali Temple, Xie, was known for his uprightness, cold elegance, and was the object of admiration from many noble ladies in the capital. Despite his celestial demeanor, he had earned a fearsome reputation in the bureaucratic circles of Shengjing as a ruthless enforcer. Jiang Wantang collected her thoughts, only to find him holding a folding fan, observing them with an enigmatic smile. Her instincts warned her that this man might be after them. Momentarily taken aback, she swiftly grasped Yunshang's hand, intending to slip away unnoticed. However, as they attempted to step aside, Zhang Long, one of Xilan's attendants, blocked their path. Jiang Wantang's expression darkened, and she met Xilan's gaze, her voice icy. "May I inquire about your intentions, sir?" "The case of Qi Gui has connections to this young lady, Yunshang. I must take her back to the Dali Temple for questioning," Xie replied coolly. The prospect of interrogation hinted at the potential for torture once inside the Dali Temple. Jiang Wantang furrowed her brow, her eyes filled with wariness as she regarded Xie. "What if I refuse to let her go?" Zhuan laughed disdainfully, his eyes sharp as ice. In this capital, there is no one whom the Dali Temple cannot take. Jiang Wantang's heart sank, leaving her speechless. The tension between them thickened, their eyes locked beneath their veils. Just then, Yunshang spoke softly. Sir Xie, I shall go with you. She patted Jiang Wantang's shoulder reassuringly, adding, Sister, do not worry. I will return swiftly. Jiang Wantang felt anything but reassured. As Yunshang prepared to follow them, she called out urgently, Wait, I will accompany her. She hoped that her identity as the second daughter of the Prime Minister would afford them some protection against undue cruelty. Even if not, her presence might help them navigate the situation. Zhuan smiled slightly, but remained impassive. Sister, you mustn't. Yunshang insisted anxiously. They will not harm me. Xian clicked his tongue, a hint of amusement in his voice. This is the first time I have seen someone eager to enter a prison. Quite intriguing. With a wave of his sleeve, he continued, Very well, no need to fight over it. I shall allow you both to visit the Dali Temple. Jiang Wantang. What just happened? Inside the decaying, dimly lit prison, faint rays of sunlight streamed through the narrow windows, casting shadows on the walls. Zhuan led Jiang Wantang and Yunshang forward, with Zhang Long and Zhao Hu closely trailing. They passed through a series of dark cells until they halted before a chamber filled with various instruments of torture, clearly designated for interrogating prisoners. Throughout this journey, Zhuan appeared indifferent, yet he scrutinized the reactions of both women. Typically, women entering the Dali Temple's prison trembled with fear, visibly terrified. Yet these two remained eerily calm, as if strolling through a quaint alley rather than a prison. Zhuan smirked. This is rather amusing. Miss Jiang, you may remove your veil. Raising an eyebrow, Jiang Wantang did not respond immediately. She thought to herself that the esteemed minister of the Dali Temple was indeed as astute as the rumor suggested. Finally, she reached up and removed her veil, revealing a charmingly radiant face. Unlike the exuberance he had witnessed at the brothel, this time she wore an air of indifference. Their eyes met. One bore a subtle smile, while the other remained composed and aloof. Zhuan settled into an intricately carved chair at the table, casually picking up two instruments from the array of torture devices and striking them together, producing a sharp, piercing sound that pierced the silence. Last night, Qi Gui's corpse vanished from Yamen. He paused, his tone laced with intrigue. I wonder if the two of you have heard anything about it? At his words, both Jiang Wantang and Yunshang displayed expressions of surprise. However, Zhuan discerned that Yunshang's astonishment was genuine, while Jiang Wantang's was contrived. He chuckled softly, placing the instruments down and turning his gaze towards Yunshang. His dark, penetrating eyes seemed capable of drawing one in. Yunshang was momentarily taken aback, her voice icy. What do you mean by that, sir? It has been said that Qi Gui had long coveted Miss Yunshang, having publicly humiliated her on numerous occasions. It is not impossible that in her wrath, she might have resorted to hiring someone to kill him. Alternatively, perhaps a chivalrous individual, unable to bear witness to her humiliation, took it upon himself to rescue her. As he spoke, his gaze fixated on Jiang Wantang. Those obsidian eyes seemed to pierce through to her very essence. Jiang Wantang froze, realization dawning upon her. He was insinuating that she was implicated. What was this man truly after? Jiang Wantang narrowed her eyes, her voice laced with sarcasm. Sir Xie, your imagination is quite remarkable. Have you been indulging in theatrical tales of late? However, investigations must rely on evidence, do they not? Yunshang chimed in, her tone melodious. Indeed, Sir Xie. Qi Gui had many enemies. As a mere woman, I am hardly capable of such deeds, or I would not have fallen to such depths. At her words, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, standing at the entrance, felt a chill run down their spines. They thought to themselves that she was indeed the courtesan of Hongyan Garden. Her eloquence surpassed even the finest singers. Zhuan seemed to have anticipated their retorts, responding unhurriedly. Evidence, you say? A good beating usually yields confessions. If one beating does not suffice, then several will surely do the trick. In my experience, there has never been a mouth I could not pry open. Having said this, he ordered Zhang Long and Zhao Hu to take Yunshang away. Zhuan, you are abusing your power and coercing a confession, Jiang Wantang exclaimed. her eyes wide with fury as she attempted to intervene. Seduction smirked, thinking to himself, "Ah, it seems I have stepped on a little fox's tail." Leaning closer to Jiang Wantang, he taunted her gently. And what of it? His provocations only fueled her anger further. Jiang Wantang's pupils widened, her gaze locked onto him. The red beauty mark at the corner of her eye becoming increasingly pronounced. Seduction was clearly intent on provoking her, pushing her to act, to resist, to falter, so that he could confirm his suspicions. As he noted some success in his endeavor, the previously irate little fox suddenly regained her composure. Jiang Wantang clenched her fist tightly, her nails digging into her palm as she spoke coldly. It is said that the minister of the Dali Temple, Seduction, is a man of impeccable reputation. Yet, it seems he is merely a purveyor of false pretenses. How can a dignified minister of the Dali Temple, without due process, abuse his power and bully a defenseless woman? What skill is that? Huh? Seduction scoffed, his tone frigid. I never claimed to be a good man. Jiang Wantang gazed at the strikingly handsome man before her, whose ethereal beauty shone like moonlight, yet she sensed that beneath that exterior lay a heart of darkness. Sir Xie, your methods are indeed commendable. In truth, your true target has always been me, has it not? Yunshang was merely a ruse to draw me in. Xiaoan raised an eyebrow, neither confirming nor denying her assertion. If that is the case, then feel free to ask me directly what you wish to know. Very well. Jiang Wantang replied. What do you wish to know about the Sun couple, the Li couple, and the Yang family? They all arrived in the capital a few days ago to present their petitions. Jiang Wantang's peach blossom eyes curved into an enchanting arc, and her delicate lips slightly curled. My lord jest, how could I possibly recognize them? Chapter 30. Did you actually kill Qi Gui? At first glance, it appeared that there was no connection between them. Xie rose and slowly approached Jiang Wantang. However, these individuals shared certain similarities. For instance, they all hailed from small town, Lingxiu town. Furthermore, they arrived in the capital to file complaints against the court around the same time, guided by the same person. According to their descriptions, this individual was a woman who wore a veil. As he spoke, he paused, directing his gaze towards the veil in her hand. Jiang Wantang maintained a calm demeanor. There are countless women who wear veils in this world. Surely, Lord Xie cannot suspect me merely because I don one today? Xiejian's smile was devoid of warmth, his implication clear. As far as I know, Miss Jiang, you passed through Lingxiu town on your way back to the capital. The timing coincides perfectly. He lowered his gaze, his eyes fixed on her with a chilling intensity. Jiang Wantang's expression remained unperturbed as she replied, It is merely a coincidence. Surely, you must be acquainted with the esteemed Gongzi Xingyun from the Xiuhuan Tower? Xiejian inquired once more. Jiang Wantang smiled serenely. I am familiar with him. He is quite handsome and possesses exceptional musical talent. I have only heard him play once. Is there a problem, my lord? Xiejian's eyes darkened as he remarked. It was I who discovered Qi Gui's villa in the suburbs and reported it to the Dali Temple. Jiang Wantang remained unfazed. And what concern is that of mine? Xiejian chuckled softly, his tone laden with intrigue. Another coincidence, is it not? It may seem unrelated, but when pieced together, it tells a different story. The couple's filing complaints, Gongzi Xingyun and the courtesan Yunshang. All significant figures connected to the Qi Gui case have some degree of relation to you. Are these merely coincidences? No. Xiejian dismissed the notion of coincidence. Such occurrences do not abound in this world. They're often crafted by human hands. He advanced closer, pressing Jiang Wantang to retreat until her back met the wall adorned with instruments of torture, producing a cacophony of clanking sounds. Having reached the wall, Jiang Wantang found herself cornered. When Xiejian raised his hand, she instinctively closed her eyes, fists clenched, bracing for impact. Instead, he let out a soft laugh, his fingers brushing against her cheek as he retrieved a small curved dagger from her hair and tossed it aside. He then leaned in, whispering in her ear, You killed Qi Gui, didn't you? His words were both a probe and a confirmation. Jiang Wantang's eyes flew open as their gazes locked in the dimly lit cell, the atmosphere thick with tension and ambiguity. Outside the cell, Zhang Long halted in his tracks, stunned by the sight before him. From his vantage point, it appeared that his illustrious superior was about to kiss the young woman pressed against the wall. Zhang Long covered his eyes, mentally chanting, "Do not witness the indecency. Do not witness the indecency." Xie Jian's imposing stature and commanding presence loomed over Jiang Wantang, whose alluring peach blossom eyes bore a captivating, yet icy demeanor. She was a striking beauty, yet her aura was one of coldness, entirely devoid of the gentility typically associated with noble women. She resembled a captivating spirit of the woods, exuding an enchanting allure, particularly when her expressive eyes gazed upon you with a smile. For a moment, Xie Jian was taken aback. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Wantang pushed him away, tilting her head with an innocent smile. "My lord, tread carefully. I do not know Qi Gui at all. Why would I wish to harm him?" Indeed, this was a point that had long perplexed Xie Jian. There was neither evidence nor motive. Why would a stranger harbor such deep-seated animosity? Could it be that his judgment was flawed? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, he looked at Jiang Wantang with a mix of complex emotions. Jiang Wantang feigned innocence. Furthermore, as a mere weak woman, I am incapable of such deeds. At the mention of a weak woman, Xie Jian scoffed, "A little fox full of nonsense." Just then, Zhao Hu barged in, interrupting their exchange. Zhang Long was unable to intervene in time. Before Zhao Hu could speak, Zhang Long leaned in to whisper something into Xie Jian's ear. The latter frowned before turning to leave the room. "Where is the person?" Xie Jian inquired as he walked. "She has been waiting in the hall for quite some time," Zhao Hu replied. Xie Jian's voice turned icy. "Who permitted her to enter?" This." Zhao Hu scratched his head, feeling guilty. "Miss Li is, after all, the daughter of your mentor, Li Taifu, and has been devoted to you for years. 20 strokes of the cane. Remember to collect them." Why?" Zhao Hu exclaimed. Zhang Long patted him on the shoulder and explained, "The Lord has rules. The Dali Temple is a place for investigations, and no outsiders are allowed. You brought a woman in without permission. What do you think the consequences should be?" Zhao Hu's eyes widened. "But my lord, you also brought in 2 women today." He gestured exaggeratedly with 2 fingers. "At 10 more strokes." Xie Jian's cold voice echoed from ahead. Zhao Hu pouted, daring not to say more. In the hall, Li Wanqing wore a flowing lake blue embroidered gown, draped in a light green veil, her hair elegantly styled. Her appearance was graceful and refined, exuding the poise of a well-bred lady. Upon hearing footsteps, she turned and saw Xie Jian, greeting him with a gentle smile. "Brother Yan." Her smile radiated warmth, her eyes glimmering with a softness that endeared her to any man. Xie Jian's cold demeanor softened slightly as he asked, "Miss Li, what brings you here?" Yet his words still carried an unmistakable chill, as if they were merely businesslike inquiries. Li Wanqing's heart fluttered nervously as she gazed upon the tall, handsome man before her. "Brother Yan, I heard you have been busy with official duties and likely have had no time to enjoy a proper meal. So, I specially made a bowl of ginseng chicken soup for you." As she spoke, her gaze lowered, a blush creeping on her fair cheeks. Clumsily, she extended the food box towards Xie Jian, her palms slick with perspiration. Xie Jian did not take it, merely casting a bland glance her way. "I appreciate your kindness, Miss Li, but please take it back. We have ample provisions here, and there is no need for such gestures in the future. The Dali Temple is currently quite busy. If there is nothing else, I shall have Zhao Hu escort you home." Li Wanqing lifted her gaze, the color draining from her face, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, rendering her utterly poignant. It was a sight that stirred compassion in anyone who beheld it. Chapter 31. The noble prefers the wild, yet Xie Jian appeared oblivious. Turning to stride out, "My lord, there is another woman outside clamoring to see you," the messenger reported, his expression fraught with difficulty, hesitating to continue. Xie Jian's countenance darkened, his patience wearing thin. "Speak." "She claims to adore you and wishes to forego the palace selection. She also stated that she desires to marry you and wants you to propose to her at her home." The subordinate's back was already slick with cold sweat, unable to utter the remaining words. Gazing at the kneeling attendant, a chilling smile flickered at the corners of Xie Jian's lips. "Is such trifling news worthy of your report?" "But the lady claims to be Wang Guilan, the daughter of the Minister of Punishments, Wang and Ping." The subordinates were at a loss. Unable to drive her away, or take any action. Soon, a bone-chilling voice resonated from above. If she cannot be moved, then drive her away with sticks. And make sure to do it far away. Within the hall, Li Wanqing's expression softened somewhat upon witnessing this. She thought, indeed, he treats her differently from other women. Zhao, who shook his head, clicking his tongue several times. Our Lord truly remains, as ever, lacking in sensitivity towards delicate feelings. What a pity for these blooming peach blossoms. As he spoke, he nudged Zhang Long with his elbow, whispering, "Tell me, what kind of woman could possibly capture our Lord, this lofty flower?" Zhang Long immediately recalled the indescribable scene he had witnessed in the prison moments ago. He cleared his throat, opting for silence. Zhao Hu continued, "I believe it would have to be someone like Miss Li, a distinguished lady." Before he could finish, Li Wanqing emerged, prompting him to rise and smile as he bid her farewell. Zhang Long shook his head disapprovingly. Perhaps, deep down, their lord merely favored the wild. Xie Zhiyin stood in the dim prison, observing Jiang Wantang from a distance, her expression indistinct in the gloom. "My lord, the young lord of the Pingyang Marquisate has arrived," Zhang Long announced respectfully. Xie Zhiyin replied with an impassive tone. "Oh? What brings him here?" Zhang Long paused before stating, "It concerns Miss Jiang inside. He instructed me to convey a message. Should you dare to lay a finger on her, he will be your sworn enemy." "What?" Xie Zhiyin raised an eyebrow in surprise. "If memory serves, it is the eldest daughter of the Jiang family with whom he is engaged, is it not?" Zhang Long faltered, offering a rationale he himself found unconvincing, perhaps. Love extends to all she holds dear? Huh, what a notion. Xie Zhiyin scoffed, laced with derision. "And what of the Jiang family? Any news from them?" Zhang Long remained silent for a moment before responding. The maid named Xiu Zhu, who was with Miss Jiang was taken back by the Chancellor's residence right after leaving the Jiang estate. It seems the Jiang family has no intention of concerning themselves with her fate. Suddenly, Xie Zhiyin recalled the information he had ordered investigated yesterday. Jiang Wantang, the legitimate second daughter of the current Chancellor Jiang Jisoo, had been sent to a remote estate at the age of 6 during winter and returned to the capital after a decade. A brief sentence encapsulated the girl's solitary and sorrowful early life. How ironic. Xie Zhiyin chuckled, his eyes cold. Despite being a legitimate daughter of a ministeress family, the other two are cherished like treasures, while this one is discarded like refuse. "My lord, she is currently in the Dali Temple. We cannot interrogate or touch her without evidence. Should we not do a favor and let the young lord of the Pingyang Marquisate take her back?" Zhang Long suggested. Xie Zhiyin scoffed. "What need have I for his favor? You may go and send her off." Zhang Long, taken aback, replied, "As you command." He then exited to carry out the order. Xie Zhiyin entered the interrogation room, where Jiang Wantang glared at him coldly. Her first words were, "Where is Yun Shang?" Xie Zhiyin regarded her with interest, mocking, "You seem quite concerned about her. With such idle energy, you might as well worry about yourself." "What do you mean, my lord?" Jiang Wantang questioned. "The Jiang family has abandoned you. You now have no backing." Jiang Wantang's peach blossom eyes narrowed. Her smile faint. "Oh? And what of it?" Xie Zhiyin leaned closer, observing her with deep-set eyes. "Do you not feel any resentment?" The latter's eyes were pure and clear, her tone unperturbed. "I have grown accustomed to it." Xie Zhiyin paused, taken aback, and fell silent. He gazed at the woman before him, fragile yet resilient amid the array of torture instruments, and, for some reason, a flicker of compassion stirred within him. Jiang Wantang, having lost patience for pretense, grasped the corner of Xie Zhiyin's broad sleeve, her anger palpable as she demanded again, "Where is Yun Shang? What have you done to her?" Xie Zhiyin lowered his gaze to her slender hand gripping his sleeve, his thoughts tangled. "Rest assured, she is unharmed." Jiang Wantang released her grip, regarding him with indifference. "I have answered all that is necessary. What does my lord plan to release us?" "Now, I shall personally escort you back," he replied, turning to leave. Jiang Wantang's pupils widened slightly, gazing at his departing figure in disbelief. To return on her own accord versus being escorted by the esteemed Dali Temple minister Xie Zhiyin were worlds apart. What could this mean? In an instant, Jiang Wantang found herself at a loss regarding his intentions. Yet, She would not believe Xie Yin possessed any benevolence. The carriage rumbled towards the chancellor's residence. As soon as Jiang Wantang disembarked, she heard her father's furious rebukes echoing from within. How dare she return? It would be better had she perished outside. Jiang Wantang observed the livid Jiang Su storming towards the entrance, a cold smile gracing her lips as she retorted, I have disappointed father, rebellious daughter, lacking self-restraint, disregarding the family's honor. Do not blame me for being ruthless. Jiang Su thundered. Seize her and beat her to death. The chancellor truly wielded immense authority. To issue threats against his own daughter. How remarkable. Xie Yin lifted the carriage curtain, slowly descending from the vehicle. Chapter 32. The gentleman scales the wall. Jiang Zhishu froze momentarily, gazing in astonishment at a strikingly handsome man clad in a crimson official's robe beside the carriage. To her surprise, it was none other than Xie Yin, the Minister of Justice, who had personally come to escort her home. Subsequently, he spoke with a somewhat awkward tone. The father's reprimand of his disobedient daughter is surely not the concern of Lord Xie. Matters of the Prime Minister's household do not fall under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Justice. Xie Yin responded with a sardonic smile, his gaze imbued with coldness. The father may discipline his daughter, and the Ministry of Justice has no authority over such matters. However, should it escalate to the point of loss of life? At that moment, Qin Shi made a timely appearance to mediate, smiling as she said, Oh dear, how could that be? It was merely a casual remark. Our Prime Minister was indeed incensed by this unfilial daughter and spoke without thinking. Lord Xie, please do not take it to heart. Xie Yin scoffed, his tone laced with sarcasm. I merely invited Miss Jiang to share a cup of tea. There is no need for Prime Minister Jiang to rush to sever ties over this. As for your household affairs, I assure you, the Ministry of Justice has no interest. With that, Xie Yin turned to depart. However, before leaving, he leaned down to whisper something cryptic into Jiang Wantang's ear. Little fox, remember to keep your tail hidden, lest I catch you. Jiang Wantang's eyes narrowed slightly. Little fox? You're the fox. Your entire family are foxes. Xie Yin, that scoundrel. Once Xie Yin had departed, Jiang Zhishu's expression shifted dramatically. Stop. As Jiang Wantang entered the estate, a sharp reprimand followed from behind. After a day of turmoil, Jiang Wantang felt exhausted and chose to ignore him. She grasped Yunshang's hand and headed straight for her courtyard. You wretch, stop right there. How dare you bring a courtesan from a brothel back home? Do you think the Prime Minister's residence is a den of ill repute where any unscrupulous person can enter? Do not ruin the reputation of your sister and younger siblings. Qin Shi chimed in. Jiang Wantang abruptly halted, her emotions finally surging, though they were filled with anger. You repeatedly label me a wretch. What does that make you? An old wretch? Sister. Yunshang tugged anxiously at Jiang Wantang's sleeve. The latter gently patted her hand in a gesture of reassurance. You, what did you just say? Jiang Zhishu clutched his chest, trembling with rage. Qin Shi hurried to comfort him, her eyes shooting daggers at Jiang Wantang, as if she wished to devour her whole. Why is it that only you can hurl insults? Am I not allowed to speak? Miss Yunshang possesses a noble disposition. Had it not been for the upheaval in her family, she would have been cherished like a precious pearl. Now that I have acknowledged her as my sister, I will not allow you to belittle her. Jiang Wantang's words were resolute and impossible to overlook. Yunshang's pupils widened in shock as she gazed at her, her eyes reddening. In that brief exchange, Yunshang realized what true redemption meant. It was indeed redemption. While the world derided her as lowly and filthy, Jiang Wantang was the sole source of kindness and honor. Although she had long forgotten that she was once a beloved jewel in her parents' eyes, she still possessed an inherent pride and resilience. Even when mired in adversity, her heart remained like a flourishing garden, hidden amidst a mundane world. After a heated exchange, Jiang Zhishu found himself at a loss for words against Jiang Wantang and could only leave in a huff. His face darkened. When Yunshang returned to Haidang courtyard alongside Jiang Wantang, she remained in a daze. Observing the redness in Yunshang's eyes, Jiang Wantang felt a pang of concern and asked, What troubles you? Have you been wronged? You needn't take their words to heart. Yunshang lifted her gaze, tears glistening in her eyes, as as she spoke sincerely. Thank you, sister. Thank you for saving me from the depths of despair. Thank you for bringing me light, hope, and redemption. Jiang Wantang sighed in relief and smiled. You silly girl, we are sisters now, so there is no need for formality between us. Sister, I have a question. Yunshang paused before continuing. After much thought, I still seek an answer. Why do you understand me so well and treat me with such kindness, despite our unfamiliarity? Is it merely because you admire my musical talent? With that, Yunshang fixed her gaze intently on Jiang Wantang. Jiang Wantang lowered her eyes, contemplating for a moment before replying. Because you remind me of a very important person from my past. No, to me, you are her, and she is you. At this, she raised her eyes, filled with warmth and laughter, akin to a sky adorned with countless stars. Yunshang stared blankly at her gentle gaze, her heart stirred. She couldn't help but envy that past acquaintance for receiving such genuine affection from Jiang Wantang. Come, let us not dwell on such thoughts. Jiang Wantang tousled Yunshang's hair as she spoke. That night, the moon hung high, casting a silvery, ethereal glow. My lord, is it truly appropriate for us to be scaling walls at such an hour? It is hardly the conduct of a gentleman. Even if you wish to investigate, such climbing should be left to subordinates. There is no need for you to lower yourself to this. At that moment, the dignified Xie of the Ministry of Justice, along with his subordinate Zhao, who was concealed atop a wall within the Prime Minister's estate. Xie cast a cold glance at Zhao, who, countless eye rolls passing through his mind. You are my trusted confidant, cultivated over many years. Of course, I have faith in you. Zhao Hu, overwhelmed with emotion, felt tears welling up in his strong, broad eyes. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, Xiejian's frigid voice interjected, Unfortunately, your intellect seems lacking. Zhang Long has been assigned to other duties. Thus, I must take matters into my own hands. Zhao Pu, the momentary sentiment of gratitude dissipated instantly. Such trust was hardly worth having. Xie reigned in his emotions, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Prime Minister's rear courtyard. The case concerning Qi Gui had yielded no progress on Jiang Wantang's end, lacking any evidence. He trusted his judgment, yet could not remain idle indefinitely. Therefore, his earlier probing remarks were intentional, designed to draw out the truth. He awaited the darkness, curious whether she would make a move and reveal her hand. Suddenly, the stillness of the Prime Minister's residence was pierced by the melodious strains of a guqin emanating from the direction of the rear courtyard. Xie eyes narrowed slightly as he raised a hand, and the two hastily made their way toward the source of the enchanting music. Chapter 33. True heart is the least valuable to moonlight, like water poured over the tranquil courtyard. Within the small garden, Yunshang gently played the zither, while Jiang Wantang, dressed in a flowing gown of gossamer white, danced gracefully beneath the moonlight. The hem of her ethereal dress, embroidered with silver threads, shimmered with twinkling starlight as she moved. The fabric floated like clouds, swaying softly with the breeze, resembling the most gentle and radiant cloud in the night sky. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, held up only by a simple white jade hairpin, while a few strands danced in the wind, adding an air of ethereal beauty. Her already captivating face, free of makeup, appeared even more enchanting under the moon's glow. Her brows resembled distant mountains. Her eyes mirrored autumn waters, her lips naturally tinted red, and her cheeks radiated a natural allure, akin to a celestial maiden untouched by worldly affairs. In the moonlight, her graceful figure seemed like a phantom, at times resembling a soaring crane, at others a fluttering butterfly. Her steps were light and agile, leaving no trace behind, each landing silent, creating ripples like the flowing fabric of her dress. A gentle breeze swept through, scattering the pink petals from the trees, swirling elegantly. As the music reached its crescendo, her movements became more fervent, spinning like a night-blooming lotus unfurling quietly in the moonlight. It was breathtakingly beautiful, so beautiful it took one's breath away. Xie was immediately captivated by this exquisite scene. In an instant, the heart that had lain dormant for 18 years surged with emotion. Xie felt an overwhelming sense of panic. What was happening? He pressed a hand to his racing heart, his usually cold and indifferent face beginning to flush. Under the moonlight, the girl's dance and smile, dreamlike and surreal, deeply imprinted themselves in his mind. A stirring of the heart led to a stirring of feelings. Unbeknownst to him, the fleeting glimpse under the moonlight had already planted the seeds of love, which would quietly flourish into a forest in the days to come. These moments would ultimately become some of his most unforgettable memories. "My lord, what are you looking at so intently?" Zhao Hu, who was waiting outside, inquired curiously. "Let me take a look too." His sudden voice pulled Xie back to reality. The latter shot him a cold glance, clearly warning him to back off. Zhao Hu, feeling disgruntled, complained, "My lord, how much longer will you watch? Be quiet. Move further away." Xie replied impatiently. Zhao Hu stepped aside, feeling somewhat aggrieved, muttering under his breath, "Humph, which good person would climb over a wall into a lady's courtyard at this hour?" Xie's ears turned red, and he clenched his jaw, thinking, this brat truly needs to be taught a lesson. As the music gradually reached its conclusion, Jiang Wantang's dance slowed and eventually came to a serene stop. Upon finishing her performance, both Xiaozhu and Yunshang couldn't help but express their admiration. Jiang Wantang smiled and glanced towards the direction where Xie had been hidden, now finding it empty. A mischievous smile curled at the corners of her lips. Later that night, Jiang Wantang slept soundly on her bed, while Xie spent the night practicing swordplay in the Dali Temple's backyard with Zhao Hu, seeking to pacify his restless heart. In the vigor of youth, he felt as if he possessed boundless energy. As in the previous life, the emperor, in a fit of rage, commanded a thorough investigation into the Qi family. The Qi family, seasoned as they were in their desperation to survive, ruthlessly severed a branch of their own. They sacrificed the second house, taking on all the blame. The Empress Dowager herself intervened, publicly declaring her intention to punish the second house of the Qi family severely, showing no mercy. It was evident that merely relying on Qi Gui's incident would not suffice to topple a family with a century of foundation. The struggle between the emperor and the powerful relatives had officially begun, creating a tempest in the court. As the saying goes, when the gods fight, the mortals suffer. At this moment, there were still 7 days until the selection of the palace maidens. Like in the previous life, Jiang Wantang, fearing unforeseen complications and eager to vex Jiang Wantang, deliberately scheduled her marriage to coincide with the selection day. The entire prime minister's residence was abuzz with excitement, bustling in preparation for Jiang Wantang's grand wedding. Thankfully, much had already been arranged due to their prior engagement, yet the household remained in a flurry of activity. Only the Haitang courtyard, where Jiang Wantang resided, seemed quiet and desolate. The entire prime minister's residence is busy with Miss Jiang's wedding preparations. Shouldn't we also prepare for the palace? Xiaozhu expressed her concerns. Within Haitang courtyard, Jiang Wantang and Yunshang were leisurely sipping tea and chatting beneath a tree. Upon hearing the words entering the palace, Yunshang's delicate face reflected worry. She looked anxiously at Jiang Wantang and said, "Indeed, the palace is unlike the outside world. Once you enter, all honor and shame depend solely on that one sovereign. Besides self-preservation, one must also seek favor." Yunshang hesitated before continuing, "Sister, if you don't mind, I could teach you some ways to charm men." Jiang Wantang smiled at this. In her previous life, Yunshang had also imparted some techniques for securing affection. Yet, she had naively believed that offering a priceless heart could earn genuine love in return. Priceless heart? Little did she know, true hearts were the least valuable. Regaining her focus, Jiang Wantang earnestly replied, "How could I mind? I am all ears." Yunshang smiled sweetly. "Sister, from now on, you must learn to cry, to laugh, to feign grievance, to appear pitiful, and to be coy in front of men. Learn to show weakness at the right moment, retreating to advance. The stronger the man, the more essential this becomes. Even the most tempered steel can soften into gentle silk with time." Jiang Wantang, intrigued, responded, "Then why don't you teach me that skill from the opera, the one where tears can fall with just a blink?" Yunshang paused for a moment, then nodded, "All right. But while it seems simple, it is quite challenging to master Jiang Wantang practiced diligently, and within less than half an hour, she grasped the essence of crying. With a deep crimson hue at the corners of her eyes, the color gradually diffused, accentuating the beauty of the vermilion tear mole. Glimmering tears clung to her eyelashes, falling one by one without the need to blink. She was indeed a sight to behold, utterly captivating. Her expression of grievance and vulnerability was so profound that it seemed as if all men in the world had wronged her. Even women could not help but be moved. Yunshang gazed at the breathtaking beauty before her and felt that Jiang Wantang was destined to be adored by all, not deserving of such tears. She recalled how the courtesans had once praised Jiang Wantang as the most talented among them, meant to be a dazzling beauty. Yet, Yunshang believed they had never seen someone as enchanting as her sister. Jiang Wantang's innate charm was alluring yet pure, unattainable and precious. She was a true beauty, unparalleled in grace and elegance. Just as Jiang Wantang completed her practice, a servant from the Prime Minister's residence hurriedly entered, bearing 2 invitations for Xiuzhu. One was from young Master Xingyun, and the other from Xiao Jingheng. Coincidentally, both invitations requested her presence at the largest tavern in the capital, Zui Xianlu. Jiang Wantang stared at the 2 invitations, lost in thought. Chapter 34. The appointment at Zui Xianlu as Jiang Wantang disembarked from the carriage. Her gaze was immediately drawn to the imposing 5-story tavern, where a grand plaque hung prominently, inscribed with the 3 gilded characters Zui Xianlu. The calligraphy was vigorous, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. The tavern's architecture was magnificent, featuring sweeping eaves and intricately carved beams, complemented by 2 formidable stone lions flanking the entrance, each detail exuding an air of grandeur and opulence. Upon entering with Xiuzhu, she was warmly greeted by a server. Meanwhile, in a windowed private room on the 4th floor, Xiao Jingheng instantly recognized Jiang Wantang, adorned in a gauzy light purple gown and a veiled hat. The typically composed man felt a flicker of nervousness at that moment. He had specifically reserved this private room to catch a glimpse of her upon her arrival. As Jiang Wantang ascended the stairs, nearing the 3rd floor, Xiao Jingheng's anxiety intensified. He gulped down a cup of cool tea, torn between anticipation and trepidation. Time slipped by, but Jiang Wantang's footsteps veered toward an ordinary private room on the 3rd floor. Xiao Jingheng, witnessing this, abruptly rose and stepped outside the room, only to see Jiang Wantang being led by the server toward a different private chamber, clearly not the one he had anticipated. His heart sank. Inside the 3rd floor private room, Xingyun, clad in a pale moon-white robe, appeared noticeably thinner after not having seen him for several days. Upon Jiang Wantang's entrance, he promptly stood to greet her, personally pouring her a cup of tea. She offered a faint smile, saying, "Thank you." Xingyun paused in his pouring, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, "It is I who should thank Miss Jiang. If not for you, my sister." His gaze fell to a black square box resting on the table, a shadow of melancholy crossing his features. After a moment, he spoke earnestly, "Thank you." "For what?" Jiang Wantang sipped her tea lightly, her voice barely above a whisper. "I have not truly aided you. The deceased are beyond reach. I hope Master Shun finds solace." She understood that in the face of life and death, any words felt inadequate. Beyond offering a few comforting phrases, she felt powerless. Xingyun remained silent, his expression dark. After a prolonged silence, he finally confessed, "The body of Qi Gui was taken by me." Jiang Wantang nodded, her demeanor calm. She had suspected as much since the news of Qi Gui's disappearance at the banquet. "What are your plans now?" she inquired. Xingyun lifted his head and smiled at her, saying, "I invited Miss Jiang here today, both to express my gratitude and to bid farewell. I plan to return to my hometown with my sister's ashes to lay her to rest alongside our parents. At that time, I will seek their forgiveness." "It is not your fault," Jiang Wantang reassured him. "Fate has dealt a cruel hand." Xingyun smiled sadly. "I understand your kind intentions, but I cannot forgive myself." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wantang asked, "Are you intending to reclaim the identity of Shun Chang and start anew?" Xingyun shook his head, "No. Shun Chang no longer exists. The former Shun Chang has departed with my sister Shin Changning. Now, only Xingyun, the leading figure of Sun Huan Lu, remains. Jiang Wantang was momentarily taken aback, then comprehended. So, you will return to the capital and continue as the leading figure of Sun Huan Lu? Indeed, he affirmed resolutely, each word deliberate. As long as the Qi family remains intact, my blood feud will not be avenged. I wish to witness the day of their complete downfall in this city. His tone turned frigid, with a deep-seated hatred reflected in his eyes. The brutal loss of loved ones weighs heavily on anyone's heart. Jiang Wantang understood his sentiments and chose not to elaborate further. She raised her teacup, her expression gentle, her words sincere. Though the road ahead is fraught with challenges, perseverance will lead to success. Allow me to toast you with tea in place of wine. Wishing you a safe journey, Master Xingyun. Xingyun reciprocated the gesture, expressing his gratitude with genuine warmth. As Jiang Wantang exited the private room, her gaze fell upon Xiao Jingheng, who stood at the foot of the staircase. He also looked up at her, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, revealing an inscrutable depth of emotion. However, after a mere moment, she averted her gaze, pretending not to recognize him as she passed by. Xiao Jingheng reached out to block her path, his dark pupils reflecting a depth that seemed unfathomable. Noticing her lack of response, he softly called her name again. Tang. His tone was tender, laced with an almost imperceptible tremble. Jiang Wantang chuckled lightly, her voice indifferent. You must be mistaken, sir. I have never met you. Please do not pursue this matter. Impossible to mistake, he thought. He would recognize her even if her figure turned to ash, let alone her voice. Xiao Jingheng was momentarily stunned, the sorrow in his eyes deepening. She truly did not remember him. He opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. He longed to say, I'm the older brother who gave you sweets when we were children. He also wished to confess, I will be your future husband, the one who walked through life with you. Yet, countless words choked in his throat as he met the icy gaze in her eyes. After Jiang Wantang spoke, she noticed that Xiao Jingheng remained rooted in place, unyielding. Annoyed, she glanced back, encountering his misty gaze. His eyes were fixed on her, filled with an indescribable softness and a hint of sorrow. He gazed at her face, so close yet seemingly worlds apart, his eyes reddening with emotion. And all he could muster was a heartfelt, I'm sorry. Then, he lowered his arm, helplessly watching her leave. He had waited so long to see her, but dared not speak or act too boldly, fearing he might frighten her away. At that moment, he believed they had all the time in the world, that everything could unfold gradually. Yet, unbeknownst to him, no one remains in one place waiting for another for a lifetime. Some encounters, once missed, are lost forever. In the carriage, Xiao Zhu glanced at Jiang Wantang repeatedly, ultimately unable to contain herself. Miss, that peculiar gentleman has been following us discreetly all along. Jiang Wantang kept her eyes closed, not lifting her eyelids, her tone casual. It matters not. Let him be. Even upon returning home, they could still feel the searing gaze lingering in the shadows. Chapter 35. The Dream of the Yellow Millet. Ultimately unattainable as night fell and the moon ascended to the zenith, a profound stillness enveloped the world. Within the high Tang courtyard, a shadowy figure stood quietly in the small courtyard, gazing intently towards Jiang Wantang's chamber, as if yearning to see beyond the wooden door. At that moment, Jiang Wantang, reclined upon her couch, opened her eyes. Clarity shone in her gaze, revealing her wakefulness. She was acutely aware that Xiao Jingheng lingered just outside, a mere door separating them. Yet that door symbolized the divide of their past and present lives. Time had passed, and even in this moment, she could not deny the allure of Xiao Jingheng's promise from that fateful year, when he vowed to provide her with a home. She cherished the sight of him galloping on horseback, exuding youthful vigor and unrestrained spirit. She adored his gentle, considerate demeanor, his eyes sparkling with mirth as he amused her with trinkets. Yet, she would not overlook the hurt he had inflicted upon her. The interplay of good and ill was undeniable. The dream of the yellow millet remained elusive. Now, Jiang Wantang was uncertain of Xiao Jingheng's thoughts and had no desire to delve into them. She was not one to indulge in entanglements. If he were to remain indifferent, she would withdraw. She had striven, invested her heart, and was capable of both holding on and letting go. The following day, as dawn broke softly, Xiaozhu stretched lazily, intending to rouse Jiang Wantang, only to discover a delicate Zetan box at the threshold. Rubbing her eyes in disbelief, she confirmed it was no illusion before picking up the box and examining it closely. She murmured softly, "This person is truly inscrutable." Subsequently, she handed the box to Jiang Wantang. "Miss, who was that person last night? He stood in our courtyard for half the night. It seemed rather pitiful." Jiang Wantang lowered her gaze to the box, silent. She opened it to reveal an exquisitely crafted hairpin shaped like a begonia blossom, accompanied by a piece of osmanthus candy wrapped in oiled paper. Her lashes fluttered, and a hint of color tinged her eyes. Gently, she caressed the begonia hairpin, its petals vividly lifelike. This pin was intimately familiar to her. It was the token meticulously crafted by Xiao Jingheng after their wedding in her previous life, the only one of its kind in the world. He had proclaimed her to be the sole begonia under heaven. If she were not mistaken, each petal concealed a small, subtle character for Tang. As she examined the side of the pin, she indeed discovered the hidden characters nestled within the patterns of the petals. So he has returned. No wonder. All her previous doubts coalesced into clarity at this moment. Seeing her gaze linger, Xiaozhu inquired curiously, "Miss, do you truly not recognize him?" "Merely a familiar stranger," Jiang Wantang replied, placing the pin back into the box, closing it gently before handing it back to Xiaozhu. "Please make a trip to the Pingyang Marquis' residence," she began, hesitating mid-sentence before shaking her head. "Never mind. Let us find a place to set it aside for now." Initially, she intended for Xiaozhu to return it to the Pingyang Marquis' residence, but reconsidered to avoid unnecessary complications. In the days that followed, aside from occasional visits from Jiang Wantang flaunting her achievements, life in the Haitang courtyard was relatively tranquil. Time flew by, and soon it was the day Jiang Wantang would enter the palace for the selection of candidates, coinciding with the wedding day of Jiang Wantang and Xiao Jingheng. On the 16th day of the third month in the second year of Yongsheng, the Prime Minister's residence was adorned festively, vibrant red drapery hanging everywhere, radiating joy. Early in the morning, Jiang Wantang was roused by the clamor of preparations. The maids arrived promptly to assist her in dressing and grooming. Due to her participation in the selection, she opted for a modest pink gown trimmed with pearls, avoiding ostentatious crimson. Yin Shang, skilled in her craft, personally applied Jiang Wantang's makeup, adorning her lofty hairdo with a final pearl hairpin. Gazing into the mirror at her own stunning reflection, Jiang Wantang could not help but exclaim, "Sister, you look truly beautiful. You are lovely no matter how you adorn yourself." A radiant smile graced Jiang Wantang's lips, like the dawn breaking. Meanwhile, along the grand streets of the capital, Xiao Jingheng donned a striking red wedding garment, his face aglow with enthusiasm as he made his way to the Prime Minister's residence to fetch his bride. The procession was grand, with 80 carriages and an extensive display of red decorations stretching for miles. The onlookers marveled, exclaiming how much Xiao, the young marquis, esteemed Jiang, the eldest daughter of the Prime Minister. Some remarked, "What a lively scene today. Look, Xiao Jingheng is personally going to escort his bride." Others nodded in agreement. Indeed, the young marquis is handsome, and Miss Jiang is dignified and beautiful. They are childhood sweethearts, a match made in heaven. Such a perfect union, a rare blessing in this world. Throughout the capital, they were lauded as a pair of star-crossed lovers, envied by many. Xiao Jingheng's smile remained unwavering as he heard the praises of his and Jiang Wantang's bond, though he briefly furrowed his brow. Yet, as if recalling something, his smile soon returned, more radiant than ever. It was apparent to all that the groom was genuinely elated, filled with the joy of spring. The attendants from the Marquis' residence distributed osmanthus candies and wedding gifts wrapped in red paper to the surrounding citizens, their faces aglow with delight. Such a grand and lavish wedding procession was indeed a rarity in the capital. Typically, other noble families handed out ordinary candies, but this was the first time they had encountered osmanthus sweets, especially in a season devoid of blooming osmanthus, a truly exceptional sight. Chapter 36. The Grand Wedding and Entering the Palace within the Prime Minister's residence. As Jiang Wanfu prepared for her wedding, her sister Jiang Wantang, by tradition, was tasked with assisting her in getting ready. Jiang Wanfu gazed at her sister's enchanting beauty, feeling an unsettling sting in her heart, which only eased slightly when her eyes fell upon the pink gown Jiang Wantang wore. What good is beauty, after all? Being the emperor's woman amounts to little more than being a concubine, forever barred from donning the resplendent crimson attire reserved for a legitimate wife. Moreover, no matter how alluring, the emperor would cast but a fleeting glance in her direction. Such is the fickle wheel of fortune. Wait a moment, sister. As we are sisters, you must at least partake in a cup of my wedding wine before departing. Jiang Wanfu proclaimed with an air of pride. Thanks to you, I am spared the trials of scheming against a host of women in the palace, ultimately facing the threat of being cast into the cold palace. She emphasized the term cold palace with exaggerated precision, ensuring that all present heard her disdain. Jiang Wantang merely smiled, withholding her thoughts. Jiang Wanfu regarded her with an expression that seemed to challenge her to maintain the facade. By the way, sister, are you aware that Brother Jinghang has come personally to escort me today? Jiang Wantang keenly noted the phrase this time in her words. Moments later, she heard Jiang Wanfu continue. Last time, when Brother Jinghang married you, he did not make such an effort. Jiang Wantang lifted her gaze, her eyes fixed unwaveringly upon Jiang Wanfu. The latter scoffed. What? Curious about how I know? Initially, I was merely intrigued. How could the obedient you from the last life exhibit such a stark contrast in this one? It was tea until I learned that you brought back the courtesan Yunxiang that I realized. We too share the same fate. We have both been reborn. She whispered conspiratorially into Jiang Wantang's ear. Jiang Wanfu grinned with an air of triumph. Not only that, I also know you harbor feelings for Brother Jinghang. But fret not, sister, in this life, I shall ensure that you and Brother Jinghang grow old together, united in love. Jiang Wantang smirked, laced with sarcasm. Sister, do not rejoice too soon. What he offers you is of no value to me. I have no desire for it. Jiang Wanfu, sensing her sister's pretense, chuckled derisively. Is that so? During the long, lonely days in the palace, do not hide beneath the covers and weep. With that, Jiang Wanfu seized a wine jug from a servant ashtray and poured a glass, presenting it to Jiang Wantang. Unable to contain her laughter, Jiang Wantang retorted, Do you think I am like you, to weep every night for a man who does not love you? You. Jiang Wanfu blushed. Jiang Wantang, what nonsense are you spouting? Just then, the matchmaker arrived, urging them along, stating that the groom was nearing the prime minister's gate. Brother Jinghang has come to fetch me. I shan't waste time in this quarrel, Jiang Wanfu declared, her brows raised in triumph. Jiang Wantang, her expression calm, pronounced each word distinctly. Then I wish you and Lord Shao a harmonious union and a lifetime of happiness. With that, she poured the celebratory wine onto the ground. Nonsense. The wedding procession halted at the prime minister's gate, where Shao Jinghang, clad in a striking crimson wedding attire, gracefully dismounted. Fireworks erupted, filling the air with joyous clamor. Shortly thereafter, Jiang Wanfu, adorned in a red veil with the character, was led out by the matchmaker, step by step from within the estate. The extravagant red and gold embroidered wedding gown shimmered brilliantly under the sun. As she approached, Shao Jinghang's eyes glistened with emotion. It seemed that all past misunderstandings and regrets could find resolution in this moment. With utmost tenderness, he declared, Fortune smiles upon us. Fate has granted you to be my wife. Clutching his bride's hand, he held on tightly, as if to affirm the reality of the moment. The matchmaker, unable to contain her laughter, remarked on how deeply the young lord cherished his bride, as if fearing she might slip away. And indeed, he was fearful. In the last life, he had come so close to losing her. Beneath her red veil, Jiang Wanfu smiled shyly, her cheeks flushed. This time, will they find true happiness? Amidst the din of celebration and well wishes, the bridal sedan chair set forth toward the Pingyang Marquis's residence. Jiang Wantang stood within the estate, gazing at the figure of Shao Jinghang in his resplendent red attire, pride radiating from him, her eyes deep with contemplation. The beginning of fate, a youth descended from the heavens, radiating brilliance, until in a fleeting moment, all dimmed. Only later did she realize that it was the light in her eyes upon their first meeting that had faded. Time had transformed all. The world felt like a distant past. Xiao Jingheng, I have let go, devoid of love and hate. In this life, I wish for your dreams to come true. After the wedding procession departed, not long after, a messenger from the palace arrived to escort Jiang Wantang. Faced with Jiang Wantang, Jiang Zhishu no longer displayed the tearful emotions he had shown when Jiang Wanfu wed. He looked at her with indifference, his words cold. The palace is unlike the outside world. As a daughter of the Jiang family, you must understand the principle of shared glory and disgrace. Do not act recklessly and tarnish the family's reputation. This was a warning for Jiang Wantang, advising her to remain compliant within the palace and not to bring shame upon the Jiang family. Meanwhile, Qin Shi was busy in the front hall organizing Jiang Wanfu's wedding. Seemingly having forgotten her own daughter, Jiang Wantang curved her lips into a smile, her eyes glinting with irony. Without uttering a word, she turned and boarded the carriage with Xiaozhu and Yunshan. As the carriage progressed a short distance, Jiang Huaizhou hurriedly approached, locking eyes with Jiang Wantang. His lips pressed tightly together, yet upon seeing the smile on her face, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. He stepped closer, whispering, "Tanger, with your brother here. The Prime Minister's residence will always be your home." Home? Such a distant concept. She longed to express that she had long since lost her home. In this vast world, no place remained for her. Yet, not wanting to cause Jiang Huaizhou distress, she nodded, her eyes brimming with tears. At the Pingyang Marquis's residence, upon arrival, Xiao Jingheng lifted the red curtain of the sedan chair and effortlessly carried Jiang Wanfu into his arms. The guests erupted in cheers and blessings. Unfazed by the onlookers, Xiao Jingheng carefully cradled his bride, striding swiftly and steadily toward the main hall of the Marquis's residence, eager to exchange vows. Once they reached the center of the hall, he gently set Jiang Wanfu down as the officiant announced, "The auspicious hour has arrived. The couple may now pay their respects." The bustling hall fell silent in an instant. First, we bow to heaven and earth. Second, we bow to our parents. Now, the couple bows to each other. The ceremony concluded. In the bridal chamber, an abundance of red greeted the eye. Jiang Wanfu sat upon the phoenix and dragon wedding couch, her fingers nervously twisting a handkerchief, unable to hide her anxiety. Xiao Jingheng, too, felt the sweat pooling in his palms as he grasped the ceremonial cup. He had awaited this moment for far too long. The matchmaker, observing their demeanor, chuckled playfully. Lord Xiao and his lady truly share a profound love. In my decades as a matchmaker, this is the first time I have seen a groom not attend to guests first, but carry his bride into the bridal chamber. How fortunate the lady is to have such a devoted husband. Beneath her red veil, Jiang Wanfu's face blushed with warmth, her heart brimming with sweetness. Chapter 37. Humble pleas and bowing for love, Xiao Jingheng bestowed upon her the most meticulous and exquisite wedding. He granted her every desire a woman could wish for: love, indulgence, and honor. Jiang Wanfu felt her eyes welling with tears, her heart profoundly moved. The truth revealed itself, confirming that this time, she had not chosen the wrong person. The matchmaker's flattering words were music to Xiao Jingheng's ears, elevating his spirits. He responded with a resounding reward. For every compliment offered by the matchmaker, he reciprocated with another reward. The matchmaker beamed with delight, eager to extol the bride from head to toe. However, Xiao Jingheng, losing patience, dismissed her. Thus, the joy chamber was left with only him and Jiang Wanfu. Xiao Jingheng gazed at the enchanting figure before him, his hands fidgeting awkwardly, unsure of where to place them. The hand that held the ceremonial veil tightened and loosened, a dance of nervousness. After a tumultuous moment of anxiety, he summoned the courage to lift the red veil. What met his eyes was Jiang Wanfu's blushing face, shy and demure. In an instant, Xiao Jingheng stumbled back several paces, the veil slipping from his grasp and falling to the ground. A chilling sensation enveloped him, extinguishing all joy and anticipation that had once filled his heart. How could it be you? The joy that once adorned his features vanished, replaced by disbelief and an utter inability to accept the truth. Jiang Wanfu, Noticing his frozen demeanor after unveiling, timidly raised her eyes to him. She found Xiao Jinghong's expression grim, as if he had lost his bride on their wedding night. A shiver coursed through her, leaving her at a loss. Setting aside her maidenly shyness, she stepped closer, her voice gentle. "Brother Jinghang, what troubles you? Are you unwell?" Her words jolted Xiao Jinghang back from the brink of despair. He stepped back, avoiding her touch. Since Jiang Wantang had married into the Marquis household, it meant that today, she would be entering the palace. As this thought struck him, his mind went blank, and he turned abruptly to leave the room. His expression was frantic, and his steps unsteady. The attendant Huayan, seeing his darkened countenance, hurried after him, calling out, "Young master, where are you rushing off to? The guests in the main hall are awaiting your presence." Xiao Jinghang paid no heed, striding purposefully towards the exit of the residence, shedding the cumbersome red wedding robes and ornaments along the way. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Huayan promptly dispatched someone to inform the Marquis while he pursued Xiao Jinghang. At that moment, Xiao Jinghang had already mounted his steed, riding away on the majestic horse that had accompanied him on his wedding procession. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard, especially Jiang Wantang, who sat on the floor, lost in despair, unable to fathom that Xiao Jinghang would abandon her so abruptly. Just moments before, he had been the epitome of affection and care, and now he seemed an entirely different man, cold and distant. How could this happen? How could it be? Had Xiao Jinghang not loved her for so many years? Why, on their wedding day, could he offer her endless sweetness and affection only to cast her aside? How could he humiliate her so? Meanwhile, Xiao Jinghang raced towards the palace, desperation clawing at his heart. "Tanger, you cannot enter the palace without me. Please wait for me." Just as despair threatened to consume him, he spotted the Prime Minister's carriage not far from the palace gates. With a sharp cry from his horse, he tightened the reins, positioning himself in front of the carriage. The palace attendants, startled, recognized him and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, young Marquis Xiao. Is today not the day of your joyous union with Miss Jiang?" "Why?" Before they could finish, Xiao Jinghong's cold voice interrupted. "Miss Jiang has a few words for Miss Jiang Air. I implore you to facilitate this." With that, he tossed a pouch of gold towards them. The attendants, sensing the urgency, discreetly departed. "Tanger, will you return with me?" Xiao Jinghong's voice trembled, laced with a hint of pleading. Inside the carriage, a woman's laughter rang out, chilling him to the bone. "Tanger is my given name. I would appreciate it. Young Marquis Xiao, if you could refrain from using it so casually." At her words, pain flickered across Xiao Jinghong's face, his voice hoarse. "I am sorry." Although we are still some distance from the palace gates, Jiang Wantang refused to engage further. Her tone was icy, "If there is nothing else, I ask you to step aside, young Marquis." Xiao Jinghang clenched his fists, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "Are you truly willing to enter the palace? If you wish to leave, I shall take you away, right now. Anywhere you desire, just say the word." Silence enveloped the carriage, each moment stretching into eternity. "I beg you, do not enter the palace, please." His heart, filled with fear and trepidation, compelled him to bow before love. "His Majesty is not a good man. I will take you away from here, away from this place of strife. You may go wherever you wish, just do not enter the palace. I implore you, do not go." Jiang Wantang's laughter was tinged with derision. "So, young Marquis Xiao is suggesting that you would forsake everything for me, titles, wealth, and glory?" "Yes, I, Xiao Jinghang, swear upon my life that I shall never abandon you." His voice rang with conviction, sincerity palpable in every word. Yet, the vows and fleeting tenderness could no longer sway Jiang Wantang. Aware of the road ahead, she resolved to part ways amicably. Give it another chance. She sought to sever all ties with Xiao Jinghang. With a mocking smile, she retorted, "To be your concubine and wed you as a wife. Are you suggesting that I share you with Jiang Wantang, enjoying the fruits of shared union?" Xiao Jinghong's pupils dilated in shock as he hastily clarified, "Impossible. I want only you. You are the sole woman I recognize as my wife. Besides you, I desire no other." Yet, Jiang Wantang merely laughed, lamenting, "Alas, it is too late. Everything is far too late. In the previous life, had you chosen me with such unwavering resolve even once, we would not have met such a tragic end. Her sarcastic smile carried a chill, her tone icy. But I do not wish to. Such absurdities should not be uttered again. Entering the palace is my own choice. Young Marquis Xiao, I kindly ask you to leave. As her words echoed, Xiao Jinghang felt an irrevocable void within him. His voice faltered, barely above a whisper. Even if I kneel and plead with you now, would you refuse me? Yes. Jiang Wantang's response was devoid of compassion. Xiao Jinghang shut his eyes tightly, his eyelids burning red. She was unwilling, and he found himself powerless. So this is what being at the end of one's rope feels like. Chapter 38. Once entering the palace, the depths are like the sea. Henceforth, Xiao Lang becomes a stranger at this moment. A palace attendant could no longer contain himself and approached with urgency. He cautiously stepped forward and said, "Young Lord Xiao, the hour is nearly upon us. If we miss the appointed time for the noble one to enter the palace, we shall bear the consequences." Xiao Jinghang's hands clenched into fists, trembling subtly. No matter how reluctant or pained he felt, he could only yield and make way. He watched helplessly as the carriage slowly made its way into the imperial palace. Once inside the palace gates, the depths became an ocean. From henceforth, Xiao Lang would be but a passerby. Yet, she ought to have been his wife. Just a moment more. Xiao Jinghang felt as though his heart had been hollowed out, bleeding profusely. The heavens truly delighted in playing with him. Just when he believed happiness was within his grasp, life had abruptly cast him into the abyss. At the pinnacle of the Forbidden City, the Shindi Gate stood proudly, resplendent and solemn beneath the golden rays of sunlight. After entering the palace, the young women participating in the selection had already begun to gather within the Shindi Gate, awaiting their turn. Although Jiang Wantang was aware that nearly 6,000 young women were to be selected, standing amidst the throng left her breathless. Each of these young women was adorned in vibrant finery, representing a spectrum of beauty that could only be likened to a colorful spring bloom. Under the direction of the head eunuch, rows of palace maids and eunuchs streamed forth, each holding a register of names, commencing the process of verification and counting. Half an hour later, the count was completed, and they officially entered the preliminary selection phase. Subsequently, the head eunuch summoned the chief eunuch Wang Fuhai, who stood beside Ji Wuyuan. Wang Fuhai surveyed the multitude of young women and declared in a sharp tone, "Since everyone is present, let us begin. His Majesty has decreed that those who are too tall or too short shall not be considered. Those who are excessively plump or overly thin, or possess poor proportions, shall also be dismissed. Those with small eyes are not eligible. Those with dark skin are not welcome." After this round of filtering, of the nearly 6,000 young women, fewer than 3,000 remained. Just as the crowd began to exhale in relief before the second round could commence, several eunuchs emerged dragging a few bloodied corpses. The young women, unaccustomed to such a gruesome spectacle, screamed in terror, with some fainting on the spot. Wang Fuhai furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is the meaning of this chaos?" Reporting to the head eunuch, these were just executed on His Majesty's orders. One eunuch stepped forward to explain. Wang Fuhai waved his hand dismissively, quickly, "Take them away. Also, remove those who have fainted or are frightened." Upon hearing this, many of the startled or unwilling young women feigned unconsciousness. "How many remain now?" Wang Fuhai inquired once more. "The count stands at over 2,000, the head eunuch replied. Wang Fuhai, seated with his eyelids scarcely lifted, responded, "Then let us commence the second round." The second round focused on appearance, features, figure, and demeanor. The young women were divided into two groups, those of noble lineage and those of more common background. Each young woman was scrutinized in turn by the evaluating palace attendants. Having arrived late, Jiang Wantang found herself at the back of the line, watching as the number of candidates dwindled. When her turn finally came, the attendants' eyes lit up as they circled around her for inspection. Despite her long absence from the grand gatherings of the capital, her radiant beauty stood out among the throng of charming young women, capturing everyone's attention. She wore a pink gown adorned with pearls, her dark hair styled into an elegant high bun, with a pair of long pearl hairpins shimmering in the sunlight. The breathtaking young woman, with every smile and frown, embodied the essence of spring. Though her enchanting visage could captivate the heart, an ethereal aura surrounded her, blending both allure and grace seamlessly. One cannot help but marvel at the existence of such exquisite beauty. Her slender waist elegantly outlined her alluring figure, inviting the imagination to ponder the splendor concealed beneath her flowing skirt. Such striking features, combined with her beguiling form, would leave any man in awe, and even women found it hard to look away. Soon, Wang Fuhai approached Jiang Wantang, smiling as he inquired, "And you, noble lady?" With a gentle smile, Jiang Wantang replied, "I am Jiang Wantang, the second daughter of the Prime Minister Jiang, age 16. Wang Fuhai, taken aback by her enchanting beauty and graceful demeanor, nodded appreciatively. Remarkable indeed. A true gem from the Prime Minister's household. The surrounding young women could not help but cast glances of envy and admiration towards her. Not only was she stunning, but her lineage was equally impressive. After the rigorous second round, only just over 1,000 young women remained. The next phase, the most crucial, was the physical examination. To enter the inner palace, a woman must possess an unblemished lineage and a pure body. The young women lined up, led by palace maids, into a designated chamber for examination, where several elderly matrons awaited. The examination was not merely for purity. They also checked for any scars. However minor, inconspicuous scars could be overlooked with a little bribe. By the time the examinations concluded, night had fallen. After layers of scrutiny, only 600 young women were left. Without exception, these were either daughters of noble families or striking beauties. The remaining young women were housed in the Shusho Palace, awaiting the Emperor Ji Wuyuan's selection in the Grand Hall the following day. The Shusho Palace offered various accommodations, ranging from rooms for 10, 6, 4, to the most coveted 2-person chambers. Although the arrangements were overseen by the head eunuch, a bribe was often necessary to secure a better room. Otherwise, one would be relegated to the least desirable quarters. Jiang Wantang discreetly handed 2 gold ingots to the head eunuch, securing a 2-person room. Upon entering, she witnessed a robust young woman effortlessly shattering a table. Raising an eyebrow, she observed the scene with a mix of surprise and admiration, standing quietly by the door. The other woman turned, noticing the delicate beauty at the doorway, and awkwardly smiled, instinctively hiding her hands behind her back. "Do not be afraid, my dear. It was unintentional. I merely wished to practice, not realizing the palace furnishings were so fragile." Jiang Wantang offered a light smile. "No matter, feel free." With that, she stepped inside. Though the young woman appeared strong, her features were quite refined, with wide, expressive eyes fixed on Jiang Wantang. She introduced herself. "I am Lin Run, the eldest daughter of General Lin. Which family do you hail from? Your beauty is so captivating. I have never seen you in the capital. Where are you from afar?" Jiang Wantang smiled, finding this Lin girl rather amusing. She replied, "I am Jiang Wantang, the legitimate second daughter of Prime Minister Jiang." Upon hearing this, Lin Riyun's eyes widened in astonishment. "So it is you. No wonder." Chapter 39. A heart in suspense finally ceases to beat. Jiang Wantang smiled slyly and asked, "Miss Lin, do you know me?" Lin Riyun nodded, her surprise quickly turning into understanding. "Of course. Who in the capital does not know the second Miss Jiang of the Prime Minister's residence? A beauty of unparalleled grace." She had previously thought the rumors exaggerated, but seeing Jiang Wantang today, she realized they were true. Lin Riyun shed her earlier restraint and began to engage Jiang Wantang with enthusiasm, asking numerous questions. Jiang Wantang's smile remained gentle as she answered each one. After dinner, as the night deepened and the palace was illuminated, Jiang Wantang worried that Xiuzhu and Yunshang, new to the palace, might feel out of place. Thus, she took a lantern to visit the quarters of the palace maids. Left alone, Lin Riyun felt exceedingly bored and had no desire to engage with the other young ladies in discussions of music, chess, calligraphy, or dance. Eventually, at bedtime, she awaited Jiang Wantang's return. Filled with curiosity about the palace, she insisted on sneaking out with Jiang Wantang to explore the imperial garden. Coincidentally, they were not the only ones to stealthily slip away. Some were driven by curiosity, while others had procured information in advance from the palace maids, hoping to secretly await a romantic encounter along the emperor's path. They exchanged glances, sharing an awkward smile, silently agreeing to let each other be. Before long, Whispers of palace maids reached the still air. The group hidden among the garden's flowers exchanged alarmed looks and signaled for silence. How terrifying! The 5 who attended the emperor last night are all dead. I heard new beauties have arrived today. The group froze, turning their attention to the approaching voices of 2 or 3 young palace maids, their conversation growing louder. What a pity for these flower-like maidens. They enter the palace, finally obtain a chance to serve the emperor, only to perish after a single night. Do you wish to die? Another maid whispered urgently. Who doesn't know our current emperor's cruelty? These beauties appear glamorous, but their lives are as fragile as paper. Once the maids moved away, those hidden among the flowers remained in stunned silence. The hearts that once held dreams and hopes now lay heavy with despair. They either felt fear or were lost in thought as they returned to the Shusho Palace. Lin Riyun gazed curiously at the ever-composed Jiang Wantang, asking, "Aren't you afraid?" After all, she believed Jiang Wantang had a greater chance of serving the emperor. Jiang Wantang smiled softly and replied, "Afraid? What good would that do? We are here, more or less, against our will. Rather than blindly worrying about the future, it is better to accept our present circumstances." Lin Ruoyu nodded thoughtfully. As a legitimate daughter of General Lin, she had been pampered since childhood and was accustomed to being headstrong. Yet, even she had to suppress her nature and tread carefully after her father, who cherished her, reluctantly sent her to the palace at the emperor's command. As her father would say, the sovereign is the sovereign, and the subject is the subject. If the sovereign demands the subject's life, the subject has no choice but to comply. The early spring night held a hint of chill, with silver moonlight bathing the path. Huayan assisted the staggeringly intoxicated Xiao Jingheng as he stumbled out from a tavern. "Ha! I, Xiao Jingheng, a man of great wisdom, have been the greatest fool. I am a most laughable person in this world. It is my own doing, my own folly." Xiao Jingheng rambled, alternating between laughter and tears, appearing quite mad. Meanwhile, within the Pingyang Marquis's residence, the candles burned brightly, crimson silk hung high, and the bright red double happiness characters on the lanterns flickered ominously. The house was silent, the earlier daytime clamor now swallowed by the night's stillness. In the main hall, the Pingyang Marquis and his wife, along with the elderly Lady Xiao, sat quietly on wooden chairs, their brows furrowed and faces clouded with worry. What was meant to be a grand celebration had unexpectedly turned into a distressing situation. On the wedding day, after the groom escorted the bride to the bridal chamber, he had hurriedly left the residence and vanished. When they saw Xiao Jingheng being supported back by Huayan, reeking of alcohol and appearing lost, their pent-up anger transformed instantaneously into concern. They had never witnessed such a disheveled state from Xiao Jingheng. A fine young man, upon returning from an outing, seemed devoid of spirit, his countenance dull and lifeless. Thus, they said nothing, allowing him to be taken back to the courtyard while sending for a hangover remedy. "Take me to the study," Xiao Jingheng said, eyes closed, pressing his fingers to his temples. Huayan opposed and complied without hesitation. In the study, he sat before the table, his gaze sorrowfully fixed upon a portrait in his hands. The image depicted a girl in a simple white dress, adorned with a floral crown, standing beneath a peach blossom tree in spring, her smile enchanting. This was the first time he had seen the grown Jiang Wantang at the Prime Minister's residence, and upon returning home, he had instinctively painted her likeness and treasured it. Reflecting on that moment, he realized it was when he first felt his heart stir. With half-closed eyes, he gazed through the candlelight, momentarily envisioning Jiang Wantang smiling as she approached him step by step. It was the Jiang Wantang from their wedding day, clad in a resplendent red wedding gown and crown, her eyes sparkling with a hint of shyness, her cheeks flushed, and her enchanting, tear-shaped beauty mark adding to her allure. His heart trembled at the sight. She drew nearer, as if he could simply reach out and touch her. In an instant, the lifelessness of his heart ignited back to life. A fiery warmth surged through his veins, the overwhelming excitement causing his hands to tremble slightly. This was too beautiful, too tempting. With all his might, he extended his hand, yearning to grasp the delicate, pale hand of the girl and pull her into his embrace. Tanger. He called her name with deep affection. Yet, all he grasped was the elusive night, slipping through his fingers like grains of sand. How could he have forgotten? He had witnessed his Tanger enter the palace, no longer belonging to him. He was not truly drunk. He merely sought to numb himself against the painful reality. Yet, despite consuming copious amounts of alcohol, his mind remained keenly aware. Just then a commotion erupted outside the study. "Get away! Jiang! Madam, the young master has ordered that no one is to disturb him." Huang called out loudly. "Stop blocking the way, or I will kill you." Jiang Wantang shouted fiercely, her intentions clear. Chapter 40. Past and present. Jiang Wantang had endured for an entire day. On the night of their wedding, after waiting eagerly for Xiao Jingheng and Appo's return, she was informed by the servants that he had gone to the study. Unable to bear it any longer, she resolved to confront Xiao Jingheng and demand an explanation. How could he marry her and yet trample upon her dignity? "Let me in," she insisted. A cold voice echoed within the study. Upon entering, Jiang Wantang was momentarily taken aback by the sight of Xiao Jingheng, his expression devoid of warmth, his eyes like ice. "Xiao Jingheng, what do you mean by this today?" she inquired, her voice trembling. He regarded her with an icy stare, remaining silent. The anger that filled her heart swiftly morphed into a sense of grievance and resentment. Her eyes brimmed with tears as she stubbornly locked her gaze onto the indifferent man before her, and then she suddenly let out a soft laugh. "Xiao Jingheng, do you remember what you once said? Just half a month ago, you vowed that the 18-year-old Xiao Jingheng would love only me, Jiang Wantang, for a lifetime. You said you dreamed of the day you would marry me. Is this what you call loving me? Dreaming of marrying me? Speak." Jiang Wantang's eyes were now red-rimmed, filled with sorrow and indignation. How laughable are the promises of eternal love, the vows exchanged when the heart is so easily swayed. Each word dripped with anguish, each sentence a piercing question. Indeed, Xiao Jingheng had felt that way just a fortnight ago, but now he was consumed by disgust. Let us rewind 10 days. At that time, he was accompanying Emperor Jiwuyan to the Fuguang Temple to pray for the nation. In the depths of the night, he dreamt of his wedding day, only to find Jiang Wantang abandoning him for her sister, Jiang Wantang. After their marriage, he found himself inexplicably drawn to her, gradually succumbing to her allure, but shortly after, he awoke from the dream, everything feeling so real, as if it were a prophecy. No, he believed it was not merely a dream. Thus, he sought the counsel of the current national master, Master Jikong, the abbot of Fuguang Temple, to seek clarity. Master Jikong sighed as he regarded him and said, "Why question the matters of this fleeting life? This existence is but a dream. To understand the causes of past lives, one must recognize the recipient in this life. To know the world to come, one must acknowledge the creator in this life. Birth and death are cyclical. Too deep an obsession breeds emotional calamity. An emotional calamity in one lifetime means one cannot turn back. Xiao, are you certain you wish to cling to this?" Xiao Jingheng nodded resolutely, without hesitation. "Yes." "Very well, please follow me," the master said, leading him before a statue of Buddha. "The divine will reveal the answer to you." With that, he handed a scripture to Xiao Jingheng and added softly, "This occurrence is what you sought in your past life. Follow the traces of your former connections. And now you are ensnared by deep shackles. In this world, it is the word love that is most difficult." After saying this, the master sighed and settled into meditation, reciting the scriptures. That night, Xiao Jingheng knelt before the statue, memories of his past life flooding his mind. He recalled Jiang Wantang and the intricate details of their lives together. The scene shifted to a frigid winter, with snow falling in abundance. Once more, he witnessed Jiang Wantang fall from the moon-picking tower, the crimson blood staining his vision, piercing his heart. It felt as though his heart had ceased to beat in that moment. Later, he found himself kneeling in the snow, cradling Jiang Wantang's lifeless body, his hair turning white overnight. As the memories reached their conclusion, the man kneeling before the Buddha broke down in tears. His face streamed with sorrow. His voice choked as he repeated, "I am sorry. I am sorry. One misstep leads to countless regrets. How can one begin anew in despair?" Master Jikong approached from behind and gently placed a hand on Xiao Jingheng's shoulder, speaking softly. To cling to a single thought is to be trapped by it. Release that thought, and you shall find peace within your heart. If your past life has brought you such suffering, treat it as a grand dream. Let it go. No. Xiao Jingheng's eyes reddened, shaking his head vehemently, his words filled with stubbornness. I will not forget, not even in death. I have wronged her. I must find her. This time, I will love her well, protect her, and give her a complete and happy home. With that declaration, Xiao Jingheng rose, intent on seeking Jiang Wantang, but he was halted by a single sentence from Master Jikong. If you wish for her to suffer eternal torment in this life, you may certainly try. Xiao Jingheng and Appo's pupils constricted, his crimson eyes fixed upon Master Jikong. The master continued calmly. All causes and effects in this world are predetermined. If you forcibly intervene and alter her life's trajectory, you will undoubtedly bring unforeseen calamities upon her. Xiao Jingheng heavily closed his eyes, feeling an indescribable pain and helplessness wash over him. What am I to do then? Please enlighten me, Master. Every bond of love is born of fate. You must understand to follow the will of heaven. If you do not comprehend, then perhaps you should open the scripture in your hands and see for yourself. With that, Master Jikong turned and left. Xiao Jingheng knelt before the statue, trembling hands flipping through the pages of the scripture. Memories of transcribing the scriptures from his past life came rushing back. The words within seemed to morph into the same text. Each stroke was his own handwriting. Handwritten incense, table, golden scripture, wishing to connect with you in the next life. This was the longevity scripture he had penned for her while kneeling before the Buddha in his previous life. At that time, he had felt utterly desolate, at the end of his wits. He remembered writing at the end of the scripture, if there was no connection in the past life, let us reconnect in the next life. Xiao Jingheng murmured, let us reconnect in the next life. As his thoughts coalesced, Xiao Jingheng regarded Jiang Wantang with a cold gaze, harboring resentment in his eyes as he spoke words that pierced the heart. Does it hurt? Jiang Wantang, do you know what it feels like to have every hope destroyed? Does it hurt? You should know that the pain you endure today is but a fraction of what I feel. At his words, Jiang Wantang's heart trembled violently, her entire being shaking with unprecedented panic. She feigned calmness, saying, Brother Jingheng, what are you saying? I did not understand. Xiao Jingheng scoffed. Jiang Wantang, do you truly not understand, or are you merely pretending? You know in your heart. You are right, hearts are fickle. You have changed, and so have I. Out of consideration for our childhood bond, I'll grant you one last dignity. Tomorrow, bring the divorce papers and return to your family. What? For a moment, Jiang Wantang thought she had misheard. Her face was a mask of shock and disbelief. Have you gone mad? We just married today, and you wish to divorce already? No, I do not agree. She shook her head dazedly. Her eyes bore into Xiao Jingheng, filled with anger and defiance. I will not divorce. I am your wife, brought in with 3 letters and 6 rituals, carried in a grand procession, adorned with a bridal gown. How can you simply declare a divorce? I have not changed. It is you who has changed. While she did not love Xiao Jingheng, that did not mean she would consent to a divorce. If word spread that they had just married and the next day announced a divorce, she would become the laughingstock of Shengjing. This disgrace would not only fall upon her, but also upon the Prime Minister's residence. She would not allow herself to repeat the mistakes of her past life. Absolutely not. Chapter 41. Oh, the cruel whims of fate. Xiao Jingheng scoffed. Is it not a hunger strike to force your way into the palace? If that is the case, why not simply enter the palace directly? If your heart has changed, why not change it completely? As he spoke, his eyes glimmered with a crimson hue. If it were to be thus, then his anger would not. Xiao Jingheng had always treated her with warmth and courtesy. She had never witnessed such a ruthless and cold side of him. The unfolding events surpassed her wildest imagination. Jiang Wantang became flustered. It is not as you have heard, Brother Jingheng. Please allow me to explain. It was no wonder he had been so indifferent towards her. He was aware of her hunger strike to gain entry into the palace. It was no surprise that after returning from the Buddhist temple, he had consistently avoided her. With this thought, Jiang Wantang hurried towards Xiao Jingheng, disregarding her modesty, reaching out to grasp his arm. It is not what you think. Brother Jingheng, I love you. I can explain. Xiao Jingheng remained cold, his expression unyielding as he looked at her. When she nearly reached him, he stood up. evading her touch. His disdain was palpable. The open disgust in his eyes was enough to humiliate Jiang Wantang deeply. Even in their previous life, he had never treated her with such contempt, always holding on to a fragment of their past affection. She could not comprehend how a person could undergo such a drastic transformation. Yet, she was acutely aware that their relationship was spiraling into a dire situation, and she could no longer allow it to unfold unchecked. Xiao Jingheng was known for his soft heart. She believed he still loved her, merely angered by her desire to abandon him for the palace. She thought that as long as they did not part ways in divorce, she could gradually win back his heart. With a pale face, she pitifully pleaded, "Brother Jingheng, you must believe me. We have grown up together, like childhood sweethearts." Enough. Xiao Jingheng interrupted her incessant justifications with an icy tone. His lowered gaze was filled with impatience, his indifference reaching its zenith. At this juncture, he had long since lost all patience with her. The remnants of their childhood friendship had long since faded in their previous life. The agony of losing a beloved still lingered in his memory. In this life, no matter Jiang Wantang's thoughts, he could no longer allow himself to be soft-hearted towards her. Jiang Wantang's heart tightened as she wept, her tears cascading like rain. "Brother Jingheng, I can explain. Please do not be angry and divorce me, all right? I love you. I truly love you." In her woeful state, he would have once felt compassion and tenderness. Yet, at this moment, Xiao Jingheng was only filled with irritation. "Jiang Wantang." He pronounced her name with chilling clarity. "But I do not love you. Hear me clearly, Jiang Wantang. I do not love you. Compared to the agony of entanglement, divorce is the best resolution for us. Go home and contemplate this matter thoroughly." His declaration of indifference left Jiang Wantang breathless. Her eyes were swollen and reddened, her body trembling. "No, it is not like this," she sobbed, shaking her head frantically. "Today is our wedding day. It should not be this way. You love me, and I love you. We should be the happiest couple in the world." Clearly, she was his bride, adorned in a splendid wedding gown, having performed the rites of marriage. Xiao Jingheng smiled bitterly, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "Look at how hypocritical you are, with not a single truthful word to say. In our previous life, you feigned an inability to forget me, using that slight affection to manipulate me." Xiao Jingheng despised being deceived. The deep furrow between his brows concealed an unmistakable aversion, and his patience had been utterly exhausted. He rose, coolly stating, "I have said all that needs to be said. Take care of yourself." Without waiting for her response, he turned and walked toward the study. As he neared the exit, Jiang Wantang seemed to awaken from a dream, chasing after him recklessly. She could not allow a divorce. For a woman, it was akin to being discarded. Moreover, it was merely the second day after their wedding. She would not permit such a calamity to befall her. In this new life, her existence must be flawless, unmarred by any blemish. Jiang Wantang was determined to be perfect. Xiao Jingheng forcefully pushed away her desperate grasp from his waist, filled with distaste. His aura was heavy with hostility, and Jiang Wantang fell to the ground with a thud, her phoenix crown and hairpins scattering chaotically, leaving her in disarray. Xiao Jingheng did not glance back, exiting with a heart devoid of warmth. Jiang Wantang sat on the floor, a sharp pain coursing through her knees and thighs. With tear-filled eyes, she gazed at the retreating figure of Xiao Jingheng, tears streaming uncontrollably. She could not fathom why the man who had once loved her so deeply had suddenly turned so heartless and callous. She had believed he would be her new beginning. She had resolved to forget the past, to live happily with him, cherishing one another until old age. But why, despite being granted a second chance by fate, could she still not find happiness? Standing at the doorway, Huayan, though puzzled by the sudden shift in their relationship, could not help but approach Jiang Wantang. Seeing her weeping figure was truly pitiful. He gently helped her up, offering comfort. "Young madam, the ground is cold. Let me assist you up." The young master is merely temporarily confused. "I hope you will not hold today as events against him." Jiang Wantang did not respond, her demeanor akin to that of a soulless entity as the maids assisted her back to the bridal chamber. In the depths of night, as the dew grew heavy, Xiao Jingheng stood in the courtyard, clad in dark robes, his tall figure resembling jade, hands clasped behind him, his silhouette appearing forlorn and solitary in the moonlight. He gazed up at the moon, lost in thought. The departure of Jiang Wantang felt akin to a dull blade slicing into flesh. Though he was engulfed in pain, he felt an undeniable gratitude for possessing the memories of their past life. Yet, why did her life still veer off course despite his inaction? Was this truly the will of heaven? Ha ha ha. Oh, cruel fate, how you toy with us. A wave of indescribable bitterness surged within Xiao Jinghang. He murmured softly, in the next life, may we be granted another chance. Tanger, can we rekindle our bond this time? Chapter 42. The selection, perhaps the night, was excessively long. Countless souls, both within and beyond the palace, found it difficult to find repose. Particularly the 600 ladies of the imperial harem, who were either fearful, expectant, or anxious. Tossing and turning, they struggled to sleep. Jiang Wantang lay upon her sandalwood bed, her eyes wide open, her mind alert. It was not fear or worry that troubled her, but rather the loud snoring of Lin Ryun in the bed opposite, which was rather distracting. Miss Lin seemed quite unperturbed. Jiang Wantang recalled the whispers of the palace maids she had overheard in the imperial garden. In her previous life, although Ji Yuan was notorious for his tyranny, there were no rumors of him brutally slaying the women of the harem. It seemed he had little affection for women, or perhaps he was indifferent to romantic entanglements. The reasons behind his early renunciation of human desires remained unclear to Jiang Wantang. Could it be true, as the rumors suggested, that he harbored a long-lost love that he could never attain? Would a ruler as cold and aloof as Ji Yuan ever truly fall for a woman? Jiang Wantang furrowed her brow. Emperors were unlike common men, showing little regard for romantic affairs. Yet, with so many beauties in the harem, each possessing their own allure, was there truly none who caught his eye or earned his favor? After much contemplation, Jiang Wantang concluded that winning him over solely through beauty was unlikely. The example of Jiang Wanfu from her previous life served as a vivid reminder. It seemed wise to proceed with caution and patience. The following day, as dawn barely broke, the ladies rose early to prepare themselves, guided by the palace maids towards the Hall of Supreme Harmony, awaiting Emperor Ji Yuan's election. The palace stood majestic, resplendent with gold and brilliance, exuding an air of authority and nobility. The towering red walls formed a formidable barrier, isolating this realm from the clamor of the outside world. Under the soft morning sunlight, the glazed tiles glistened with golden hues. The ladies traversed the long imperial pathways, finally arriving at the magnificent Hall of Supreme Harmony, with its layered eaves and golden dragon columns. Inside, Ji Yuan sat regally clad in a black and gold dragon robe upon the nine-dragon throne, with a massive mural of dragons behind him. His head bowed, he diligently attended to official documents, noticing the arrival of guests without lifting his gaze. The chief eunuch, Wang Fuhai, approached him slowly, whispering, "Your Majesty, the ladies await outside." Ji Yuan raised his eyes, his expression impassive. "What of the Empress Dowager? Has she been summoned?" Wang Fuhai hesitated. The Empress Dowager expressed that she is unwell today and will not attend. A cold smile flickered across Ji Yuan's face. His deep-set eyes now glacial. "She still holds resentment towards me for the treatment of the Qi family." "Does she?" Wang Fuhai, drenched in sweat, refrained from further comment, well aware of the long-standing discord between the Emperor and the Empress Dowager. "Should I send for her again?" "No need. Let us commence," Ji Yuan coldly instructed. When Qi Guifei, Qi Rong entered to pay her respects, Ji Yuan did not even glance in her direction. Qi Rong had grown accustomed to his indifference, taking her seat at his left side. Having ascended to the throne for less than 2 years without selecting a consort, Ji Yuan was aloof toward beauty, rarely stepping into the inner palace, leaving it devoid of a true leader. His lack of heirs did not concern him, but it vexed the national advisor and the ministers greatly. Thus, this selection of ladies sought to bring forth heirs for the royal lineage. Given his pressing duties, Ji Yuan could not personally assess each of the 600 ladies. Wang Fuhai organized them into groups based on their backgrounds and appearances, allowing the best 10 to enter first, followed by others in groups of 20. Ji Yuan preferred silence. They were not required to speak or bow, merely standing in the hall for a moment until summoned by the emperor. A few outstanding candidates might receive the honor of a flower from him, though such chances were rare. Jiang Wantang found herself placed in the first group. Based on her previous experience, she knew that ladies of noble birth would likely be chosen. The daughters of distinguished families such as Zhao Shujia, Jiang Wantang, Lin Yun, and Wang Guilan were called to enter. Enter the hall. The eunuch at the entrance called out in a high-pitched voice. As they ascended the marble steps, they walked gracefully into the resplendent hall, where opulence and golden light proclaimed the highest authority. Ji Wen sat atop the nine-dragon throne, calmly sipping tea, his demeanor indifferent. The ladies dared not lift their gazes to meet the emperor's countenance. Wang Fuhai approached Ji Wen. "Your Majesty, these are the foremost noble ladies of the capital." The emperor merely acknowledged with a nonchalant hum, not even sparing them a glance, issuing only a command to remain. In that fleeting moment, Ji Weiyuan sensed a flicker of disdain directed towards the 10 ladies before him. However, upon lifting his gaze, he found nothing amiss. The ladies appeared demure, their heads bowed in respectful submission. Could it be a misperception? Unlikely. His instincts were seldom wrong. That subtle yet undeniable glimmer of contempt was undeniably present. Intriguing. A smirk played upon Ji Weiyuan's lips, a trace of amusement curving at the corners. His gaze resembled that of a wolf that had discovered a satisfying prey. "Raise your heads," Ji Weiyuan commanded, his voice deep and resonant. The ladies lifted their chins, and as their eyes met the extraordinary and unapproachable visage of the emperor, their faces flushed crimson, their gazes soft and watery. Ji Wen, however, merely cast a dispassionate glance across them, his eyes akin to obsidian ice, handsome, profound, and imbued with an air of darkness and coldness. After a brief pause, Ji Wen pointed toward a lady standing in the corner, saying, "You, step forward." The ladies followed his gesture, internally acknowledging the expected choice. Jiang Wantang, momentarily stunned, slowly approached the center of the hall, performing a respectful bow, her back straight and demeanor composed. "This humble servant greets your Majesty, wishing you longevity and peace." "Lift your head," Ji Weiyuan commanded coolly. Jiang Wantang complied, her eyes indifferent. Before her stood a woman clad in a dress of pear blossom hue, adorned with jewels that accentuated her noble and radiant visage. It was a face that could not be overlooked, strikingly beautiful beyond exaggeration. A mole at the corner of her eye resembled a captivating star, capable of ensnaring souls with a single glance. Ji Wen's deep-set eyes narrowed imperceptibly upon meeting Jiang Wantang's gaze, a dangerous glimmer flashing within. This look felt strangely familiar. Was it she? Chapter 43. Granting of flowers. Ji Wen paused as he held the teacup, then set it down. His previously nonchalant demeanor swept away. He cast a deep gaze at Jiang Wantang, his fingers lightly tapping the table, the dull sound echoing ominously. The others in the room were too frightened to breathe. After a long moment, Ji Wen spoke softly, "Grant flowers." Instantly, the assembly in the grand hall was taken aback, particularly Wang Fuhai. He glanced at Jiang Wantang and then accepted the situation as a matter of course. None anticipated that the emperor's first bestowal of flowers would come so swiftly and unexpectedly. Wang Fuhai, shaken from his astonishment, proclaimed loudly, "The daughter of Prime Minister Jiang Zhishu, Jiang Wantang, is granted flowers." Jiang Wantang withdrew her gaze, performed a respectful greeting, and gently expressed, "This humble daughter thanks your Majesty for the grace." Her enchanting peach blossom eyes shimmered with a hint of joy, perfectly embodying youthful shyness and surprise. Ji Weiyuan regarded her innocent smile with a slight furrow of his brow. Clearly, this innocent and delicate little rabbit was not the prey he desired. Particularly upon hearing Prime Minister Jiang Zhishu, the light in his eyes dimmed considerably. Subsequently, a palace maid plucked a vibrant peony from a basket and adorned Jiang Wantang's hair with it. Sitting at his lower left, Concubine Qi seethed with jealousy, especially upon seeing Jiang Wantang's face, wishing to snatch the flower from her. The waiting maidens outside, witnessing the first group of beauties remaining, Some even receiving flowers from the emperor began to feel anxious and hopeful. The selection process proceeded rapidly, concluding in less than an hour. Only 60 maidens were chosen, while the others were sent away from the palace. Aside from Jiang Wantang, no other maiden in the hall received the emperor's attention or was granted flowers thereafter. Just as everyone presumed Jiang Wantang and Appo's position to be the highest among them, the decree of titles was announced. Among this group of maidens, the highest rank was bestowed upon Zhao Shujia, the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Zhao, who was named Jia Fei. Meanwhile, the much-admired Jiang Wantang was only granted the title of Marin and assigned to reside in Yongchun Palace, the farthest from the emperor's quarters. Those familiar with the palace knew that Yongchun Palace was adjacent to the Cold Palace. It seemed this breathtaking beauty would soon fall from grace upon entering the palace. In an instant, the envious gazes that had recently been directed at Jiang Wantang transformed into expressions of schadenfreude. Beauty and noble birth, what did it matter? In this harem, a woman and Appo's worth depended solely on the emperor and Appo's favor. Without it, she was as lowly as dirt, subject to anyone's disdain. Jiang Wantang regarded their sympathetic or mocking looks with a serene smile. The real drama was just beginning. Those who had previously sought to ingratiate themselves with her now flocked to Zhao Shujia, eager to align themselves with her instead. Zhao Shujia, embodying the grace of a noble lady, quickly mingled with them, exchanging sisterly affection. Some flattered her, saying, "Sister Jia Fei, you clearly are a person of fortune. No wonder you hold the emperor's favor." Others added, "Indeed, Sister Jia Fei hails from the duke's residence, is gentle and virtuous, and possesses remarkable talent. She is a true lady of distinguished lineage." While everyone sought to flatter Zhao Shujia, only Zhang Kailan appeared to blatantly undermine her, scoffing, unlike some, who seem to come from a reputable family, but are actually from the countryside, possessing nothing but beauty. No wonder the emperor looks down upon them. Before she could finish, Jiang Wantang delivered a sharp slap to Zhang Kailan's face. To provoke her openly was intolerable. Zhang Kailan, clutching her stinging cheek, glared at Jiang Wantang with disbelief. "You dare to hit me?" With so many onlookers, Zhang Kailan could not maintain her composure and raised her hand to retaliate. Jiang Wantang effortlessly seized her wrist and retaliated with another slap, leaving her cheeks symmetrically marked. Furious, Zhang Kailan exclaimed, "My father is an official in the Ministry of Justice. Dare you try again?" Jiang Wantang laughed mockingly, realizing Zhang Kailan was the sister of the arrogant Zhang Hong. The siblings were both insufferably proud and unlikable. Leaning closer to Zhang Kailan, Jiang Wantang taunted, "Did I not just test that? What can you do to me? You bully me too much." Zhang Kailan's face flushed with rage as she broke free from Jiang Wantang's grasp. Jiang Wantang withdrew her hand, her smile innocent. "I did not bully you. Everyone here witnessed that you insulted me first, and I could bear it no longer." She shifted her tone. To speak ill of someone in their presence is indeed deserving of a beating. If you feel wronged, we can certainly approach His Majesty together and let him adjudicate. At this, the crowd collectively gasped. Such trivial squabbles among women should never be brought before the unpredictable emperor. Was that not courting disaster? They realized that if the emperor became enraged, they might all suffer the consequences. Those initially entertained by the scene now seemed to regret Zhang Kailan's foolishness. Zhao Shujia quickly interjected, smiling to diffuse the tension. "We are all sisters here, having just arrived." She approached Jiang Wantang, saying, "Sister Jiang, indeed it was Zhang's fault. Now that you have taught her a lesson, let us leave this matter behind." As the highest ranking among them, Zhao Shujia's intervention demanded respect, and no one could refuse her request. Jiang Wantang had only intended to intimidate them, never truly wishing to provoke Ji Wuyuan to the point of disaster. With her purpose achieved, she nodded in agreement. However, Zhang Kailan was relentless, shouting, "Jiang Wantang, you wait. When I am favored, I will be the first to deal with you." Jiang Wantang could not help but chuckle. "Excellent. I wish Sister Zhang the best of luck in gaining favor." A few indistinct chuckles rippled through the crowd, while Lin Riyun in the back laughed openly. Zhang Kailan shot a furious glare at her, but upon recognizing Lin Riyun's imposing presence, her anger dissipated. Key points. This narrative is set in an alternate historical context, with rankings established based on the author's references. Each dynasty varies. Please do not scrutinize. The hierarchy of the dashing dynasty's harem is as follows. Empress, the highest position among the concubines. First rank, Guifei, Shufei Defei, Xinfei, 4 feis. Second rank, Zhaoyi, Zhaorong, Zhaoyuan, Xiui, Xiurong, Xuyuan, Chongyi, Chongrong, Chongyuan, 9 pin. Third rank, Jiejue. Fourth rank, Meiren. Fifth rank, Kalin. Sixth rank, Baolin. Seventh rank, Yunni. Eighth rank, Kane. Images of the hierarchy will follow for reference. If you enjoy, please leave a 5-star rating. Dear readers, please add this to your bookshelf. Sending love and appreciation your way. Chapter 44. The performance has just begun. Lin Riyun was not someone to be easily bullied. And now that she had been elevated to a concubine's rank, her status was far above that of Zhang Kaijin. With red-rimmed eyes, Zhang Kaijin glared at the crowd, exclaiming, You all bully me. With no father to support her in the palace, she was consumed by fury and despair, fleeing in tears. Zhao Shujia frowned in disapproval, initially believing Zhang Kaijin to be clever, but now realizing she was merely a brainless troublemaker. She resolved to distance herself from such individuals to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble. However, the altercation in the Shoshio Palace was meticulously relayed to the ears of Wang Fuhai, the chief eunuch. In the imperial study, a faint aroma of dragon's saliva incense lingered. Ji Wein was reviewing documents at his desk when Wang Fuhai approached, bowing to whisper a few words. So it has already begun? Ji Wein scoffed, his expression one of disdain. Wang Fuhai chuckled lightly, saying, Yes, I have heard that the one who struck is the Jiang beauty whom you bestowed flowers upon today. Oh, Ji Wein raised an eyebrow, intrigued at her. It seems she is not a harmless little rabbit, but rather a clawing little wildcat. Wang Fuhai continued, These new ladies dare to cause a scene upon entering the palace. Your Majesty, should we send someone to admonish them? Ji Wein coldly sneered, his words laced with indifference. Why bother with them? Even if someone were to die, what of it? The harem has been stagnant for far too long. It is time for a bit of excitement. Your Majesty, with the arrival of these newcomers, some may become restless, Wang Fuhai added. Ji Wein smirked, his smile tinged with sarcasm. Indeed, the performance has only just begun. Wang Fuhai instantly understood, exclaiming, Your Majesty is truly wise. Just as he prepared to take his leave, Ji Wein commanded, Send someone to investigate the background of this Jiang beauty. Also, keep an eye on her. Wang Fuhai bowed. I shall attend to it immediately. Within the Sinang Palace, the air was thick with incense. Empress Dowager Qi reclined languidly on a carved rosewood couch, half closing her eyes as she perused the final roster of selected ladies, her brow furrowing in discontent. Zhao Guogong's legitimate daughter, Zhao Shujia, age 17, conferred the title of first-class Jiafei. Wang Anping's daughter, Wang Geilan, age 16, conferred the title of fourth-class beauty. Lin General's daughter, Lin Riyun, aged 18, conferred the title of second-class Chanrong. Prime Minister Jiang Zhishu's daughter, Jiang Wantang, age 16, conferred the title of fourth-class beauty. Minister of Revenue's legitimate daughter, Xia Changqing, age 15, conferred the title of third-class Jiu. Criminal Ministry's deputy's daughter, Zhang Rou, aged 15, conferred the title of fifth-class Kaijin. After reading, Empress Dowager Qi let out a cold laugh. Indeed, a flourishing array of blossoms. Everyone knows that the harem is currently leaderless, and the emperor has no heirs. The intentions of the officials are all too apparent, as is the emperor's awareness. Judging by this list, it seems every prominent noblewoman from the city of Shengjing is present. Beside her, Granny's son knelt, massaging the Empress Dowager's calves while soothingly murmuring, Your Majesty, fret not. The harem is already firmly in the hands of our Qi family. Even with newcomers entering, they cannot stir up any significant waves. Empress Dowager Qi's gaze remained fixed on a roster, lamenting, You do not comprehend the emperor's thoughts. He is no longer the emperor who needed the support of the Empress Dowager and the Qi family 2 years ago. The entrance of these ladies into the palace is not as simple as it seems. The noblewomen affiliated with the Qi family are few and far between, and even those few hold low ranks. In contrast, the daughters of officials like Zhao Guogong, Lin General, and the Minister of Revenue are all of considerable rank. This action is akin to Sima Zhao's intentions, evident to all. Her beloved son's desire to suppress the Qi family is glaringly obvious. Granny Sun remarked, "At the very least, His Majesty is willing to step into the harem to expand the royal lineage." Empress Dowager Qi scoffed, and what of it? Ultimately, he will not allow his children to emerge from the womb of a Qi family member. At the mention of this, Granny Sun's expression grew serious. Although the highest-ranked concubine in the harem is Qi family's eldest daughter, Qi Rong, the emperor has yet to favor her. This is undoubtedly a slap in the face for the Qi family. Furthermore, since the emperor is not a child of the Qi family, over time, the bond between mother and son has grown increasingly frigid. Particularly in recent days, the emperor has evidently harbored thoughts of punishing the Qi family for Qi Guizhi's matters. Observing the Empress Dowager's tightly furrowed brow, Granny Sun cautiously suggested, "His Majesty is benevolent and filial, often visiting Sinang Palace to pay his respects. Might this indicate his benevolence and filial piety are merely for show?" Empress Dowager Qi suddenly interjected, her anger flaring. "Benevolent? If he were truly benevolent, would he ruthlessly suppress my Qi family? It has only been 2 years since his ascension, and his methods are ruthless, akin to a wolf or tiger seizing power. Now, apart from the criminal ministry, where is there any place for my Qi family's presence? Indeed, he is a white-eyed wolf that cannot be tamed. I fear his next step is to eliminate my Qi family." Empress Dowager Qi lamented, "Had I known this day would come, I would have never supported him in seizing the throne." Granny Sun trembled in fear, kneeling on the ground, anxious. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. It was my carelessness." "Enough. Rise." Empress Dowager Qi closed the roster of selected ladies, icy in tone. "If he wishes to act, he must first consider whether I will permit it. Does he truly believe that gathering a few beauties into the palace can stir up any significant turmoil? Let's wait and see." On the following day after the selection, the chosen ladies were to move into their assigned quarters. When eunuch Lin from the ceremonial office led Jiang Wantang to Yongchun Palace, Xiao Zhu and Yun Shang were already waiting at the entrance. Besides the two of them, the ceremonial office also assigned several palace maids and eunuchs to Jiang Wantang according to her rank. "Thank you, eunuch Lin." Jiang Wantang nodded graciously. Noticing this, Yun Shang discreetly slipped a heavy purse filled with gold ingots into eunuch Lin's hand. His eyes brightened. Indeed, she was the daughter of the Prime Minister's household, generous in her offerings. Upon further examination of her beauty and poise, he became even more enthusiastic. Jiang Wantang's visage was so exquisite that none in the harem could rival her beauty. Such a remarkable figure was no ordinary catch. With a smile dancing at the corners of his eyes, eunuch Lin flattered her, "Your Highness, rest assured, your fortune and favor await you." Having received his due, eunuch Lin eagerly explained the palace's affairs to Jiang Wantang. Besides the newly entered ladies, there were also numerous concubines within the palace. Some were daughters of ministers who had aided Jiwu Yuan during his ascension, while others had been introduced into the palace over the past 2 years. Due to the emperor's constant preoccupation with state affairs and his disinterest in women, none of the concubines could be considered favored. Nonetheless, among them were 2 who were particularly formidable. One was the favored Qi Fei, Qi Rong, who, backed by the Qi family and Empress Dowager Qi, was conferred the title of Fei upon entering the palace, and to this day, none have surpassed her rank. She was also the most arrogant and domineering figure in the harem. Even the most willful beauties entering the palace would find their tempers tempered by her, and many concubines had suffered defeat at her hands. Chapter 45. The Tyrant's White Moonlight. Another individual of note is by Wei Wei, the sole sister of the once mighty general. When the general perished in battle alongside the then Prince Jiwu Yuan, upon ascending the throne, Jiwu Yuan posthumously honored him as the valiant general. His sister, by Wei Wei, entered the palace and was bestowed the title of virtuous consort, enjoying the emperor's favor and holding the position of the most cherished within the harem. She stands as the only one in the palace, a presence even the favored consort she dares not touch. Although eunuch Lin patiently elucidates the dynamics of the various courts, Jiang Wantang keenly observes that he invariably falls silent when discussing the virtuous consort by Wei Wei. Even when she intentionally or unintentionally inquires, he skillfully sidesteps the topic. Jiang Wantang lowers her gaze, pondering deeply, as her mind struggles to recall any information about the virtuous consort from her previous life, while details about consort Qi are plentiful. This is because, in her last life, the fiercest rival she faced was consort Qi Rong. After a lengthy pause, a sudden thought strikes Jiang Wantang. Among the many women of noble lineage in the harem, how is it that Bai Weiwei, of humble origins, becomes the most unique? Could it be that the virtuous consort's beauty resembles that of the woman the emperor holds dear? Jiang Wantang's query bursts forth unexpectedly. Eunuch Lin halts abruptly, his eyes wide with shock as he gazes at Jiang Wantang. Noticing his reaction, Jiang Wantang realizes she has hit upon the truth. Eunuch Lin stammers, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He wishes to evade this topic, yet Jiang Wantang is relentless. She offers him a smile, placing a pouch of gold in his hand, saying, "There is no need for fear, eunuch. I wish to consider you an ally. If you trust me, perhaps you might share openly." Jiang Wantang has extended an olive branch, awaiting his choice. Eunuch Lin understands her intent and begins to calculate his response. After their brief interaction, he grows increasingly convinced that this enchanting lady before him will undoubtedly have a promising future. He is willing to take this gamble. Thus, he replies with a smile, "It is my honor to clarify matters for the esteemed lady." Subsequently, Eunuch Lin concocts a reason to dismiss the others. In the palace, one must tread carefully with words. Such matters are forbidden to discuss. What I divulge today should not be mentioned to anyone in the future, he warns. From his lips, Jiang Wantang learns that Ji Weiyuan's white moonlight is none other than Nangong Liuli, the daughter of the former Duke of Jinbei, Nangong Lin, once celebrated as the most beautiful maiden in the capital. She grew up alongside the princes, sharing a childhood bond with Ji Weiyuan. Due to the Duke of Jinbei's allegiance to the 7th Prince Ji Wuwang during the struggle for the throne, Ji Wuwang later fell from grace and was exiled to Jinbei, prohibited from entering the capital without a summons. Furthermore, the Nangong clan was the first to be eradicated by Ji Weiyuan's decree, with only Nangong Liuli spared, while the other 9 clans were annihilated. There are whispers that Ji Wuwang rescued her, while others claim Ji Weiyuan, deeply enamored with Nangong Liuli, secretly facilitated her escape. This incident became taboo within the palace. To mention it would invite death without mercy. However, the elders of the court are well aware that the virtuous consort bears a striking resemblance to the emperor's childhood sweetheart, the white moonlight, Princess Liuli. Jiang Wantang listens, her heart heavy with emotion. Ji Weiyuan is indeed an enigma. If one claims he is heartless, he has clung to the memory of a woman for years, even bestowing kindness upon those who resemble her. Yet, if one argues he is sentimental, he personally decreed the annihilation of his beloved's entire clan. Such a tumultuous sentiment is unbearable for any woman. How tragic it is to be desired by such a man. If she does not love him, it might be tolerable, but if she does, it will be a fate worse than death. The very thought sends shivers down Jiang Wantang's spine. At that moment, Eunuch Lin glances at Jiang Wantang and remarks, "In my humble opinion, my lady, your features bear a closer resemblance to the virtuous consort than she does. Yet, your beauty surpasses hers, and the mole at the corner of your eye is far more enchanting than hers." Jiang Wantang is taken aback, a chill coursing through her. The implications of Eunuch Lin's words are overwhelming, and even after his departure, she finds herself mulling them over. The door to the side hall of Yongshun Palace creaks open, and both Xiuzhu and Yunshang feel a sudden chill. A thick layer of dust envelopes them as Xiuzhu waves her hand through the air to disperse it. Inside, there are rosewood wardrobes, mahogany dressing tables, and embroidered screens. Once splendid furnishings, now shrouded in dust and webs, indicating years of neglect. Yunshang sighs and calls upon several young maidservants to assist with the cleaning. Jiang Wantang surveys her surroundings. Yongchun Palace is spacious and somewhat secluded, yet it remains tranquil, housing only her as a consort. She reclines on a clean beauty couch, eyes closed in contemplation. Voices from two maidservants outside drift in. One sighs softly. "Do you think Our Lady has fallen from grace?" The other whispers, "Hush, do not speak such nonsense. She is yet to be favored, so how could she lose favor?" However, this Yongshun palace hardly resembles a dwelling for a favored consort. It is said that those who have resided here have always been looked down upon by the emperor. When new consorts enter the palace, which noble woman do you think the emperor will summon first? Ah, do not fret about such matters. It is beyond our concern. I find Our Lady quite admirable. Let us remain loyal to her. Jiang Wantang opens her eyes, her gaze profound. Fallen from grace? A smile tugs at her lips. She is well aware of the current situation. After all, in her previous life, Jiang Wanfu entered the palace as merely a lowly consort. Following a year of intrigue and scheming, she finally ascended to the rank of a favored concubine, only to fall out of favor with Ji Wuyuan and be cast into the cold palace. Ji Wuyuan seemed intent on suppressing the Qi family, yet he appeared no less fond of the prime minister's estate. Thus, the conflict between the two factions is the very scenario he desires. In her last life, Jiang Wanfu and Qi Rong's fierce rivalry resulted in mutual destruction. Could Ji Wuyuan's hand not have played a role in this? Jiang Wantang remains unconvinced. As the sun sets, the palace walls resemble a prison submerged beneath the sea, enveloped in a profound silence. That night, Jiang Wantang lies upon her bed, unable to find solace in sleep. If her conjecture is correct, days of turmoil lie ahead within this deep palace. The harem is a battlefield, filled with scheming and treachery, all for the affections of a man, leading to a struggle for survival. This is the fate of the women in the harem, where life and death are a mere jest for the sovereign. Men may change their hearts and betray, but power remains steadfast. Chapter 46. The fox disguised as a little white rabbit to cling to Ji Wuyuan is akin to grasping the pinnacle of power. However, to truly win him over is no simple feat. Meanwhile, in the Taiji Palace, the residence of the new Emperor Ji Wuyuan, the inner hall is constructed of gilded copper beams, adorned with exquisite white jade carvings and topped with glazed tiles. The floor is laid with opulent golden thread carpets, exuding an air of nobility and luxury. Exquisite landscapes hang upon the walls, each stroke delicate, depicting majestic mountains and rivers, embodying the profound significance of a nation. Behind the throne, a grand jade screen stands tall, intricately painted with a scene of 9 dragons playing with pearls, each scale carved with lifelike precision, as if they could ascend to the clouds and soar through the heavens at any moment. The palace is awash with light, and as the evening breeze stirs, the palace lanterns sway gently, casting a shimmering glow upon the verdant glazed tiles. Ji Wuyuan sits regally upon a dragon-patterned throne crafted from golden silk namu, diligently reviewing a pile of memorials. As new arrivals enter the palace, the Ministry of Rites hastens to prepare the newcomers' roster and green placards for submission. Wang Fuhai, holding the placards of various concubines, approaches with a smile, saying, "Your Majesty, tonight you must." Ji Wuyuan lifts his gaze, casting a fleeting glance before dismissing him with a wave of his hand, his expression impassive. "Withdraw." He commands someone to summon a yin from the Dali temple. Wang Fuhai's expression falters, and he replies, "Yes." In the palace, when it comes to favor, none are as favored as Xie Yin, the minister of Dali temple. He alone enjoys the privilege of free access to the emperor's quarters at all hours. As Wang Fuhai retreats to the doorway, a eunuch enters to announce, "Your Majesty." Minister Xie Yin seeks an audience. Before Ji Wuyuan can respond, Xie Yin, clad in a crimson official robe, strides in. Passing Wang Fuhai, he catches sight of the concubines and oppos, green placards in his hand, raising an eyebrow in mild surprise. Xie Yin bows slightly, his tone playful. "It seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment, interrupting your Majesty's affairs." Wang Fuhai's mouth twitches at this remark, internally grumbling. "At least you are aware of it. You visit the emperor's quarters so frequently that the concubines scarcely compare. If he weren't always stationed outside the palace, one might suspect something more intimate between them." Xie Yin, a childhood companion of the emperor during his youth, now serves as his right-hand man, the most trusted confidant in the court. Indeed, perhaps too close for comfort. Noticing Wang Fuhai and Appo's as furrowed brow, Xie Jiyan smiles. What troubles you, Wang Gonggong? Do you not welcome my presence? Wang Fuhai rolls his eyes inwardly, thinking, why would I not welcome you? Do you not know your own standing? He conceals his true feelings, smiling. Minister Xie, you flatter me. His Majesty just sent for you. Oh, it seems that the Emperor and I are indeed of one mind. Xie Jiyan chuckles lightly. At this, Wang Fuhai's mouth twitches again, nearly unable to suppress an eye roll, especially as he gazes at Xie Jiyan's devilishly handsome face, finding him exceedingly vexing. Sensing the tension, Wang Fuhai discreetly retreats and closes the palace doors, letting out a deep sigh. Alas. At this moment, Ji Yuan sets aside his brush, leaning back in his seat, a hint of warmth gracing his typically icy visage. You have arrived. Please take a seat. No need for excessive formalities. Have there been any developments regarding the matter I entrusted you with? After seating himself, Xie Jiyan replies calmly. Your Majesty's intuition is correct. The Qi family has indeed been covertly courting Jiang Jishu, suggesting a mutual alliance of sorts. However, the cunning Jiang Jishu, perceiving the Qi family's weakened state, seems intent on keeping them at bay. He desires to maintain ties with the Qi family while avoiding offense to your Majesty, embodying a greedy and insatiable disposition. Ji Yuan scoffs coldly, his sarcasm biting. To desire all yet stand for nothing is a recipe for ruin. And what the Qi family? Have they made any moves? The Qi family has severed one of their branches, leaving them severely weakened and their reputation tarnished. They appear to have adopted a more subdued demeanor on the surface. Xie Jiyan reports. Ji Yuan sneers, remarking that the Qi family has played this fade of calm quite adeptly. Xie Jiyan smiles, a glimmer of coldness in his eyes, musing, cornered dogs will bite back. They must see a glimmer of hope to avoid desperation. Ji Yuan's lips curve in a smile, and the two share a meaningful glance. After a moment of tea, Ji Yuan suddenly inquires, is there still no progress on the person behind the Qi Gue incident? Xie Jiyan pauses momentarily, a captivating visage flashing through his mind. He recalls the tense confrontation with Jiang Wantang in the prison cell. Just as she stated, he lacks evidence. Regaining his composure, Xie Jiyan replies, his gaze heavy. Qi Gue has made many enemies. Those wishing for his demise are numerous. The perpetrator left no evidence, making it challenging to draw conclusions at this time. Ji Yuan raises an eyebrow, his voice steady. No matter. If there are no leads, we can set this aside for now. Our foremost concern is to keep a close watch on the Qi family. Xie Jiyan nods in agreement, then adds, by the way, regarding the current selection of concubines, there are rumors both within and outside the palace that your Majesty favors the daughter of Duke Zhao Shujia. Others also claim that your Majesty has taken a liking to Jiang Chengxiang's daughter, Jiang Wantang, publicly bestowing flowers upon her. Xie Jiyan studies him earnestly, his tone laced with intrigue. What are your Majesty's thoughts? Ji Yuan smiles, a hint of nonchalance in his demeanor. The former is merely a message I allowed to circulate. Is your Majesty intending for this Jia Fei to replace Qi Gue Fei's position in the harem? Xie Jiyan inquires. Ji Yuan counters with a question. What do you think of her, Yin? After a moment of hesitation, Xie Jiyan responds. I have greater faith in Jiang Marin. As a pawn, she may better achieve what Her Majesty desires. At the thought of Jiang Wantang's innocent and harmless demeanor, Ji Yuan shakes his head. Initially, he too held high hopes for her. However, the intelligence gathered by shadow guards revealed that this Jiang Marin is merely the daughter abandoned by Jiang Chengxiang a decade ago. Though she possesses striking beauty, she ultimately lacks the sophistication of the aristocratic young ladies of the capital. Consequently, he had recalled those tasked with monitoring Yongchun Palace. Ji Yuan sighs, his tone growing somber. Her background indeed suits her role, but a woman with mere beauty struggles to establish herself in the harem, let alone contend with Qi Rong and the Empress Dowager. How can a frail little rabbit face a fierce and ruthless tiger? Xie Jiyan raises an eyebrow at this, his smile taking on a deeper meaning. A little rabbit? Your Majesty is certain? She is at most a wildcat that can only bear its claws. Ji Wuyuan responds with indifference. Xie Yin internally scoffs, recognizing her as a cunning little fox, capable of deceiving even the emperor. He smiles, choosing to remain silent, for he does not believe this disguised little white rabbit will remain docile. He awaits the moment the fox reveals its true colors. Recalling matters of the harem, Xie Yin remembers another affair from today as court visit. He looks up at Ji Wuyuan, stating calmly, Your Majesty, with the selection of beauties entering the palace, it is time for you to bestow your favor upon the harem. Ji Wuyuan does not respond with his usual reticence. Instead, he chuckles lightly. A yin speaks wisely. Chapter 47. The Virtuous Concubine by Wei Wei. As the night gradually receded, a faint light began to emerge on the eastern horizon, casting a delicate glow through the clouds. Wang Fuhai stood outside the Taiji Palace, stifling yawns, when suddenly, with a loud bang, the palace doors swung open, and his drowsiness dissipated in an instant. Out stepped Xie Yin, clad in a scarlet official robe. Clearly, this man had spent yet another night in the emperor's chambers. Wang Fuhai squinted one eye and remarked nonchalantly, Sir Xie, you have truly worked hard. Xie Yin looked at him with amusement and replied, No hardship can compare to that of you, Master Wang, who has stood vigil through the night. However, you ought not to fixate on me so. Concerning the royal lineage, you must lend your mind as well. After all, as a man, I cannot bear children to propagate the imperial line. Is that even a sensible thing to say? Wang Fuhai glared at his teasing smile, pursing his lips and muttering inwardly, You are aware that you cannot bear children? What is a rooster that cannot lay eggs doing here in the dead of night? Vying for affection? Truly an eyesore. Xie Yin, perceiving Wang Fuhai's thoughts, placed a hand on his shoulder, his smile widening. I understand your urgency regarding the heirs of the harem. For the sake of our long acquaintance, I advised His Majesty last night. I believe he will soon take action, so do prepare yourself. Wang Fuhai's eyes brightened suddenly. Is what you say true, Sir Xie? With a chuckle, Xie Yin affirmed, Indeed. Moreover, you need not worry. The Dali Temple is quite busy, and for a considerable time, you likely won't see me in the Taiji Palace. After saying this, he patted Wang Fuhai's shoulder and swaggered away. Watching him leave with such ease, Wang Fuhai couldn't help but smile, whispering, Sir Xie, you have finally accomplished something noteworthy. But do remember, don't come back too soon. He lifted his gaze to the rising dawn, and a smile lingered on his lips, feeling that the clouds today seemed more radiant than ever. As the first light of day broke, Jiang Wantang awoke. Today marked the significant occasion of the new concubines paying their respects for the first time. Although no empress had been established yet, concubine Qi temporarily held the reins of the harem, as Empress Dowager Qi had fallen ill following the troubles of her family and had exempted the customary morning salutations. Thus, all the palace ladies were obliged to pay their respects to concubine Qi in the Chonghua Palace. On such an important day, the palace ladies adorned themselves with great effort, each one seeking to outshine the other. The weather had warmed, and Jiang Wantang wore a scarlet, wide-sleeved gown made of exquisite cloud brocade, interwoven with threads of gold and silver, shimmering elegantly as she walked. Her hair was styled into a high bun, adorned with a pair of dangling pearl hairpins. Her beauty radiant and captivating, with features that embodied the essence of spring. Residing in the furthest and most secluded part of the palace, Jiang Wantang, with her current rank of a fourth-grade beauty, was not entitled to use the carriage of a concubine. By the time she arrived at the Chonghua Palace, many concubines had already gathered inside, appearing to converse merrily, creating a harmonious atmosphere. Concubine Qi, dressed in a peach-colored gown embroidered with peonies, sat prominently in the center, exuding an air of authority akin to that of an empress. Upon Jiang Wantang's entrance, many concubines turned to glance at her, their expressions ranging from awe to envy and jealousy. News had spread of an extraordinary beauty emerging from the recent selection, with the emperor publicly presenting her with flowers, an unprecedented honor. Initially dismissed as mere exaggeration, seeing her in person instilled a sense of urgency and a hint of rivalry in their gazes. Jiang Wantang gracefully allowed their scrutiny, slowly stepping forward to perform her respects. At that moment, Concubine Shi was engaged in idle chatter with another palace lady, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Jiang Wantang smirked subtly, aware that Concubine Shi had indeed seen and heard her, deliberately putting her in a difficult position to assert dominance. However, since Concubine Shi did not bid her to rise, she was obliged to maintain her bowing position. The other concubines present feigned indifference, behaving as if they had not witnessed the unfolding drama. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Lin Rin entered, walking up beside Jiang Wantang, bowing deeply as she called out loudly. This humble concubine pays her respects to the esteemed concubine. Her voice echoed throughout the hall. At this, Concubine Shi could no longer pretend to be deaf. Smiling as she replied, "Rise, we are all sisters here. There is no need for excessive formality." The two of them stood and moved to a less conspicuous spot, sitting side by side. Gradually, the other concubines also arrived, and Concubine Shi ceased her difficulties, merely stating the customary rules regarding serving the emperor, despite having never done so herself. This remark bore a hint of sorrow. The elder palace ladies were already weary of such talk, while the newly arrived concubines listened attentively. Jiang Wantang scanned the hall, but did not see the virtuous concubine that Lin Gonggong had mentioned yesterday. Just then, a commotion arose from outside. A eunuch shouted with a piercing voice, "The virtuous concubine has arrived." Following this, a woman dressed in a long purple gown adorned with lotus patterns entered, supported by palace maids. Upon her entrance, all eyes turned toward her. The woman, with her hair styled in an elegant high bun, decorated with several purple gemstone hairpins, possessed a slender waist and fair complexion, embodying grace and poise. It was none other than the tardy virtuous concubine, Bai Weiwei. Upon entering, Bai Weiwei smiled sweetly at Concubine Shi. "Dear concubine, please do not hold it against me for my ignorance of the rules. I have been afflicted with a chill these past few days, and the emperor, showing his compassion, has exempted me from all formalities and salutations." Concubine Shi clenched her fists but maintained a composed smile. "His Majesty has always been considerate of you. You must take care of your health. Please sit." "Thank you, dear concubine," Bai Weiwei replied with a smile, proceeding to take her seat at the lower right of Concubine Shi. In contrast to Concubine Shi's arrogance, the favored Bai Weiwei appeared exceedingly gentle and gracious. Concubine Shi's ability to tolerate her suggested that Ji Wuyuan indeed held a unique regard for Bai Weiwei. Was it merely because Bai Weiwei bore a resemblance to someone from the past? Chapter 48. The knights embraced. Jiang Wantang recalled what Lin Gonggong had mentioned yesterday, that she bore a striking resemblance to Bai Weiwei in terms of her brows and eyes. Yet, as she surveyed herself from various angles, she found no particular similarity. If one were to point out a commonality, it would be their shared pair of peach blossom eyes. However, the essence of their gazes differed. Bai Weiwei's were gentle and serene like water, while hers exuded a captivating allure. Therefore, during the palace selection, Ji Wuyuan had noticed her solely because of their similar eyes and had directly bestowed upon her a flower, based on the limited information at her disposal. Jiang Wantang formed this conjecture. However, she was acutely aware that while appearance might capture his attention, it would be a futile endeavor to evoke his compassion or entice him into her sphere. This was evident from the matter concerning Nangong Liuli. Ji Wuyuan was not a man who would lose his composure over a woman. His indifference towards Jiang Jishu indicated that he would treat her with the same coldness he had shown Jiang Wantang in a past life. To move him, she would first need to showcase her own worth. Before long, the crowd exited the Chonghua Palace, with the concubines pairing off in threes and twos. Only Jiang Wantang walked alone, as her residence was the most distant and isolated, coupled with her extraordinary beauty, which made others reluctant to stand beside her as mere embellishment. Yet, Jiang Wantang was indifferent to this. She had not entered the palace to forge sisterly bonds with them. After her departure, Bai Weiwei pointed at Jiang Wantang's retreating figure and inquired of the maid beside her, "Who is she?" "Your Highness, she is the new concubine Jiang, the second daughter of Prime Minister Jiang, raised in the countryside," the maid replied softly in her ear. Bai Weiwei lowered her gaze, her expression inscrutable. As night descended, Wang Fuhai approached Ji Weiyuan's desk, carrying a list of the concubines and their plaques, wearing a cheerful smile. Upon seeing the items in Wang Fuhai's hands, Ji Weiyuan instinctively furrowed his brow. Observing the stack of memorials before him, Wang Fuhai sheepishly suggested, "Your Majesty, perhaps it would be wise to retire early tonight?" Ji Weiyuan's countenance darkened, and he remained silent. The coldness in the emperor's demeanor was palpable. Even Wang Fuhai, who was familiar with him, felt a tremor in his legs. Ultimately, Ji Weiyuan did not turn over a single plaque. Wang Fuhai grimaced internally, cursing Xie Yan 1,000 times. As the night deepened in the Chonhua Palace, another group of newcomers had entered. Watching their youthful exuberance and beauty, Qi Guifei felt acutely aware of her own rapid aging. Seated before a bronze mirror, she gazed at her reflection, reflecting on the passage of time. Her maid, Mei Xiang, stood behind her, delicately removing the ornaments from her hair. Upon hearing her mistress's sentiments, she comforted, "Your Highness, do not say such things. You have only been in the palace for 2 years, and you are still of an age comparable to theirs, in the prime of womanhood. How could you possibly be old?" Qi Guifei smiled, albeit with a hint of bitterness. "But in this harem, no woman can escape the fate of being defeated by the words new love and old hate. My lady, you are the most esteemed woman in the harem, backed by the Qi family and the Empress Dowager. His Majesty will always hold you in his thoughts," Mei Xiang reassured her. Qi Guifei smiled sadly. "You do not understand him. If he truly cared for me, he would not have consistently neglected me, nor would he have allowed that lowly Bai Weiwei to flaunt her power before me. However, I refuse to accept this. Why should I, the legitimate daughter of the Qi family, endure the arrogance of a woman of such humble origins?" With that, a flicker of indignation and resentment shone in her eyes. She shifted her tone. "Nonetheless, you are correct about one thing. With the Empress Dowager and the Qi family behind me, none of them shall surpass me." As the night deepened, just as Qi Guifei was preparing for rest, she heard hurried footsteps outside her door. The maid on night watch rushed in to report, "Your Highness, please prepare yourself. His Majesty has arrived. He is here at the Chonhua Palace." Qi Guifei's heart raced, and the comb in her hand fell to the floor. She grasped Mei Xiang's hand, her voice trembling with excitement. "Did she just say what I think she said? I must have heard wrong." Mei Xiang, equally astonished, confirmed, "Your Highness, you heard correctly. It is indeed His Majesty." Still unable to believe it, Qi Guifei reflected on her recent conduct and found no reason for alarm. Could it be that the Emperor's visit to the concubine's chambers was, for the sake of intimacy? Her heart soared with anticipation as she donned a magnificent outer robe, disregarding her appearance as she hurried towards the sleeping quarters. Upon stepping outside, she beheld a distinguished figure in an ink robe, standing with his hands clasped behind him under the moonlight. In that moment, her heart raced uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, she approached him with a mix of nervousness and eagerness, bowing deeply. "Your Majesty, may you have peace. I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Her voice was soft and delicate, embodying the demeanor of a gentle woman, devoid of her usual arrogance. Ji Weiyuan turned to her, his tone indifferent, no need for formalities. With that, he entered her chambers, and the implication was unmistakable. Mei Xiang, brimming with excitement, helped Qi Guifei rise and instructed the other maids to prepare. As Qi Guifei followed Ji Weiyuan closely, the candlelight illuminated the sharp, exquisite features of the emperor, his presence radiating an icy nobility that could enchant any woman. Her heart raced faster, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. When the new emperor ascended the throne, she had entered the palace as a means to safeguard her family's interests. Yet she had found herself captivated by him from their first encounter in the Grand Hall. Thus, the union was genuine, and so were her affections. Nervously, she approached the table, poured a cup of tea, and placed it before him, softly saying, "Your Majesty, please enjoy the tea." Ji Weiyuan did not respond. Emboldened by a hint of shyness, she continued, "I was unaware of your visit tonight, and I apologize for any shortcomings in my service. Please do not hold it against me." Standing before him, her anxiety was palpable, clearly visible to his discerning gaze. Ji Weiyuan's eyes, dark and profound as black ice, held no excess expression, leaving no hint of his thoughts. After a prolonged silence, he spoke coolly. No need for such formality. You may wait for me on the bed. With that, he called for water and moved towards the bathing area behind screen. Qi Guifei froze. Was he truly going to spend the night with her? Memories of the springtime illustrations the matron had shown her flooded her mind, and her face burned with embarrassment, yet a flicker of anticipation ignited within her. Listening to the sounds of water from behind the screen, Qi Guifei sat on the edge of the bed, biting her lip, her eyes shimmering with unspoken emotions. Her cheeks aglow with warmth. Before long, the silence of the chamber was pierced by the soft cries of a woman, gradually transforming into enticing, melodic whispers. Outside the chamber, Wang Fuhai wore a grin as radiant as a chrysanthemum on his weathered face. Chapter 49. Never to be a climbing flower within the chambers. The melodic voice of a woman resonated continuously. A peony-embroidered screen concealed the enticing scene on the bed. Ji Wen, clad in a meticulously arranged black robe, sat upright on a Zetanian-wood couch, perusing the documents in his hand with an indifferent expression. Beside him, a dark-clad guard held a hefty stack of documents awaiting his review. The guard, merely listening to the sultry calls of Concubine Qi from within, felt his ears redden with embarrassment, his body tense, blood surging, yet he dared not move. This duty was indeed both torturous and excruciating. In stark contrast, Ji Wen seemed oblivious, his countenance impassive, his gaze fixated solely on the documents, exuding an aura of chilling detachment, embodying an ascetic demeanor. The following day, when Concubine Qi awoke, the bed was cold, for Ji Wen had long since departed. She learned from Mei Xiang that he had left as soon as he finished. Although a hint of disappointment washed over her, the reminiscence of their previous night's encounters instantly flushed her cheeks with embarrassment. Behind every wall in the palace, a multitude of ears lay in wait. News spread swiftly. By dawn, the tidings of the emperor's favor towards Concubine Qi had permeated the harem. In Sinang Palace, the fragrant incense wafted gently. Empress Dowager Qi, holding a string of prayer beads, knelt before the small Buddhist altar in the side hall. She momentarily froze upon hearing the news. Is it true? Granny's son chuckled. Absolutely, Your Majesty. The Empress Dowager fell into silence, her fingers fiddling with the beads. After a long pause, she mused, My son grows ever more inscrutable. She had assumed that even if Ji Wen were to indulge in the harem, it would never be her niece, Qi Rong. After all, he had not acted thus in the past when he needed the Qi family's support, much less now. Yet, he had indeed favored Qi Rong first. Granny's son proposed, with a new concubine entering the palace. Should I remind the concubine to be cautious? The Empress Dowager lifted her gaze and replied coolly, There is no need. Instead, procure some fertility remedies. It is of utmost importance for her to conceive the Emperor's first child while he is still enamored. Regardless of the Emperor's thoughts, as long as Rong bears a son, her position will be assured. In this harem, a mother's status is always elevated by her offspring. Granny's son nodded, enlightened. Your wisdom is unmatched, Your Majesty. In Chonghua Palace, after receiving favor, Concubine Qi found herself eagerly anticipating the morning greetings from the other concubines. Her face alight with uncontainable pride. The other concubines noted the dark circles under her eyes, a testament to a sleepless night. They could easily surmise the reason for her unrest, which only fueled their envy and ignited a flicker of anticipation within. Among them, Jiang Wantang observed Concubine Qi for some time, sensing something amiss. An indescribable feeling gnawed at her. The first to approach with a smile was Zhang Qiren, who had previously clashed with Jiang Wantang, her tone excessively flattering. In this palace, if there is anyone the emperor cherishes most, it's undoubtedly our Concubine Qi. Others echoed her sentiment. Indeed, Concubine Qi is enchanting, and the emperor is dashing, truly a match made in heaven. With Zhang Qiren leading the charge, the others chimed in, showering Concubine Qi with congratulations. Her smile blossomed even more radiantly, and she generously bestowed rewards upon them, exuding an aura akin to that of a queen. Jiang Wantang smirked subtly, her eyes drifting to the serene Bai Weiwei beside her. Bai Weiwei's complexion appeared pallid, as she remained silent throughout the proceedings. Observing closely, Jiang Wantang noted a resemblance between Bai Weiwei's demeanor and Concubine Chi's. In the following days, Ji Wuyuan consistently favored Concubine Chi without exception. Despite Concubine Chi's beauty being merely mediocre amidst the harem, her exclusive attention from the emperor astonished and envied many. Even Empress Dowager Qi found the situation perplexing. Emboldened by her favor, Concubine Qi became increasingly arrogant, frequently chastising the other concubines and even resorting to punishment for those vying for attention. However, this fortunate streak was short-lived. After just 7 days of affection, before she could even consume the fertility elixirs prepared by Granny's son, the emperor's affections shifted to other concubines, including Jia Fei, Wang Marin, and Zhang Qiren, indicating a trend of equitable distribution of his attentions. Among them, Jia Fei received the most favor. This behavior starkly contrasted Ji Wuyuan's previous disinterest in women. Jiang Wantang pondered for several days, unable to decipher his true intentions. In the palace, familiarity bred insight. The concubines who had once regarded Jiang Wantang as a formidable rival now relaxed their vigilance as she clearly lost favor. Even the offerings from the Ministry of Internal Affairs to Yongchun Palace became increasingly perfunctory and subpar. Xiao Zhu, unable to contain her frustration, expressed, "Miss, why don't you seek the emperor's favor like the other concubines? Look at Zhang Qiren, who personally delivers soup to the emperor every day. Jia Fei presents him with a variety of pastries daily. Wang Marin even dances in the imperial garden to attract his attention." Xiao Zhu rambled on, listing several examples. Yun Shang chuckled, "But did you know, Xiao Zhu, that Zhang Qiren's soup has never even reached the emperor's hall? Although Jia Fei's pastries entered the palace, they were given to the lower-ranking eunuchs by Gongong Wang. And Wang Marin's dancing didn't catch the emperor's eye. Instead, it led to a furious concubine Qi, who left her face bruised." Xiao Zhu appeared astonished. She sighed. "It seems being a favored concubine isn't as simple as it appears." "Not quite," Jiang Wantang smiled in the harem. "Being summoned and being favored are two entirely different matters. The concubines you mentioned may have been summoned, but did the emperor elevate their ranks or reward them?" Shaking her head, Xiao Zhu replied, "No." "Precisely." Jiang Wantang's smile deepened. "They were merely summoned but not truly favored. The genuine favorites are those like Xian Fei, despite doing nothing, have never seen a decrease in the emperor's favor. Even though concubine Qi is arrogant, she wouldn't dare to bully Xian Fei. The emperor is inherently indifferent. If I were to act like the other concubines and proactively seek his favor, I might gain his attention, but it would only result in a few summons. Consequently, I would merely become an ordinary beauty in the harem, indistinguishable from those who wait in vain for the emperor's kindness, living in a state of humble yearning. Such imperial favor is not what I desire." Xiao Zhu nodded thoughtfully, seemingly grasping the complexities of palace life, which were far more intricate than their earlier days in the countryside. Jiang Wantang gently patted her head, reassuringly saying, "Fear not, my dear. I aspire to be the most favored in this harem, not simply another concubine waiting for summons. The women here bloom like a riot of flowers, but the tallest blooms are often the first to wither. My target has never been these women, but the supreme ruler above them. I shall never be a climbing flower. I am a magnificent cotton tree in full bloom." On that day, as Jiang Wantang prepared herself, the outside world remained shrouded in darkness. Clouds loomed low, heralding the impending rain. Chapter 50. The Punishment. Jiang Wantang, as customary, ventured to the Chonghua Palace with Xiao Zhu to pay her respects, while Yun Shang remained in the Yongchun Palace to manage various affairs. On her way, she unexpectedly caught sight of a procession of palace maids and eunuchs approaching in an orderly fashion. Soon, the other attendants on the palace path retreated to the walls. Kneeling down. "A beauty. The emperor's carriage approaches. Quickly, kneel aside." At these words, Jiang Wantang tugged at Xiao Zhu and knelt by the wall alongside the maids. The emperor, Jiwen, was elevated above them, exuding a formidable presence, compelling everyone to bow their heads in silence. Jiang Wantang mused that Ji Weiyuan likely held them in disdain, viewing them as mere ants. Out of curiosity, she stole a glance upwards, only to find her gaze locked with his. Jiang Wantang raised her head. Ji Weiyuan rested his chin on one hand, and as their eyes met, he curled his lips into an enigmatic smile. Startled, Jiang Wantang quickly averted her gaze. The direction the emperor departed was towards the Sinang palace of Empress Qi. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wantang sensed she might discern Ji Weiyuan's intentions. Having grasped his thoughts, an opportunity emerged. Upon entering the Chonghua Palace, Jiang Wantang observed a row of concubines kneeling outside the main hall. She recognized several familiar figures: Zhao Shujia, Wang Guilan, Zhang Rou. It seemed that once again, the favored consort Qi had fallen out of favor and was seeking to vent her frustrations on these concubines. As expected, a loud crash echoed from within the hall. Consort Qi was in a furious rage, shattering a teacup against the floor, its fragments scattering everywhere. The concubines present trembled in fear, too terrified to speak. Jiang Wantang smirked sarcastically, recalling the saying, "When heaven wants to destroy a person, it first drives them mad." As her thoughts whirled, she devised a plan to attract Ji Weiyuan's attention. Just as she stepped into the grand hall, the furious consort Qi caught sight of Jiang Wantang's stunning face, which only served to infuriate her further. Narrowing her eyes, a glint of malice flickered within. "Jiang Beauty has arrived late. You shall be punished to kneel on the shattered porcelain for an hour." Jiang Wantang smiled softly. "Your Highness, I merely arrived slightly later than others. I did not miss the time for paying respects." And so, Consort Qi's gaze turned frosty. In stark contrast to her usual demeanor, Jiang Wantang retorted coldly, "Thus, Your Highness's punishment lacks any justification." The other concubines gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide as they regarded her. Jiang Wantang held no status and was not favored. Was she not courting death by defying Consort Qi? Enraged, Consort Qi slammed her hand on the table, shouting, "Outrageous! When I command you to kneel, you must obey. How dare a mere beauty confront me?" With that, she seized a scalding teacup and hurled it at Jiang Wantang's beautiful face. Jiang Wantang deftly evaded the attack, her smile unfaltering as she added fuel to the fire with a composed voice. "I am merely stating facts. It is your Highness who has misinterpreted my words." Consort Qi, accustomed to her domineering ways, could not tolerate such disrespect, especially in front of so many witnesses. Enraged by being publicly humiliated by a beauty of no standing, she stormed towards Jiang Wantang and delivered a fierce slap. Jiang Wantang swiftly grasped her wrist, retaliating with a resounding slap that sent Consort Qi crashing to the ground. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Had they just witnessed Consort Qi strike Jiang Wantang only to be struck down in return? Good heavens! Could it be that Jiang Wantang had lost her senses, daring to strike the consort in public? Even the palace servants were intimidated by the chilling aura surrounding Jiang Wantang, hesitant to approach. Previously, Jiang Wantang would never have resorted to violence. However, having surmised Ji Weiyuan's intentions, she felt unencumbered by fears. She recalled her past life, where Jiang Wanfu had fiercely clashed with Consort Qi, leading to a physical altercation in the Imperial Garden. After Jiang Wanfu had been slapped, she retaliated with 2 blows of her own, culminating in a chaotic scuffle. Yet afterward, Ji Weiyuan not only refrained from punishing Jiang Wanfu, but elevated her status under the guise of appeasement. Reflecting on this, Jiang Wantang realized that Jiang Wanfu had inadvertently aligned with the emperor's thoughts. Unlike Jiang Wanfu, however, she was now poised to endure hardships as part of a calculated plan. Consort Qi, clutching her face in disbelief, glared at Jiang Wantang, gritting her teeth. "You dare strike me?" Jiang Wantang, with her enchanting beauty intensified by her smile, the red beauty mark at the corner of her, lending her an almost bewitching allure, regarded the fallen consort from above. As if the roles had reversed, she was now the one in a position of power. Stepping closer, she spoke coldly. "Why should I not?" Whether it was due to the sudden chill in her demeanor or the pain from her face, Consort Qi instinctively recoiled a step back, inadvertently showcasing her vulnerability. Even she found it astonishing. The searing pain beneath her reminded her of the indignity she had just suffered, an utter disgrace. Seeing no one rushing to her aid, Consort Chi's rage erupted. "Is everyone dead?" she bellowed. "Quickly, drag this insolent wretch away and punish her with a rod." Chapter 51. A call for help. The servants of the Zhonghua Palace, startled by the furious roar of Concubine Chi, rushed towards Jiang Wantang. Jiang Wantang, however, did not resist or struggle, and was directly taken to the courtyard to face corporal punishment. Outside, Xiao Zhu, witnessing the scene, made to intervene, discreetly signaling her to run. Without delay, Xiao Zhu dashed toward the palace exit. "Quick, stop her!" Guards at the entrance of Zhonghua Palace surged forward. Fortunately, Xiao Zhu possessed some skills, allowing her to escape the encirclement. After ensuring her safety, Jiang Wantang breathed a sigh of relief, fully aware that Xiao Zhu would undoubtedly seek help for her. Time passed, and she calculated that Ji Yuan would soon exit the Xinang Palace, likely passing by Zhonghua Palace. The sky outside darkened ominously, and suddenly, torrential rain began to fall. As the rod struck down, a sharp pain shot through her waist, making it difficult for her to draw breath. Before she could recover, another blow landed. The pain was excruciating, and Jiang Wantang realized that this act of self-sacrifice was not worth the suffering. She might as well cease the pretense. Struggling to rise, she was forcefully pushed down again by a heavy blow. Concubine Chi ordered all the imperial consorts present to witness Jiang Wantang's punishment, a stark warning to others. Many of the timid ones trembled in fear. With half her face swollen, Concubine Chi wore a sinister smile, declaring, "You all see this clearly. This is the consequence of defying me. Strike her hard." Jiang Wantang gritted her teeth, not uttering a sound. She vowed to remember this debt. Seeing her silence, Concubine Chi viciously remarked, "I wonder how long you can endure this." The surroundings fell silent, save for the resounding crack of the rod, mingling with the sound of rain, echoing ominously in the air. Water dripped in torrents from the palace walls. Jiang Wantang, battered by the rain and the rod, appeared particularly tragic. No one dared to speak on her behalf. Elder Yu, beside Concubine Chi, stepped forward with concern, urging, "Your Highness, this Jiang beauty is, after all, a favored consort of His Majesty and the daughter of a prime minister. If this continues, she may truly lose her life." Concubine Chi dismissed her worries, saying, "Do not fret, elder. She is merely the abandoned daughter of Prime Minister Jiang, raised in obscurity. If His Majesty truly cared for her, he would have summoned her to his bed long ago. By now, he likely doesn't even remember that there is a Jiang beauty in the harem." Elder Yu wished to argue further, but Concubine Chi was unwilling to listen. Today, she was determined to see Jiang Wantang dead. "Strike! Hit her harder for me." Elder Yu sighed, thinking that perhaps Jiang Wantang's death was not a great loss, but she hoped it would be swift enough not to implicate her own lady. Meanwhile, on the palace path near Zhonghua Palace, a commotion erupted ahead. Ji Yuan, who had been feigning sleep in his carriage, opened his eyes with a frosty demeanor. Wang Fuhai approached after gathering information and reported, "Your Majesty, it is a little maidservant of Jiang Beauty, seeking your aid." Ji Yuan sneered, his words chilling. "I am no savior. Stop the carriage, drag her away, and execute her." Wang Fuhai, having formed a deep impression of Jiang Wantang, a rare beauty, felt it would be a tragedy if she were to perish. Thus, he hurriedly interjected, "Your Majesty, that is unacceptable. Remember the Jiang beauty who received your bestowed flower during the selection?" Ji Yuan contemplated for a moment, recalling the striking face of the woman he had locked eyes with not long ago. It was not that he had paid particular attention to her, but her distinctive visage and unforgettable gaze made her stand out. Ji Yuan coldly inquired, "What is it?" Wang Fuhai, realizing he had piqued the emperor's interest, quickly replied, "The little maid said that Concubine Chi intends to execute Jiang Beauty. The punishment has already begun." Ji Yuan narrowed his eyes, sensing the stirrings of anger within him. "Excellent. Concubine Chi has not disappointed me. Proceed to Zhonghua Palace," he commanded, a smile curling at the corners of his lips, causing Wang Fuhai's hair to stand on end. To provoke the emperor in his own domain was a grave mistake. Concubine Chi was in for a reckoning. It was outrageous that she dared to issue such orders against a newly entered consort, especially one favored by the emperor. Was she not aware that she was slapping the emperor's face? Clearly, she had lost sight of who truly held power in the palace. Concubine Qi was utterly misguided. Chapter 52. Soft-hearted within the palace of Jiang Wantang. After being knocked down, endured several brutal blows, her light-colored dress now stained with large patches of blood. Coincidentally, she had chosen to wear a delicate pinkish-white gown today, which, under the vivid crimson of her blood, became a shocking sight. The pain was excruciating, making Jiang Wantang feel like cursing her fate. This act of self-sacrifice was too great a toll. She thought, I am done with this. Having achieved her intended effect, Jiang Wantang could no longer bear it. She forcefully broke free from the grip of the eunuchs restraining her, charging directly towards the front, where Concubine Qi stood. The events unfolded too swiftly, and in an instant, the one who had been subdued had now pounced upon Concubine Qi, bringing her crashing to the ground. Everyone present was caught off guard, including the two guards who had been striking her, rendered momentarily speechless. At this moment, Concubine Qi lay sprawled on the ground, with Jiang Wantang atop her, delivering blows with furious abandon, striking and clawing with such ferocity that she sought to reclaim the pain she had just endured. However, her attacks were calculated, targeting concealed areas and avoiding obvious places like the face. These hidden spots were both painful and unlikely to leave marks. Concubine Qi cried out in agony, utterly unable to retaliate. Madness. This was truly madness. Just when it seemed that Concubine Qi had reached the height of insanity, Jiang Wantang surpassed her in ferocity. Yuma was startled, shouting, "What are you all standing there for? Pull her away, hurry!" She rushed forward to separate Jiang Wantang. But at that moment, Jiang Wantang was beyond reason, swinging her hand and sending Yuma tumbling to the ground. The elderly woman, unable to rise, remained seated there. Seeing this, the palace maids and eunuchs rushed forward to restrain Jiang Wantang, plunging the scene into chaos. The concubines present, all raised with decorum and propriety, had never witnessed such a spectacle, paralyzed with fear and unable to move. This was likely the most terrifying experience of Concubine Qi's life. To her, the bloodied figure of Jiang Wantang appeared as a terrifying demon. With a chilling smile curving her lips, Jiang Wantang declared, "If I perish, you shall accompany me." Concubine Qi trembled, as Jiang Wantang's words echoed in her mind like a death knell. The pain rendered her vision dark. Ultimately, Jiang Wantang, outnumbered, was forcefully pinned to the ground by the palace attendants. Observing Concubine Qi and Appo's pained expression, Yuma hurried over to assist her in sitting up. As Concubine Qi regained her composure, she pointed at the restrained Jiang Wantang and shouted, "Quick! Kill her! Execute her!" Just as Ji Weiyuan arrived, he heard Concubine Qi's vicious command, and his expression darkened instantly. Impudence. His voice resonated, causing everyone present to feel as if they had plunged into an icy abyss, immediately dropping to their knees, trembling. "We pay our respects to your majesty." Concubine Qi trembled, raising her eyes to see a distinguished man in a black dragon robe standing at the entrance of the palace of Thish. She was momentarily struck dumb, unable to comprehend how the emperor could be here at such an hour. Ji Weiyuan cast a cold gaze at everyone present, stepping forward with heavy, deliberate footsteps that reverberated through the still air like the tolling of a death knell. Concubine Qi, panicking, stammered, Your Majesty, how could you be here?" He regarded her with an inscrutable smile. "Concubine, how imposing you are!" Concubine Qi froze, her face draining of color. She now appeared utterly disheveled, her hair in disarray, makeup smudged by tears, and her gown in tatters, as though she had just been ravaged in the rain. In contrast, Jiang Wantang lay on the ground, her hair unkempt, her dress torn, and her body covered in blood, clearly gravely injured. Yet, even in such a dire state, her beauty remained intact, presenting a hauntingly tragic allure. The moment Jiang Wantang caught sight of Ji Weiyuan, she settled down. Thus, the crowd witnessed a remarkable scene. The once fierce and reckless woman who had so brazenly attacked Concubine Qi now wept, her eyes glistening with tears like pearls falling from a broken string. She crawled laboriously towards Ji Yuan, her delicate frame exuding a blend of fragility and undeniable resilience. Jiang Wantang reached out, her fingers trembling yet firmly grasping the hem of his robe, as if he were her last hope. She lifted her head defiantly, her eyes locked onto Ji Yuan's, filled with a pleading intensity. "Your Majesty, save me. Concubine Qi wants to kill me." Her voice trembled, laced with despair and a desperate plea. Ji Yuan, gazing down at her tear-filled eyes, felt an unexpected softness in his heart. Perhaps it was his aversion to seeing a delicate woman in tears, or perhaps he could not bear to lose such a vibrant beauty. Regardless, he found himself softened. Had it been any other woman, he would have kicked her away without a second thought. Yet, faced with Jiang Wantang, he remained motionless, allowing her soiled hands to cling to his robe. Ji Yuan took an oil paper umbrella from the guards, tilting it to shield Jiang Wantang from the rain above. The tyrant, feared by all, possessed a strikingly handsome appearance, his smile particularly dazzling. "What on earth has happened to render you in such a state?" he asked softly. "What? Just a moment and Appo's absence? What does that mean? Wasn't it said that Jiang Wantang had long fallen from grace and lost the emperor's favor?" Ji Yuan's words carried a weight that sparked curiosity. "Your Majesty!" Concubine Qi shrieked. She had been startled by Ji Yuan's arrival, but now, witnessing Jiang Wantang's audacious behavior before him and the evident connection between them, a wave of uncontainable fury surged within her. Particularly infuriating was that Jiang Wantang had dared to play the victim. "Your Majesty, it was Jiang Wantang. She struck me first." Concubine Qi pleaded. "She violated decorum and assaulted me. Your Majesty, please uphold justice for me." In the inner palace, it was a death sentence for a mere beauty to lay hands on a concubine. Yet under these circumstances, Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he looked at Jiang Wantang with a knowing gaze, as if to say, "You have struck a concubine. This is a grave crime." At that moment, Jiang Wantang coughed violently, blood spilling from her lips, staining her chin and chest, portraying a scene of impending demise that tugged at the heartstrings. Yet, her delicate hands remained tightly clutched to Ji Yuan's robe, her eyes filled with a mix of defiance and helplessness. With a voice tinged with fragility, she lamented, "She bullied me first. Am I going to die?" Tears began to stream down her face once more, a portrait of utter despair. Chapter 53. I Will Not Submit. In her blood-soaked and wretched state, Jiang Wantang poignantly illustrated the brazen oppression inflicted by concubine Qi, demonstrating through her actions who truly suffered and was wronged. Jiang Wantang was acutely aware that Ji Yuan held little regard for the lives of the women in the harem. He would not concern himself with discerning right from wrong, nor seek justice for anyone. In this palace, justice was a mere illusion, overshadowed by the harsh realities of survival. She was gambling, wagering that he did not wish for her demise just yet. Humans are inherently curious creatures, especially those who reside atop the precarious heights of power. When he identified an intriguing prey, how could he bear to extinguish its life so swiftly? Rather than the act of killing, he relished the thrill of the chase. Ji Yuan's lips curled into a subtle smile, his dark eyes narrowing as he scrutinized Jiang Wantang with an inquisitive and playful gaze. Indeed, the next moment, his deep voice echoed, "As long as I am here, you shall not perish." Concubine Qi, upon witnessing Jiang Wantang's beguiling demeanor, ground her teeth in fury. "Your Majesty, she is pretending. She must be deceiving you. Do not be misled by her facade." Silence. Ji Yuan's sharp rebuke cut through her words. Concubine Qi's eyes widened in disbelief and anguish as she stared at him, incredulous that he would chastise her, a woman who had just entered the palace, in front of so many witnesses, leaving her utterly humiliated. The pain in her heart eclipsed any physical suffering she endured. She could not discern whether her distress stemmed more from sorrow or anguish. Ji Yuan's gaze was as frigid as ice, his words piercing. "This matter does not concern you." Jiang Wantang realized she had indeed placed her bet wisely. A wave of agonizing pain surged through her, prompting her to furrow her brows. It was time to take advantage of the situation and seek recompense for the humiliation she had suffered in the rain. While weeping, she tugged at his garment, her gaze sweeping over those who had assaulted her, and with a voice trembling with indignation, she pointed weakly at them. "They struck me. They nearly beat me to death. Your Majesty." Upon concluding her words, she cast a tear-filled glance at Ji Weiyuan, her meaning unmistakable. She sought justice on her behalf. Ji Weiyuan followed her pointed finger, observing a group of eunuchs and guards trembling as they knelt, some still clutching rods. A deeper smile graced Ji Weiyuan's lips as he coldly commanded, "Seize all the servants from the Chonghua Palace and execute them by beating." Shock rippled through everyone present. Concubine Shi collapsed to the ground, and only when the attendant Yamama was about to be dragged away did she show any sign of life. She clutched Yamama tightly, crying out, "Your Majesty, Yamama has watched me grow. I beg you, spare her." Ji Weiyuan remained unmoved, not even casting her a glance. Furious, Concubine Shi's eyes blazed with rage as she exclaimed, "Your Majesty, I refuse to acquiesce. What fault lies with Yamama? Clearly, it was that wretched Jiang Wantang who erred. How can it be that you punish me instead?" At this, even Wang Fuhai was rendered speechless. Concubine Shi's public questioning of the emperor was a blatant affront to his authority. Did she truly believe that a few days of favor granted her the audacity to act with such arrogance before him? Wang Fuhai's suspicions were confirmed. Concubine Shi was consumed by jealousy. She could not accept that her standing in the emperor's heart could be overshadowed by a newcomer. Just days ago, they had been entwined in affection, sharing tender moments. Ji Weiyuan still wore a faint smile, yet the oppressive aura surrounding him was undeniable. With a chilling demeanor, he uttered, "Presumptuous! Who granted you the audacity to question me?" Concubine Shi trembled under his icy gaze, rendered speechless. "Seize her! The concubine speaks out of turn. Strike her," he commanded. "Should there be any further dissent, let tongues be severed before execution." Furthermore, the concubine has displayed a lack of virtue, failing to conduct herself properly before me. Her authority over the 6 palaces is hereby revoked, and she shall be confined for 3 months for reflection. As he concluded, Ji Weiyuan turned his gaze to the prostrate Jiang Wantang, as if asking, "Are you satisfied now?" Jiang Wantang blinked, inwardly lamenting, "You have fulfilled your desires," seizing the opportunity to revoke Concubine Shi's power. Nevertheless, she nodded appreciatively. Yet, her severe injuries and prolonged exposure to the rain had taken their toll. Her face turned pale, and the strength in her hand, which clutched Ji Weiyuan's garment, waned. She could no longer endure. Ji Weiyuan, noticing her condition, refrained from further delay. "Bring her." "No, I shall do it myself. Women are truly troublesome." Thus, all present witnessed the emperor, who had just moments ago displayed disdain and a chilling demeanor, now handing his umbrella to a guard and bending to lift the filthy Jiang Wantang into his arms, unfazed by the astonished expressions of those around him. Ji Weiyuan promptly exited the Chonghua Palace. Wang Fuhai, equally astounded, coughed to conceal his shock. Was this the same indifferent and fastidious emperor he had always known? The sudden display of empathy was something he could hardly comprehend. As Ji Weiyuan departed, Wang Fuhai quickly followed. The concubines remained rooted in place, exchanging bewildered glances, all equally astonished. Concubine Shi's face was ashen, her spirit broken. She remained seated on the ground, her gaze fixed on Ji Weiyuan's receding figure. No one approached to assist her, while the servants of Chonghua Palace cried out in pain, many having succumbed to their injuries. Bai Weiwei arrived late. Witnessing Ji Weiyuan carry Jiang Wantang into his carriage, departing with determination. She had already received word of Concubine Shi's latest schemes against the other concubines and had deliberately arrived at the end of the ordeal. Many concubines had perished under Concubine Shi's machinations, rendering such events all too common. Yet, she had not anticipated Ji Weiyuan's appearance, nor his decision to personally carry Jiang Wantang into his carriage. Such an act was beyond the wildest dreams of any woman in the harem. Even Bai Weiwei, the most favored, had never graced his carriage, let alone been embraced by him. This Jiang beauty was no ordinary woman. Bai Weiwei narrowed her eyes, a faint shadow flickering within them, concealing her thoughts. Noticing her stillness, a maid cautiously approached and inquired, "Your Highness, shall we not enter?" Bai Weiwei withdrew her gaze, glancing at the unconscious concubine Qi on the ground, and coldly replied, "No need. Let us return." Chapter 54. Mere pawns on the other side, in the Sinang Palace. Granny Sun anxiously paced outside, observing the closed eyes of Empress Qi, who was softly chanting scriptures. At last, Empress Qi opened her eyes and spoke coolly. "If you have something to say, then speak. What is all this pacing for?" Granny Sun replied, "Your Majesty, in the Chonghua Palace. Even the wet nurse of our noble consort has been executed. It is said that the consort has fainted. Are you truly not going to intervene?" Empress Qi lowered her gaze, her voice icy. Ronger openly defied the emperor and showed contempt for imperial authority. "If I were to intervene further, it would only make him more wary of the Qi family. Ultimately, this grand dynasty still belongs to the Ji family. What about our noble consort?" Granny Sun asked with concern. Empress Qi's expression darkened, her tone tinged with disappointment. "Ronger is still too young and impetuous. She cannot even handle a mere beauty. Perhaps this hardship will serve as a lesson for her. Send someone to the Chonghua Palace to look after her. Her well-being is of utmost importance." Granny Sun responded, "Your Majesty, this Jiang beauty is no ordinary person. On the day of her selection, she received flowers from His Majesty, and now he has even dealt with the servants of Chonghua Palace for her sake. I heard from the servants that the emperor personally carried her to the Tai Chi Palace." Empress Qi had never regarded the women of the harem with much seriousness, but upon hearing Granny Sun's words, she became intrigued and inquired, "What is the background of this Jiang beauty?" "Your Majesty, this Jiang beauty is the legitimate second daughter of Prime Minister Jiang, abandoned in the countryside. It is said that her beauty is exceptional, which has garnered the emperor's favor." Granny Sun explained. Empress Qi shook her head. The emperor is not one who is easily swayed by beauty. She must possess other extraordinary qualities. After a moment of contemplation, Granny Sun's eyes brightened as she whispered in the empress's ear, "A few days ago, I overheard the older palace attendants say that this Jiang beauty bears a resemblance to the former Liuli princess." Empress Qi's expression darkened, her narrowed eyes forming sharp creases. "Send someone to investigate this Jiang beauty's background. I refuse to believe that such coincidences exist without a hidden agenda. I must find an opportunity to meet this Jiang beauty personally." Granny Sun bowed. "I will attend to this immediately." In the Tai Chi Palace, Jiang Wantang was drowsily carried into the side hall by Ji Wuyuan. Inside, a female physician had already treated Jiang Wantang's wounds and changed her into clean garments. The court physician finished his examination, kneeling on the ground as he reported, "Your Majesty, the Jiang beauty's life is not in danger. Although her injuries are severe, they are merely superficial wounds, and she will recover with some rest." Looking at the unconscious Jiang Wantang on the couch, Ji Wuyuan frowned and coldly remarked, "Then why is there no sign of her waking?" The physician trembled at his words. "It may be because the Jiang beauty suffered severe injuries and was caught in the rain, leading to an infection and high fever. If I prepare a concoction to reduce her fever, she should awaken soon." Ji Wuyuan said little more, giving a few instructions before stepping outside. The physician, recognizing the gravity of the situation, hurriedly continued to care for Jiang Wantang, administering needles and medicine with utmost diligence, leaving no room for negligence. Indeed, within half an hour, Jiang Wantang stirred awake. She moved her body, feeling intense pain all over, her mind still hazy. "Where is this, Your Highness?" "This is His Majesty's Tai Chi Palace," replied a small palace maid who was attending to her. Jiang Wantang instinctively lifted her gaze, taking in the opulent decorations around her, and her memories gradually returned. "Where's His Majesty? I must see him." "The Emperor is in the main hall attending to affairs," the maid informed her. Ignoring the maid's objections, Jiang Wantang threw off the covers and stumbled toward the main hall. Upon reaching the entrance, she was stopped by the guards. "I must see His Majesty," she declared. The guards remained unmoved, their expressions stern. "Without the Emperor and Oppos, as summons, no one may enter. Please go inside and announce my presence." Jiang Wantang urged. Seeing her pale complexion and unsteady stance, the guards hesitated, but ultimately proceeded into the hall. At that moment, Ji Weiyuan sat alone in the hall, engrossed in a game of chess. Wang Fuhai approached and spoke softly. Awake? Ji Weiyuan held a black piece in his hand, his gaze still fixed on the chessboard, his expression indifferent and silent. Wang Fuhai glanced outside before continuing, Your Majesty, the Jiang beauty is still injured. If she stands outside in the cold, it may not bode well. After a moment, Ji Weiyuan placed the black piece down and looked up, bring her in. Upon entering, Jiang Wantang struggled to bow. Your Majesty, may you be well. I thank you for saving my life. Ji Weiyuan stood coldly at the top of the hall, looking down at her. After a prolonged silence, he let out a cold laugh. Jiang beauty, you have quite the audacity. Do not think I am oblivious to your schemes. Do not attempt to play these tricks before me again. If you miscalculate, it could cost you dearly. Jiang Wantang displayed no fear, her expression resolute as she replied. I know, Your Majesty, that you are not one to be swayed by mere beauty. Moreover, I am aware of your intent to cleanse the court and diminish the power of the external families. The Qi family is formidable, and you have long harbored discontent towards them. With the Qi Empress and consort firmly in place, if you were to act directly, it would surely invite criticism from the court and the populace. Therefore, addressing both the previous and current court simultaneously is the most prudent course of action. However, the concubines in the harem, under the oppression of the Qi consort and empress, dare not make a move, let alone resist. Thus, during this election, the public execution of palace maids and the recent incidents involving 5 concubines being punished are likely orchestrated by you. In this way, the timid and fearful candidates will naturally withdraw, leaving only those of noble birth or exceptional courage. This election is not merely for a concubine, but rather for pawns at your disposal. Everyone is part of your grand strategy. Each individual is merely a pawn. The remaining ones shall be those who best align with your desires. Ji Weiyuan narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flashing within, exuding an oppressive and chilling aura. His words were sharp. Jiang beauty, do you realize that some words should not be carelessly uttered? Be wary of the calamity that may come from your tongue. Kneeling before him, Jiang Wantang raised her head defiantly, her eyes fierce. I may be unworthy, yet I am willing to be your Majesty's blade. A piece on the board. In the next moment, Jiang Wantang felt a sudden chill at her neck. Ji Weiyuan's hand had grasped her throat. Though it was merely a gentle touch, it was enough to render her breathless, as if the air around her had grown thin, enveloping her in a suffocating sense of helplessness. Chapter 55. Entering the game. Both fish and bait, the pallid cheeks of Jiang Wantang gradually flushed with an unnatural crimson, akin to a begonia blooming fervently before its demise. She gasped for breath, yet made no attempt to resist. On the contrary, an air of serene acceptance enveloped her, as if she had embraced her fate. Ji Weiyuan detested this unresisting demeanor of hers, and soon grew weary, releasing his grip. Jiang Wantang's eyes glistened with a hint of redness. Her hands pressed against the ground as she breathed heavily. Her silky black hair cascaded from behind her ears, resembling a flowing ink curtain, accentuating her porcelain-like visage that seemed fragile and delicate. Ji Weiyuan's gaze held a thinly veiled mockery, as frigid as ice. Is this all you are? With a slight curve of her lips, Jiang Wantang responded with radiant confidence. Your Majesty, whether I am capable or not, why not test it and see? Are you afraid? A faint smile played upon Ji Weiyuan's lips, cool and distant. What if I were to tell you that my next target is your father, Prime Minister Jiang? Jiang Wantang paused for a moment, then replied with a smile, I am merely a blade in your Majesty's hand. The direction it points is, of course, determined by you. If previously he had held mere curiosity towards Jiang Wantang, she now undeniably captured his attention. Ji Weiyuan narrowed his eyes, casually inquiring, after all this, what does Jiang Marin desire? I desire you. Jiang Wantang's affectionate gaze was direct and unwavering, each word articulated with intention. I wish for your Majesty. Rather than shrouding her intentions in ambiguity, she opted for forthrightness. Ji Weiyuan was taken aback, then chuckled derisively. Jiang Marin's ambition is quite substantial. However, I do not engage in exchanges of the flesh. The last few words dripped with barely concealed resentment. "What I seek is your majesty's heart." Jiang Wantang's eyes sparkled with affection, her gaze unguarded and lingering. Ji Weiyuan cleared his throat, covering his lips with his fist, feeling an unexpected dryness in his throat. Seizing the moment of his hesitation, Jiang Wantang suddenly sprang to her feet, grasping his arm and swiftly pecking his cheek. The sequence of her actions was executed with a decisive grace. "You are audacious." Ji Weiyuan, regaining his composure, forcefully shoved her away, causing her to tumble to the ground. Wang Fuhai, present in the hall, was astonished. He had witnessed boldness before, but nothing quite like this reckless abandon. Jiang Wantang's behavior was indeed reckless. Wang Fuhai shook his head. "You truly dare, even to provoke the Amp, Oppos, living king of hell and damp, Oppos." Throughout his life, he had encountered numerous individuals, yet none had been as brazenly bold as Jiang Wantang. Ji Weiyuan, accustomed to his high position, found himself infuriated for the first time by a woman's audacity. In an instant, he seized Jiang Wantang's neck, his fingers cold as ice, his expression dark and foreboding, as though only bloodshed could add color to his pallor. With his voice laced with fury, he demanded, "Seeking death?" Jiang Wantang felt the veins in her forehead throb, her face flushed, her neck at the brink of being crushed. In that moment, she distinctly sensed her life hanging by a thread. Internally, Jiang Wantang lamented. Why should she be punished for a mere kiss on the cheek when countless others have shared their beds with him? Resignedly, she closed her eyes, only to feel the iron grip suddenly lessen. That was close. She nearly lost her life once more. Thankfully, she had wagered correctly, believing that Ji Weiyuan was not yet willing to end her life. "I do not favor mere vessels of beauty. It would be wise for you to abandon this notion." Ji Weiyuan warned coldly. "If you dare to provoke me again, I shall have you ground to pieces and fed to the dogs." With that, he relinquished his grip on her neck. For a fleeting moment, he had genuinely contemplated ending her life. Yet, such a seemingly delicate woman, who dared to play with his affections, was a rarity. To kill her so easily would be a grave loss. Gasping for air, Jiang Wantang spoke with a smile. "How about we make a wager, Your Majesty?" "A wager on what?" Ji Weiyuan replied coolly. "Let us wager that I can win Your Majesty's heart, and in return, I shall assist you in achieving your desires. A span of 3 months, during which Your Majesty shall play the role of the Emperor and favored consort, each of us fulfilling our needs. Pray, would Your Majesty dare accept my wager?" Her breath still wavering as she spoke. Ji Weiyuan scoffed, his tone laced with scorn. "You are more astute than I had anticipated. Yet I advise you to remain within your bounds and not to overreach. When you truly come to understand me, you may find yourself afraid to approach," he added ominously. With an air of seductive charm, Jiang Wantang replied, "As long as that person is you, I have no fear. Or are you, perhaps, afraid that you too might be moved?" Her enchanting countenance, coupled with such provocative words, stirred a tumult of emotions. Yet, Ji Weiyuan remained unaffected, maintaining his composure. He appeared far more restrained than the rumor suggested. Which version of Ji Weiyuan was the true one? Jiang Wantang found herself unable to decipher the thoughts swirling within Ji Weiyuan's mind. Instead, she observed his complexion fluctuating between pallor and flush, choosing silence in the ensuing stillness. The hall was enveloped in an eerie quiet, the only sound being the gentle rustle of the breeze. Amidst this silence, Ji Weiyuan's soft click of the tongue broke the atmosphere. "What a silver tongue you possess." As he leaned closer, gripping her chin, he chuckled coldly. "And what if Jiang Marin fails to deliver?" Unfazed, Jiang Wantang smiled, her lips curving playfully as she gazed into the imposing presence of the emperor. "Then I shall face the consequences, whatever they may be." Ji Weiyuan bent closer, his mockery evident. "Very well. I find myself intrigued by you. Indulging in this game may prove entertaining. You claim you are willing to be my blade. But should I discover that one day this blade has turned against me, I shall meld it down myself." The intensity in his gaze was chilling and fierce. Jiang Wantang smiled brightly, shedding her previous submissive demeanor, boldly placing her hand over his that gripped her cheek, and with a radiant smile, said, "Then I thank you, Your Majesty, for your indulgence." Her enchanting eyes sparkled with mischief, the beauty mark beneath her eye reminiscent of vermilion, exuding an allure that was both vivid and captivating. Truly, she was a bewitching enchantress. Ji Yuan's lips curled into an enigmatic smile as he took her hand, lifting her from the ground. Witnessing this, Jiang Wantang's smile blossomed even more radiantly, akin to the dawn's first light. Entering the game, both fish and bait. The essence of chess lies in commencing from an inconspicuous corner, advancing step by step to conquer and encircle. Ji Yuan, welcome to the game. Manipulating hearts and strategizing emotions. Let us see who among us truly possesses the upper hand. Chapter 56. The Imperial Decree. Wang Fuhai gazed from a distance, utterly astonished, scarcely daring to breathe. Initially perceiving her as merely a minor figure in the imperial harem, he now discerned that the emperor regarded her with a distinct favor. Jiang Wantang ultimately traveled back to Yongchun Palace in the emperor's royal carriage. Yet, scarcely had she arrived when Wang Fuhai entered with a solemn edict accompanied by a throng of palace attendants. The morning rain raged fiercely, but by afternoon, the skies cleared, and birds chirped merrily among the treetops. As Jiang Wantang prepared to kneel and receive the edict, Wang Fuhai stepped forward to support her. Smiling, the emperor has decreed that the beauty, being unwell, need not kneel to receive the proclamation. She paused, observing as Wang Fuhai slowly unfurled the imperial edict and proclaimed aloud, "By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, the virtuous and gracious Jiang, possessing elegance and poise, since her entrance into the palace, has displayed gentleness and humility, winning the emperor's heart. She is hereby conferred the title of third-rank Jiyu and granted residence in Changel Palace. Thus it is decreed." One cannot help but note the directness of this decree. Promotions within the harem, while ultimately reflections of imperial favor, often came with pretexts, such as bearing an imperial heir or family merit, or during festive occasions. The phrase winning the emperor's heart bore the unmistakable mark of Ji Yuan's style. Wang Fuhai bowed and said, "Jiang Jiyu, please accept the edict." "I humbly thank His Majesty for his grace," Jiang Wantang replied, taking the edict with both hands. Wang Fuhai continued, "His Majesty has also bestowed numerous gifts, which will be delivered to you shortly at Changel Palace." "Thank you, Master Wang," Jiang Wantang smiled. Soon after, Yunshang approached with a smile, discreetly slipping a bag of gold into Wang Fuhai's sleeve, murmuring, "Master Wang, you have worked hard. This is a small token of our appreciation. We hope you will accept it." With a jovial demeanor, Wang Fuhai departed. As he made his way back to report, he felt the weight of the gold in his sleeve, reflecting on how Jiang Jiyu truly understood the art of winning hearts, a quality that surely earned her the emperor and Appo's favor. Within Yongchun Palace, Xiuzhu and Yunshang, accompanied by several palace maids and eunuchs, cheerfully began to tidy up, while Jiang Wantang stood alone in the courtyard. She gazed down at the bright yellow edict clutched in her hands, a hint of sardonic amusement curling her lips. If she did not seize this opportunity, she would forever be trampled upon. In the harem, favor or neglect hinged solely on the emperor's whims, not on right or wrong. Favor was merely a fleeting honor. Power was the true safeguard for life. Before long, news of Jiang Wantang's elevation spread to every corner of the harem. Upon hearing the news, Concubine Qi was so enraged that she smashed everything within the halls of Chonghua Palace, ultimately succumbing to her anger and fainting. Changel Palace, the closest to the emperor's sleeping quarters in Taiji Palace, was a residence reserved for favored concubines throughout the ages. Jiang Wantang's relocation from the farthest Yongchun Palace to the nearest Changel Palace signified her genuine elevation in the emperor's affections. Otherwise, a mere beauty daring to confront a favored concubine would warrant a death sentence. Yet, astonishingly, she faced no punishment and instead was promoted, a most unprecedented occurrence, inciting envy among the other concubines. Upon arriving at Changel Palace, Jiang Wantang and her attendants found the head eunuchs and a multitude of palace maids already waiting at the entrance. They greeted her with smiles, bowing in unison. "Long live the Empress, we congratulate you." The edict had scarcely been issued, and already these eunuchs came to curry favor. Their smiles were far more genuine now than when she first entered the palace. It was not merely the rank of Jiyu that drew them, but the emperor's granting of Changle Palace to her. Jiang Wantang surveyed the array of gifts piled at the entrance. Silks, brocades, splendid garments, gold and silver jewelry, pearls, gems, and precious herbs, everything a young lady could desire. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. She had not anticipated Ji Wuyen to be so lavish. Regrettably, there was no gold among the treasures, and the other jewelry was a royal gift, thus not convertible to cash. She began to wonder if Ji Wuyen was doing this intentionally. A faint smile graced Jiang Wantang's lips as she addressed the eunuchs. "I appreciate your efforts." "Of course, Your Highness," they chorused, eager to assist, but Jiang Wantang modestly declined their offers. Initially, they assumed her refusal was mere politeness, but after repeated attempts, they realized Changle Palace truly had no need for extra hands, and they retreated after exchanging pleasantries. Once calm returned to Changle Palace, Xiaozhu remarked, "These eunuchs changed their demeanor so swiftly. Just a few days ago, when I sought their assistance, they ignored me, yet today they come offering their service." Jiang Wantang smiled slightly. Understanding the times is the best way to navigate the palace. They are quite astute. She then gestured toward the gifts, instructing Xiaozhu and Yunshang, "Go and see if there is anything you fancy. Choose freely." Having never seen such treasures before, Xiaozhu joyfully rushed to examine them, while Yunshang showed little interest in material possessions. Shortly after the eunuchs departed, officials from the palace ritual department arrived. Upon seeing Jiang Wantang seated gracefully, Eunuch Lin quickly approached. Bowing, "Long live the Empress, I come to congratulate you. The higher-ups instructed me to ensure that you have everything you require." Jiang Wantang smiled, saying, "Thank you for your concern, and I must express my gratitude for your candid advice the other day." With that, she took a large pouch from Yunshang and placed it in Eunuch Lin's hands. Like before, the pouch was filled with gold, though this time it was considerably heavier. Eunuch Lin received the pouch with a beaming smile. "Thank you for your generous gift, Your Highness. Should you ever require my assistance, I shall be at your service." This was precisely the response Jiang Wantang desired. Subsequently, she allowed Eunuch Lin to guide her on a tour of Changle Palace. Changle Palace was 3 to 5 times larger than the previous Yongshun Palace, adorned with exquisite decorations and luxurious items, intricately carved and embellished with gold and jade. The walls were adorned with splendid murals and embroidered tapestries, vibrant and lifelike, while the floors were covered with sumptuous carpets, exuding opulence. Within the main hall, the embroidered canopies hung gracefully, and the soft, ornate bedding was invitingly plush. A dressing table made of golden silk nanmu stood beside the bed, with a bright and large bronze mirror and a complete set of jewelry boxes. The windows were dressed with gossamer thin silk, allowing gentle sunlight to pour in, casting a warm, golden glow. Chapter 57. The delicate beauty in the rear hall of the Chong Lu Palace lies a quaint and exquisite garden, adorned with rugged rocks and a dainty pond where colorful koi frolic. The pavilions and towers are artfully arranged, providing an idyllic setting for leisurely flower appreciation and moonlit strolls. After a leisurely exploration, both Xiaozhu and Yunchang were left awestruck. Truly, this palace of the favored consort radiates opulence and sophistication. Unlike the dusty Yongchun Palace, Chonglu Palace is immaculate, both inside and out, reflecting the truth of the saying, "In the harem, those who lack favor are as lowly as dirt, easily trampled upon." Yet, once favored, even those around them become amiable and eager to curry favor. Following the confinement of consort Qi, the atmosphere in the harem swiftly shifted. Publicly claiming ill health, Empress Dowager Qi appeared to have made a miraculous recovery. Since the selection process began, the Imperial Medical Bureau had reported that she suffered from a chill, thus exempting the various palaces from the customary morning greetings. Now, having just recovered from her illness, the consorts were obliged to pay their respects to her in Ci Ning Palace daily. Ji Wu Yuan exempted Jiang Wantang from all required greetings due to her unhealed injuries, temporarily sparing her from these visits. In her previous life, Jiang Wantang had never encountered Empress Dowager Qi. She had heard rumors of the Dowager's piety and kindness, but Jiang Wantang sensed a hidden depth, a complexity that suggested she was not as benevolent as she seemed. In the harem, those who ascend to high positions are rarely simple. Following that day in the Jihua Palace, rumors began to circulate that Consort Qi had offended His Majesty and thus lost his favor, while Jiang Jieyu had fortuitously gained his affection. People merely listened and exchanged sympathetic sighs, but the foolish Zhang Kai-ren took it to heart. She naively believed that Jiang Wantang had merely provoked Consort Qi and, after being punished, had feigned vulnerability to win the emperor's sympathy. Thus emboldened, she recklessly ventured to Changlu Palace to provoke Jiang Wantang, only to be slapped and unceremoniously thrown out. In the imperial study, Ji Yuan was engaged in a game of chess with Xie Ji Yin when Wang Fuhai rushed in, breathless. "Your Majesty." Zhang Kai-ren is outside with a swollen face, crying and asking to see you. She claimed she went to visit Jiang Jieyu out of kindness and was slapped several times. Without lifting his gaze, Ji Yuan replied, "Tell her that Jiang Jieyu, despite her severe injuries, can still retaliate, and that is her fortune. Let her endure it." Wang Fuhai was left speechless, unable to fathom whether such words were even human. He could only imagine how pathetically Zhang Kai-ren would cry upon hearing this. Moments later, he hurried back in. "Your Majesty, the steward of the Imperial Garden, Li Gong, reports that Jiang Jieyu has ordered all of Consort Qi's favorite peonies uprooted from the garden, including the most precious golden peony, which she has transplanted to her own courtyard." Ji Yuan's expression remained indifferent. "Oh, how precious are they?" Wang Fuhai, pained, raised a finger to indicate one. "There is but this single specimen in the world." Ji Yuan chuckled. "She certainly has an eye for beauty. Very well. Let's send some rare flowers to her courtyard as well." What? Wang Fuhai could hardly believe his ears. Was Jiang Jieyu truly enchanting His Majesty? Was this still the ruthless emperor he knew? For a long while, Wang Fuhai found himself rushing in and out. "Oh dear, Your Majesty, Jiang Jieyu." Ji Yuan, growing impatient, waved his hand. "There is no need to elaborate. Let her do as she pleases. A delicate beauty must be cherished and indulged. The treasury of the great Shang dynasty is ample enough to afford such whims." With a grimace, Wang Fuhai exited the imperial study, reflecting on how Jiang Jieyu was truly a force to be reckoned with. Why could she not simply rest and recuperate from her injuries? And why did His Majesty forsake his tyrannical nature to become a foolish monarch? Sighing, he shook his head, lamenting, "What a troublesome day this has become." Once he departed, Xie Ji Yin could no longer contain his laughter. "Ha ha ha! After a few days apart, this little fox has truly surprised me." Ji Yuan shot him an annoyed glance. "Is it truly so amusing?" Xie Ji Yin stifled his laughter, cleared his throat, and took a sip from his tea. "It is indeed amusing. I find Jiang Jieyu to be quite a remarkable person. But do you truly intend to let her run amok in the harem?" Ji Yuan, appearing nonchalant, replied, "What harm is there in amusing oneself with a playful kitten? Yet this is no ordinary cat, Your Majesty. Beware of being toyed with by the very creature you seek to amuse." Xie Ji Yin smiled, choosing to leave it at that. Ji Yuan paused in his chess game, glancing at him coolly. "You seem to know her well." "Not at all. I merely understand you, Yuan," Xie Ji Yin countered. Ji Yuan pondered, absent-mindedly stroking a chess piece. "Yin, you worry too much. A mere kitten cannot possibly turn the tables on me. It is all just a game." Xie Ji Yin smiled softly and remained silent. After a cup of tea, Xie Ji Yin placed a final white piece on the board, looking up at Ji Yuan with a smile. "Yuan, you have lost." Ji Yuan stared at the chessboard, stunned, realizing his black pieces had been completely surrounded and captured. This was the first time he had suffered such a crushing defeat in chess. Xie Ji Yin smiled, his dark eyes deep and enigmatic, carrying an unspoken meaning. Before leaving, he posed a curious question. "Your Majesty, do you know the difference between wild cats and house cats?" Ji Yuan's gaze darkened, and he remained silent, seemingly dismissive of such a trivial inquiry. Xie Ji Yin continued, undeterred, "House cats are gentle and obedient, recognizing their masters. Wild cats, however, are untamed and cannot be domesticated." Chapter 58. Empress Dowager Qi on this day The spring sunshine was radiant, and the weather was delightful. Jiang Wantang's back injury had significantly improved, and as dawn broke, she rose to adorn herself and proceeded to the Ci Ning Palace to pay her respects. Although Ji Yuan had temporarily excused her from this obligation, one could evade the initial day, but not the 15th. Given that Consort Qi had recently suffered a great setback, the Empress Dowager would undoubtedly seek to reclaim her honor through her niece. Rather than remain passive, Jiang Wantang decided to take the initiative while her injury was not yet healed and personally confront the Empress Dowager. Should the Empress Dowager act hastily, this strategy of feigning weakness could be employed once more. Moreover, during this period, Jiang Wantang had been stirring the pot, both to test her standing in Ji Yuan's eyes and to demonstrate to all the consorts in the palace her weight and status as a favored concubine. If they wish to eliminate her at will, they must carefully consider the consequences. Early in the morning, a gathering of consorts, including Jia Fei and Xian Fei, assembled in the Ci Ning Palace. The distance from Changlu Palace to Ci Ning Palace was not far, merely a stroll through the imperial garden. Jiang Wantang languidly sat in her sedan chair, carried by palace attendants towards the Ci Ning Palace. Despite her rank not warranting such an elaborate sedan, her current favored status and the palace's keen observance had ensured such arrangements were made for her. In the Ci Ning Palace, the Empress Dowager surveyed the vibrant assembly of concubines with a gentle smile. If you find yourselves with nothing to do in the future, do come to the Ci Ning Palace to sit. It has been quite some time since the inner palace has been so lively. In seeing you all, I am reminded of my youth. As she spoke, the Empress Dowager seemed to drift into memories, sighing softly, her gaze turning contemplative year after year. The flowers may appear the same, yet the people change. At that moment, a young eunuch announced at the door, "Jiang Jiu has arrived." Upon hearing this, the concubines turned towards the entrance in surprise, evidently not expecting her arrival at this time. The Empress Dowager collected her thoughts, lowered her gaze, and lifted the teacup from the table. Jiang Wantang entered the hall, guided by a maid. She wore a pear blossom white gown embroidered with gold, adorned with pearls and gemstones that shimmered as she walked, exuding elegance and gracefulness without losing a sense of opulence. As she approached the center of the hall amidst envious and resentful gazes, she respectfully curtsied. "I pay my respects to your highness, the Empress Dowager." The Empress Dowager, still holding her teacup, merely blew on it gently, not raising her eyes. After a considerable pause, she coldly remarked, "You may rise." "Thank you, Empress Dowager." At that moment, as Jiang Wantang lifted her head, the Empress Dowager's expression shifted dramatically, her pupils dilating as the teacup fell from her hand with a loud clatter. She turned in a circle in the middle of the hall before coming to a halt. The usually composed Empress Dowager displayed such a reaction for the first time in front of others. The gathered concubines were momentarily stunned. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Wantang's eyes as she looked up at the Empress Dowager, who stared at her with wide eyes, unblinking. So alike. It is truly uncanny. Though she had heard whispers, the Empress Dowager had never anticipated such a resemblance. It was not merely that Jiang Wantang bore a likeness to Nangong Liuli. Rather, she resembled a long-lost acquaintance. To be precise, Nangong Liuli shared only a few features with that person, while Jiang Wantang was a perfect match. It was as if seeing her would make one believe in the concept of reincarnation. Thus, waves of emotion stirred in the Empress Dowager and Oppos, as typically calm gaze, and a fleeting glint of ruthlessness passed through. Jiang Wantang regarded her with suspicion, sensing an inexplicable similarity between the Empress Dowager's gaze and that of Jiang Jishu. The Empress Dowager clenched her fists beneath her sleeves, still fixated on Jiang Wantang. Granny's son, noticing the Empress Dowager's unusual demeanor, stepped forward with a smile, attempting to ease the tension. "It is all my fault for not serving well, Your Highness, bringing you this scalding hot tea." She hurriedly wiped the tea stains from the Empress Dowager's gown. With Granny's son's reminder, the Empress Dowager regained her composure. She took the opportunity to excuse herself, claiming a need to change her attire, and exited the hall. After a lengthy interval, the Empress Dowager had yet to return. As the concubines exchanged puzzled glances, Granny's son emerged with news. "The Empress Dowager is suffering from a headache today, less disperse. Though the concubines were perplexed, they dared not voice their concerns and departed quietly. In her chamber, the Empress Dowager, clad in a rich purple robe, sat on a rosewood chair inlaid with gold and jade, her demeanor fierce, betraying no sign of headache. "Have they all left?" she asked coldly. Granny's son cautiously approached, replying respectfully, yes. It had been many years since she had witnessed such a lapse in the Empress Dowager's composure. The Empress Dowager rubbed the beads on her wrist, her gaze darkening further. "Do you believe there could exist two individuals in this world with identical faces without reason?" Granny's son, taken aback, pondered before responding. "I do not know, but I have never heard of such a thing." The Empress Dowager scoffed. "Indeed, this is the first time I have encountered such. But what of Jiang Jiu?" Granny's son curiously inquired. A fleeting distortion crossed the Empress Dowager into Appo's slightly lined face, and she chose not to answer. Outside, the sun shone brightly, yet her expression was shrouded in an impenetrable gloom. After a moment, she spoke. "You must go to the Qi family personally. Inform my elder brother, Duke Qi, that the alliance with Jiang Xiang is null and void." Granny's son was taken aback, but the Empress Dowager continued. "Furthermore, relay my command for our shadows to thoroughly investigate Jiang Wantang's background, and the Jiang family must also be scrutinized closely." She would not believe in such coincidences. Even if they existed, she would rather mistakenly eliminate 1,000 than let one slip away. The following day, when Jiang Wantang arrived at the C.I. Ning Palace, Wang Marin and Zhang Kairan were already kneeling in the Grand Hall, pleading with the Empress Dowager to take their side. Wang Marin was infuriated. "Your Highness, this Jiang Jiu, relying on her newfound favor, has become increasingly arrogant in the palace." Zhang Kairan, with a still swollen face, sobbed. "We implore your Highness to stand up for us." Many other consorts chimed in agreement. Jiang Wantang stood at the entrance, observing this scene with a cold smile. It seemed this performance was deliberately staged for her benefit. As usual, she walked to the center of the hall and performed her curtsy. "I pay my respects to your Highness, the Empress Dowager." The Empress Dowager's sharp gaze pierced through her as she coldly commanded, "Kneel." This stern admonition resonated with authority, silencing all present. Jiang Wantang slowly knelt, her expression tranquil. "I had thought Jiang Jiu, hailing from the Prime Minister's household, would exhibit grace and decorum. Yet you seem utterly ignorant of propriety. Do you think this palace is a wild countryside where anyone can act with impunity?" At this juncture, the Empress Dowager intentionally paused, using Jiang Wantang's humble upbringing as a means to publicly humiliate her. The onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions revealing veiled mockery and ill intentions. Jiang Wantang maintained her composure, her countenance devoid of any discernible emotion. The Empress Dowager, perceiving her indifference, felt as though she were striking cotton with her fist. A surge of anger welled within her, and she let out a heavy huff. Jiang Jiu, emboldened by favor, disregards the rules and humiliates the concubines. Remove her and administer 20 strikes as punishment. Jiang Wantang internally scoffed, realizing that the Empress Dowager sought to eliminate her without affording her even a moment of explanation. In her current state, such punishment would leave her gravely wounded, if not dead. Chapter 59. Punishment. Jiang Wantang spoke calmly. "Your Majesty, please do not be angry. I am innocent. It is they who have distorted the truth and slandered me." Empress Qi let out a cold snort. "Is that truly the case? Then how do you explain the injury on Lady Zhang's face? Did you not inflict it?" Jiang Wantang remained composed. "Lady Zhang came to the Changle Palace to provoke me first. I merely defended myself. The servants inside and outside Changle Palace can attest to this." Lady Zhang angrily retorted. "They are all your people, so of course they will speak in your favor." Jiang Wantang smiled slightly. On that day, Eunuch Li, who oversees the Imperial Garden, happened to bring palace attendants to Changle Palace to relocate flowers and plants. The truth will be revealed upon inquiry. Lady Zhang and Appo's expression faltered. "You must have bribed him beforehand." Silence. Empress Qi's sharp rebuke silenced Lady Zhang immediately. On the day Jiang Wantang moved into Changle Palace, she had already inquired about the situation of various eunuchs from Eunuch Lin, and this Eunuch Li was likely affiliated with Empress Qi. It seemed her suspicion was correct. With a loud slap, Empress Qi struck the table beside her, fuming. What a silver-tongued individual. Do you think you could deceive me into believing you are blameless? She turned to the side, addressing Consort Wang. Speak. Tell us how Lady Jiang has bullied you and how she has disregarded the rules. Consort Wang was apprehensive, casting a glance at Jiang Wantang, whose expression was a mix of amusement and mockery, sending chills down her spine. She stammered, uncertain of what to say. Surely, she could not mention that since Jiang Wantang gained favor, the emperor had neglected the harem, leaving them in desolation. Nor could she say that Jiang Wantang extravagantly squandered the emperor and Appo's gifts, inciting their jealousy. Impatiently, Empress Qi urged, Speak boldly. I shall stand for you. Jiang Wantang smiled inwardly. Although she had caused some turmoil recently, she had always exercised restraint. Apart from the provocation from Lady Jiang, she had not harmed any other concubines. After all, she was not the jealous Qi Gui Fei, with a penchant for cruelty. Thus, in truth, she could only be accused of being arrogant due to her favor. Eventually, Consort Wang resorted to mentioning that Jiang Wantang had used an imperial carriage designated for higher-ranking concubines. This was a matter of some gravity, depending on how Empress Qi chose to pursue it. From her elevated position, Empress Qi coldly scrutinized Jiang Wantang. Is this the rule you learned, Lady Jiang? To ride in the carriage of a higher-ranked concubine? Jiang Wantang lowered her gaze, acknowledging that Empress Qi, having spent decades in the inner palace, was indeed astute and had swiftly grasped the crux of matter. While the carriage incident was minor, the breach of ranks among concubines was significant, potentially jeopardizing one's life. Through the entire exchange, Jiang Wantang had come to understand that Empress Qi's call for justice among the concubines was merely a pretext. She sought to eliminate her adversary. After a moment, Jiang Wantang lifted her gaze, feigning innocence. It was the emperor who, out of concern for my injuries, ordered an imperial carriage for me. I ask for your understanding, Your Majesty. This statement was fabricated. Ji Yuan had not commanded any such arrangement. Yet by claiming it, she transformed the falsehood into a semblance of truth, for no one would be foolish enough to present such trivial matters directly to the emperor. Moreover, she subtly indicated that she had the emperor's backing. Would they dare to claim she was ignorant of the rules? Even in her weakened state, she had come to pay her respects to the empress. Empress Qi was momentarily speechless, narrowing her murky eyes as she scrutinized Jiang Wantang, wavering in her thoughts. Your Majesty. Consort Wang, unable to bear the silence, called out weakly. Empress Qi disregarded her, fixated on Jiang Wantang's slender figure, her gaze flickering with a barely perceptible malice. After a pause, Empress Qi softened her tone. So, you're saying that everyone has wronged you? Though she spoke this way, the oppressive aura emanating from her was palpable. Indeed, Jiang Wantang replied boldly. Empress Qi hesitated for a moment before suddenly laughing. So, by your reasoning, I must be growing senile? Jiang Wantang immediately prostrated herself. I am terrified, Your Majesty. I would not dare. Empress Qi observed Jiang Wantang's composed demeanor and calm expression, detecting no trace of fear. Instead, she appeared quite audacious. At that moment, Jia Fei stepped forward, advocating for Jiang Wantang. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. Sister Jiang is still young and has only recently gained favor. It is natural for her to be a bit headstrong. I implore you to forgive her this once. Her words seemed to defend Jiang Wantang, but effectively cemented the accusation of her arrogance. This way, Empress Qi could justly punish her. Jiang Wantang could not help but smirk inwardly. Jia Fei was not seeking to help her, but rather to curry favor with Empress Qi. Although of noble birth and possessing a serene demeanor, Zhao Shujia ultimately lost her composure. Unfortunately, she had chosen the wrong target and was destined for futility. In response, Empress Qi coldly huffed and said sternly, If that is the case, let Lady Jiang kneel outside the hall and transcribe Buddhist scriptures to temper her arrogance. Lady Jiang, being of noble lineage as well, should learn from Jia Fei in the future. Though it seemed a compliment towards Jia Fei, it was, in fact, a deliberate attempt to incite animosity between the two, hoping they would ultimately clash fiercely. Feeling a sense of triumph, Jia Fei was about to plead further when Jiang Wantang preempted her. "Your Majesty, you are wise. I shall remember your teachings, and in the future, I will be cautious and adhere to propriety." Jia Fei's smile instantly froze, leaving her at a loss for words. Empress Qi regarded Jiang Wantang with suspicion, noting her calm expression and respectful language, her eyes darkening. The harem was not lacking in women. She had encountered many types throughout her life. However, the likes of Jiang Wantang, who acted so unpredictably, were rare. Women like her either possessed remarkable restraint or harbored deep cunning, adept at masquerading. Regardless of which category Jiang Wantang belonged to, she was undoubtedly a formidable opponent. Subsequently, Jiang Wantang was led by several young eunuchs to kneel at the entrance of the Great Hall. Soon after, 2 eunuchs brought over a low, intricately carved Zetan table and placed it before her. The table was laden with ink, paper, and an imposing stack of scriptures. Jiang Wantang looked at the hefty pile of scriptures before her, a smirk of mockery gracing her lips. It seemed they intended for her to kneel and transcribe until dawn. Chapter 60. Ants, fit only to be slaughtered. Fortunately, prior to her visit to the Sinang Palace to pay her respects, Jiang Wantang had taken precautions. She had asked Yun Shang to sew her a pair of knee pads, which she tightly secured around her knees before setting out. Otherwise, it was likely that after just an hour of kneeling, her knees would swell significantly. Afterward, Jiang Wantang picked up a stack of scriptures from the table, flipping through titles such as the Sutra of Infinite Life and the Amidst Sutra. This entire collection consisted solely of texts related to the afterlife. It was peculiar. Given that Empress Dowager Qi had dedicated her life to Buddhism, one would expect a more diverse array of scriptures in the Sinang Palace. The eunuch in charge, observing her hesitation to begin writing, couldn't help but reveal a hint of disdain in his gaze, especially upon recalling her humble origins. However, he masked it with a smile as he approached her, saying, "Your Highness, do you not know how to read? Should I speak to the Empress Dowager on your behalf to arrange for a different form of punishment?" Jiang Wantang let out a cold laugh. No wonder they had tasked her with copying scriptures. They presumed her illiterate due to her rustic background. This not only served to publicly humiliate her, but also aimed to thoroughly alienate Ji Wuyuan from her. What emperor would favor a woman devoid of knowledge and besmirched reputation? With a glacial stare directed at the speaking eunuch, Jiang Wantang remained silent. The eunuch, feeling the weight of her gaze, suddenly trembled slightly. Then, she lifted a wolf hair brush from the table, dipped it delicately into the ink, and gracefully bent her wrist as she began to write. The black ink spread slowly across the yellowish-white paperweight, her movements flowing with an elegance that was breathtaking. The eunuch watched in rapt attention, and when he finally beheld her script, his eyes widened in disbelief. Unlike the refined and neatly structured small characters of noble women from illustrious families, Jiang Wantang's script was wild and vigorous, exuding an imposing aura. It was hard to fathom that such powerful strokes could originate from a woman in the harem. Drawn closer by intrigue, the eunuch gazed at her in astonishment. There were rumors in the capital that the second daughter of the prime minister's residence, having grown up in the countryside, was nothing but a simple-minded beauty. Yet, the reality before him contradicted that notion entirely. The way Jiang Wantang held the brush, sitting quietly with an aura that radiated grace and strength, was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. In the palace, the emperor's own calligraphy was known for its strength and vigor, honed by years of wielding power. Thus, the supervising eunuch found his previous contempt replaced by respect and admiration. He discreetly retreated, choosing to observe from a distance and no longer interfere. Inside the hall, Granny Sun leaned close to Empress Dowager Qi, whispering the latest developments to her. The Empress Dowager paused her tea drinking, raising her gaze to the hall's entrance, her eyes deep with contemplation. She had underestimated Jiang Wantang. The morning sun blazed fiercely, and under such harsh rays, copying scriptures was an arduous task. Jiang Wantang knelt upon the marble-tiled floor, her youthful face flushed from the heat. Before long, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead and temples, and her thin shirt became damp with perspiration. Meanwhile, in Taiji Palace, Ji Wuyuan was fully aware of the situation unfolding in Sinang Palace. Wang Fuhai hesitated before approaching, inquiring, "Your Majesty, will you truly not visit Jiangji?" Before he could finish, Ji Weiyuan raised a hand to silence him. He had no room for the useless in his presence. With a cold expression and frigid words, he stated, "If such trivial matters require my intervention, then she lacks the qualification to stand before me. Ants swarm, while fierce tigers reign on the mountain. Ants are fit only to be slaughtered." With that, Ji Weiyuan set down the wolf hair brush, placing it upon the brush stand. He then picked up a painting he had just completed, lowering his gaze to admire it, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Curious, Wang Fuhai leaned in to see, only to find a fearsome image depicted on the paper, a massive, menacing wolf, baring its sharp fangs as it viciously tore into a small, pitiful black kitten. The brutality of the scene sent chills down his spine, raising goosebumps all over. The emperor's unpredictable temperament was becoming increasingly difficult to decipher. Wang Fuhai silently withdrew his gaze, retreating to a distance with a resigned sigh. Meanwhile, having knelt for less than half an hour, Jiang Wantang began to feel fatigued, contemplating a suitable moment to feign fainting. Just as she swayed her head, preparing to execute her plan, a commotion erupted at the palace entrance. A small eunuch suddenly announced in a sharp voice, "The Dowager Consort, Xiao, has arrived." "Dowager Consort Xiao?" Jiang Wantang turned her head sharply at the sound. The Dowager Consort Xiao hailed from the Pingyang Marquisate and was the biological aunt of Xiao Jingcheng. In her previous life, she had accompanied Xiao Jingcheng to a palace banquet, where he had taken her to visit the Dowager Consort in Shokong Palace. Fragments of memory flickered in her mind. She recalled the kindly Dowager Consort taking her hand, sharing many heartfelt words, embodying the essence of a gentle elder. At that time, shortly after their marriage, Xiao Jingcheng had still been preoccupied with Jiang Wantfu, sending Jiang Wantang to the Dowager Consort and Appo's palace only to find an excuse to slip away to see his beloved Jiang Wantfu. When Xiao Jingcheng came to collect her, he had appeared displeased. The Dowager Consort smiled at him, teasing, "Where have you been for so long, you little rascal? Having married such a stunningly beautiful wife, you ought to cherish her, otherwise you'll have regrets." Then she took Jiang Wantang's hand with a warm smile, saying, "Tanger, Jingcheng can be quite headstrong. You must be more forgiving. If he ever wrongs you or fails to appreciate your kindness, feel free to discipline him." Xiao Jingcheng had scratched his head awkwardly, his ears reddening, while she blushed and nodded shyly. The Dowager Consort had laughed heartily, saying, with such remarkable looks, "Tanger, you must bless the Xiao family with many healthy grandchildren. It would be splendid if they resemble you." Perhaps due to the loneliness of the palace and the long absence from family, the Dowager Consort had chatted with them for quite a while, only reluctantly sending them off as the palace gates began to close. Before leaving, she had clasped their hands together, saying, "Jingcheng, every cold-handed person will eventually meet someone warm-hearted. You, my boy, are fortunate to have found such a good partner, and your aunt can finally rest easy. You must cherish this young lady and share a good life together." Chapter 61. The Dowager Consort. Since that day, Xiao Jingcheng had indeed been increasingly kind to her, offering warmth and concern, dutifully embodying the role of a devoted husband. Everything appeared splendid until the day he brought Jiang Wantang back from the cold palace. Reflecting on this, Jiang Wantang's eyes darkened, and she withdrew her thoughts. At that moment, the Dowager Consort Xiao entered, supported by a palace maid. She was clad in a simple yet elegant deep blue palace gown, her hair adorned with a modest yet exquisite jade hairpin, striking a perfect balance between understated simplicity and the enhancement of her noble demeanor. The phrase "time does not defeat beauty" found its embodiment in her. Her complexion was fair and warm, akin to delicate mutton fat jade, with brows like distant mountains and slightly upturned eyes that held a calmness and composure accrued from the passage of time, reminiscent of an ancient painting rich with charm. Upon seeing Jiang Wantang, the Dowager Consort paused momentarily before nonchalantly walking into the Grand Hall. In the past 2 years, her health had considerably declined. When she approached Empress Dowager Qi, she cleared her throat lightly and said, "I wish to pay my respects to your Majesty." Empress Dowager Qi smiled. "We have been sisters for so many years. Why such formalities? Come, sit with me. She gestured to the seat beside her. The dowager consort Xiao shook her head, smiling. Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty. To be honest, I have come to request a person on behalf of someone. Empress Dowager Qi paused. Who is it? Jiang Jueyu. The dowager consort replied. Empress Dowager Qi furrowed her brow slightly. When did Jiang Ji gain your favor? The dowager consort Xiao laughed dismissively. It is not quite favor. It is merely a matter of familial connection. My niece is Jiang Jueyu's biological sister. Upon hearing that my sister is unwell in the palace, she has entrusted me, as an aunt, to look after her. The dowager consort's gaze drifted to Jiang Wantang, who was kneeling outside the hall. She slowly continued. If it is a matter of obligation, then you may take her back. The dowager consort Xiao nodded slightly. Then I shall not trouble your majesty further. After speaking, she turned and ordered someone to escort Jiang Wantang away. Once all the concubines had dispersed, Empress Dowager Qi rubbed her temples. Granny Sun quickly approached to massage her temples and asked, Why did your majesty let Jiang Jueyu off so easily today? Empress Dowager Qi closed her eyes to rest. There's an old saying, one must consider the master even when punishing a dog. She is currently favored, and, out of respect for the emperor, I cannot overtly deal with her. It is merely a small warning to remind her of her place. Since the dowager consort, Xiao, personally came to request her, I must give her face. But will that be the end of it? Granny Sun asked, puzzled. Of course not. Empress Dowager Qi suddenly opened her eyes, a cold smile forming, her wrinkles deepening. Since the moment she saw Jiang Wantang's face, she had been unable to eat or sleep. Haunted by the memories of that visage, she had almost forgotten over time. The torment aged her overnight, making her appear several years older. As long as Jiang Wantang lived with that face, she could never find peace in her remaining years. Empress Dowager Qi and Appo's smile was icy and malicious. What I desire is her life. But she cannot die in Sinang Palace, nor can it be linked to me. In truth, her fate must remain entirely disconnected from me. What shall we do then? Granny Sun inquired. Empress Dowager Qi suddenly smiled, her expression inscrutable. In half a month, the emperor will be going on the spring hunt in Beishan, will he not? Granny Sun was momentarily taken aback. Then a knowing smile spread across her face. Your Majesty speaks wisely. At that moment, outside Shokong Palace, Jiang Wantang struggled to lift her skirt as she ascended the stone steps behind Granny Su, her steps somewhat laborious. Noticing her discomfort, Granny Su turned and softly asked, Is Jiang Jueyu unwell? Hearing the commotion, the dowager consort Xiao also looked back, her gaze filled with concern. Jiang Wantang managed a faint smile, her tone calm. It is nothing serious. Merely my legs feel numb from kneeling for too long. Then please take your time. Shokong Palace has excellent medicinal plasters for blood circulation. I shall apply some for you shortly, the dowager consort Xiao said gently. Jiang Wantang's expression shifted slightly, her gaze dropping as she replied awkwardly, That would be good. Thus, she was assisted by Granny Su and Xiao Zhu into Shokong Palace. Upon entering the hall, Jiang Wantang bowed. I am grateful to the dowager consort for your assistance. The dowager consort Xiao gazed intently at her, sighing, Come, sit down. There is no need for excessive formality here. With that, she pulled the somewhat reserved Jiang Wantang to sit beside her and instructed a palace maid to fetch the medicinal plaster. Jiang Wantang obediently settled down, appearing quite demure and endearing. For some reason, in the presence of the dowager consort Xiao, she felt an inexplicable sense of submission, much like a younger generation before their elders. Jiang Wantang thought perhaps it was because, in her previous life, the dowager consort had genuinely treated her as family, nurturing her with affection. The dowager consort Xiao smiled gently at her and reached to lift Jiang Wantang's skirt. Just as Jiang Wantang remembered something, it was too late to stop her. A pair of thick white knee pads appeared prominently before the dowager consort's eyes. The dowager consort paused, looking down at the knee pads, then chuckled softly. You're quite clever. You resemble that scoundrel Jingheng in his childhood. At this point, the dowager consort's voice suddenly faltered. Jiang Wantang keenly detected a fleeting melancholy and disappointment in her eyes. The dowager consort quickly regained her composure. untying the knee pads from Jiang Wantang's legs and rolling up her trousers, revealing a pair of fair, slender, and straight calves. Fortunately, the knee pads had offered some protection, leaving only faint bruises on her knees, which stood out against her delicate skin. The dowager consort Xiao smiled warmly. Fortunately, you are clever. The injury is not severe. Apply this plaster, and it will heal by tomorrow. Seeing that she intended to personally tend to her wounds, Jiang Wantang hurriedly reached out to stop her, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, that is not appropriate. How can I impose such a task upon you? It is of no consequence. You need not be so anxious. Just treat me as a regular elder," she said, taking the plaster from Granny Sue and gently applying it to Jiang Wantang's knee, her movements exceedingly tender. The cool sensation immediately alleviated the ache in Jiang Wantang's leg, bringing her comfort. Her heart stirred, and she softly asked, "Your Majesty, why are you so kind to me?" In this life, she had not married Xiao Jingheng, and they had no connection. If it were, as she had claimed in Xinang Palace, as a favor to Jiang Wantang. Jiang Wantang found it utterly unbelievable. For Jiang Wantang would wish nothing more than for her to suffer in the depths of the palace. Chapter 62. The Affectionate Man. The indifferent woman Lady Xiao sighed deeply and said, "I never intended to conceal the truth from you. My assistance is not entirely selfless. What I conveyed today in Xinang Palace was indeed genuine. I was commissioned to intervene on your behalf." After a brief pause, Lady Xiao dismissed everyone from the hall before continuing. "However, the individual who sought to aid you is not your elder sister, Jiang Wanfu, but rather my nephew, Xiao Jingheng. From the second day you entered the palace, he came to see me, kneeling on the ground and refusing to rise until I promised to protect you in the harem. Initially, I was furious and bewildered. Do you know what he did?" Lady Xiao raised her gaze to Jiang Wantang and whispered, "On the very night of his wedding. He instigated a separation from your elder sister, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family." Jiang Wantang opened her mouth at a loss for words. Lady Xiao, however, continued unabated. "My brother was so enraged that he nearly struck him dead, yet he was unyielding in his desire for divorce. How can someone who has just wed behave in such a reckless manner? His actions, so heedless and careless, cast both the Pingyang Marquis household and the Chancellor's family into disarray." "What Miss Jiang?" Lady Zhao's gaze deepened, reflecting her thoughts. He was the one who sought marriage, and now he is the one clamoring for divorce. It renders both families in a precarious position. Marriages among noble families involve intricate connections, and one cannot simply choose to divorce at will. Thus, I made it a condition that he must ensure your safety in the harem, compelling him to relent and cease his demands for separation. Yet, he agreed without hesitation. Jiang Wantang clenched her hands tightly beneath her sleeves, unable to articulate her feelings. "Jingheng has been like a son to me, and I have cared for him as such." Perhaps recalling the past, Lady Zhao's heart ached, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "He was once so mischievous, full of life and vigor. I knew him better than anyone. Yet that day, he appeared so foreign to me. The youthful exuberance and grandeur were gone, enveloped in a shroud of despair, especially after I pressured him to abandon the thought of divorce. As I watched him leave, his solitary figure filled me with regret." With reddened eyes, Lady Xiao murmured, "How could such a spirited and carefree young man become so despondent simply due to marriage?" Jiang Wantang observed Lady Zhao's tearful eyes, feeling a pang of sorrow herself. Ultimately, Jingheng's transformation was partly her doing. Yet what could she do? Some encounters are fated to be missed. All of this was his own choice. Jiang Wantang offered her embroidered handkerchief to Lady Xiao. Receiving it, Lady Xiao grasped her hand and gazed deeply into her eyes, saying, "At first, I could not fathom why he would act this way. It was clear that Miss Jiang was the object of his affections since childhood. However, upon seeing you for the first time today in Xinang Palace, everything became clear. In fact, I was present at the royal garden when you clashed with Consort Qi." Jiang Wantang's pupils widened in surprise. Lady Xiao smiled bitterly. "You didn't expect that, did you? I was halfway there when I saw a palace maid blocking the emperor's carriage, pleading for help, and then I witnessed him enter the royal garden. As an elder, having made a promise to him, she felt obligated to fulfill it. I did not know how he learned of it, but the day after you were punished by Consort Shi, he came to inquire about your injuries. It was the first time I saw Xiao Jingheng, now grown, so flustered over a woman. He remarked on your exquisite beauty, your gentle nature, and how vulnerable you appeared without any retinue in the palace. It was utterly pitiable. At this, Lady Xiao glanced at the ointment on Jiang Wantang's leg and softly remarked, "The salve you received today was brought by him." Not only that, but the entire collection of medicinal supplies on the table was personally delivered by him for me to pass on to you. Jiang Wantang looked at the ointment on her leg and the assortment on the table, her emotions awhirl. She had not anticipated such devotion from him. After all, his affections had always been for Jiang Wanfu, had they not? Lady Xiao released her hand, observing Jiang Wantang's complex expression, and gently said, "He wished for me not to share these words with you, but as his family, I have my own selfish motives. I cannot allow his infatuation to remain in silence. You at least deserve to know." For a moment, Jiang Wantang found herself at a loss for words. Women understand one another best, and seeing her calm reaction, Lady Xiao realized the truth. The man was affectionate, while the woman remained indifferent. It was but a one-sided love. He also asked me to convey a message, that whenever you wish to leave, he will do everything in his power to take you away. Should you only speak the word. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wantang furrowed her brow. Lady Xiao shook her head and sighed lightly. "But I know you will not speak up. From the moment I saw you being carried by the emperor into his carriage at the royal garden, I knew you would not turn back. I trust my intuition, do I not?" Jiang Wantang met Lady Xiao's gaze, her eyes unwavering. Indeed, Lady Xiao was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such directness from her, considering the women of the harem often desire to secure their own paths. She chuckled softly. "You are quite different from what Jingheng described. It seems he does not truly understand you. People change, and the Xiaoyang Marquis knows only the version of me from the past," Jiang Wantang replied coolly. As a seasoned woman, Lady Xiao could discern the distance in her words. She had shared so much today, intending to gauge Jiang Wantang's stance. However, before she could say more, Jiang Wantang spoke again. "I have had little to do with Xiaoyang Marquis. There was none in the past, and there will be none in the future. Since we are neither kin nor allies, your grace need not concern yourself with my protection in the palace henceforth. I would feel undeserving of such kindness." Lady Xiao clasped her hand, her tone filled with sentiment. "You are a good child. It is a pity that you and my nephew are ultimately fated to be apart. It is he who lacks fortune. Strangely enough, when I first met you, I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. In this solitary palace, I have no children of my own. Consider me your elder, and come visit me at Shokong Palace when you can." Chapter 63. The Empress Dowager, noticing the hint of melancholy in the eyes of Lady Xiao. Jiang Wantang felt a pang of compassion and, with a gentle smile, nodded in agreement. After a leisurely conversation, it was time for lunch. Jiang Wantang accompanied Lady Xiao for the meal before taking her leave. Lady Xiao instructed Granny Su to personally escort her back. Once they had departed, Lady Xiao cast a lingering glance at the array of medicinal bottles left behind by Jiang Wantang, letting out a deep sigh of regret. In this world, all things may be sought through effort, yet emotions cannot be forced. What will become of her poor nephew? As Jiang Wantang and Granny Su meandered through several long corridors, they passed by the side hall of the Shokong Palace, where a peculiar smell of burning wafted out, accompanied by the sound of a woman's curses. "You mad woman, what are you burning this time? Day in and day out, you are nothing but a lunatic. Living in the same courtyard as you is nothing short of a lifetime of misfortune." Upon reaching the courtyard entrance, Jiang Wantang beheld a lavishly dressed woman in green, hands on her hips, angrily kicking over a bronze basin that was aflame with some burning items. The so-called mad woman, disheveled and filthy, was on her knees, desperately attempting to gather the remnants of unburned paper, seemingly oblivious to the pain. Observing this, the green-clad woman raised her foot, ready to kick the kneeling figure. "Stop!" Jiang Wantang rushed forward, forcefully pushing the woman aside. The green-clad lady stumbled back a few steps, momentarily stunned by the sudden appearance of the breathtaking beauty before her. Before recovering and glaring fiercely. "How dare you, you shameless hussy! Do you know whose territory this is?" With that, she attempted to strike Jiang Wantang, but a cold, piercing glance from Jiang Wantang made her hesitate and instinctively step back. At that moment, Granny Sun approached, her voice icy as she addressed the green-clad woman. "You insolent maid! How dare you insult our mistress? Seize her and teach her a lesson. How dare you? Do you know who I belong to?" The green-clad woman screamed, her mouth covered as several eunuchs dragged her away. After dealing with the insolent maid, Granny Su turned to find Jiang Wantang's gaze fixated on the madwoman still scrabbling on the ground for the remnants of burnt paper. Following her line of sight, Granny Su explained, "She is the late emperor's consort, Lady Yu. Do not be deceived by her current disheveled appearance. Once, she was the favored Yugue Fei, shining brighter than even the current empress Qi." With a sigh, Granny Su lamented, "What a pity." "What is it a pity about?" Jiang Wantang suddenly inquired, turning to face her. Granny Su's eyes darted away, hesitating to respond. Jiang Wantang remained silent, clearly waiting for her to continue. Finally, Granny Su spoke, her expression uneasy. "It is my fault for speaking out of turn. Please, Miss Jiang, forget what you heard and do not inquire further. Knowing too much about past events is of no benefit to you." Yet the more Granny Su evaded the topic, the more intrigued Jiang Wantang became. Her keen intuition suggested that there was more to this matter than met the eye. With a subtle smile, she bent down to pick up a half-burned scrap of paper that had blown to her feet. The elegant small script written on it caught her attention. It was a passage from the prayers for the departed she had seen earlier in the Sinang Palace. The act of inscribing such prayers for the deceased was often a means of seeking blessings for departed loved ones. As Jiang Wantang pondered this, the madwoman crawled closer. Reaching Jiang Wantang's feet, she looked up along Jiang Wantang's flowing skirt, and upon seeing her enchanting face, her eyes widened in disbelief. In an instant, she dropped to her knees, clutching Jiang Wantang and Appo's legs, weeping in anguish. Your Majesty, it is such a blessing that you are still alive." Tears streaming down her face, she cried out, "I am so sorry. I have failed you. I was wrong, forgive me." As she lamented, she began to strike her own face in despair. Jiang Wantang stood still, allowing the woman to cling to her, her pristine gown now marred by countless dark fingerprints. She could deeply sense the sorrow and regret emanating from Lady Yu, especially through the anguished eyes that met hers. In that moment, Lady Yu resembled a contrite child, seeking forgiveness from the elder she depended upon. Her cries grew increasingly frantic and heartrending. Alarmed, Granny Sun hurriedly called for help to pull Lady Yu into the hall. The echoes of your Majesty reverberated in the air. Granny Su shook her head, remarking, "It seems she is truly mad." Turning to Jiang Wantang, she asked, "You weren't frightened, were you?" Jiang Wantang shook her head. "Lady Yu has been mad for many years. Consider it a spectacle, and do not take it to heart. Come, let me escort you back." Thus, Jiang Wantang followed her away from the Shokong Palace. When Granny Su reported back to Lady Xiao, she mentioned the events that transpired in the side hall. Lady Xiao paused her pruning of flower branches, gazing at Granny Su with curiosity. "The Empress Dowager?" Granny Su nodded, inquiring, "Could it be the one from Sinang Palace?" Lady Xiao shook her head. "That is impossible. They were fierce rivals in their youth, both wishing for the other's demise. It is more likely that Lady Yu clung to her in desperation rather than weeping for her." After a moment of contemplation, Lady Xiao suddenly recalled something. "However, your words bring to mind another individual." "Who?" Granny Su asked, puzzled. Lady Xiao's gaze turned distant. "The late Emperor's Empress Dowager Wendy. It is said that when Lady Yu first entered the palace, she was still young and was raised under the care of Empress Dowager Wendy, who nurtured her for several years. Rumor has it that Empress Dowager Wendy was a woman of extraordinary beauty, kindness, wisdom, and intellect, a legendary figure. If Lady Yu was calling for her, it would not be surprising. Did the Empress Dowager ever see the visage of Empress Dowager Wendy?" Granny Su inquired. "Never," Lady Xiao replied, her tone tinged with regret. "I have not even seen a single portrait of her. Fate was unkind to the beautiful. Empress Dowager Wendy passed away early, perhaps in an effort to avoid the sorrow of reminiscing. The late emperor erased all traces of her from the palace. Chapter 64. Past events. The esteemed Lady Xiao lowered her gaze, a faint sigh escaping her lips. Those who know her and have seen her are likely few and far between. After pondering for a moment, Granny Su ventured to ask, "Why does the lady in the side hall recognize Jiang Jiu as her?" "Perhaps she has truly lost her sanity," Lady Xiao remarked nonchalantly. Meanwhile, upon returning to Changlu Palace, Jiang Wantang summoned someone to bring Grandfather Lin from the Department of Ceremonial. The image of Lady Yu's penetrating gaze and expression lingered in Jiang Wantang's mind throughout the journey. She suspected that Lady Yu was not mad, but merely feigning insanity. In moments of extreme shock, one's eyes and expressions reveal the truth. Although her words were peculiar, the emotions conveyed through her gaze were genuine. Perhaps she mistook herself for a familiar face from the past. Lost in thought, Grandfather Lin was escorted into the hall by a young eunuch. He approached with a smile, respectfully greeting, "May the princess enjoy boundless blessings and tranquility. What brings you to summon this humble servant?" Jiang Wantang narrowed her alluring peach blossom eyes and replied, "I seek clarification on a matter and wish to consult Grandfather Lin." Grandfather Lin hastily responded, "Your Highness, you flatter this old servant. Please, if you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to command. I will speak freely and thoroughly." Jiang Wantang smiled slightly and inquired, "Are you acquainted with Lady Yu?" As soon as the words left her lips, the smile on Grandfather Lin's face froze, as if he had heard something extraordinary. Jiang Wantang was satisfied with his reaction, confirming her suspicions that this Lady Yu was indeed exceptional. Grandfather Lin wiped the cold sweat from his brow and, after a long pause, finally spoke. "This old servant has been in the palace for many years and knows a bit about her. What aspect would your Highness like to know?" Jiang Wantang replied coolly, "Please share whatever you know. This matter is rather lengthy." Grandfather Lin's murky eyes grew distant, as memories from the river of time unfolded like a series of fleeting images. From his words, Jiang Wantang learned that Lady Yu's full name was Yu Wanyue, a battlefield orphan of a former dynasty's old general. When the late emperor ascended the throne at 12, the 10-year-old Yu Wanyue was brought into the palace, raised alongside him under the care of the then Empress Dowager Wendy. At the age of 15, she was bestowed the title of noble consort and subsequently became the most favored in the harem, basking in unrivaled attention. Later, when she became pregnant with a dragon heir, it seemed she would naturally ascend to the position of the matriarch of the 6 palaces. However, there were 3 pregnant consorts at the time, and without a powerful family to support her, the court officials began to murmur. Thus, the late emperor decreed that whoever bore the next prince first would claim the title of empress. Among the 3 consorts, Yu Guifei had the greatest chance, as she was the furthest along. The second was the current Empress Qi, then known as Consort Qi, who was merely a month behind Yu Guifei. Coincidentally, on the night Yu Guifei went into labor, Consort Qi fell and gave birth prematurely, resulting in both women delivering at the same time. Moreover, both faced difficulties during childbirth, and it was not until the following morning that cries of infants echoed through the palace. Yu Guifei delivered a frail princess, while Consort Qi welcomed a healthy prince. Tragically, before the month could pass, Yu Guifei's princess succumbed to her congenital weaknesses, leaving Yu Guifei devastated, her health deteriorating during confinement, leading to difficulties in bearing children thereafter. A consort with such struggles was deemed unworthy of the emperor's position. To appease Yu Guifei's feelings, the late emperor delayed the official crowning of Consort Qi as empress for a year, but inevitably had to proceed. Subsequently, a fierce rivalry ensued between Yu Guifei and Empress Qi, a battle of wits and wills that left them both exhausted. The prince born to Empress Qi tragically passed away at the tender age of 2, and she never conceived again. Jiang Wantang listened, a wave of melancholy washing over her. It was challenging to reconcile the image of the once favored and astute Yu Guifei with the deranged woman she had encountered today. She lowered her gaze and inquired, "What caused Yu Guifei to descend into madness?" Grandfather Lin shook his head with a sigh. "The reasons remain unknown to me. I only heard that shortly after the passing of Empress Dowager Wendy, Yu Guifei had a fierce argument with the late emperor, after which she fell from grace. Over time, her sanity waned, leading to her current state. Jiang Wantang's expression deepened as she murmured, "Empress Dowager Wendy?" Thus, the Empress Dowager she referred to was indeed Wendy, and not the current Empress Qi. Suddenly struck by a thought, Jiang Wantang raised her gaze and pressed. "Have you ever seen this Empress Dowager Wendy?" Grandfather Lin shook his head. "No, I was merely a servant at the time, having only overheard whispers from elder palace maids. She was said to be a stunning beauty, having become Empress Dowager at a young age. Yet few have laid eyes upon her. Now, many years later, even the remaining elder maids have not witnessed her visage, leaving us in the dark." Jiang Wantang fell silent, her suspicions largely confirmed. However, an unsettling sense of oddity lingered in her mind. Noticing her silence, Grandfather Lin continued, "Your Highness, I've shared everything I know. If I may be so bold, it would be wise for you to refrain from meddling in the enmity between Lady Yu and Empress Qi." "Very well, I understand," Jiang Wantang replied with a calm smile. "Thank you for your efforts, Grandfather Lin." Wen Yunshang returned Grandfather Lin to the palace. She found Jiang Wantang reclining on a beauty couch, perusing a Buddhist scripture. Approaching with curiosity, she asked, "Sister, why the sudden interest in Buddhist texts?" Jiang Wantang did not respond directly, instead posing a question, "Why do ordinary people transcribe the scriptures for the deceased?" After a moment's thought, Yunshang gently replied, "Naturally, it is to guide the souls, helping them find peace and relief from suffering, so they may have a favorable next life." "Indeed, you are correct." Jiang Wantang's eyes flickered as she set down the scripture. She was suddenly reminded of Grandfather Lin's account of the two consorts giving birth on the same day, Yu Guifei's princess, who was frail and passed away, and Empress Qi's healthy prince. Jiang Wantang narrowed her eyes, sensing the undertones of conspiracy. A rather absurd thought took root in her mind. If true, it would drive Lady Yu to madness. That night, Jiang Wantang donned a dark outfit for stealth, evading the palace's numerous guards, and made her way to the side hall of Shokong Palace. Chapter 65. The entire side hall was engulfed in an eerie silence, shrouded in darkness, devoid of any palace lanterns, and not a single night guard could be seen. Jiang Wantang searched the hall thoroughly, yet there was no sign of Concubine Yu. It was only after she traversed through the inner sanctum that she began to hear intermittent sounds of a woman's weeping and laughter drifting from the vast hall outside. Haunting like a specter, in the stillness of the deep night, it was particularly unsettling. Following the sound, Jiang Wantang stepped outside and discovered Concubine Yu, disheveled and crouched on the ground. Her gaze was vacant, fixated on the night sky, alternating between fits of crying and laughing, appearing to be more than a little mad. Jiang Wantang concealed herself in the shadows, observing her for some time. Concubine Yu remained in this state, her expression vacant, tears and laughter spilling forth without respite. As she gazed at the frail and desolate figure of Concubine Yu, a complex emotion flickered in Jiang Wantang's eyes. What could have transpired to transform a once glorious favored consort into such a state? Jiang Wantang surmised that Concubine Yu must harbor numerous untold secrets. She sensed that if she wished to topple Empress Qi, Concubine Yu would be the most crucial link. As the saying goes, no one understands the enemy better than the enemy themselves, especially considering the many years they had battled within the palace. As for why Empress Qi continued to keep Concubine Yu around, Jiang Wantang could speculate a few reasons. The most terrifying aspect of life is not death, but existing in a state of torment, akin to a walking corpse, enveloped in solitude. Empress Qi, standing atop the harem, surveyed her former rival, now reduced to a crazed shadow of her former self, trampled beneath her feet, living an existence neither human nor ghost. This was undoubtedly a potent and exhilarating form of revenge. The phrase killing while weeping at the grave. A benevolent mouth with a venomous heart aptly described such a venomous woman as Empress Qi. As the night deepened, Jiang Wantang stealthily departed from Shokong Palace. Just as she left, Concubine Yu, who had been unresponsive, abruptly ceased her laughter and tears, turning to gaze at Jiang Wantang's previous hiding spot, her lips curling into an enigmatic smile. In the pitch-black night, it was an indescribably eerie sight. The following day, as dawn broke and the spring sun rose. Dispelling the night's gloom, Jiang Wantang busied herself picking flowers early in the morning. In the small kitchen of Changle Palace, she toiled for the entire morning, refusing to allow anyone to disturb her. Finally, amidst the eager anticipation of those around her, she presented several plates of dark, cake-like and food and oppos. Xiao Zhu stared, dumbfounded, and exclaimed, "Miss, what trendy new weapon have you concocted?" Yun Shang could not suppress her laughter, replying, "This is the pastry my sister asked me to teach her to make yesterday. As the saying goes, to capture a man's heart, one must first capture his stomach." Xiao Zhu was taken aback, her eyes nearly popping out in disbelief. After a moment's hesitation, she spoke up, "Miss, setting aside the fact that there are top royal chefs responsible for the emperor's daily meals, do you really think this dark concoction can catch His Majesty's eye?" As she spoke, she disdainfully lifted a piece and knocked it on the table, producing a hard sound. "This thing, even a dog wouldn't eat. How can you expect to win over the emperor's stomach?" As soon as she finished speaking, they all turned to look at the large yellow dog squatting at the kitchen door. As if to verify something, Jiang Wantang picked up a piece and approached it. The dog sniffed the air, glanced at the item in Jiang Wantang's hand, its eyes widening in alarm, and barked a few times before hurriedly scampering away. Although Jiang Wantang couldn't comprehend what the dog was barking about, she felt it was quite foul-mouthed. Behind her, Xiao Zhu and Yun Shang erupted in laughter. Jiang Wantang regarded the plates of black pastries with a slight frown. Was their appearance truly so terrible, their colors so dark, and their texture so hard that it warranted such exaggerated mockery? Ignoring their ridicule, she instructed someone to bring a food box and began to pack the dark pastries inside. Xiao Zhu and Yun Shang exchanged incredulous glances, their laughter dying away. "No way, miss, are you serious?" Xiao Zhu exclaimed. "What else would I be doing?" Jiang Wantang shot her a glance. "Am I just here to amuse you?" Yun Shang grasped her arm, attempting to dissuade her. "Sister, why not send something else? Or let me prepare something more suitable for you to send over." Jiang Wantang waved her hand dismissively, lifting the food box and striding towards the door. Xiao Zhu rushed to block her path. "Miss, didn't you say sending pastries is no different from what the other consorts do in the harem? Perhaps it's best not to send them after all?" Jiang Wantang merely smiled enigmatically. "Today is not like any other day. Besides, what I am sending is not pastries. It is bait." With that, she exited with an air of mystery, leaving Xiao Zhu and Yun Shang exchanging bewildered glances. Delicacies and gourmet dishes, abalone and rare treats. What exquisite flavors had Ji Wuyuan not tasted? Even if the dishes presented by the consorts were exquisite and beautifully arranged, he would hardly spare them a glance. Since Ji Wuyuan would not eat them regardless, what was the point in making them appealing? It was the unconventional that would entice the fish to bite. Outside the Xianzheng Hall, Wang Fuhai greeted her with a beaming smile. "Lady Jiang, the emperor is currently attending to state affairs. What message would you have this old servant convey?" Jiang Wantang offered the food box with a smile, saying, "His Majesty is busy with affairs of state. This is a floral cake I personally made for him. Please be so kind as to deliver it to His Majesty." Wang Fuhai accepted the food box, replying, "This old servant will ensure it reaches him. Is there anything else you wish to convey, my lady?" Jiang Wantang shook her head, subsequently taking her leave. Wang Fuhai watched her retreating figure bemused. It was common for consorts to deliver food, either to seek favor or to catch a glimpse of the emperor. Yet Lady Jiang seemed genuinely intent on simply delivering food. Although puzzled, he did not linger and proceeded to deliver the food box to Ji Wuyuan's desk. Ji Wuyuan frowned slightly upon seeing it, but upon learning it was sent by Jiang Wantang, he curiously opened the box. What met his eyes were two plates of pastries. One was black, and the other was still black. The pastries were garnished with vibrant flower petals, giving the appearance of a heap of dung nestled amidst blossoms. Ji Wuyuan's expression darkened instantly, his handsome face clouding with displeasure. Wang Fuhai couldn't help but gasp, "Good heavens, what is this? How could Lady Jiang dare to present such a ghastly creation?" Grinding his teeth, Ji Wuyuan coldly inquired, "What is this?" Wang Fuhai steeled himself and replied, "This is the floral cake personally made by Lady Jiang." Ji Wuyuan scoffed, "Floral cake? Toss it out, feed it to the dogs." Chapter 66. To please the solitary, as Wang Fuhai took the pastry to feed the dogs, the sound it made upon hitting the ground was akin to that of stone, causing the dogs to scatter in fright. Wang Fuhai was astounded, realizing that this was no mere food, but rather a concealed weapon. In the following days, Jiang Wantang refrained from visiting in person, yet she consistently sent an assortment of peculiar pastries to Jiwiyun, all of which, without exception, Wang Fuhai took to the dogs. Eventually, Jiwiyun could no longer tolerate this and summoned her to the Taiji Palace. Upon arriving at the grand entrance, Jiang Wantang gazed at the gilded characters spelling Taiji Palace, a smirk gracing her lips as she stepped inside. She bowed gracefully, her voice soft as she greeted, "Long live your majesty." Ji Lin sat imperiously upon the throne, observing her for a moment before commanding coldly, "Come here." His hand lightly tapped the table, the sound resonating with a dull thud. Casual, yet undeniably imposing. Jiang Wantang obediently approached, step by step, until she stood before the shadowy, handsome emperor. In an instant, a frigid hand grasped her chin. Inspecting her closely, even the seemingly indifferent Jiwiyun could not deny Jiang Wantang's exquisite beauty, especially the captivating beauty mark at the corner of her eye, which was utterly enchanting. He raised a hand to caress the alluring mark, rubbing it insistently. The sheer beauty ignited a sadistic desire within him, compelling him to want to crush it between his fingers. Jiang Wantang winced in pain, but offered no resistance, appearing remarkably docile. Ji Weiyuan leaned closer, whispering enticingly in her ear, "Do you wish to share my bed?" Jiang Wantang's pupils quivered, and before she could respond, he added, "Please me." Seeing her remain motionless, Ji Weiyuan's voice grew colder, commanding, "Jiang Wantang, please me." She stood frozen, her eyes wide in shock. Ji Weiyuan scoffed, his tone laced with sarcasm. "Does a woman not know how to please a man?" Jiang Wantang blinked, realizing he meant precisely what she thought. In the next moment, she loosened the silk ribbon around her waist, allowing her skirt to cascade to the floor at her feet, shivering slightly in the chilly spring air. Just as she reached for the last remaining piece of her undergarment, she was abruptly lifted by a powerful force. In a whirl, she found herself pressed against the table by Ji Weiyuan. The unique fragrance of her body filled the air, darkening Ji Weiyuan's gaze. Jiang Wantang closed her eyes tightly, trembling uncontrollably. Ji Weiyuan looked down at her, a mocking laugh escaping his lips, trembling like this. "Do you dare to imitate other seductive tricks? Do you truly believe that all men are fools?" His brutally frank taunts were enough to humiliate her. His gaze bore into her, devoid of pretense, carrying an indescribable weight of oppression. Beneath her thin garment, her porcelain skin seemed to respond to this pressure, her pores tightening in response, as if each hair stood on end. Slowly, she opened her eyes, meeting Ji Weiyuan's intense stare. There was resilience, there was defiance, yet in the next moment, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, a captivating beauty. Ji Weiyuan lifted her chin, his voice low and mocking. "I must admit, you possess a certain captivating charm. Yet to one such as me, a woman with mere beauty is not even fit to be a plaything. Jiang Wantang, instead of wasting your efforts to please me, you should focus on how to fulfill our wager swiftly. Should you lose, I will not spare you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wantang boldly reached for his neck, her fingertips trembling. She spoke softly, her voice quivering, "Your Majesty is also part of my wager." Ji Weiyuan was taken aback, then let out a low, mocking laugh. "Do you truly think your words hold enough weight to entice me?" Her face instantly flushed crimson at his bluntness. Unwilling to back down, she replied then, "Would you like to test it?" Ji Weiyuan's pupils constricted, his hand clenching into a fist. In such a moment, those words could prove fatal to any ordinary man. Ji Weiyuan's gaze bore into her, and Jiang Wantang's eyes glistened with unshed tears, pure and clear, revealing her unfiltered emotions. In that tense silence, their eyes met, the stillness of the hall amplifying even their breaths. Ji Weiyuan studied her trembling lashes and the fierce defiance in her gaze, an unexpected thirst rising within him. He was uncertain of his own feelings. Women had always been mere playthings to him, seductive, indifferent, and coy. Yet none had ever captivated him as Jiang Wantang did. With her retreating and advancing, her seemingly feeble tactics evoking his interest, compelling him to engage in her game. Especially the way her eyes, though filled with fear, displayed such stubborn defiance, igniting an irresistible urge within him to conquer her. This woman is truly adept at bewitching hearts. The unnerving sensation of losing control left Ji Wuyuan feeling agitated. Thus, he released Jiang Wantang and stood, hands clasped behind his back, his lips parting to coldly issue 2 words: leave. As Jiang Wantang adjusted her clothes and exited the Taiji palace, the blush in her eyes vanished, replaced by an endless chill. A smirk curled at the corners of her lips, revealing a hint of derision. The so-called seductive tactics were merely bait on her fishing line. Yun Shang was right. When dealing with powerful men, one must adopt a delicate demeanor to elicit their pity. For a man like him, who is forged from steel, she would transform into soft spring water. Though he currently harbored no affection, only ambition, in time, circumstances could change. However, Ji Wuyuan was indeed correct. She needed to hasten the completion of her wager. In the past few nights, she had stealthily visited the Imperial Medical Bureau multiple times. It had found no trace of the medical lineage of Concubine Yu and Empress Qi from years past. Perhaps the passage of time had made it difficult to trace, or perhaps it had been thoroughly erased. She had heard that the Dali Temple possessed records of all significant events and secrets since the establishment of the dynasty. Perhaps there, she would find what she sought. Jiang Wantang squinted at the sky, realizing she must pay a visit to the Dali Temple. That night, as dark clouds obscured the bright moon and the wind howled, a shadowy figure clad in black stealthily entered the Dali Temple, moving like a specter through the corridors, carefully avoiding the patrolling guards. The Dali Temple was heavily guarded, and as the guards changed shifts, Jiang Wantang relied on her previous memories to locate the archives. It was situated in the courtyard to the right of Xieji's study, where he attended to official matters. Jiang Wantang glanced toward the study, noting the absence of candlelight, the darkness enveloping the area. Chapter 67, Night Visit to the Dali Temple. Jiang Wantang sighed with relief. Fortunately, her luck was on her side this time. Xie was not present. The archives were permeated with a musty and heavy scent of aged paper. Jiang Wantang lit a fire stick and began to search through the classified labels on the wooden shelves one by one. As time ticked away, fine beads of sweat gradually appeared on her forehead. After a long search, she finally discovered a scroll in the far corner, documenting the births and deaths of royal offspring. However, just as she reached out to grasp the scroll, footsteps suddenly echoed from outside. Jiang Wantang's heart raced, and she quickly extinguished the fire stick, retreating into the shadows. The footsteps grew closer, finally halting at the entrance of the archive. The door swung open, and a tall figure entered, lantern in hand, speaking, "My lord, it is late. Why do you not return to rest? If there is something important, you may entrust it to me." Hidden in the darkness, Jiang Wantang froze. The speaker was Zhang Long. Thus, the my lord he referred to must be Xie. She held her breath, remaining utterly still. Sure enough, in the next moment, Xie entered, garbed in a crimson robe. With a mere glance, his eyes narrowed, glinting with a cold light. He then turned to Zhang Long and remarked nonchalantly, "I just recalled. It is not here, but in my study. Let's go search there." Zhang Long was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the underlying meaning in Xie's gaze. Replying, "Understood." The two then exited, closing the door to the archive behind them. Once the footsteps faded into silence, Jiang Wantang exhaled deeply. With Xie present at the Dali Temple, she dared not linger, seizing the scroll and leaping out of the window. Yet, just as she emerged, someone suddenly seized her shoulder from behind with force. Xie coldly scoffed, "Who are you to dare explore the Dali Temple alone at night? Willingly walking into a trap?" Jiang Wantang smirked, turning to strike out with her palm. In the instant he attempted to evade, she sprang 2 meters away. A coarse voice escaped her throat. "The defenses of your Dali Temple are rather lacking." This blatant provocation undoubtedly ignited fury in the man before her. Xie eyes narrowed further, his once profound gaze now icy, filled with murderous intent. "You seek death." As his words fell, a sharp sword was drawn, its blade cutting through the night like a cold star, aiming directly at Jiang Wantang's throat. Unfazed, she unsheathed the flexible sword at her waist, her form gliding gracefully amidst the sword-esque shadow. The soft sword in her hands moved like a nimble serpent, tracing silver arcs in the air. Xie Jian's expression sharpened, and in a flash, he appeared before Jiang Wantang, his swordsmanship intensifying, each strike akin to a fierce tempest, targeting her vital points. Yet, Jiang Wantang's soft sword countered with fluidity and unpredictability. She danced lightly, akin to a flying swallow, her sword flashing like a rainbow, relentless in its assault. The duel escalated from the courtyard to the rooftop, their intertwined figures battling fiercely under the moonlight, sword light and shadow colliding, glinting coldly in the silvery glow. Xie Jian's long sword lunged toward Jiang Wantang's vital areas, and as she locked eyes with him, her gaze turned frosty. Her soft sword rose swiftly, entwining around his blade like a spirit serpent. Their swords met, producing a crisp, ringing sound under the night sky, sparks flying. In the blink of an eye, Xie Jian caught a glimpse of Jiang Wantang's eyes, momentarily stunned, allowing her soft sword to graze his arm. In the next moment, he shifted his sword technique, no longer pressing forward, but retreating to advance, reaching for her masked face. Attempting to unveil her mask? Not a chance. Jiang Wantang's lips curled into a cold smile as she deftly stepped back, her graceful figure retreating 2 steps. The gust of wind caught a loose strand of her hair, brushing against Xie Jian's fingertips, narrowly avoiding his grasp. Xie Jian stared at his empty palm, the lingering sensation of her hair still vivid, accompanied by the faint fragrance unique to women. At this juncture, Zhang Long had already surrounded the courtyard with guards, the Dali Temple now an impenetrable fortress. "My lord, shall we leave a live one?" Zhang Long and Appo's voice boomed from behind. Xie Jian and Appo's bewildered eyes sharpened, his handsome face now etched with frost as he gazed at the masked figure before him. In that moment, his eyes flickered with an inscrutable light, akin to a hunter finally encountering prey of interest. Looking at the cloaked figure, Xie Jian smirked. "Why not run? Why do you not flee now?" The Dali Temple was surrounded, and escape was impossible. Jiang Wantang shot him an exasperated glare, snorting in disdain, ignoring him entirely. Xie Jian coldly remarked, "You possess great audacity to invade the Dali Temple at night. I've encountered fools before, but never one so willingly presenting themselves. Your skills are commendable, yet my men have encircled the Dali Temple. Do you believe you can escape this time?" Xie Jian inquired softly, advancing step by step towards the masked Jiang Wantang, emphasizing, "Be wise and surrender peacefully." Jiang Wantang smiled, undeterred by death, and provocatively replied, "What if I refuse?" Xie Jian's gaze, upon recognizing the familiar eyes before him, grew inexplicably irritated. Hearing her reckless taunts only darkened his expression further. Without hesitation, he declared, "Then do not blame me for being ungracious." Jiang Wantang scoffed, retorting, "From the beginning, Master Xie has aimed to kill. When has there been any courtesy?" Xie Jian's lips curled slightly, yet he suddenly chuckled softly, his tone laden with intrigue. "Had I known it was you earlier, I would have shown mercy. After all, a fox is much more interesting when caught alive. I warned you to hide your tail well, lest I catch it. I never expected you to come to me so soon." Jiang Wantang's eyes narrowed slightly. Did he recognize her? But so what? She absolutely could not be captured by him today. With a smile, she proposed, "Master Xie, how about we make a deal?" She produced the scroll she had taken from the archives, weighing it in her hand, and continued nonchalantly, "I have something you need. Let me go, and I shall give it to you." Her words were laced with temptation. Standing atop the rooftop, Xie Jian's striking brows knitted together, emanating an undeniable chill. He chuckled darkly, his tone sharp. "Once I capture you alive, what makes you think that the item in your possession will not fall into my hands anyway?" Jiang Wantang smiled, pulling out a fire stick and placing it beneath the scroll, threatening, "Is that so? Master Xie, are we to engage in a life-and-death struggle?" Chapter 68. The crimson begonia. Xie Jian gritted his teeth and commanded the crowd below, "Disperse. No one is to act without my order." Upon saying this, he turned his gaze to the masked figure before him. In her eyes, glimmering like water, a captivating smile emerged, exuding an indescribable allure. An ominous premonition surged within Xie. Suddenly, a flurry of flames flickered before him, prompting him to swiftly evade and drop to the ground. Jiang Wantang ignited the firebrand in her hand, and unbeknownst to him, she had cast something into the air. That small firebrand transformed into a fire dragon, hurtling towards Xie. With a light push of her toes, she propelled herself several meters away, taking advantage of the moment to flee rapidly while everyone was caught off guard. Xie clenched his jaw, realizing she was indeed a cunning fox. He seized the bow and arrow from a nearby guard, drawing it back with focused intensity, aiming at the shadowy figure. With a release of tension, the arrow shot forth, whistling through the air with lethal intent. The arrow cleaved through the night sky, and Jiang Wantang, unable to evade, felt the sharp point pierce through her left shoulder. A muffled groan escaped her lips. Her body swayed and fell from the air, disappearing into the darkness. Just before the arrow was released, an unusual emotion had surged within Xie, but he quickly suppressed it. He hesitated for a brief moment, yet still let the arrow fly, albeit with a fraction of his strength, causing it to veer slightly off course. "My lord, should we send someone to pursue?" Zhang Long stepped forward. Xie gazed into the inky night sky, his expression deep and inscrutable. "No need. Come with me to the palace." With that, he turned and strode away. Zhang Long, taken aback, exclaimed, "Now?" He hurriedly followed. In the imperial palace, within the Chonglu Palace, the other servants had long since retired. Xiaozhu paced anxiously in the great hall. This was the first time her young mistress had been out for so long without returning. As the night deepened, her heart filled with growing concern. Just then, a commotion erupted outside, prompting her to rush out. Upon reaching the entrance, she saw Jiang Wantang, clad in black, clutching her shoulder, bloodied and staggering as she entered. Xiaozhu's heart sank. "Miss, you're injured?" She quickly moved to support Jiang Wantang into the inner chambers. Hearing the noise, Yunshang emerged alarmed. Upon seeing Jiang Wantang's pale face, Xiaozhu was already tearing away the fabric from her left shoulder, revealing the grievous wound where the arrow had pierced. Yunshang gasped in horror. "Sister, how did you get hurt?" She hurriedly sought out medicinal herbs to tend to her. Just then, a significant disturbance echoed from outside. A young eunuch rushed to the chamber, breathlessly reporting that the emperor had arrived and was already at the main hall. The three women's pupils dilated in shock. Why would the emperor come at this hour? Jiang Wantang's expression hardened, her eyes glinting with cold light. Xiaozhu steeled herself and stepped outside, closing the door behind her to guard the inner chamber. Shortly after, Ji Weiyuan and his entourage arrived at the door of the chamber. Accompanying him was Xie, the Minister of Justice. Their late-night visit radiated an ominous intensity, clearly indicating ill intentions. Xiaozhu bowed respectfully. "This servant pays her respects to your majesty. May you have peace." Ji Weiyuan waved his hand, coldly inquiring, "Where is Lady Jiang? Why has she not come out to greet the emperor?" Xiaozhu feigned calmness. "Your majesty, the lady has been feeling fatigued lately and retired early. She is currently in a deep slumber, and I have yet to wake her before your arrival." "Oh," Ji Weiyuan sneered. "If that is the case, I shall wake her myself." With that, he reached to push open the door. Xiaozhu stepped forward to block the entrance. Ji Weiyuan narrowed his dangerous black eyes, a hint of murderous intent flashing within. "Do you dare obstruct me?" Xiaozhu was shaken by his menacing aura, her scalp tingling, yet she stood her ground. Kneeling, she replied, "This servant does not dare, but what?" Ji Weiyuan interjected coldly. Xiaozhu swallowed hard. "But the lady is not in a suitable condition to receive the emperor." Ji Weiyuan scoffed, laced with sarcasm. "She is my woman. What could prevent her from seeing me?" As he spoke, he raised his hand to push the door open. Xiaozhu attempted to intervene once more when Ji Weiyuan's voice turned ominous. "If you dare obstruct me again, there will be no mercy." Stunned in his silence, Xiaozhu was suddenly relieved as the door creaked open from within. In Yunshang stepped out. She bowed deeply. "This servant greets your majesty and Minister Xie." Ji Weiyuan's gaze turned frigid, losing all patience. You seek death as well? Yun Shang smiled lightly. This servant does not dare. The palace is yours, your majesty. You may come and go at will. She then cast a cold glance at Xie Yan behind Jun, saying, but this is the inner palace of the consorts. As an outsider, Minister Xie should exercise caution. A cold smile curved Xie Yan's lips as he spoke. Your majesty, I shall wait for you outside. With that, he turned and departed. Yun Shang then guided Xiao Zhu back outside. Ji Wein pushed open the door and strode inside. Within the inner chamber, sheer curtains swayed gently, releasing a fragrance uniquely feminine. As he entered, his gaze fell upon the woman lying on the bed, causing his heart to flutter and his breath to quicken. The woman lay on her side, her long hair cascading like ink across the bedding. She faced away from the door, a light robe draped over her, revealing her slender legs akin to jade and the delicate expanse of her porcelain back, more alluring than the finest mutton fat jade. The graceful curve of her back was accentuated by a fair hand resting lightly on her waist so slender it could barely be grasped. The slight indentation of her spine creating an enchanting allure. Below her waist, the thin robe pooled gently, partially obscuring her form, teasing the imagination with what lay beneath. Her delicate skin, illuminated by the soft candlelight, appeared as though veiled by a gossamer layer, ethereal and dreamlike. As his gaze ascended, Ji Weiyuan beheld a scene that would be etched into his memory forever. On her smooth, pale left shoulder, a vivid and enchanting crimson begonia was tattooed, its heart black as night. The begonia seemed to have just bloomed, its petals unfurling with vibrant hues, the dark heart resembling a profound gaze, mysterious and enticing, as if it sought to draw in the soul. With each gentle rise and fall of her breath, the begonia appeared almost alive, quivering in harmony with her skin's rhythm, a breathtaking beauty that was utterly irresistible. Chapter 69. The heart of the benevolent. Suddenly, a moth flitted towards the candlelight, casting flickering shadows that danced along its crimson back, reminiscent of a blood-red begonia. The beauty, like a flower floating above the clouds, exuded an exquisite allure. Ji Weiyuan's pupils trembled. His heart began to race uncontrollably, each beat resonating like a heavy drum, causing his chest to quiver slightly. His gaze grew increasingly fervent, and his breath quickened. Unexpectedly, Ji Weiyuan felt a warmth in his nostrils, a rush of warm blood surging forth uncontrollably. Instinctively, he raised his hand to wipe it away, only to find it stained with bright red blood. His eyes darkened, a peculiar emotion swelling within him. The fluttering gauze, the jingling beads, the flowing hair. It was not the wind that stirred, but rather the stirring of a benevolent heart. Like a stone cast into a long still pond, ripples spread outward, causing one and Appo's heart to flutter. After a while, Ji Weiyuan clutched his heart and fled the chamber in a near panic. He needed to regain his composure. Hearing his departure, Jiang Wantang, reclining on the couch, opened her eyes, revealing a mischievous smile. Who said that beauty could not be a weapon? Perhaps it was merely a matter of execution. She felt grateful to Xie Yan for delivering this rare opportunity to her. Waiting outside the hall, Xie Yan and Wang Fuhai had been there for quite some time. At last, they saw Ji Weiyuan emerge, his face flushed unnaturally, heat radiating from his ears down to his neck. Wang Fuhai wondered why he had entered with a dark expression only to return with a rosy glow. Could it be that Jiang Jiu had drugged his majesty? Xie Yan, witnessing this, had no doubts left. This cunning little fox had likely employed some enchanting trick. A group of them departed in grand fashion, but Xie Yan did not obtain the answers he sought. Although Ji Weiyuan claimed not to have found any injuries on Jiang Wantang, Xie Yan remained unconvinced. He was certain that the masked figure from earlier was indeed her. In the dead of night at Taiji Palace, Ji Weiyuan lay upon the dragon bed, his eyes tightly shut, veins throbbing on his forehead, beads of sweat forming as if he were repressing something. Clearly, he was ensnared in a nightmare. He dreamt of a springtime reverie. In his dream, he beheld the delicate back adorned with blood-red begonias. He pressed that fragile woman beneath him, kissing the alluring flower of her lips. The icy touch elicited shivers throughout her being. In the dream, her eyes sparkled with emotion, glistening like water, their corners adorned with a beauty mark that was both vibrant and enchanting, resembling a captivating enchantress. He passionately kissed her brows and caressed the enticing beauty mark with fervor. She gasped softly, her delicate sighs driving him further into madness, his lips trailing down her cheek to her porcelain neck. Kisses fell like raindrops, leaving behind a trail of ambiguous crimson blooms. His dark hair entwined about her alluring collarbone, and his fervent hands grasped her slender waist, entwined in a passionate embrace, yearning to blend her into his very essence. The beauty, soft and yielding, gazed at him with glistening eyes, allowing him to have his way, despite the teasing torment. The chamber was suffused with springtime hues and boundless ambiguity. After a long time, Ji Wuyuan awoke with a start, his heart racing as if a drumbeat echoed in his ears. Sensing something amiss, he threw aside the quilt and glanced down, only to find. Ji Wuyuan pressed his hand against his wildly beating heart, his obsidian eyes deep and unfathomable. What was happening? Had he become devoid of women? He rose from the bed, changed into fresh undergarments, and impatiently called out, "Wang Fuhai." Outside the imperial chamber, Wang Fuhai, who had been dozing, jolted awake at the sound, instantly alert. He hurried inside and respectfully inquired, "Your servant is here. How may I serve you, your majesty?" Ji Wuyuan sat upright, pinching the bridge of his nose, his gaze weary yet frosty. He directed his attention to Wang Fuhai and commanded, "Summon a concubine to attend to me." Wang Fuhai's eyes brightened momentarily, but then he glanced outside, noting the encroaching dawn. It was likely that his majesty could not fully devote himself at this hour. He hesitated. "Does your majesty wish for this now?" Ji Wuyuan shot him a cold glance. Wang Fuhai shuddered and promptly replied, "I shall attend to it once." Just as he turned to leave, a thought struck him, and he asked, "Which concubine does your majesty wish to summon?" Ji Wuyuan replied nonchalantly, "Whomever." Wang Fuhai's expression soured. Such a vague request was difficult to fulfill. As he was nearly out of the chamber, Ji Wuyuan's icy voice resonated, "Except for Jiang Jiyu." "What? Jiang Jiyu excluded?" Wang Fuhai froze, stammering, "Yes, I shall see to it." He had assumed that his majesty would visit Changlu Palace tonight, hence summoning the most suitable Jiang Jiyu. Yet now, the command had shifted to whomever, except for Jiang Jiyu. The imperial will was inscrutable, rendering his task increasingly arduous. To err on the side of caution, Wang Fuhai summoned the recently favored Jia Fei, Zhao Shujia, to attend to Ji Wuyuan. Zhao Shujia, with her flowing tresses and clad in a diaphanous gown, draped a cloak over her figure, concealing her enchanting silhouette. Ji Wuyuan did not permit any woman into his chamber. Thus, Wang Fuhai led her to a side hall of Taiji Palace. Standing in the side hall, Zhao Shujia beamed with delight, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she surveyed her surroundings. This was her first visit to Taiji Palace. Previously, Ji Wuyuan had only visited her in the depths of night at Zhaoyang Palace. Upon entering, Ji Wuyuan noticed the woman in the side hall and instinctively frowned. Zhao Shujia, bashful and timid, bit her lip and lowered her gaze, unable to meet his eyes directly. Her delicate fingers nervously twisted her garment, her cheeks flushed like the dawn sky. As Ji Wuyuan approached, her breath quickened, her body trembling slightly, yet she unconsciously stepped forward, displaying a genuine ambivalence. "Your servant greets your majesty," she murmured softly, her voice as delicate as a whisper, tinged with shyness and playful reproach. After speaking, she shyly turned her head away, yet could not resist stealing glances at the emperor's expression. A cold smile crept upon Ji Wuyuan's lips. This little minx exhibited far more skill in seduction than the previous one. However, her visage fell short. Despite her efforts to exude charm, the allure was superficial, lacking the depth of true enchantment. It was a stark contrast to those born with captivating grace, unaware of their own allure, effortlessly beguiling without intent. As the night breeze swept through, the woman shivered slightly. A heavy scent of cosmetics wafted toward Ji Wuyuan, causing him to frown. It was pungent, lacking the subtle fragrance that lingered on the previous one. Seeing the man unmoved, Zhao Shujia bit her lip tightly, trembling as she shed her cloak, revealing a glimpse of her alluring form. Beneath her thin, gauzy dress, she wore nothing at all, her exquisite figure shrouded in the candlelight, tantalizingly visible. The contrast of dark and light was striking. Chapter 70. The alluring woman. Ji Wen narrowed his eyes, an icy glint flickering within them. For reasons unknown, he felt as though his eyes had been sullied, yet he dismissed such superstitions. Turning away, he issued a cold command. Zhao Shujia trembled in fear and immediately turned her back. Ji Wen sat meticulously on the armchair, his gaze devoid of any desire, exuding an endless chill akin to ice. His eyes settled upon Zhao Shujia's shivering back, darkening slightly. "Undress," he uttered indifferently, his tone laced with the imperiousness of authority that was impossible to resist. Zhao Shujia's delicate figure quivered, her seductive gaze fluttering, cheeks flushed with bashfulness as she shyly loosened her garments. The sheer fabric cascaded to the ground. This scene had been long imagined and rehearsed in her mind. Thus, she felt confident in her physique and performance, believing no man could withstand such temptation. With bated breath, she awaited the ensuing events. Ji Yuan cast merely a cursory glance at her exposed form before diverting his gaze. Frustration mounted as he shut his eyes. Yet visions of the blood-red begonia on a slender jade back and Jiang Wantang's enchanting, flushed visage lingered in his mind. Faced with the entirely naked woman before him, striving to seduce him, he felt no inclination, even a sense of revulsion. A preposterous thought crossed his mind. It wasn't women he lacked, but rather Jiang Wantang. Momentarily taken aback by this sudden revelation, Ji Wen abruptly rose and strode toward the palace exit. Unbeknownst to him, certain thoughts should not be entertained lightly. Once birthed, they take root within the heart, growing and spreading, becoming inescapable. Left alone in the hall, Zhao Shujia's expression stiffened in disbelief as she turned to look back. The hall was empty, devoid of any trace of Ji Yuan. Startled by the entrance of Wang Fuhai, she gasped, her countenance paling, hastily gathering her fallen garments to cover herself. How could her noble form be subjected to the gaze of a eunuch? Wang Fuhai, ever perceptive, turned away and spoke. "Your Highness, please prepare yourself. The servants await outside." With that, he exited. The implication was clear. It was time for her to leave. She had stood before the emperor in her entirety, yet he merely cast a cold glance before departing, doing nothing to keep her. Was this not a blatant indication of his disinterest? If word of this spread, the women of the harem would surely mock her mercilessly. Tears welled in Zhao Shujia's eyes as her body trembled with indignation. As the legitimate daughter of a noble house, she had never endured such humiliation. However, what pained her more than the disgrace was Ji Yuan's unyielding indifference throughout the encounter. Meanwhile, during the morning court session, Ji Yuan remained distracted, his mind preoccupied with visions of Jiang Wantang's alluring eyes, growing increasingly agitated as he attempted to suppress such thoughts. His typically enchanting countenance was shrouded in gloom. "Silence," Ji Yuan barked, slamming his palm against the imperial table. The previously quarrelsome ministers and generals fell into an immediate hush, exchanging bewildered glances, too frightened to utter a sound. Ji Yuan's voice was frigid as he declared, "I am weary. You may all disperse." Thus, he left court prematurely. Within the Xianjing Hall, Ji Yuan pinched the bridge of his nose, his expression darkening. Shortly thereafter, Wang Fuhai entered to report, "Lord Xie from the Ministry of Justice has arrived and awaits outside." Ji Yuan raised his eyes, responding coolly, "Let him in." Moments later, Xie Jiyan entered, holding 2 jars of wine. Ji Yuan was momentarily taken aback, a hint of surprise crossing his features as he chuckled. "Yin, have you come specifically to drink with me?" "Not at all," Xie Jiyan replied, his demeanor somewhat weary. "I procured this true word jade brew from the national master at the Fuguang Temple. It induces intoxication and can unravel secrets. Those who drink it will divulge all they know." Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow, skepticism evident in his tone. Is there truly such a miraculous concoction in this world? Leaning back, he added with irony, "Surely, the old monk is not merely spinning tales?" Xie Jiyan, aware of Ji Yuan's doubts, responded calmly. Whether it is true or false, you shall find out through trial. How shall we test it? Ji Wuyuan inquired, setting aside his previous nonchalance. Are you still suspicious of Jiang Wantang? Xie Yin offered no rebuttal. His conviction lay firm. Ji Wuyuan continued. Yin, I understand your urgency, but Jiang Wantang is merely a delicate woman. She cannot possibly be the masked figure who ventured alone into the Ministry of Justice at night. Internally, Xie Yin scoffed at the notion of her being fragile. A delicate woman? The mastery of her skills is not characteristic of one so frail. He refrained from further argument, instead asking Ji Wuyuan, did you observe anything unusual upon entering last night? Ji Wuyuan coughed several times before maintaining a facade of composure. No, I saw nothing. Though his expression seemed unperturbed, a storm brewed beneath the surface, betraying his true feelings. Xie Yin chose not to press further. He placed the wine jars on Ji Wuyuan's desk, stating, Jiang Zhishu is cunning. As her father, Jiang Wantang is not to be underestimated. Exercise caution. As a brother, he offered a final warning. Beware, for a beautiful woman can charm and deceive. The more striking her beauty, the more deceptive she may be. Seated upon the throne, Ji Wuyuan rested his forehead on one hand, a shadow flickering in his eyes. Are you implying she wishes to ensnare me with her allure, making me lower my guard for her own gain? Xie Yin smiled enigmatically, neither confirming nor denying. It has been demonstrated that one can indeed be beguiled. As the saying goes, in vino veritas, perhaps you should consider intoxicating her with this wine. It may elicit some truths. Ji Wuyuan and Appo's dark eyes glimmered with intrigue as he pressed his lips together, remaining silent. The two then shifted their conversation to other matters of state. Only after Xie Yin's departure did Ji Wuyuan scrutinize the 2 jars of wine on his desk, his gaze deep and inscrutable. That night, the air was cool as water, the pale moonlight spilling across the courtyard of Changla Palace. Jiang Wantang stood alone in the courtyard, her eyes deep in thought, pondering matters unknown. Chapter 71. Drinking under the moon, Yun Chang slowly approached Jiang Wantang from behind and tenderly draped a cloak over her shoulders. Her tone filled with concern. Sister, it's chilly at night, and you still have injuries. You must take care of yourself. Jiang Wantang turned to her, smiling as she gently patted her arm, replying softly, do not worry, I am mindful of my limits. Thanks to you last night. Your vivid depiction of the blood-red begonia on my shoulder deceived them. Your painting skills are truly remarkable. Where did you learn them? Perhaps you could teach me when you have time? Yun Chang chuckled, her smile sincere. Sister, you flatter me. It is merely a trick to beguile the heart, and I am fortunate to have aided you. She continued, these skills were forced upon me when I was sold to a brothel. The women there often depict delicate and intimate designs in hidden places to please their patrons. Some are noble, while others are lowly and vulgar, all dictated by status. Suddenly, Jiang Wantang recalled the splendid peony she had seen on Yun Chang's back in her previous life. She patted Yun Chang's shoulder gently and spoke with warmth. To embody art in this manner is indeed a refined pursuit. It is the ignorant who choose to define it as vulgar. Upon hearing this, Yun Chang's eyes sparkled, and she replied, I have always believed so. However, a shadow crossed her features as she added, it is not solely due to my background. Rather, it is precisely because I have experienced that life. I know many unfortunate women are forced into that existence, powerless over their fates. Men may praise their beauty and covet their youth, yet they secretly scorn their perceived lowliness and filth. As she spoke, her gaze lifted to the crescent moon in the night sky. If given a choice, who would not wish to live with dignity? They too long to find a worthy man to redeem them from the mire. But how many who seek pleasure in brothels are truly noble? With this, Yun Chang seemed reflective, a hint of sadness now in her eyes. Jiang Wantang followed her gaze to the heavens, understanding her unspoken thoughts. Thus, she solemnly declared, once this matter is settled, I will seek an opportunity to escort you and Xiu Zhu out of the palace. You shall find a secure place, open an inn, and offer refuge to the unfortunate women of this world, granting them a place to live and thrive. Yun Chang was taken aback by these words. Suddenly turning to Jiang Wantang, her eyes glistening with emotion. "But what of you, sister?" A prolonged silence ensued, and Jiang Wantang smiled lightly, responding in a relaxed manner. "Of course, I have my own affairs to attend to." Yin Chang's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her face adorned with a smile. "Then let us leave together once you have resolved all your matters." She promised not to break her vow to accompany Jiang Wantang. If they were to leave, they would do so hand in hand. If they were to stay, they would remain together. Jiang Wantang lowered her gaze, choosing not to elaborate further. Just then, a young eunuch rushed in to announce that the emperor had arrived at Changlu Palace. Jiang Wantang raised an eyebrow, surprise flickering in her gaze. What could he possibly want at this hour? Surely he did not wish for her company in bed. Upon hearing this, Yun Chang did not linger, hastily preparing for the emperor's arrival. As Ji Wu Yuan entered, he found Jiang Wantang awaiting at the entrance. Their eyes met, and he instinctively averted his gaze, feeling a hint of awkwardness. Jiang Wantang performed a respectful bow, her voice gentle. "Your servant pays her respects to your majesty." "May you be well." Ji Wu Yuan's gaze lingered on her face for a brief moment before darkening, his expression remaining impassive. No need for formalities. Uncertain of his intentions, Jiang Wantang inquired softly, "Does your majesty wish to have some supper? I can have someone prepare it." Ji Wu Yuan raised a hand dismissively, his tone as cold as ever. "No need. I have procured 2 fine jars of wine today, with the moonlight being so enchanting. I invite my beloved consort to share a drink under the moonlight." "My beloved consort?" Wang Fu Hai, nearby, widened his eyes in shock. Jiang Wantang was momentarily stunned before she heard Ji Wu Yuan's cold laughter. "Is this not what you desired?" She arched an eyebrow, a radiant smile illuminating her face, her tone playfully cunning. "Then I must thank your majesty for your graciousness." Excellent. The tyrant was getting into character, even addressing her as his beloved consort. Ji Wu Yuan observed the triumphant smile on Jiang Wantang's face and could not help but curl his lips in amusement. The cold moon hung high, its silvery light cascading down, accompanied by a gentle breeze that brought a refreshing chill, mingling with the faint fragrance of flowers in the air. Ji Wu Yuan walked ahead, while Jiang Wantang obediently followed behind. If previously he had been a mystery to her, she now began to comprehend the purpose of his sudden visit. The intention behind his inebriation was likely not merely for the wine. Before long, they reached a stone table in the courtyard and took their seats. Ji Wu Yuan filled a cup to the brim and presented it to Jiang Wantang, his expression casual. "This is exquisite wine. A single sip will intoxicate you. Please, taste it." Jiang Wantang laughed lightly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with mischief. "Is your majesty attempting to intoxicate me?" Before Ji Wu Yuan could respond, she tilted her head back, her crimson lips parting as she seized the cup directly from his hand and drank it in one go. "You." Ji Wu Yuan's hand trembled slightly, and for the first time, a crack appeared in his typically composed demeanor. He gazed incredulously at the audacious woman before him, suddenly feeling as though he had been playfully teased. He watched as excess wine trickled from her luscious lips, glistening droplets sliding down her pale neck, dampening her bodice. Seeing this, Ji Wu Yuan felt his throat involuntarily constrict, his breathing becoming heavier, a strange dryness settling in. Though she was the one drinking, why did he feel an inexplicable warmth spreading through his body? Yet the instigator of this sensation remained blissfully unaware, exuding an alluring charm. How could there exist such a ridiculous yet entirely natural woman in this world? Jiang Wantang's face flushed quickly, her lips slightly parted as she breathed lightly, her gaze dreamy and playful. "Your Majesty, you need not intoxicate me. Merely seeing you causes my heart to." She pointed to her chest, become intoxicated. Ji Wu Yuan was momentarily lost in her gaze, his heartbeat racing as a wave of heat surged within him, the air around them thickening with tension. Once again, he experienced that uncontrollable feeling, his fists clenched tightly as he struggled to suppress the rising urge within him. What was happening? Was this wine truly ordinary? Regaining his composure, Ji Wu Yuan's eyes swiftly returned to their usual icy demeanor. Meanwhile, the inebriated Jiang Wantang gazed at him with a dazed expression, her innocent smile imbued with an inexplicable allure. Her enchanting eyes sparkled with unshed tears, pure and unblemished, reminiscent of a 3-year-old child. He beheld her vibrant beauty, a complex expression flickering in his gaze. While others fear and dread me, why do you so persistently seek to draw near? Chapter 72. Intoxication. Jiang Wantang smiled foolishly. Because I am enamored with your majesty. Ever since the day you rescued me from the palace of Chonghua, I have harbored feelings for you. Yet, your majesty is so lofty, so cold, that I cannot reach him. No matter what I do, he remains indifferent, feeling a hint of grievance. Jiang Wantang pouted for a moment before grasping Ji Wuyuan's arm. Her voice dazed and soft. Ji Wuyuan, I truly like you. But there are too many women in your harem, each vying for attention. It is so difficult. Ji Wuyuan raised an eyebrow in surprise, a chuckle escaping his lips. How audacious of her to address him so directly. He lowered his gaze to the delicate hand tightly gripping his arm, momentarily taken aback. His brow furrowing as a desire to shake her off arose. However, upon meeting Jiang Wantang's earnest and beguiling eyes, an unfamiliar emotion stirred within him, and he allowed her to hold on. Yet, the tender affections of a young woman, openly expressing her feelings, could hardly sway a ruler known for his cold demeanor. True emotions were insignificant in the face of supreme power. Jiang Wantang. Ji Wuyuan's expression turned frigid, his voice laced with ice, carrying a hint of barely concealed frustration. Tell me, what is it that you truly desire? Jiang Wantang's eyes widened, her gaze filled with innocence and alarm, yet she stubbornly clung to his arm. Her expression a mixture of grievance, fear, and defiance. With a sorrowful smile, she spoke deliberately, I wish to be cherished. Ji Wuyuan was taken aback, his heart twitching uncontrollably. Her voice, hoarse yet tinged with a poignant sadness, continued. Do you know? I have envied my elder sister, Jiang Wantang, since childhood. Even without her mother, she still enjoyed boundless affection from our parents. As daughters of the Jiang family, she is the cherished jewel, while I am but dirt beneath their feet, subject to the whims of any servant who may choose to mistreat me. In her longing for a shred of familial affection, she had been obedient and compliant, never contesting anything with her elder sister. Yet, despite her submissive efforts to please, she received not even the slightest hint of their affection. Cast aside to the countryside, left to fend for herself, she pondered, what have I done wrong? Why must I endure their repeated betrayals and abandonments? Why does no one choose me? Why does no one love me? As she spoke, Jiang Wantang trembled slightly, tears cascading down her cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string. In that moment, she could scarcely discern whether her heartfelt confession stemmed from genuine emotion or was merely a ploy to ensnare Ji Wuyuan. Yet, the fragrant breeze, tinged with floral scents, felt all too real. The night was silent, her beauty strikingly desolate, her eyes brimming with sorrow, resentment, and defiance, like shattered porcelain. It tugged at the heartstrings of those who beheld her. Though her cries were silent, they held a poignancy surpassing any heart-wrenching wail. Observing Jiang Wantang's heartache, her vulnerability, yet resilient spirit, Ji Wuyuan felt an unexpected surge of compassion. He had long investigated her past. Her years of solitude and suffering could be summarized in a few brief phrases. But witnessing her in this state, he realized those few words concealed a decade of pain and heartache. The royal family's indifference was a sentiment he understood all too well. This longing for familial love, met with coldness from those who should care, resonated deeply within him. For the first time, he felt a constricting sensation in his chest, as if gripped by an unseen hand. Instinctively, he reached out, almost to wipe away her tears, but halted mid-motion. This sensation was unsettling to him, as was the impulsive action. A wave of inexplicable irritation washed over him. Thus, Ji Wuyuan coldly remarked, "Stop crying." Yet, upon hearing his words, Jiang Wantang's tears flowed even more fiercely. Her tear-filled gaze, filled with helplessness, was utterly pitiful. With 7 parts sincerity and 3 parts intoxication, she performed a heart-wrenching act, especially as she appeared so delicate and endearing. Sighing softly, Ji Wuyuan finally relented. He gently placed his hand on the top of Jiang Wantang's head, awkwardly patting it twice. Enough, do not cry. The world is not devoid of companionship, for you are not alone. He intended to express that he too shared this solitude. But the prideful emperor hesitated to reveal his vulnerability. Instead, he said, then be strong. A strong person does not need to be chosen by others. Upon saying this, he realized how peculiar it was to convey such sentiments to a woman. He added, moreover, it is not that no one loves you. Perhaps you simply have yet to recognize it. Though his tone remained somewhat stiff, a trace of subtle tenderness could be discerned upon closer inspection. Jiang Wantang lifted her gaze, her tear-filled eyes fixed upon him, the shimmering light reflecting in her gaze as she earnestly asked, will your majesty love me? Ji Wen wanted to respond with a firm no, yet upon seeing her despondent expression, he found himself holding back. He averted his eyes, remaining silent. Jiang Wantang continued, as a mere woman, I cannot be strong. In this life, all I seek is your majesty alone. To win one heart, to never part until we grow old together. Her enchanting eyes shimmered with emotion, the delicate beauty of a red tear mole at the corner of her eye rendering the world around her colorless. Ji Weiyuan's heart quivered violently, his breath catching for a fleeting moment. Time seemed to freeze, the world fading into obscurity, leaving only her image clear in his mind. He gazed intently at Jiang Wantang, his icy eyes flickering with a complexity he could not articulate. An unprecedented sensation unfurled within him, akin to the first green shoots of spring breaking through the earth, brimming with life and uncertainty. Ji Weiyuan stood there, caught in a moment of bewilderment. After a long pause, a sardonic smile escaped his lips. You wish to possess my heart? Jiang Wantang's cheeks flushed, her gaze dreamy and unfocused, nodding unsteadily. Your majesty offers me this chance. I shall seize it by my own merit. As he spoke, Ji Weiyuan fixed his gaze upon her, his cold black eyes igniting with an inscrutable intensity. Under the moonlit sky, as the night grew cooler, Ji Weiyuan scooped up the intoxicated Jiang Wantang in his arms, striding purposefully toward the sleeping quarters of the Palace of Eternal Happiness. Chapter 73. Loss of Control upon witnessing the scene. Wang Fuhai smiled and dismissed the palace attendants, leaving them to wait outside the chamber. Yunshang and Xiuzhu exchanged worried glances. Their master was still injured and now intoxicated to the point of unconsciousness. They stood silently outside the palace, anxious and on edge, awaiting orders. Inside the chamber, Ji Weiyuan gently lowered the sleeping Jiang Wantang onto the bed. Just as he intended to rise and leave, she grasped his sleeve tightly. Looking down, he saw her cheeks flushed, her hand clutching his, murmuring indistinctly, "Don't go, your majesty. Don't leave me. I will be obedient. Please don't abandon me." Tears streamed down her face as she spoke, betraying the depth of her sorrow and fear of being forsaken once more. By day, she was a bright and cunning little wildcat, but by night, she resembled a pitiful, abandoned stray. Ji Weiyuan, ever rational and detached, understood precisely when to act and when not to. Yet at this moment, despite knowing he should release Jiang Wantang's hand and depart without a backward glance, he lingered, captivated by her frail and sorrowful demeanor. He reached out to wipe her tears, his calloused fingertips brushing her face as he murmured, "Why are your tears endless, as if made of water?" He admitted to himself that he had grown soft-hearted, feeling a pulsing ache at his temples, pulling at the most sensitive nerves, each throb a reminder of his inner turmoil. The delicate figure on the bed seemed to possess an inexplicable magic, drawing him in and compelling him to relent time and again. Seated beside her, he watched as her small hands wreaked havoc on his sleeve, creating creases that mirrored the crumpling of his heart. He instinctively tucked the fur blanket around her, his fingers once more tracing her smooth, pale cheek as he murmured, "Are all women in this world as exquisite as you?" Silence enveloped the air, with no reply forthcoming. Only the faint, sweet fragrance of flowers wafting through. Ji Weiyuan turned to see the exquisite peony he had sent days prior, quietly blossoming beside her bed. He was reminded of the phrase, "Only the peony truly represents the nation's beauty," blooming with the season's splendor. This flower suited her remarkably well. He plucked the most vibrant bloom and tucked it behind Jiang Wantang's ear, a devilish smile curving his lips. No wonder it is said that women are more delicate than flowers. At that moment, Jiang Wantang furrowed her brows, her cheeks flushed, appearing unwell. Murmuring incomprehensible words, Ji Wein hearing his name, he leaned closer to catch her words. As he approached, she seemed to sense him and suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him down towards her. Ji Wein was taken aback, unable to react in time as Jiang Wantang pressed her face against his, her warm, intoxicating breath brushing against him like a gentle feather. The next instant, her luscious lips unexpectedly met his cold ones. His eyes widened in shock, his body stiffening, his mind blank. The kiss was fleeting, delicate as a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Jiang Wantang. Yu Jiyin pushed her away, his expression darkening, his teeth clenched in frustration. Yet, the source of his ire seemed blissfully unaware, turning over and licking her lips, oblivious to the audacity of her actions. Ji Weiyuan could hardly contain his incredulity at her carefree demeanor. How could a sovereign like him be so repeatedly trifled with by a single woman? Anger clouded his features as he turned her over, pinning her beneath him, and kissed her fiercely. Jiang Wantang instinctively attempted to resist, but he grasped her chin, deepening the kiss, eliciting a soft, cat-like whimper from her throat. Initially, Ji Weiyuan aimed merely to punish this audacious little creature. However, as time passed, he found himself enveloped in her sweet, soft essence, unable to detach. His lips, cold and commanding, carried the weight of his imperial authority, mingling with the aloof fragrance of dragon's saliva that clung to him. He was a ruler who typically eschewed female company, exuding an aura of chastity. Yet, his kiss was as fierce and consuming as his persona, cold yet powerful, desperate to capture every essence of her. The kiss was imbued with an overwhelming sense of possession. Meanwhile, Jiang Wantang, who should have been lost in slumber, tightly gripped the blanket beneath her, remaining still as he kissed her, not daring to move. This was perilous. It seemed they had crossed a line. It became evident that one should not tempt a man lightly, regardless of how restrained he may appear. Jiang Wantang had provoked Ji Weiyuan fiercely over the past few days, and now his kiss was a reflection of that intensity. He finally released her, his thumb brushing over her glistening lips, a knowing smile playing on his face. Jiang Wantang, you were the one who enticed me first. His voice carried a lingering huskiness, and even his previously ethereal countenance was now tinged with a devilish hue. After what felt like an eternity, Ji Weiyuan departed. Once he was gone, Jiang Wantang opened her eyes, clarity returning to her gaze, dispelling any remnants of intoxication. She touched her swollen lips, feeling a twinge of pain, the lingering chill of his essence still present. If before she had employed her beauty to seduce Ji Weiyuan, now she had ventured into the realm of emotional conquest. Every individual possesses vulnerabilities, and even one as formidable as Ji Weiyuan is no exception. With a tenuous connection to the royal family, having lost his mother at a young age and lacking the favor of the late emperor, he was a prince devoid of maternal warmth, navigating a treacherous court. He, like her, had grown up in solitude, struggling against the odds. Thus, no one could empathize with his resentment towards indifferent kin more than she. She had spoken of her own suffering while inebriated, hoping to elicit his compassion. Never underestimate a man's capacity for tenderness towards a woman. Compassion breeds concern, and concern is the first step towards affection. Additionally, Jiang Wantang was acutely aware that Ji Weiyuan harbored distaste for Jiang Zhishu in the court, and as Jiang Zhishu's daughter, she remained a source of unease for him. Her candid revelations, born of intoxication, not only evoked his pity but also illuminated the disdain Jiang Zhishu held for her, prompting Ji Weiyuan to reconsider any bias against her heritage. His uncontrollable kiss was the most compelling testament to this realization. Chapter 74. Holding a grudge the following day, after the morning court session, Xie Yin made his way to the imperial study. Upon entering, he found Ji Weiyuan, clad in a dark dragon robe, standing before the desk. engrossed in his painting, seemingly in high spirits. Xie Yin paused for a moment, his tone laced with a hint of amusement. Your Majesty appears to be in quite the mood today. Ji Wu Yuan halted his brush, chuckling softly. Is that so? Xie Yin shook his head, wishing to remark that even the peacock was on the verge of spreading its tail feathers. How could he not be in good spirits? He accepted the teacup handed to him by Wang Fu Hai and casually inquired, Did you use the true words jade brew yesterday? What was the effect? Ji Wu Yuan replied nonchalantly, I did use it, but gleaned nothing of significance. It seems she is not the person you're searching for. She may possess some clever tricks, but ultimately she is merely a frail woman, unable to stir any substantial waves. At this, Xie Yin coughed out the hot tea he had just sipped. The term frail woman used to describe Jiang Wantang was intolerable to him. It appeared she had indeed bewitched him quite successfully. Ah, what a cunning little fox she was. Seeing his reaction, Xie Yin chose to remain silent. He had yet to catch the fox by its tail, and saying too much would be futile. It would be better to wait for the day when His Majesty could personally unveil her true nature. The two then engaged in a detailed discussion regarding the upcoming hunt in Beishan in 10 days. By the time Xie Yin departed the imperial study, it was nearing noon. After his exit, Ji Wu Yuan completed his painting, which now lay spread across the desk, a depiction of the blood-red begonia he had seen on Jiang Wantang's back that day. The difference was that he had painted a colorful butterfly perched upon the begonia flower. Ji Wu Yuan gazed down at the begonia in the painting, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. As Xie Yin traversed the imperial garden on his way out, he caught sight of a graceful crimson figure among the vibrant blossoms. Narrowing his eyes, he thought it was quite a coincidence. He strode purposefully towards her, unreservedly calling out, Good day to you, Miss Jiang. Xie Yin regarded Jiang Wantang, who was busy picking flowers, with a smile that bore an undercurrent of mockery, emphasizing the last few words with evident irritation. Jiang Wantang cast him a cold glance, her expression unfriendly, laced with sarcasm. Master Xie seems rather idle today. Xie Yan's smile deepened. The little fox was indeed holding a grudge. It seemed matters would not be easily resolved. He chuckled lightly. I have investigated. The documents you took that day pertain to the royal heirs. Should I commend your audacity or question your recklessness? You dare to delve into royal secrets. Jiang Wantang regarded him, a bright smile gracing her face as she innocently replied, Master Xie, you must be mistaken. If one is ill, they ought to visit the imperial hospital. Though her words were clearly an insult, they flowed from her lips with an oddly melodious quality, even carrying a hint of allure. Xie Yin gazed deeply into her eyes, contemplating why even His Majesty seemed entranced by her. She was indeed unlike any other young woman. While beautiful women were common, those who were both wise and beautiful were rare, and a woman who was both astute and ruthless was even more so. Regaining his composure, Xie Yin continued, You need not admit it. I'm already convinced it was you. I suspect you discovered something suspicious regarding the royal heirs in the palace, and the urgency of the matter compelled you to risk such dangers in seeking clues at the Dali Temple. However, the documents you took contain only trivial records. You will not uncover any genuine leads. Moreover, the palace is fraught with intrigue, shrouded in mystery. Every step could be a trap, and every individual may harbor ulterior motives. Far from the simplicity you envision, the clues you believe to possess may merely be a deliberate ruse to mislead you. Rather than struggle alone, it would be wise to collaborate with me. The Dali Temple boasts the most extensive intelligence network, with eyes everywhere. Together, we can swiftly investigate your queries while ensuring your safety. What do you think? Xie Yin appealed to her emotions and reason, speaking at length with unexpected patience. Jiang Wantang furrowed her brow slightly, unconsciously tightening the petals in her grasp. He was right. The documents contain no crucial clues. Yet that did not imply she should ally herself with this old fox. His profound thoughts and sharp gaze, seemingly capable of penetrating one's heart, were intimidating. No matter how one looked at it, he was not an easy adversary, especially considering he had recently shot an arrow at her. She was not one to easily forget a grudge. Jiang Wantang cast a fleeting glance at Xie Yin, her voice cold and unyielding, eyes reflecting clear detachment. I do not comprehend what Master Xie is implying, and I shall not entertain this conversation. With that, she turned to leave. Xie Zhiyin sighed, as though anticipating her reaction. Miss Jiang, do not be so hasty in your refusal. Think it over. He then smiled, his tone laden with intrigue. You will come around. Jiang Wantang hesitated momentarily, but continued her departure without pause. Xie Zhiyin watched her retreating figure, sighing once more. One must never offend a woman, for it could lead to considerable difficulties. As the ancients said, only women and petty men are hard to manage. In the ensuing days, Jiang Jieyu frequently visited the imperial study, while the emperor confined his visits to the Chonglu Palace. The dynamics within the harem had shifted entirely. People often remarked on the unpredictability of human hearts, and the essence of the harem's sentiments mirrored that of the populace. The people were not troubled by scarcity, but by inequity. When the 6 palaces received no favor, or when the blessings were evenly distributed, all was well. However, the fear arose when someone suddenly emerged to disrupt the status quo. What was most intolerable was not the absence of favor, but rather witnessing another's receipt of it. The singular affection of the emperor was a coveted desire for many concubines. Yet, Jiang Wantang seemed to be treading that very path. In the Zhaoyang Palace, Jia Fei resided in the main hall, while Wang Meiren occupied a side chamber. The two sat together in the courtyard, sipping tea and admiring the flowers, engaged in idle chatter. Wang Meiren, her expression one of discontent, remarked, Sister Jia, are you not angry? Jia Fei replied coolly, what reason have I to be angry? Wang Meiren's voice was filled with indignation. The emperor's spirit seems nearly bewitched by that siren of Chonglu Palace. Are you not concerned? Previously, Ji Wu Yuan would at least distribute his affections evenly. One could at least hope for a turn a month. Now, upon entering the harem, he heads straight for Chonglu Palace. According to my sources, they are often found in the courtyard, drinking tea and playing chess. Anyone can play chess. Jia Fei's eyes darkened, and she set her teacup down, a barely perceptible bitterness and frustration crossing her lips. What good would it do to be anxious? She had already cast aside the dignity of a noble woman, standing bare before him, yet he remained unmoved. Chapter 75. The Northern Mountain Hunt in the Depths of Her Heart. Jia Fei understood that Ji Weiyuan was inherently indifferent to women, possessing a temperament that was both emotionally detached and aloof. She had been aware of this before entering the palace, yet his brilliance, striking appearance, and regal demeanor captivated her utterly. The youthful bloom of her heart yearned for him, desiring to scale the heights of this frigid mountain of a man. Her father had remarked that although he was a tyrant, he was undeniably a wise ruler. Reflecting on the reign of the late emperor, who had neglected state affairs and allowed the powerful to meddle, it was clear how the court had fallen into disarray. The influence of the Qi family had permeated the court, with relatives and allies rising to power under the whispers of Empress Dowager Qi, creating a network of corruption that left loyal ministers oppressed and the populace suffering. However, since ascending the throne, the new emperor Ji Weiyuan had swiftly reclaimed power, suppressing the Qi faction with an iron fist. Jia Fei's father, Duke Zhao, had pledged his loyalty to Ji Weiyuan during this tumultuous time. Thus, she found it hard to believe that Qi Guifei had ever enjoyed any favor. It was unfathomable for anyone, let alone the Qi family, to hold such a position of esteem. Logically, it should have been her Zhao family, given their merits and loyalty. Yet, a former virtuous consort had once held favor, and now the enigma of Jiang Jiu arose. Was it her enchanting beauty that captivated, or was it true, as rumor suggested, that both she and the virtuous consort bore a striking resemblance to someone from the past? Noticing Jia Fei's silence, Wang Meiren pressed on, in a few days, we shall embark on the northern mountain hunt, dear sister. Jia Fei, regaining her composure, coldly interjected, Sister, one may indulge in food, but not in reckless words. I shall pretend I did not hear this today. Should you mention it again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Wang Meiren, observing Jia Fei's stern demeanor, cautioned, Sister, do not feign indifference. If you truly did not care, why would you have so deliberately interceded on Jiang Jiu's behalf at Sinang Palace? Jia Fei tightened her grip on the teacup. After Wang Marin departed, she shattered all the teacups on the table in a fit of rage. In the harem, she was admired for her grace, virtue, and demeanor, even earning the praise of Empress Dowager Qi. Yet, was she truly as dignified and virtuous as they claimed? In truth, she merely suppressed her true nature. How many women could genuinely embody both grace and virtue? It was merely a reflection of what men desired in their selection of partners. She was merely catering to their whims. For reasons unknown, she found herself envious of Jiang Wantang, who, with nothing but her beauty, could effortlessly capture Ji Weiyuan's attention. Days passed swiftly, bringing the much-anticipated Northern Mountain spring hunt. The great Shang dynasty had always revered martial prowess, having forged its empire upon the backs of steeds. Ji Weiyuan, even as a prince, had fought in numerous campaigns. Thus, the annual hunt was a significant royal event, attended by esteemed ministers and noble youths eager to showcase their skills and earn the emperor's favor. When Jiang Wantang had overheard Ji Weiyuan mention the hunt days earlier, her excitement had been palpable. She had prepared multiple riding outfits. She recalled her previous life, where her humble origins had made her fear ridicule from Xiao Jingyang, who believed her frail form could not withstand the exertions of such an event, leading them both to forego participation. This time, her mindset had transformed completely, and she no longer felt the need to stifle her true self. Before dawn, Jiang Wantang arose to groom and dress, anxious not to miss Ji Weiyuan's invitation. Outside Taiha Hall, while other consorts adorned themselves in extravagant attire, she and Lin Riyun donned riding gear, exuding a spirited elegance that astonished onlookers. Lin Riyun, hailing from a family of martial generals, elicited little surprise, yet Jiang Wantang, being the daughter of a civil official, was an anomaly in such attire. Even Lin Riyun, upon seeing Jiang Wantang in her riding outfit, felt a flicker of admiration. Although she typically refrained from expressing disdain for delicate young ladies, she found herself drawn to Jiang Wantang's boldness. As Jiang Wantang made her entrance, Lin Riyun approached her. At that moment, Zhang Kailin, clad in a resplendent gown, approached as well. Upon catching sight of Jiang Wantang's striking beauty, she seethed with jealousy, particularly at how the riding outfit accentuated Jiang Wantang's graceful figure. With a sarcastic tone, she remarked, Lin Chongrong hails from a family of martial generals and is trained in combat since childhood, making her riding attire entirely fitting. Your father, however, is a civil official. You lack martial skill, yet choose to dress like this. Are you hoping to entice men at the hunt? What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Riyun interjected, stepping protectively in front of Jiang Wantang. Jiang Wantang smiled and stepped around Lin Riyun, walking directly toward Zhang Kailin. The latter's heart raced at the memory of their last encounter, and she instinctively retreated, stammering, Why you stop right there? This is a public space. If you dare to strike me, the emperor will not stand idly by. Jiang Wantang's smile broadened, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Did you have a particularly foul breakfast this morning, Zhang Kailin? Your words reek of unpleasantness. Zhang Kailin's face flushed with anger. What are you saying? This is utterly vulgar and an affront to decency. I merely state that your words are as foul as a latrine, reeking with every utterance, Jiang Wantang replied coolly. Zhang Kailin's fury reached its peak. Do not overstep your bounds. You think you are someone special? If it weren't for your beguiling ways with the emperor, I could easily overshadow you. Jiang Wantang scoffed, suddenly feeling that conversing with such a person was beneath her. She turned to leave, not wishing to sully her hands. Zhang Kailin, infuriated, shouted, What did that look mean? Who do you think you're looking down on? Looking down on you. Jiang Wantang's voice echoed, softly from ahead. Fuming, Zhang Kailin stomped her feet in frustration, but dared not pursue her. At that moment, the head eunuch Wang Fuhai appeared at the entrance of Taiha Hall, calling out, The emperor has arrived. Everyone promptly knelt, exclaiming, Long live the emperor. Before long, Ji Weiyuan emerged from Taiha Hall, clad in a dark robe adorned with golden dragon motifs. His presence regal and unparalleled. His expression was cold, his gaze like a chilling star, exuding an air of haughty disdain for the world. Without a hint of emotion, he commanded, Rise. The crowd responded as if granted a reprieve. From Jiang Wantang's perspective, the contours of his profile were sharply defined, his features exquisitely captivating yet intimidating. His eyes glimmering with an alluring charm that was tempered by his formidable presence. He resembled the pristine snow atop an unapproachable mountain. This was the unique allure bestowed upon a man by power, dominance, coldness, strategic brilliance, and a gaze that surveyed the world with disdain. As Jiang Wantang observed Ji Wuyuan, he seemed to sense her scrutiny and lifted his gaze toward her. Chapter 76. The Emperor's favorite, Jiang Wantang, appeared resplendent in her delicate pink riding attire. Her 3,000 strands of hair elegantly fashioned into a lofty bun. Her fair visage was lightly adorned with powder, rendering her an unparalleled beauty. Particularly captivating were her enchanting, expressive peach blossom eyes, large and glistening, with the outer corners delicately arched, perpetually shimmering with moisture, reminiscent of a playful kitten. Ji Wuyuan's dark, penetrating gaze, both chilling and teasing, rested upon her, his countenance a beguiling blend of charm and temptation. Indeed, such exquisite features, coupled with immense power, were sufficient to draw countless women to him like moths to a flame. Flustered, Jiang Wantang quickly averted her gaze, casting her eyes elsewhere. The concubines surrounding them, upon noticing Ji Wuyuan's attention, exchanged bashful glances, captivated by his allure. In the next moment, Ji Wuyuan beckoned towards the concubines, saying, "Come here." Instantly, the air thickened with anticipation as they followed the direction of his finger. Unsurprisingly, it was Jiang Wantang he summoned. Momentarily taken aback, she slowly approached him. Ever since that drunken night in Chonglu Palace, Ji Wuyuan's gaze had grown increasingly fond of her, unconsciously seeking her presence amidst the crowd. Just like now, amidst a throng of beauties, his eyes were drawn solely to her. Ji Wuyuan found her adorably dazed expression as she approached endearing, and a pleased smile graced his lips. "The delicate pink suits you splendidly," he remarked. "In due course, I shall have the storeroom's pink fabric sent to you. Create several garments. I delight in seeing you adorned in them." Jiang Wantang was momentarily stunned, staring incredulously at the man before her, who maintained a stoic demeanor while uttering such flirtations. Internally, she couldn't help but scoff. This tyrannical dog is rather coy. Though her face betrayed none of her thoughts. A blush crept upon her cheeks, and she lowered her gaze, a rare display of youthful shyness escaping her lips. All right. Understanding her bashfulness, Ji Wuyuan refrained from teasing further, instead reaching out to draw her beside him for all to behold. The Emperor's favoritism was evident, evoking envy among the gathered concubines. As dawn broke, sunlight cascaded upon the palace's glazed tiles, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. The Emperor and his favored concubine stood beneath the radiant sun like a pair of exquisite jewels, unmatched in their nobility. Subsequently, Ji Wuyuan, accompanied by a retinue of nobles, esteemed gentlemen, and palace concubines, set forth towards the northern mountains, banners fluttering in the breeze. The sound of galloping hooves resonating through the air. The northern mountains lay just beyond the city outskirts, and within an hour, the group arrived at their destination. The camp had been meticulously prepared in advance, tents arranged in harmonious disarray, resembling a temporary fortress. Within the hunting grounds, lush trees flourished, and the grass swayed gently in a breeze, filling the air with a refreshing fragrance. Ji Wuyuan sat regally upon the viewing platform, with a virtuous consort seated to his left, while the space to his right remained unoccupied, traditionally reserved for the favored consort Shi, who was currently under house arrest and thus unable to attend. In her absence, other concubines hovered nearby, eager yet hesitant to approach. Observing this, Consort Jia boldly stepped towards Ji Wuyuan. Before she could reach him, he patted the empty seat beside him, directing his attention to Jiang Wantang, saying, "Come here." His tone bore no discernible emotion. Jiang Wantang complied, bowing slightly, "Your Majesty." "Sit," Ji Wuyuan replied coolly. A flicker of alarm crossed Jiang Wantang's eyes as she whispered, "Your Majesty, this is against the rules." Beside her, Wang Fuhai felt a cold sweat break out. The Emperor's words were not to be defied, especially with so many witnesses present. As anticipated, Ji Wen let out a cold chuckle, his voice laced with iciness. What I say is the rule. At this moment, the virtuous consort by Wei glanced over, offering Jiang Wantang a warm smile. Jiang Jiu, since His Majesty has invited you to sit, you should do so. No one would dare to object. Jiang Wantang had only intended to feign resistance, wishing to avoid gossip in such a public setting. Thus, she refrained from further protest and obediently took her seat. Seeing her comply, Ji Wen's expression softened slightly. Meanwhile, Consort Jia, now feeling her composure slipping, hastily selected a lower seat. Once everyone was seated, the first banquet of the spring hunt commenced, with the formal hunt to follow. The feast was a lavish display of delicacies, laughter and merriment filling the air as cups clinked together. The melodious strains of music accompanied the graceful dances of the courtesans, while the young nobles raised their glasses in spirited camaraderie. Yet amidst the revelry, two fervent gazes fixated on the high platform, those of Xiao Jingheng and Jiang Wantang's sister, Jiang Wanfu. This couple presented a stark contrast, one with a complex, shadowy expression, the other filled with resentment and longing. Xie smirked, finding their dynamic intriguing. As the banquet concluded and the drums signaled the commencement of the hunt, the young nobles and spirited warriors galloped eagerly into the hunting grounds. At that moment, Lin Ren, clad in vibrant purple riding attire, called out to Jiang Wantang from the edge of the hunting grounds. "Come on, Sister Jiang, let us go hunting." Jiang Wantang's eyes sparkled at the sight of Lin Riyun's carefree demeanor. She turned, grasping Ji Wen's sleeve, her large eyes brimming with anticipation and excitement. Ji Wen chuckled at her enthusiasm, teasingly remarking, "Didn't you say you would stay with me?" Her slightly haughty gaze seemed to say, "You want to go? Convince me." This mischievous man was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. Determined to ride, Jiang Wantang bit her lip and resolved to take a leap of faith. She tugged at the corner of Ji Wen's sleeve, gently swaying it while her eyes pleaded, and with a voice sweet enough to be lethal, she whined, "Your Majesty, please." Before she could finish, Ji Wen coughed lightly, his expression shifting to one of discomfort as he replied, "Go ahead. Just don't come crying to me if you fall." Jiang Wantang's smile blossomed. "Thank you, Your Majesty." With that, she released his sleeve, unceremoniously rising to head towards the hunting grounds. Adorning her slim waist was a delicate circle of jeweled accessories that jingled melodiously with her movements, a sound as delightful as it was enchanting. Ji Wen watched her graceful figure retreat, his gaze darkening with intrigue. Truly, she was a captivating little kitten. Chapter 77. Unrequited affection before long. The crowd witnessed Jiang Wantang selecting a magnificent white steed, equally tall and grand as Lin Riyun's, as she approached the hunting grounds. Such spirited horses are notoriously difficult to tame. Even a seasoned man might struggle to master one. Only martial artists dare to choose them in the hunting field. The audacity of this delicate woman to select such a fierce steed left many bewildered. Could it be that the emperor's affection had spoiled her, leading her to such folly? This was the prevailing sentiment among the onlookers. Ji Wen, observing Jiang Wantang's petite yet exquisite figure, couldn't help but admonish her with concern. "You cannot ride. What folly is this?" Just as he prepared to send a guard to procure a gentle steed for her, she elegantly positioned herself, placed her left foot in the stirrup, and with a graceful leap, effortlessly mounted the horse. The entire sequence was swift and fluid, a sight to behold. With a gentle flick of the reins, the steed reared its head and neighed, as if answering its mistress's call. A radiant smile graced her lips, reminiscent of the most vibrant peach blossom in spring, exuberant, captivating, and imbued with a hint of wildness and audacity. All eyes turned towards her, filled with astonishment and admiration. "This Jiang Jiejuan is indeed a stunning beauty," they exclaimed. "No wonder the emperor dotes on her." Lin Riyun, initially apprehensive, found herself deeply impressed by Jiang Wantang's gallant display, which surpassed her own. Meanwhile, Ji Wen, seated on the high platform, could hardly contain his exasperation, his expression darkening. The most indifferent of emperors, for the first time, felt a pang of concern for another, only to discover it was unfounded. "Very well, quite well indeed. Ji Wen hissed through clenched teeth. My little kitten is truly restless. Had the circumstances been different, he would have eagerly mounted his own horse to retrieve this wildcat and impart a proper lesson. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Wantang was oblivious to such thoughts. She brandished her whip, racing alongside Lin Ruiyun, reveling in the taste of freedom that filled the air, embodying an exhilarating spirit. Her appearance in the hunting grounds, clad in a pink riding outfit, showcased the vivacity and charm of a 16-year-old girl, radiating brightness to the utmost. The male spectators were entranced, their eyes fixated on her. The concubines, who had initially anticipated a spectacle of ridicule, now wore expressions of envy and resentment. Bai Weiwei sat silently beside Ji Weiyuan, her deep-set eyes betraying no emotion. Observing Ji Weiyuan's darkening demeanor, she remarked with a smile, "Your Majesty, this Jiang Jejuan is indeed the legitimate daughter of the Prime Minister's household. Growing up in the countryside, she has developed such an unrestrained disposition. She shines even brighter than her renowned elder sister." Ji Wen gazed at the radiant girl in the hunting grounds, recalling her past sorrows and the tears of heartbreak she had shed one fateful night. A wave of discomfort washed over him. His expression grew more somber, tinged with irritation. After prolonged silence, he spoke, his words chilling Bai Weiwei to the bone. "You do not understand. A pearl dimmed by dust is still meant to shine. No one, having endured what she has, could possess her brilliance." Bai Weiwei's face paled, her fingers tightening around her embroidered handkerchief, leaving marks of strain. In the hunting grounds, Xie gaze followed the vibrant pink figure, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. He pondered how such a uniquely enchanting woman could exist. Each time he thought he understood her, she revealed yet another captivating facet. Xie realized his interest in Jiang Wantang was genuinely deepening. As he beheld her spirited presence atop her steed, he sensed his heart racing. He even began to hope she would cleverly conceal her true nature, avoiding capture too soon, for that would be devoid of excitement. Realizing this, Xie chuckled to himself. This is no ordinary little fox. She is undoubtedly a nine-tailed fox, adept at beguiling the heart. With a determined gaze, he tightened his grip on the reins and galloped in pursuit of Jiang Wantang, intent on keeping a close watch on his quarry. Meanwhile, Xiao Jingheng, who had been seated and observing the spectacle, rose and strode towards the hunting grounds as Jiang Wantang's figure disappeared from sight. His attendant, Huayan, hurried after him, calling out, young master, wait for me." Upon catching up to Xiao Jingheng, he inquired, puzzled, "Young master, did you not say you were unwell and would not participate today?" Xiao Jingheng's eyes were dark and profound. He felt no discomfort. He merely wished to remain in the viewing area to observe his Tanger a while longer. In a previous life, his Tang and Oppos had been the epitome of gentle virtue, and he had never known she could ride. Now that she was in the hunting grounds, why should he linger in the viewing area? He hadn't anticipated that the exquisite bloom he had once cherished had quietly blossomed in the spring, radiating such brilliance that it shamed him. She remained a singularly unique flower, yet no longer was she solely for his admiration. Realizing this, Xiao Jingheng felt as though an invisible hand had tightly gripped his heart, causing a surge of discomfort. At that moment, Jiang Wantang had arrived at the heart of the forest. Once inside, she and Lin Ruiyun diverged to pursue their respective prey. She cared little for rank or reward. Her desire was simply to relish in this fleeting freedom and abandon. Thus, she rode slowly, deliberately avoiding the throngs of hunters, preferring to admire the scenery rather than hunt. As she reveled in her surroundings, a familiar voice echoed from behind her. "Miss Jiang, what a fine spirit you have." Jiang Wantang tightened the reins, furrowing her brow, already knowing who the insufferable voice belonged to without needing to look back. Xie, adorned in a deep blue robe with narrow sleeves, richly embroidered at the edges with auspicious clouds, approached her. His long, jet-black hair was elegantly tied with a silver crown, and his every gesture exuded an air of unattainable nobility. Seeing that Jiang Wantang ignored him, he paid no mind and rode a black horse to position himself in front of her. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a radiant glow on his handsome face. amplifying his charm. With a teasing smile, he remarked, "The hunting grounds are fraught with danger, yet you, Miss Jiang are unaccompanied. Are you not afraid of encountering peril?" He then shifted the conversation. "Oh, I almost forgot. Miss Jiang is exceptionally skilled in martial arts. Naturally, you have nothing to fear." Listening to his self-indulgent chatter, Jiang Wantang inhaled deeply, suppressing her urge to retaliate. She managed a smile, though it was tight-lipped. "Lord Xie, you are remarkably idle. Why do you haunt me wherever I go? Even ghosts do not show such dedication." Chapter 78. Ambush in the forest. Jiang Wantang's voice was soft and gentle. The name Tyrant rolled off her tongue in an exceptionally melodious manner. Each time she called out, Xie Yin felt as though a tiny hook tugged at the strings of his heart. He paused for a moment, his gaze deepening as he smiled at her. "Miss Jiang, your words are misguided. I merely happened to pass by and noticed you here alone." Jiang Wantang rolled her eyes internally, thinking, "I wouldn't believe you if you were the last man on earth. You're clearly following me on purpose. There is no such thing as free kindness. It's either deceitful or self-serving." Ignoring him, she spurred her horse away. Yet, no matter which direction she rode, Xie Yin followed suit. Growing impatient, Jiang Wantang remarked, "Tyrant, I am well aware of my allure, but I am, after all, the Emperor's woman. Could you refrain from staring at me incessantly?" Xie Yin could not help but chuckle. "It seems, Miss Jiang, your audacity has grown thicker with each passing day. Do you not realize why I am focused on you? Have you given any thought to our previous discussion?" Jiang Wantang's expression hardened, and she fell silent. She then seized her longbow, deftly withdrawing an arrow from the quiver strapped to her horse. With the arrow's tail resting upon the taut bowstring, she drew it back, aiming the arrowhead directly at Xie Yin and Appo's head, projecting an unmistakable intent to strike. "Are we dropping the pretense?" Xie Yin raised an eyebrow, crossing his arms, entirely unfazed. "If you seek revenge for that arrow, I shall allow you to shoot me back today without resistance." Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Wantang suddenly released her grip, the bowstring snapping back, and the arrow flew forth like a flash of lightning. The arrowhead grazed past Xie Yin's ear, followed by a sharp clang as it struck another arrow concealed among the dense foliage. Xie Yin's demeanor shifted, his expression serious as he tightened the reins and urged his horse to position itself before Jiang Wantang, casting a vigilant glance into the depths of the forest. "Be cautious. There are ambushers," he whispered. Jiang Wantang gripped her bow tightly, mirroring Xie Yin's stance as they both surveyed their surroundings. The forest was eerily silent, save for the rustle of leaves in the wind, which carried a palpable aura of menace. Jiang Wantang sensed that this ambush was aimed at her, and Xie Yin was merely an unfortunate bystander. The direction of the earlier arrow had been clearly targeted at her. Someone wanted her dead. A sudden chill swept through the air as multiple arrows shot towards her from all directions, their trajectory fierce and laced with icy intent. Xie Yin's eyes narrowed, the depths of his gaze now frosty and filled with a grim determination. "Stay still. Leave this to me," he commanded Jiang Wantang. "Conceal your prowess and do not reveal your skills." With that, he drew his sword, leaping into action, deftly wielding the blade in midair. The sword glimmered under the sunlight, deflecting every arrow that came their way. Jiang Wantang observed his swift and formidable swordsmanship, noting how he formed an impenetrable barrier between her and the incoming threat. She thought of that night in the Dali Temple, realizing that he had indeed shown her mercy. With Xie Yin shielding her, she remained quietly seated on her horse, scanning the surroundings. The vastness of the forest, coupled with the cover of trees, rendered the hidden assassins nearly impossible to pinpoint. They must have been well acquainted with the terrain of the northern mountains. The hunting grounds had been carefully inspected days prior to ensure everyone's safety, making it exceedingly difficult for any assassins to infiltrate. Who was so intent on her demise? In the capital, she had few acquaintances and no enemies, leaving only the possibility of someone from the imperial harem. After much contemplation, one person stood out as the most likely candidate, Empress Dowager Qi. Could it be that she had discovered Jiang Wantang's covert investigation into her past and sought to silence her? The sound of clashing metal echoed through the forest, drawing the attention of patrolling guards. Seeing that the situation had turned dire, the hidden assailants began to retreat hastily. Xie Yin commanded Zhang Long and Zhao Hu to lead several teams of guards to pursue and investigate, while also dispatching someone to inform Jiwa Yuan about the ambush. Once he had managed everything, he turned back to find Jiang Wantang sitting quietly on her horse, her demeanor strikingly calm. Xie Yin lightly patted his horse and moved closer, smiling as he said, "I presume you are pondering who wishes to take your life. And you likely have a few suspects in mind, don't you?" Jiang Wantang met his dark, penetrating gaze, and he continued, "I can also guess that you wish to investigate certain matters, yet progress has been elusive." Unable to suppress her reaction, Jiang Wantang rolled her eyes at him, thinking, "With your talent for guessing, it's a pity you're not a fortune teller." Xie Yin seemed to perceive her thoughts, covering his mouth with his fist as he chuckled softly. It was a simple truth. Those in power seldom tolerate the sordid tales of their past. Even if such tales existed, they would have long been buried. Thus, unearthing old secrets would not be an easy task. As he spoke, his gaze bored deeply into Jiang Wantang's. "Miss Jiang, you currently find yourself in a precarious position, isolated and vulnerable. You require an ally, one with significant power and access to vital information. Furthermore, this ally must have no conflicting interests, someone you can trust completely." He paused, locking eyes with her, emphasizing each word. "I am that ally. Only I can be that ally." Jiang Wantang furrowed her brow, her fingers tightening around the reins, her palms growing clammy. She thought to herself that Xie Yin was indeed astute, with a wisdom bordering on the uncanny. He had discerned her predicament and thoughts with remarkable clarity, yet the sensation of being so thoroughly understood was unsettling. Coldly, she regarded him and said, "What makes you think that I cannot do without you, Tyrant? I still have the Emperor behind me, do I not?" Xie Yin merely smiled, his tone laden with intrigue. "Does the Emperor truly know your real self? In other words, would you dare let him find out?" Chapter 79. Regrets in response to him. Jiang Wantang offered a prolonged silence. Xie Yin did not grant her the opportunity to evade the conversation, continuing, "I understand you far better than he does, and I am much more knowledgeable about him than you are. You may deceive him for a time, but falsehoods are ultimately hollow. You must constantly worry about the day he uncovers the truth. Moreover, the court's dynamics shift rapidly, and His Majesty must weigh various interests. He may not prioritize you. Thus, I am your best option. If Miss Jiang were to join forces with me, it would be a mutually beneficial alliance. Why not embrace it?" Jiang Wantang scoffed. "Tyrant, you are indeed a master of investigations. After all this talk, what is your true aim?" A subtle smile curved Xie Yin's lips. "Naturally, it is to align with Miss Jiang in pursuit of a common goal, to offer you my assistance." With that, he lifted his hand to touch the injury on his left ear, which Jiang Wantang had inflicted with an arrow. Unsurprisingly, he felt the blood on his pale skin, the crimson stain stark against his complexion. He extended his bloodied hand before Jiang Wantang, his expression a mix of amusement and challenge. "I shot your left shoulder, and you returned the favor to my left ear. Does that make us even? If not, Miss Jiang may feel free to shoot me again on my left shoulder. I bear no grievances." Jiang Wantang felt a twinge of guilt and averted her gaze. Her earlier actions had indeed been deliberate. She could have easily avoided the arrow he shot, yet she had chosen to retaliate, both to avenge the injury and to test his sincerity. She found herself moved, partly due to her current predicament, and partly because of the unwavering determination reflected in Xie Yin's eyes. Most importantly, he was her only viable choice at present. Having avenged her wound, she decided without further hesitation to agree to his plot. Afterward, they parted ways, aware of the delicate nature of their positions as consorts and powerful officials. Being seen together could incite unnecessary troubles. On her way back, the sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows upon the ground. Jiang Wantang rode her magnificent white steed, gallantly weaving through the thicket, the hooves crunching softly upon the thick blanket of fallen leaves. When she reached a secluded spot, she abruptly reined in her horse, addressing the stillness with a calm voice. "Come out. I know you've been following me all along." A rustling of twigs announced the arrival of Xiao Jingheng, clad in a deep blue robe with narrow sleeves, riding a striking black steed as he emerged from the shadows of the trees. Jiang Wantang furrowed her brow slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. "It is you," she remarked, followed by a cold smile. "What business does the young Marquis have following me?" Xiao Jingheng stiffened, gripping the reins with increasing tension. His deep, complex gaze lingered upon her, filled with love, helplessness, and anguish. He remained silent, his lips pressed tightly together, as if he yearned to speak yet found himself at a loss. Jiang Wantang's detached demeanor made it seem as though she were gazing upon a stranger. Indeed, to her, he was nothing less than a stranger now. Realizing this, Xiao Jingheng's heart ached as he shut his eyes in despair, feeling as if a sharp needle were piercing his soul. He longed to call her name, to utter Tanger, but he felt devoid of the right to do so. Taking a deep breath, he spoke gently. "I noticed the princess was alone and worried for your safety, hence my decision to guard you from the shadows." Jiang Wantang let out a derisive laugh. "How absurd! I do not require your protection, young Marquis. You may do as you wish." With that, she flicked her whip, intending to continue her journey. Xiao Jingheng hastily spurred his horse forward, blocking her path. Jiang Wantang narrowed her eyes, her gaze icy. "What is the meaning of this, young Marquis?" His expression darkened, his gaze unwavering upon her, a torrent of words lodged in his throat, unsure of how to articulate them. Yet, he could not bear to watch her part. Thus, he asked, "How has the princess fared within the palace?" He wanted to inquire about how his majesty treated her, but the words took a roundabout path. Jiang Wantang frowned, visibly impatient. "What concern is it of yours how I fare? His majesty awaits my return. I hope the young Marquis will not linger." A flicker of pain crossed Xiao Jingheng and Appo's eyes as he patted his horse, parting the way for her. Observing this, Jiang Wantang urged her horse forward once more. As she passed him, he instinctively reached out, yearning to embrace her, yet at the moment of contact, his hand fell helplessly to his side. What right did he have to do so? Watching her retreating figure, his eyes grew misty, murmuring to her, "Is it truly the case that I am destined to be without you in this life?" As he contemplated this, his heart clenched painfully, akin to a needle's prick. In recent days, he had reflected upon countless memories of their time together at the Pingyang Marquis' residence. Yet those recollections felt fleeting and fragmented. He had always been preoccupied with his affairs, unable to spare an entire day for her, rendering his memories of her a luxury he could scarcely afford. He once believed his wife to be gentle, virtuous, and understanding. Even amidst his busyness, she never voiced a complaint, remaining obediently by his side. He thought he knew her well, but now he realized he had never truly understood her. All that transpired in their past had now become a thorn lodged in his heart, irretrievable. She had indeed been an exemplary wife, beautiful, kind, gentle, and considerate, waiting for him late into the night. The last time he made her wait, he had yet to comprehend the magnitude of his loss. Now, with the passage of time, he had come to the painful realization that he had already lost her. In this lifetime, he would never again encounter someone like her. Despite having redecorated the courtyard to reflect her presence, planting her beloved peach blossoms, he could not find her anywhere. In the stillness of night, a haunting voice echoed in his mind, repetitively questioning him. "Xiao Jingheng, do you regret not recognizing the essence of love in your youth? Mistaking vinegar for ink? Regret? How could one not feel regret?" The mere thought of her stirred a relentless tide of remorse within him. As a youthful couple, they had not shared their lives together, leaving him alone to face the twilight of his years. He regretted not spending more time with her, not cherishing her presence while he had the chance. He was all too aware of her longing for a home, for warmth and affection. If only he had turned around, she would have been there. Chapter 80. The peach blossom makeup. As Jiang Wantang returned, the sun was on the verge of setting. In the distance, she spotted Ji Wuyuan on the high platform. His face darkened, coldly observing her. He resembled a fierce black dog, ready to pounce at the slightest displeasure. Jiang Wantang sensed trouble. The tyrant was evidently displeased, and she needed to placate him. Just as she was about to approach, she remembered the sweat that clung to her, likely leaving an unpleasant odor. Given Ji Wuyuan's fastidious nature, She feared he might cast her out before she even drew near. After deliberating, she decided to first wash and change into a fresh gown before making her way over. Meanwhile, Ji Yuan's face grew even darker upon her return, radiating an icy aura that sent the surrounding concubines scurrying away, fearful of his impending wrath. Wang Fuhai, standing nearby, observed quietly, inwardly criticizing Jiang Wantang for enjoying herself all afternoon instead of attending to the emperor. It seemed he would have to intervene. Thus, he stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, would you like me to summon Jiang Jiyu to accompany you?" Ji Yuan, still with a cold demeanor, curtly replied, "Get lost," before turning his attention to the memorials before him. Wang Fuhai hesitated, wanted to point out that the memorial was upside down but dared not speak. At that moment, Jiang Wantang was luxuriating in a bath filled with petals, eyes closed in bliss. "Sister, the emperor has had a grim face all afternoon. You must be cautious later," Yunshang remarked, pouring in warm water. Jiang Wantang furrowed her brow and opened her eyes. "Has anything happened while I was gone?" Yunshang pondered briefly before responding, "Not particularly, but I did notice something." "Pray tell," Jiang Wantang urged, curiosity piqued. "I observed that Jiang Dajia, your elder sister, seems particularly attentive to the emperor. I have caught her gazing at him several times, and her expression hardly appears innocent." Jiang Wantang raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile curving her lips. It seemed that Jiang Wanfu, despite her marriage, remained infatuated. After her bath, Jiang Wantang chose a particularly delicate pink gown and had Yunshang apply a charming makeup, intending to use her beauty to captivate Ji Yuan. Yunshang even added a touch of peach blossom petals at the corners of her eyes, sprinkled with shimmering gold dust. Jiang Wantang gazed in disbelief at her reflection in the mirror, exclaiming, "I look absolutely stunning." "Yunshang, your hands are truly magical." Yunshang smiled. "Sister loves peach blossoms, so I crafted this makeup specifically for you. It suits you beautifully." As Jiang Wantang emerged from the tent, twilight was descending. The setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and red. A large bonfire blazed in the open area outside the tent, sparks flying. The guards, having prepared the freshly hunted game, roasted it over the fire, emitting an enticing aroma. A lively gathering of men and women surrounded the flames. Jiang Wantang glanced around but did not see Ji Yuan's figure, so she proceeded into the main tent. Inside, Ji Yuan sat upon the throne, resting his head on one hand, eyes closed in meditation, exuding an aura that deterred any approach. As Jiang Wantang stepped in, he lifted his gaze to her, his previously restrained, icy demeanor now palpable. The chilling intensity made her involuntarily shiver. No wonder no one dared to enter. Jiang Wantang's sharp eyes caught sight of a wine jug on the table. So, he had been drinking? With the glow of the flames illuminating her, Jiang Wantang gracefully entered the tent, clad in her pink gown, her figure swaying like a blooming peach blossom in spring, breathtakingly beautiful. Ji Yuan's attention was instantly captivated, his deep black eyes fixated on her. Her cheeks were lightly dusted with powder, revealing a rosy hue akin to peach blossoms, delicate and shy. Her eyes, reminiscent of springtime blossoms, were slightly uplifted, with meticulously drawn peach petals at the corners, adorned with fine gold dust, twinkling like stars among the blossoms. The enchanting maiden before him had eyes as clear as autumn waters, exuding an alluring charm that ensnared the heart with a mere glance. As she approached, before she could gasp in astonishment, Ji Yuan extended his long arm, enveloping her in an embrace, locking her in place. His dark gaze scrutinized her, and he gently traced the lively peach blossom at her eye's corner with his fingers, unable to resist. Jiang Wantang felt a ticklish sensation from his touch, her cheeks flushing, her eyes glimmering seductively as she softly called out, "Your Majesty." Her voice was enchanting and alluring, stirring emotions deep within. Ji Yuan paused momentarily. Then a knowing smile graced his lips. Silently, he took a sip of the strong wine in his cup, then seized Jiang Wantang's chin, leaning down to kiss her. Catching her off guard, his tongue parted her lips, the chill of dragon saliva mingling with her sweetness as he indulged in her flavor. Aware of her shyness, He deliberately teased her, his movements bold and overwhelming, suffocating in their intensity. Jiang Wantang tasted the rich wine on his lips, her head spinning. She wished to resist. But under his ardent assault, she melted like spring water, losing her strength. Her soft body trembled instinctively in his powerful embrace, igniting an indescribable sensation. Sensing her response, Ji Weiyuan's kisses grew more fervent, the pent-up desire difficult to contain. One hand gripped the back of her neck, leaving her no room for retreat. As his domineering kiss surged toward her like a tempest, heavy, fierce, and wild. Outside the tent, the fire blazed fiercely, the heat rising, while within, an atmosphere of unrestrained intimacy enveloped them, the temperature soaring. Wang Fuhai, standing outside the tent, smiled so broadly that his eyes nearly closed, the wrinkles on his old face blooming. At that moment, a messenger arrived to inform him that the hunting feast was prepared and awaited the emperor's signal. Wang Fuhai waved his hand dismissively, irritation etched on his face. "Go away. The emperor is busy. Do not disturb him." After the messenger left, he muttered under his breath, "Honestly, they have no sense of timing. What's the rush for the feast? Shouldn't we wait until the emperor has had his fill?" Chapter 81. The hunting banquet. Ji Weiyuan was undoubtedly quite furious. Thus, the kiss lingered for an extended duration, charged with intensity. It was not until Jiang Wantang's face turned crimson and she gasped for breath that he finally relented. Holding the delicate beauty in his arms, Ji Weiyuan experienced the true essence of warmth and softness. He gently tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, his deep, husky voice whispering in her ear. Laced with temptation, "Can you ride?" Jiang Wantang nodded. "Why did you not inform me?" Ji Weiyuan and oppose. His question seemed rather unreasonable to her, and with a soft, breathy tone, she replied, "Your Majesty did not ask." Ji Weiyuan paused, his large hand gripping her slender waist with a slight pressure. Jiang Wantang winced in pain, but remained silent in her stubbornness. Ji Weiyuan chuckled softly, his low, magnetic voice weaving an enchanting spell. "Is there anything about you that I am unaware of?" His gaze bore into hers, his pitch-black eyes seemingly capable of drawing in one's very soul. Jiang Wantang lowered her eyes and calmly replied, "Nothing." Ji Weiyuan regarded her with a half-smile, not uttering a word. After a considerable time, he took her hand and stepped out of the grand tent. The earlier cloud of gloom surrounding him dissipated, replaced by a refreshing vigor, and his devilishly handsome face bore an added charm. Meanwhile, Jiang Wantang's complexion was flushed, her lips full and rosy, clearly marked by someone's ardent affection. As they walked hand in hand, they instantly captivated the attention of all present. The man exuded an aura of dominance and nobility, while the woman radiated beauty and allure. Together, they appeared as a celestial pair, evoking envy among the onlookers. It was evident to all that the emperor held a particular fondness for Jiang Jieyu, a sentiment previously unseen. With Ji Weiyuan taking his seat, the hunting banquet officially commenced. This evening, Ji Weiyuan appeared in good spirits and approachable, prompting several court officials and young nobles to boldly approach him with toasts, to which he graciously acquiesced. Jiang Wantang sat obediently by his side, engrossed in the roasted meat before her, her bright and delicate visage glowing even more alluringly in the firelight. Her every gesture radiated a refreshing elegance, reminiscent of an ethereal fairy who had wandered into the tumult of this earthly realm. Across the table, Xiao Jingheng's gaze fixated on her, his eyes burning with desire. Xie subtly positioned himself in front of Xiao Jingheng, blocking his fervent stare. The latter frowned in discontent. With a superficial smile, Xie remarked, "If I were you, I would keep such feelings concealed. They would not burden her. If you truly care for her, you must control your gaze." Xiao Jingheng's pupils contracted sharply, his hands clenching into fists as he met Xie's cold glare. Xie smirked with a hint of sarcasm. "Surprised? If you wish to keep your intentions hidden, you ought to guard them well." With that, he turned and walked away. Xiao Jingheng's tightly clenched fists weakened as he muttered a thank you, before lowering his gaze, no longer looking at the enchanting figure clad in pink at the main table. At the head of the table, Ji Weiyuan noticed Jiang Wantang's hearty appetite and occasionally placed pieces of roasted meat into her bowl, as if feeding a cat. Jiang Wantang was not picky. She consumed whatever he offered her. Ji Wen's lips curled into a satisfied smile when he suddenly inquired, "Is the wine to your liking?" Jiang Wantang froze momentarily, her face turning beet red as she gazed at him, nearly choking on her food. With a playful smirk, Ji Wen unfurled a handkerchief to wipe her mouth clean, nonchalantly saying, "Eat slowly. No one is competing with you. Or perhaps my beloved consort wishes for me to feed you personally." He placed emphasis on the word feed, his tone dripping with suggestiveness. Recalling their earlier encounters, Jiang Wantang's face flushed deeper, her teeth clenched in frustration, internally cursing the tyrant. Feigning shyness, she looked at Ji Wen with glistening eyes, her red lips near his ear, gently chiding, "Your Majesty, please do not jest with me." Her warm breath sent shivers down his spine. With that, she quickly distanced herself from him, creating a tantalizing tension that was utterly maddening. Ji Wen's gaze darkened as he looked at her, his body involuntarily parched. He lifted his cup filled with wine and drank it in one go. His voice grew cold and low, tinged with a warning, "Behave yourself." Close by, the virtuous consort by Wei Wei tightly clenched the handkerchief in her grasp. Suddenly she spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. "Tyrant, how did your ear get injured?" Ji Wen turned his gaze towards Xie as well. Xie replied with a calm smile, "It's nothing serious. I was merely scratched by a small fox while hunting in the woods." By Wei Wei and Appo's eyes lit up, her interest piqued. "A fox? Are there still foxes in the woods?" Xie smiled without confirming or denying. Jiang Wantang sipped her tea, her expression unperturbed. Bai Weiwei continued, "What color was the fox you saw, Tyrant?" "I happen to be making a fox fur cloak." Xie subtly assessed Jiang Wantang. The fabric is pink. The tea is of a fine hue, the complexion is pale, and the heart is cunning." Jiang Wantang shot him a cold glare in response. Xie smiled knowingly. "It was black. Black." Bai Weiwei's enthusiasm waned, her tone tinged with disappointment. Most women preferred white fox fur cloaks. Ji Wen then turned to Jiang Wantang and asked nonchalantly, "Do you like it?" Jiang Wantang was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp his question. Ji Wen continued, "I will have my people keep all the foxes caught during this hunt for you to make into a cloak." Jiang Wantang did not respond immediately. Instead, as he sipped his wine, she suddenly declared, "I prefer gold. The more, the better." Ji Wen nearly spat out the wine he had just swallowed, forcing himself to stifle it. It was the first time he encountered someone so unabashedly expressing their fondness for gold. The instigator gazed at him with an innocent, expectant look. Ji Wen's expression darkened significantly, his cup shattering in his grip as he struggled to contain his surging anger. He was acutely aware that she was doing this on purpose, retaliating against his earlier teasing. Yet, he found her thorny demeanor irresistibly captivating. Teasing her was like playing with a cat. Her feigned aggression made the game all the more enjoyable. With a meaningful smile, he remarked, "Ah, gold?" Jiang Wantang nodded fervently, only to hear his cold and merciless voice reply, "Do not even think about it." Chapter 82. Caught in the act, the banquet had progressed with several rounds of wine when Jiang Wantang excused herself from the table to meet her brother, Jiang Huaizhou, in the woods behind the tent, as per his message. Having searched the crowd in vain for his presence, she had assumed he was occupied elsewhere. Since entering the palace, they had lost contact. Thus, she hurriedly made her way into the forest. This scene was observed by Jiang Wanfu, who was returning to the tent for a rest. Narrowing her eyes, she suspected Jiang Wantang was sneaking off for some illicit rendezvous and decided to follow her. The woods were tranquil, the only sound coming from the rustling leaves stirred by a gentle breeze. Not far into the woods, Jiang Wantang spotted her brother Jiang Huaizhou, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, illuminated by the moonlight. "Brother," she called out with a smile. Jiang Huaizhou turned, his eyes crinkling with joy. "Tanger." As she approached, she caught a whiff of a strong medicinal scent emanating from him, and her brow furrowed with concern. "Brother, are you injured? Why do you smell of medicine?" She moved to inspect him. Jiang Huaizhou stepped back, raising a hand to stop her. "Tanger, that's not appropriate. You are now a person of the emperor. You must be mindful of your actions." Fear not, I am fine. I merely slipped and fell during the recent rain, sustaining a minor injury. Relieved, Jiang Wantang asked, "Why didn't I see you during the hunt today?" He patted her shoulder reassuringly. "I have been preoccupied with official duties. I came specifically to see you. I must leave Beishan after the banquet. How have you been in the palace? Have you faced any grievances?" He sighed, worry etched on his face. "Father has committed some foolish acts in court, and the emperor has expressed his discontent. Has it affected you?" Jiang Wantang smiled softly, attempting to reassure him. "Brother, do not worry. The emperor is not as fearsome as rumored, nor is he one to confuse right and wrong. He treats me well." Jiang Huaizhou hesitated, skepticism creeping into his tone. "Is that truly the case? Then, brother, the emperor has granted me his exclusive favor and even mentioned making me a consort in the future. Rest assured, I am well in the harem." Meanwhile, a figure hidden in the shadows smirked unknowingly. Jiang Huaizhou exhaled, relief washing over him. "That is good. Your well-being eases my mind." Their conversation was brief, as Jiang Huaizhou's men soon arrived to urge him to depart. Jiang Wantang stood alone in the woods, gazing at the silvery ripples of the stream under the moonlight, lost in thought. Suddenly, a familiar sneer echoed from behind her. "You certainly know how to embellish your own reputation. A consort? How delightful." Startled, Jiang Wantang turned to see a man clad in a black and gold brocade robe, exuding an unmatched nobility, emerging from the darkness. Her heart raced. How could Ji Yuan be here? When had he arrived? And how much had he overheard? Why had she not sensed his presence? With a frown, she expressed her annoyance. "Has your majesty been following me?" Ji Yuan let out a cold laugh, his voice laced with mockery. "Someone informed me that my beloved consort was out here in the woods, engaging in clandestine activities." He emphasized the last two words with a deliberate bite. Jiang Wantang's gaze flicked to Jiang Wanfu, who was stealthily inching closer, clearly intent on eavesdropping. Understanding dawned upon her. She had noticed Jiang Wanfu upon entering the woods, but had dismissed her presence. She hadn't anticipated that she would send word to Ji Yuan, perhaps not realizing that the man was her brother. Tilting her head with an innocent smile, she teased, "So your majesty has come to catch me in the act?" "I do not believe you possess such audacity," Ji Yuan replied flatly. When he received the news, he had indeed doubted it. Yet concerning her, he felt compelled to investigate personally to avoid any unnecessary suspicions. Jiang Wantang pressed further, "What would your majesty do if I truly were engaged in such activities?" Ji Yuan's gaze darkened as he regarded her, his smile beguiling yet chilling. "I would simply eradicate 2 entire clans." Taken aback, Jiang Wantang thought, how ruthless. In the dim light, she observed Jiang Wanfu stealthily advancing, clearly intent on witnessing her interaction with Ji Yuan. A glimmer of cunning and seduction shone in her eyes as her lips curled into an alluring smile. "Want to watch? Then let me give you a show." She slowly approached Ji Yuan, her delicate fingers lightly tracing his chest, teasingly lingering. Ji Yuan's body stiffened momentarily before he seized her mischievous hand, his voice cold. "Stop it." Jiang Wantang chuckled softly, her eyes sparkling with charm. "Your majesty, would you truly let me perish?" With the enchanting figure before him, she resembled a captivating spirit under the moonlight, breathtaking and intoxicating. Ji Yuan's gaze darkened, his voice husky. "I would not wish for that. Therefore, should that day ever come, I would take matters into my own hands." Jiang Wantang gently rose on her toes, her hand entwining around Ji Yuan's neck, her body leaning closer to him, her warm breath caressing his ear. In the next moment, her lips brushed against his ear, leaving a soft kiss. "That day will never come, for I shall not grant you the opportunity." Ji Yuan's body trembled, his breath quickening. He felt as if ensnared by something profound, unable to break free. His large hand tightened around her waist, pulling her closer as if to meld her into himself. After gazing into her eyes for a moment, he suddenly lifted her waist, spinning her around and pressing her against a nearby tree trunk. Before she could gasp in surprise, he sealed her lips with his own, kissing her deeply, leaving her breathless. Her face flushed crimson, and as she finally caught her breath, her gaze collided with Ji Yuan's enigmatic eyes. The corners of his eyes turned a shade of red. his already devilishly handsome face now tinged with desire. "Jiang Wantang, from this moment forth, you are mine," he murmured, his voice husky and possessive. "In this lifetime, you shall be solely mine. Is it merely a title of consort that you desire? If that is your wish, I shall grant it." With that, he did not wait for her response before kissing her again. Unlike the previous times marked by dominance, this kiss was tender, filled with longing, as he cradled her head, deepening their connection in a fervent embrace. Chapter 83. Xiao Jingheng. We are husband and wife. Jiang Wantang tightly closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembling incessantly, her small hands gripping the fabric of his chest. Unlike the previous impulses and desires, this time she felt his affection and tenderness. Now, the only support she had in the harem was this man before her. Mere passion was insufficient. A man's desire comes swiftly but fades just as quickly. Only his unwavering love could provide her with true security. Her fingers gently traced Ji Wuyuan's nape, and she tilted her head slightly, responding slowly and awkwardly to his fervent kiss. Feeling her reciprocation, Ji Wuyuan could no longer restrain his emotions. What began as a tender kiss escalated uncontrollably, as if he wished to consume her entirely. Under the moonlight, the tall and commanding man pressed the delicate woman against the tree trunk, their kisses deep and lingering. Not far away, Jiang Wantang watched this scene, her eyes filled with a crimson hue, her fingers digging into the tree trunk before her, drawing blood from the excessive pressure. Yet, she seemed oblivious to her pain, her gaze fixated on the entwined couple in the woods. One was the man she adored, the other the woman she despised. As she watched, she crumpled to the ground, laughing silently, tears streaming down her face. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that the typically aloof and ascetic emperor, a man she regarded as a deity, would descend from his lofty perch and indulge in worldly desires for a woman. Ji Wuyuan, how could a man so cold-hearted possess such passions? But why must it be her? Jiang Wantang's smile took on a mad quality. If not for the fear of discovery, she would have unleashed her fury. She, Jiang Wantang, had always been the favored daughter of heaven, basking in adoration, yet the recent tumult had left her bewildered. The husband who should have been gentle and considerate treated her with icy indifference, while the heartless man she loved had feelings for her most detested rival. How could her once radiant, prosperous life have so suddenly transformed into this? Ultimately, was it not all due to Jiang Wantang? Had she not appeared, she would not be in this predicament. With this thought, Jiang Wantang's gaze toward Jiang Wantang grew ever more filled with hatred. She quietly observed Ji Wuyuan's passionate demeanor, her heart aching to the point of breathlessness. That was the unattainable wish she yearned for, the man she had loved deeply in 2 lifetimes. Why, after being granted a second chance, could she still not attain everything she desired? Yet Jiang Wantang could. Her resentment was palpable, but she was not the only one with red-rimmed eyes that night. Xiao Jingheng, hiding in the shadows and witnessing everything, felt an unbearable pain. The couple, unknowingly separated in the dense forest, one in the light, the other in the dark, were oblivious to each other's presence, their focus solely on the kiss shared by the two. Xiao Jingheng's eyes burned like embers as he beheld the scene, his entire being trembling. A pain he had never experienced before spread throughout him, making his very heart and soul ache, rendering him breathless and tormented. He pressed against his chest, struggling against the suffocating anguish that showed no signs of abating. He knew of her struggles in the harem, fearing her lack of favor, yet equally terrified of her being favored by another. His heart was in constant turmoil. No man could bear to witness the woman he cherished intimately involved with another, feeling utterly powerless. The agony was more excruciating than death itself. Yet, he could not bear to let go. As long as she existed in this world, he would cling to life. What if one day she needed him? He wished to be her steadfast support. In this life, Xiao Jingheng lived solely for Jiang Wantang. With a heavy heart, he closed his eyes and departed in a daze. That night, as the moon dipped in the west, all lights extinguished and silence enveloped the world. Inside the tent, Jiang Wantang lay on her bed, wide awake, her eyes still tinged with red. Her mind was consumed by the image of Ji Wuyuan kissing Jiang Wantang, tossing and turning, unable to find slumber. After a long while, she turned to glance at Xiao Jinghang, curled up on a small cot within the tent. It was amusing to think that this was their first time alone together since their marriage. If not for the circumstances outside, and the fact that they were provided only one tent according to protocol, he likely would not have stepped inside at all. Yet, even in this situation, Xiao Jinghang preferred to remain on the cramped cot, refusing to draw near her, his disdain and aversion evident. Jiang Wantang had once pondered whether Xiao Jinghang had also been reborn, but dismissing the thought, she realized that apart from his cold treatment, he seemed unchanged. Moreover, in her previous life, when she fell to her death, he had been perfectly fine. If he were truly reborn, he would never have allowed Jiang Wantang to enter the palace. With that reasoning, her heart felt slightly lighter. Just as Jiang Wantang closed her eyes, the image of the entwined couple invaded her mind once more, and a wave of grievance, resentment, and sorrow crashed over her, making it difficult to breathe. She wondered if physical intimacy could awaken desire in a man. In her past life, she had never even brushed against the hem of Ji Wuyuan's clothing, let alone experienced the pleasures of love. With Xiao Jinghang, their relationship had always been one of decorum, the most daring act being when she had embraced him from behind on the night of her fall. She was merely a fragile woman, yearning for the embrace and affection of her husband. With that thought, Jiang Wantang, driven by an inexplicable impulse, slipped off her cot and moved toward Xiao Jinghang. She quietly approached his narrow bed, leaning against his broad back, her hand reaching out to embrace his waist. However, Xiao Jinghang, who had initially kept his eyes closed, opened them the moment she climbed onto the bed, his dark gaze filled with disdain and coldness. He had merely intended to observe Jiang Wantang's intentions. Thus, when her hand reached out, he swiftly seized her wrist and sat up. "Jiang Wantang, what do you intend to do?" he asked, regarding her with cold detachment. With red-rimmed eyes, filled with grievance and accusation, she replied, "Xiao Jinghang, we are husband and wife." He scoffed, his voice icy. "Jiang Wantang, merely not divorcing you is my greatest tolerance. Beyond that, do not even think about it." With that, he shoved her away, turning his back as he exited the tent, leaving Jiang Wantang to collapse to the ground, clutching her knees and weeping uncontrollably. In her tears, a deranged laughter erupted, her demeanor oscillating between madness and sorrow. She had longed to lose her sanity. Witnessing Ji Wuyuan kiss Jiang Wantang had nearly driven her to the brink. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Her eyes glowed with a crimson hue, her beautiful face twisted by resentment, rendering her terrifying. "All this is because of you, Jiang Wantang. My suffering has no bearing on your happiness." Meanwhile, after leaving the tent, Xiao Jinghang made his way to a winding stream in the mountains, plunging himself into the icy waters, allowing the frigid sensation to engulf him entirely. Chapter 84. Celestial Lovers. The following day, as the morning mist gradually dissipated and the warm sun began to shine, the newly sprouted leaves glimmered with golden specks in the sunlight. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it the fragrance of blossoms and the refreshing scent of greenery. Jiang Wantang stood before the tent, her eyes closed, inhaling the liberating and fresh air of the forest, her expression one of sheer delight. From a distance, Ji Wuyuan observed her demeanor, a subtle smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his eyes betraying a flicker of warmth that was almost imperceptible. He waved her over, his voice low and magnetic. "Come here." Jiang Wantang slowly opened her eyes, the clarity of her gaze sparkling with vitality as she smiled and approached him. After their breakfast, Ji Wuyuan led her to the stables to select 2 exquisite steeds. Jiang Wantang glanced at him in surprise. "Your Majesty, are you taking me hunting? But didn't you say yesterday that I shouldn't ride?" Ji Wuyuan chuckled softly, looking at her with amusement. "What, my beloved, do you not wish to?" Jiang Wantang nodded vigorously, her eyes alight with enthusiasm. I do. I shall change into riding attire at once." As she turned to return to the tent, Ji Wuyuan recalled her pink riding outfit from the previous day, which accentuated her graceful figure, drawing the attention of the men present. His eyes darkened momentarily, a hint of ire flashing across his features. He grasped Jiang Wantang's arm firmly, his tone cold yet commanding. Choose between changing and riding. I shall not wait. Without hesitation, she opted for riding. When they arrived at the hunting grounds, they attracted the gaze of all present, not simply due to their status and striking appearances, but also because Ji Yuan had not participated in such hunts since ascending the throne. In his princely days, he had always emerged victorious, his prowess evident to all. Just when everyone had resigned themselves to the notion that he was not here to hunt, he revealed himself merely to accompany the beautiful woman by his side. In the hunting grounds, the young emperor donned a black robe embroidered with gold, crowned with a golden dragon headdress. His garments billowed in the wind, exuding an air of pride and nobility. Jiang Wantang, in a scarlet gown with wide sleeves and adorned with jingling jewels at her waist, had her long hair flowing freely in the breeze, her beauty breathtaking and captivating. Together, they rode side by side, their contrasting colors, his dark and her vibrant, rendering the world around them momentarily devoid of color. This was indeed the epitome of celestial lovers. Such a tender scene ignited envy among the ladies present. One could not help but exclaim, His Majesty and Lady Jiang truly are a pair of celestial lovers. How enviable! Another chimed in, Who else in the harem receives such favor besides Lady Jiang? It became apparent that the emperor did not disdain beauty. Rather, he sought beauty that was extraordinary. From a distance, Xie Yin observed the scene with profound eyes that sparkled with an inscrutable light. At that moment, Zhao Yi approached, clad in a purple and gold robe, nonchalantly chewing on a blade of grass, embodying the quintessential carefree youth. He sauntered over to Xie Yin, playfully draping an arm over his shoulder. Brother, did you see that? This is what a man looks like. I kindly invited him to ride yesterday, and he told me to get lost. Today, he has gone even further, leaving you behind as well. He spat out the grass and continued, What is this brotherhood talk when a woman makes him forget us? Zhao Yi's voice grew increasingly agitated. Look at him, smiling like a lovesick fool. He hardly resembles the cold-hearted tyrant anymore. Xie Yin remained focused on the hunting grounds, lost in thought, silent as ever. Zhao, he continued unabated. But Lady Jiang is truly stunning. I sensed her exceptional beauty the first moment I laid eyes on her. Xie Yin's gaze flickered momentarily in Zhao Yi's direction, an ambiguous expression crossing his features before he turned away. Zhao Yi patted his shoulder, a knowing smile gracing his face. Ah Yin, a new batch of beautiful courtesans has arrived at my pleasure house. Would you care to join me? Xie Yin brushed him off and strode away. Zhao Yi chased after him, calling out, Hey, do you want to? Just say the word. I'll keep a spot for you. In the air, Xie Yin's icy voice echoed, not interested. Meanwhile, Ji Yuan and Jiang Wantang had slowed their horses, the reins taut in their hands. Ji Yuan gazed at the vibrant Jiang Wantang beside him, unable to suppress a genuine smile. It was a rare moment of joy, not stemming from a desire for vengeance, but from sheer exhilaration and the freedom of the ride. He had long grown accustomed to wearing a stoic facade, rarely allowing his emotions to surface, yet this moment felt liberating. He had not anticipated that his beloved would ride so adeptly, surpassing those sheltered ladies who only knew tea and flowers. Ji Yuan looked at Jiang Wantang with a newfound admiration. Jiang Wantang, not one to shy away from boasting, declared proudly, Naturally, would Your Majesty care to compete and see who rides better? Ji Yuan raised an eyebrow, a playful smile gracing his lips. I shan't let you win. With a bright smile, Jiang Wantang urged her horse forward. Let the race begin. She spurred her steed into a gallop. Seeing this, Ji Yuan's lips curled upwards, and he spurred his horse to follow suit. As the wind swept through the trees, it tousled her hair, and with it, stirred something deep within his heart. Chapter 85. The Spring Hunt Assassination. This spring hunt lasts for 3 days, and after tonight, they shall return to the palace tomorrow. Jiang Wantang gazes upon the lush, verdant mountains. The air within the forest is fresh and humid, suffused with the fragrance of earth and foliage, a scent she has not encountered in a long time. After dinner, Xie Yin informed her that the assassins who lay in ambush to kill her yesterday were death warriors. During the pursuit, they all chose to end their own lives, leaving no survivors. He has also begun investigating the events surrounding the births of Empress Qi and Consort Yu. Discovering that the imperial physicians and palace maids responsible for their deliveries later vanished from the palace under various circumstances. All signs indicate that the occurrences of that year were indeed unusual. Yet, the medical records from the Imperial Medical Bureau reveal no discrepancies. They state that Consort Yu, being frail, suffered a shock before her delivery, which led to complications and resulted in the early demise of the little princess. In contrast, Empress Qi, though she fell and delivered prematurely, remained in good health, and the child was born after a full term of 9 months, both mother and child being safe. Xie Yin concurs with her thoughts, feeling that the coincidences are too significant to disregard. On the final day of the hunt, Jiang Wantang refrained from entering the hunting grounds, instead sitting quietly beside Ji Weiyuan atop the high platform. The official responsible for tallying the hunt's spoils boisterously announced that the champion of this hunt was none other than the valiant General Pei Lai. Pei Lai is a trusted general, promoted by Ji Weiyuan himself, and a rising star in the court. Ji Weiyuan, pleased with his performance, proclaimed, "General Pei is brave. He shall be richly rewarded." Pei Lai stepped forward, kneeling on one knee and clasping his fists in gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your great favor." When he raised his head, he caught sight of Jiang Wantang, sitting gracefully beside Ji Weiyuan. His pupils constricted in shock as he stood frozen for a moment. Wasn't she the madwoman from the pleasure house? The one favored by His Majesty is actually her. Jiang Wantang offered him a gentle smile, her demeanor serene and dignified, a stark contrast to the image he had retained in his memory. Observing Pei Lai's unabashed gaze fixed upon Jiang Wantang, Ji Weiyuan's expression darkened instantly as he coldly remarked, "Do you wish to lose your eyes?" Pei Lai, startled, quickly withdrew and muttered curses under his breath, "Demonis," ensnaring the emperor's heart. Shortly thereafter, the sounds of drums and music filled the air, and the banquet table was laden with exquisite delicacies. The aroma of roasted venison wafted through the air as the celebratory feast for the final hunt commenced. Amidst the clinking of cups, a line of dancing maidens gracefully entered, swaying to the music with their lithe forms, moving delicately like lotus flowers with flowing sleeves. As the dance reached its zenith, one maiden clad in a pink gown with a veil spun about, her long sleeves flowing like serpents, suddenly swept towards the male guests. Her eyes sparkled with allure, adorned with a peach blossom on her forehead, as her sleeves brushed against the faces of the men present, the sensation light yet teasing, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Imbued with an air of flirtation, the men, initially taken aback, soon found their faces tinged with a blush, their gazes becoming somewhat dazed. The resemblance of the pink gown and peach blossom on her face was not lost on anyone present, evoking the image of someone else without needing to be named. Many sharp-witted individuals quickly grasped the underlying implications and cast ambiguous glances toward Jiang Wantang at the main table, some with mockery, others with schadenfreude. Yet she, with a slight curve of her lips, remained unperturbed, her expression tranquil. Ji Weiyuan, too, wore a smile that sent shivers down the spines of all present. The ministers, well acquainted with Ji Weiyuan's smile, understood the gravity behind it. The title of Tyrant was not bestowed without reason. The more charming his smile, the more ruthless he would be when it came time for retribution. Thus, the onlookers who had initially been entertained suddenly fell silent, too afraid to breathe. As the audacious dancer continued her performance, she unexpectedly leaped towards the main seat, leaving the audience wide-eyed in shock. Did she truly intend to seduce His Majesty? In that moment of astonishment, the dancer's gaze sharpened, and she abruptly flung her long sleeve, revealing a gleaming dagger hidden within. With astonishing speed, she lunged at Ji Weiyuan, shouting, "Dog Tyrant, prepare to meet your demise." The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Even Ji Weiyuan and Jiang Wantang were taken aback. To their surprise, a court lady dashed forth, positioning herself in front of Ji Weiyuan to intercept the deadly strike. Jiang Wantang discreetly stepped back, granting her space. Ji Weiyuan, visibly irritated, sidestepped. The court lady crashed onto the table. The dagger grazed her arm, sending roasted meats and delicacies scattering all over her. Gazing at Ji Weiyuan with longing, she uttered, "Your Majesty," before collapsing unconscious. Meanwhile, The dancer, having failed in her assassination attempt, bit into the poison pouch within her mouth, her eyes widening in horror as she convulsed and fell to the ground. The entire assembly was stunned into silence. A cold glimmer of fury flickered in Ji Wuyuan's eyes as he gazed upon the fallen dancer, his expression darkening. Remove her. Strip her of her garments, dismember her, and feed her remains to the wolves. The guards hastily moved forward, efficiently carrying away the dancer's lifeless body. The atmosphere at the banquet grew heavy and oppressive, with everyone rendered mute, afraid to utter a sound. Jiwan's countenance was ominous, his gaze piercing like that of a hawk surveying its prey, an overwhelming sense of suffocation enveloping the room. The remaining dancers knelt, trembling in fear. Ji Wuyan let out a chilling laugh, commanding, "Investigate thoroughly, leave no one behind." "Yes," the guards replied, kneeling respectfully. The air was thick with a bone-chilling coldness and an aura of oppression. No one dared to speak, fearful that they might be the next to be dragged away for execution. After a short while, it was revealed that the dancer was an assassin who had infiltrated the gathering, having replaced the original dancer to carry out the attack. Lying in wait in the mountains prior to the hunt, many harbored a desire for his demise, and such assassination attempts were not uncommon. Subsequently, all individuals connected to the dancer were taken away and executed. What had begun as a lively and grand celebratory banquet concluded in a bloody spectacle. On the journey back to the palace, Ji Wuyuan suddenly coldly inquired of Jiang Wantang, "My beloved, why are you not the least bit concerned about my assassination? Did you not claim to love me most?" Chapter 86. The intensifying affection. Why is it that no one worries as much as Zhang Qiren about the prince's solitude? Ji Wuyuan pondered this in his heart, yet refrained from voicing his thoughts. Jiang Wantang was momentarily taken aback. This was something she had not considered at all. After all, it was not as if they intended to harm her. This was merely a farce. One could hardly expect her to genuinely take a blade for someone. For even if she survived, the pain would linger. Observing Ji Wuyuan's evident unease, she smiled and reassured him, "I have faith in your majesty. You are so formidable. How could a mere dancer ever pose a threat to you?" Ji Wuyuan regarded her with a knowing smile, a hint of skepticism in his eyes. "Is that truly the case?" Jiang Wantang nodded emphatically, more genuine than pearls. The smile on Ji Wuyuan's lips turned somewhat frosty as he gently grasped her chin, lifting it to meet his gaze. "My beloved, please do not deceive me, for if you do..." Jiang Wantang's body trembled slightly, her eyes flickering as she reached up to caress his neck, planting a soft kiss upon his cheek. Ji Wuyuan was momentarily taken aback. Shadows danced in his gaze, and his embrace around her waist tightened involuntarily. Each time she drew near, a unique and intoxicating fragrance enveloped him, constricting his throat. Jiang Wantang beamed brightly. "How could I? I cherish you above all, your majesty." Feeling a twinge of discomfort, Ji Wuyuan pushed her away, his voice cool as he instructed, "Sit properly." Jiang Wantang smiled mischievously, deliberately distancing herself, settling down further away. Men, after all, often enjoy the thrill of pursuit. Too close, and it becomes unbearable. Too far, and it is equally intolerable. The ideal distance is one where he can see her, but not touch her, igniting an insatiable desire. Once she had moved away, Ji Wuyuan felt a sense of loss, as if a cherished warmth had vanished. However, his pride prevented him from calling her back. Although Zhang Qiren's intervention had minimal impact, it was undeniable that she had shielded him from harm in plain sight. Upon returning to the palace, Ji Wuyuan promoted her rank from a 5th-grade lady-in-waiting to a 4th-grade beauty. Ever since their hunting trip in Beishan, Jiang Wantang's standing in the harem had only grown stronger. For several consecutive days, Ji Wuyuan summoned her to the Tai Chi Palace for leisurely meals, tea drinking, and games of chess. The more he learned about her, the more intrigued he became, as if he had unearthed a treasure that revealed ever more delightful surprises. He had not anticipated that, aside from horseback riding, Jiang Wantang was also quite adept at chess, far from the simplicity he had initially assumed. What kind of wild and remote land could cultivate such a remarkable woman? Yet, whenever he inquired, she would invariably state that it was her elder brother who had secretly arranged for her lessons. One day, within the imperial study, The air was thick with the fragrance of dragon's blood incense. Jiwen set down his brush and scrutinized the bright yellow edict on the table, a smile dancing in his phoenix eyes. He then took the jade seal and pressed it down with a flourish. Wang Fuhai entered with tea, his gaze widening in shock as he beheld the edict bearing the characters for noble consort. This was an unprecedented elevation in rank. The title of noble consort stood just below that of the empress and the noble consort, placing her above the previously favored consort Xian. Tentatively, Wang Fuhai ventured, "Your Majesty, in merely 2 months, you have rapidly promoted Jiangju." "No, noble consort. Such favoritism may stir discontent both within and outside the court, especially from that esteemed lady in Sinang Palace." Ji Wuyuan frowned, his displeasure apparent. "What concern is it of mine? The woman I cherish deserves my favoritism, regardless." Wang Fuhai, alarmed, replied, "Your Majesty." Ji Wen waved his hand dismissively, his eyes cold and fierce. "Let anyone who dares speak ill of it face the consequences." Wang Fuhai opened his mouth, but words failed him. At that moment, a young eunuch reported that Jiang Jiu had arrived at the door. Ji Wuyuan's expression softened slightly. "Let her enter." As he spoke, he tucked away the bright yellow edict. Wang Fuhai, sensing the shift, questioned, "Your Majesty, are you not planning to inform the lady of her new title at this moment?" Ji Wuyuan cast him a sidelong glance, a rare smile gracing his features. "I shall surprise her when the official ceremony takes place in a few days." Before long, Jiang Wantang entered gracefully, clad in a pink gown with a delicate collar that accentuated her fair neck. A pink ribbon cinched her slender waist, the ends adorned with tassels that danced with her every step. Her captivating smile radiated the vitality and beauty of spring, akin to a sunbeam breaking through the morning mist. Ji Wuyuan had initially summoned her merely for conversation and to grind ink, but as she approached with a smile, he felt a rush of tender thoughts. Wang Fuhai discreetly excused himself, ushering out the palace maids and eunuchs, leaving only the 2 of them alone in the chamber. Jiang Wantang stepped forward, performing a respectful curtsy. "I pay my respects to your Majesty." "There's no need for such formalities," Ji Wuyuan replied. "Come and grind ink for me." With a charming smile, Jiang Wantang complied, moving to the table to pick up the ink stick and began to grind it with focus, her demeanor genuinely earnest, devoid of any playful intentions. She remained quiet. Yet Ji Wuyuan could not shake the feeling that this enchanting little creature was still plotting to entice him. His attention wavered from the documents before him, his gaze drawn to her graceful neck, her luscious lips, and the alluring beauty mark at the corner of her eye, all accentuated by the delightful fragrance that surrounded her. Every aspect of her was a temptation. Ji Wuyuan found himself increasingly bewildered by his own feelings. Each encounter with Jiang Wantang ignited a longing within him, a desire to embrace her, to kiss her, and even more. It felt as though he had become a beast intoxicated by the spring air. He had never been a man consumed by such desires, even finding the proximity of women distasteful in the past. Why then, upon encountering Jiang Wantang, did he feel as though he were under a spell? Wasn't he merely acting alongside her in this charade? His gaze, intense and fervent, bore an aggressive quality. Suddenly, Jiang Wantang met his eyes, and in that moment, Ji Wen seized her delicate wrist, and amidst the sound of scattered items falling, he pressed her against the table. Her startled cry was silenced by his cool lips. Ji Wuyuan held her chin, kissing her with surprising tenderness. Jiang Wantang's eyes widened in surprise, momentarily contemplating resistance. But soon her body relaxed, silently yielding to his advances. This was not their first intimate encounter. To resist now would seem overly pretentious. Therefore, she closed her eyes and surrendered to his passionate kiss. Ji Wuyuan's skill had visibly improved since their previous encounters. Perhaps all men possess such instincts. His hand entwined with hers, their fingers interlocking, as their lips danced together in a languorous embrace, savoring every moment with tenderness and longing. Chapter 87. The Emperor's indifference. Jiang Wantang felt the heat radiating from his palm, gradually transferring to her own hand. The kiss was gentle and delicate, yet the action was overwhelmingly authoritative, imbued with an irresistible force. It invaded her inch by inch, conquering her like a siege. Just like him, No matter how gentle his smile appeared, his essence was cold and indifferent, embodying an unyielding dominance. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely as Jiang Wantang emerged from the imperial study, her lips swollen and her face flushed. No sooner had she taken a few steps than she encountered Lady Zhang, adorned in a resplendent plum-red gown. Her hair elegantly pinned up and gold hairpins swaying, her heavily made-up face exuding a haughty demeanor, reminiscent of a petty person reveling in their newfound status. From a distance, Lady Zhang had already spotted Jiang Wantang exiting the study, and as they drew closer, she noticed the latter's radiant complexion, which only deepened her jealousy and resentment. Suddenly recalling something, she allowed a malicious smile to creep onto her lips. She approached, curtsying begrudgingly, and said, "I have the honor of meeting you, Lady Jiang." Jiang Wantang merely nodded slightly, intending to walk past her without engaging. Faced with Jiang Wantang's blatant disregard, Lady Zhang ground her teeth in frustration. Just as Jiang Wantang brushed past her, Lady Zhang let out a low, mocking laugh. Indeed, Lady Jiang is fortunate to receive such favor from His Majesty. Jiang Wantang continued on her path, ignoring the venomous remarks. Yet Lady Zhang, with a feigned cheerfulness, suddenly raised her voice. "You certainly enjoy the glory. But what of your imprisoned brother? I fear he may not even have a full meal these days." How disheartening! Jiang Wantang's heart plummeted, and she abruptly turned, confronting Lady Zhang with eyes aflame. "What did you just say?" "My brother, Jiang Huaizhou, has always upheld the law. How could he be imprisoned?" Lady Zhang's smile deepened, her eyes gleaming with triumph, and she feigned surprise. "Lady Jiang is truly unaware? His Majesty dotes on you, yet has not informed you?" Losing patience, Jiang Wantang seized Lady Zhang's collar, pulling her close, and demanded, "Speak clearly." Seeing Jiang Wantang's sudden ferocity, Lady Zhang's bravado faltered slightly. Trembling, she stammered, I will tell you. Just let go." Releasing her grip, Lady Zhang instinctively stepped back, smoothing her wrinkled sleeve, collecting herself to say, "While you and His Majesty were in a fervent embrace at Beishan, your brother Jiang Huaizhou was implicated in a corruption case regarding military funds. The evidence is irrefutable, and he is currently imprisoned in the Ministry of Justice. Soon, whether alive or exiled, he will face dire consequences. Did His Majesty not inform you?" Jiang Wantang felt as though struck by lightning. Her face drained of color, her eyes wide with disbelief. Lady Zhang relished her reaction, a cold smile dancing on her lips as she taunted, "It seems His Majesty's affection for you is rather superficial." Jiang Wantang could no longer heed Lady Zhang's further taunts. Her mind was consumed with thoughts of her brother's imprisonment. In a daze, she recalled that night at Beishan when Jiang Huaizhou had rushed in, reeking of medicine, only to leave in haste. Thus, during that moment, he had already encountered trouble, hadn't he? Yet, he had not sought her help, worried only about her welfare in the palace, fearing she might be implicated. What was she doing? An overwhelming sense of guilt and regret surged within her, constricting her heart painfully. Jiang Wantang trembled all over. How foolish she had been. Foolish enough to nearly forget that Ji Wuyuan was a cold-hearted emperor. Seeing her distress, the bamboo behind her trembled in fear, rushing to support her. Jiang Wantang refused to believe that her brother could be guilty of such corruption. Someone must have framed him. At that moment, a singular thought dominated her mind. Her brother must not come to harm. He was her only kin who had ever treated her with sincerity. Without a second thought, Jiang Wantang hurried back towards the imperial study. Lady Zhang watched her retreating figure, a smirk of satisfaction and malice spreading across her face. "Go ahead, create a scene. Once you do, your days of fortune will come to an end." As Jiang Wantang stumbled to the entrance of the imperial study, her eyes were red, her face a portrait of sorrow, startling Wang Fuhai, who stood guard. Before he could announce her arrival, she had already burst inside. If she could not protect her own brother, what was the purpose of her schemes? Ji Wuyuan, engrossed in state affairs, looked up from his desk with a frown upon seeing Jiang Wantang intrude. She knelt upon the floor, her eyes swollen with tears, yet stubbornly refusing to let them fall. Enveloped by an overwhelming sorrow, with a trembling voice, she asked, "Your Majesty, what do you intend to do about my brother?" Ji Wuyuan rose. looking down at her with a cold gaze, his eyes narrowing. "Who told you this?" Seeing his reaction, it was clear that Lady Jiang had spoken the truth. Jiang Wantang offered a sardonic smile, her eyes frosted with disdain, and reiterated, "So, Your Majesty, how do you intend to deal with my brother?" Ji Wuyuan's expression darkened, his demeanor as frigid as ice. "Are you questioning me?" "I would not dare," Jiang Wantang retorted, her eyes defiant, her tone icy, showing no sign of fear. Ji Wuyuan's face hardened as he studied her, a sinister smile gracing his lips. "Jiang Wantang, I have truly spoiled you. How dare you speak to me in this manner?" Jiang Wantang simply gazed back at him, her expression resolute and calm. "Your Majesty, my brother is innocent. I beseech you to show mercy and order a thorough investigation into this matter." With that, she bowed deeply, her forehead striking the cold marble floor with a resounding thud. Ji Wuyuan's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Wantang, his expression a mask of cold detachment. Suddenly, he laughed, each word carefully enunciated, his tone chilling. "What if I were to execute him? You claim you would be my blade. Now that I point that blade at Jiang Huaizhou, are you unable to comply?" Even though Jiang Wantang had long understood Ji Wuyuan's true nature as a cold and merciless ruler, his words pierced her deeply. In that moment, she truly grasped the meaning of an emperor's indifference. The man before her, who had tenderly kissed her not long ago, now seemed a world apart. Indeed, the heart of man is the most unreliable thing in existence. Jiang Wantang forced a sorrowful smile, her voice soft but resolute. "Then let your Majesty execute me alongside him. It would be fitting for us to journey together in the afterlife. After all, having lost the wager, I am destined not to live." She stood tall, her posture unwavering, exuding an unyielding spirit. Ji Wuyuan's aura turned menacing, his tone sharp. "Are you threatening me? I have always despised being threatened." Jiang Wantang's heart harbored a bitter laugh. "What a coincidence! So do I." Chapter 88. "You are not the only one." Jiang Wantang, smiling, was abruptly pulled close by Ji Wuyuan, who seized her chin and hissed through clenched teeth. "Do not think that just because I indulge you, you can recklessly provoke my limits. At the end of the day, I am merely attracted to your beauty. There are countless beautiful women in this world. I do not need you." Jiang Wantang, her eyes tinged with red, met Ji Wuyuan's furious gaze. Yet her voice remained surprisingly calm. "I am aware of my worth, and do not dare to presume upon your favor. My brother is my only kin. As long as he lives, so do I. If he dies, I shall follow." With that, she closed her eyes tightly, a single tear slipping down her cheek, landing on Ji Wuyuan's hand, causing his heart to tremble with a sudden pang, especially seeing Jiang Wantang in such a defiant state. Ji Wuyuan felt as though his heart was being tightly gripped, a painful sensation rising within him, accompanied by an unidentifiable emotion. Abruptly, he withdrew his hand and turned away, inhaling deeply. "Let today's events be considered your folly. Withdraw now, and you shall remain the most favored consort of the harem." The emperor's wrath met with the consort's unyielding stance created a tense atmosphere, leaving Wang Fuhai, the attendant, trembling in fear. Understanding the gravity of the situation, he quietly retreated outside and closed the palace doors. Jiang Wantang opened her eyes, a cold smile gracing her lips. "Ha, favored consort? Who needs it?" She had underestimated the emperor's cruelty and overestimated her own worth as a mere pawn in his game. Even a useful piece could be discarded without a second thought. Nevertheless, Jiang Wantang refused to yield. "Then let us wager again. I am willing to risk it all." With a heavy heart, her once bright and lively peach blossom eyes now appeared lifeless, sending chills through anyone who gazed upon them. Her resolve unwavering, she declared, "I am quite clear-headed. I will not retreat. Since your Majesty appreciates my beauty, I am willing to please you, provided you spare my brother." As she spoke, she untied the sash around her waist, the sound of her ornaments clattering echoing in the silent hall. Ji Wuyuan clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white, his expression darkening ominously. Fury boiled in his veins as he glared at her. "Is this how you perceive me? Very well. Before I lose my patience and take your life, dress properly and leave." Jiang Wantang forced a smile, but blood surged up her throat. She numbly gathered herself and began to walk toward the palace exit. Upon reaching the doors, she suddenly coughed up blood. Wang Fuhai, alarmed, rushed forward to support her, exclaiming, "What has happened, Your Highness? I shall take you to see the imperial physician." Jiang Wantang gently pushed him away, replying coolly, "Thank you, but it is unnecessary." With that, she staggered outside and knelt on the bluestone pavement before the study. Wang Fuhai's expression shifted drastically, his heart aching as he implored, "Why must you do this? The decree has been issued. Opposing His Majesty will only lead to your own ruin." Jiang Wantang remained silent, her gaze fixed on the closed palace doors. Wang Fuhai sighed heavily before returning inside. "Has she left?" A cold voice echoed from above. Wang Fuhai, trembling, stepped forward and replied, "Your Majesty, Jiang Juyu is kneeling outside the hall. She had just coughed up blood and seems unwell." Ji Wuyuan paused, fist clenched, his knuckles cracking. Having served Ji Wuyuan for many years, Wang Fuhai had never seen him so suppressing his rage. Others would have been executed for daring to confront him in such a manner. Jiang Juyu surely held a unique position in his heart. After a long silence, Ji Wuyuan's chilling voice broke the stillness. "If she wishes to kneel, let her be. Everyone leave." The palace servants, trembling in fear, hastily exited, leaving Ji Wuyuan alone in the vast hall, standing before the table, lost in thought. After Wang Fuhai closed the doors, a loud crash echoed from within, startling him and causing him to shudder. Outside, the sky darkened rapidly, heralding an approaching storm. In front of the study, the doors were tightly shut, and the eunuchs and palace maids stood in a row, silent as the grave. Jiang Wantang remained motionless on the bluestone pavement, kneeling in the rain. The spring weather was as fickle as a man's heart, changing in an instant. Before long, rain began to pour, large droplets falling heavily, splashing upon the ground. Jiang Wantang's garments quickly soaked through, clinging to her skin as the rainwater streamed down her cheeks. Yet, she seemed oblivious, maintaining her straight posture. Inside the study, Ji Wuyuan continued to stand with his back turned, surrounded by scattered memorials, books, and teacups. His face was shrouded in shadow, his emotions unreadable, his fists alternating between tight and relaxed. The relentless rain fell upon Jiang Wantang, just as it weighed heavily on Ji Wuyuan's heart. Each drop felt like a heavy blow. Inside and outside the hall, separated by a mere door, the two remained steadfast in their pride, unwilling to concede. Young and impetuous, the emperor was oblivious to love. Only upon realization did he discover that his feelings had burgeoned uncontrollably since that fateful rainy day when he had saved her. News of Jiang Wantang provoking the emperor spread rapidly throughout the palace, drawing the attention of many who eagerly awaited her downfall. As the rain intensified, mercilessly drenching Jiang Wantang, her face turned pale as paper, her hair disheveled, rainwater streaming through her locks, obscuring her vision. Yet, her gaze remained stubbornly fixed on the closed palace doors. After an indeterminate time, the downpour suddenly ceased, and a large black oiled paper umbrella appeared above her, shielding her from the storm. Xie, shedding his dark cloak, draped it over Jiang Wantang. Standing at a respectful distance, he held the umbrella for her, allowing the rain to pelt his shoulders and back. Xie gazed down at the defiant girl resisting the elements, a hint of unnoticeable sympathy and pity flickering in his complex eyes. Why, with such intelligence, must you make yourself suffer so? Chapter 89. Jiang Wantang, playing with fire, will result in self-immolation in this poignant moment. Zhao Long, who had hurriedly accompanied Xie, was left astounded, his eyes wide with disbelief. Just a short while ago, they had been executing their duties outside the city. Yet, upon receiving some urgent news, his superior had entrusted the remaining matters to others and galloped towards the palace in a frenzy. He had presumed it was an urgent matter concerning His Majesty. To his dismay, upon his hasty arrival, he was met with such a scene. The elegant and poised Lord Xie was now drenched to the skin. Jiang Wantang, however, did not lift her gaze, her eyes vacant as she stared ahead. "You were so close to achieving your goal. Is it truly worth it to falter at this last moment?" Xie voice was gentle yet deep, cutting through the cacophony of the rain with clarity. As he anticipated, Jiang Wantang remained unresponsive. With a sigh, he spoke, his tone laced with resignation. Your brother's situation is evident under the watchful eyes of many, with irrefutable evidence, and even he himself does not deny it. His Majesty. Suddenly, Jiang Wantang met his gaze, her eyes glinting with a cold intensity. It is the Qi family. I sent it, failing to assassinate me in Beishan. They have turned their sights on those close to me. That individual is clearly intent on my destruction. Xie was taken aback. Since you were aware, then why? At this juncture, a realization dawned upon him, his eyes widening in astonishment as he looked at Jiang Wantang. You did this on purpose. Indeed, Jiang Wantang's gaze was steady, revealing no concealment. But is not entirely so. If I do not act this way, how can those behind this take pride in their success? If I do not thwart their intentions, how can they be careless and reveal their true motives? Xie furrowed his brow, his voice stern. What do you intend to do? The Qi family is not as simple as you perceive. Jiang Wantang smiled sorrowfully. Lord Xie, what can a mere weak woman like me do? I do not comprehend the intrigues of the court as you men do. I only wish to save my brother. Having said this, Jiang Wantang staggered to her feet. She had knelt for too long, her legs numb, and she nearly stumbled as she stood. Xie instinctively reached out to support her, only to have Jiang Wantang evade him. The sight of her in such a disheveled yet resilient state tugged at his heartstrings. She removed her cloak and returned it to Xie, her voice cold and distant. Thank you, my lord. Xie frowned as he watched her, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Jiang Wantang, playing with fire will lead to self-immolation. Jiang Wantang smiled nonchalantly, unperturbed. If that day truly arrives, I hope, for the sake of our acquaintance, that you will ensure the safe passage of my 2 little maidservants out of the palace. With that, she straightened her back and turned to walk into the rain, her frail figure becoming increasingly fragile against the storm. Xie gazed at her retreating silhouette, tightening his grip on the cloak, a dull ache surging in his heart, an unsettling discomfort. After their departure, Wang Fuhai cautiously entered the dimly lit study, reporting, Your Majesty, the lady has returned. In the darkness, a shadow shifted, as if a sigh of relief had finally been released. The next moment, Ji Wuyun's cold, hoarse voice echoed within the hall. Send the imperial physician to Changle Palace. Do not mention that it was my command. Wang Fuhai was taken aback. Was His Majesty truly distressed? He quickly replied, Yes. As Wang Fuhai turned to leave, he suddenly recalled something and turned back. Your Majesty, you have yet to dine. Should I fetch a meal for you now? Ji Wuyun replied icily. No need. All of you may leave. It had been many years since Wang Fuhai had witnessed such a despondent Ji Wuyun, for in later years, whenever he was displeased, he would simply have people dragged away to be executed. It seemed that His Majesty genuinely cared for this Jiang Jiu. He sighed quietly and exited. Matters of love and desire were beyond his comprehension, having been rootless since childhood. Yet, he could not fathom how 2 individuals, who had shared such tender feelings in the afternoon, could suddenly find themselves in such a state. The night was dark, and a heavy rain showed no signs of abating, pattering incessantly against the palace eaves. A shadow, cloaked in black, stealthily departed from the imperial palace. Outside the Ministry of Justice's prison, torches flickered in the wind and rain, casting a dim and unstable light. Clad in a black night cloak and a black hat, Jiang Wantang concealed herself in the shadows, her icy gaze observing the patterns of the patrolling guards. As the guards shifted, Jiang Wantang leaped into action, poised to scale the wall. Just as she was about to climb over, a hand suddenly emerged from the darkness, gripping her arm tightly. Jiang Wantang's heart sank. She retaliated instinctively, but the figure in the darkness sidestepped her attack and swiftly restrained her wrist, warning in a cold voice, Do not act recklessly. After a brief struggle, Xie dragged the black-clad Jiang Wantang into a secluded alley, his voice sharp. Jiang Wantang, have you lost your mind? That is the prison of the Ministry of Justice, the Qi family's domain. Xie had long suspected Jiang Wantang would not relent and had secretly sent people to watch over her. However, he never anticipated her audacity would reach such heights. Jiang Wantang struggled fiercely against his grip, her eyes blazing with defiance and anger. Xie, let go of me. What I wish to do is none of your concern. Xie grip was as unyielding as iron, his voice cold. You are courting death. They may have already laid a trap, waiting for you to walk right into it. In that moment, Jiang Wantang's struggles faltered as she gazed into his icy pupils, which reflected a chilling emptiness, perhaps tinged with anger, as the corners of his eyes reddened slightly. Jiang Wantang's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a cold laugh escaping her lips. So what if it does? Setting aside her level of confidence, as long as her brother could survive, it mattered little if she perished. Her main purpose in entering the palace was to ensure her brother's success and relieve him from the burdens of the Jiang family. If she could not protect her brother, what significance did her presence in the harem hold? Should this second chance at life result in her brother losing his life because of her, would she not be a mere jest? Xie pupils widened in shock, his voice low. Is Jiang Huaizhou so important to you? Important enough for you to risk everything, even your life? Of course, he is the only person in this world who has ever treated me sincerely. Jiang Wantang's eyes glimmered with determination, her voice unwavering. Without him, I would have perished at the age of 6. At those words, Xie froze. The mention of death pierced his heart like a knife, an indescribable pain swelling within him. He had seen her in many guises, radiant, enchanting, cunning, ruthless, unyielding. Yet he had never witnessed this profound sorrow. The desolation she exuded was enough to stir a deep ache within his heart. Xie inhaled deeply, gazing at the red-rimmed eyes of Jiang Wantang, filled with both compassion and resolve. He vowed, I assure you, I will ensure your brother's safety. Please do not act recklessly again. Jiang Wantang suddenly chuckled softly, her expression indifferent, enunciating each word. I trust no one but myself. The frigid determination in her eyes sent a shiver down Xie spine. He pressed his lips together, yet gradually began to loosen his grip on her. Chapter 90. Ji Weiyuan, you have lost. As Xie released his grip, Jiang Wantang turned away without hesitation. However, just as she pivoted, Xie unexpectedly struck her neck with a swift motion. Darkness enveloped her vision, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. In that fleeting moment before her fall, Xie reached out, catching her gently in his arms, as if this was the only way to halt her resolute departure. Gazing down at the unconscious Jiang Wantang, a myriad of emotions washed over Xie: pain, helplessness, and sorrow. How could she be so stubborn? Her obstinacy was enough to wrench the heart. The rain continued to patter softly, and Xie wrapped Jiang Wantang in his cloak, lifting her effortlessly as he vanished into the depths of the rain-soaked alley. In Changlu Palace, both Xiuzhu and Yunshang were taken aback upon Xie's arrival with Jiang Wantang in his arms, especially Xiuzhu, who, upon seeing Jiang Wantang unconscious, nearly acted against Xie, only to be restrained by Yunshang. Lord Xie is not a villain, Yunshang asserted. Xie paid no heed to their concerns as he entrusted Jiang Wantang to the two of them. He then produced a small white porcelain vial from his sleeve, handing it to Yunshang. This will induce sleep without harming her health, he explained. Yunshang was momentarily taken aback, meeting Xie's serious gaze as he cautioned. If you wish for her safety, administer this every 6 hours. Declare to the outside world that she has fallen ill and cannot receive visitors. Once these 2 days pass and matters settle, you may proceed. Gratefully, Yunshang clutched the vial and expressed her thanks. Thank you, my lord. Without lingering, Xie offered a final instruction. Take good care of her before departing into the night. Not far from Changlu Palace, Ji Weiyuan stood silently, sheltered by Wang Fuhai's umbrella. After a long while, Wang Fuhai could no longer contain himself, inquiring, Your Majesty, do you not wish to see her? Since Jiang Wantang had left in the rain, Wang Fuhai had summoned the imperial physicians, but they were turned away by Changlu Palace, which stated that Jiang Ji refused to be examined. Wang Fuhai had never encountered someone so obstinately ungrateful for such favor. Yet, the emperor remained silent, braving the downpour as he stood outside the palace for an extended period. Ji Weiyuan's gaze remained fixed on the palace gates, his dark, profound eyes revealing an inscrutable depth. No, he finally replied. She does not wish to see me now." With that, he pinched the bridge of his nose, troubled thoughts swirling in his mind. For reasons unknown, Jiang Wantang's stubborn demeanor, her reddened eyes, constantly replayed in his thoughts, stirring an inexplicable ache within him. Everything was under his control, save for her. He had underestimated the extent of his own tenderness towards her. Initially, he had approached her with a playful intent, only to inadvertently become earnest and invested. Did he truly only admire her beauty? Before today, that had indeed been his belief. Yet now, Ji Yuan offered a bitter smile. A single moment of softness had led to endless vulnerability spiraling out of control. Had it not been for Jiang Wantang's existence, according to his usual demeanor, Jiang Huaizhou would have long been a ghost beneath his blade. Those in power seldom cared for the truth. They focused solely on their own interests and outcomes. Moreover, the Jiang family was already on his list for elimination. Ultimately, he found himself unable to act against her. He believed he could easily manipulate the situation and the hearts of others. Yet this blow struck him with both weight and pain. Ji Yuan, raised in the royal family, had never experienced the essence of affection or love, let alone empathy. To them, power and profit were all that mattered. Only the most critical interests could sway them. What was emotion? To them, it was but the most trivial of matters. He even felt that the blood running through their veins was colder than that of others, inherently frigid to the core. Cold-hearted and detached individuals could hardly develop any fondness or warmth for the world around them, resembling lone wolves traversing a frozen wilderness. Merciless and indifferent, focused solely on the survival of the fittest. Yet, during his time with Jiang Wantang, Ji Yuan suddenly felt that if she were to remain by his side throughout his lonely, protracted existence, it would not be so bad. He did not understand love, but he knew that anything he desired must wholly belong to him. For the first time in his life, he felt an urge to keep someone by his side forever. Thus, on this rain-soaked spring night, Ji Yuan heard a voice mockingly whispering in his ear, "You have lost. Ji Yuan, you have lost." The bet he had so casually dismissed, a mere 3-month wager, he had thoroughly lost. With a release of the fist he had clenched behind him, a bittersweet smile emerged on his handsome, otherworldly face. Losing was losing. Who could blame him for underestimating the challenge? He then offered a self-deprecating smile and turned to leave. In Xianing Palace, the air was thick with the scent of sandalwood. Inside, candlelight flickered amidst the sound of rain, as Empress Qi, adorned in a rich crimson robe, reclined comfortably on a beautiful couch. Her eyes half-closed while a young maid gently massaged her legs. Sun Mama approached, bowing slightly as she whispered a few words in the Empress's ear. Upon hearing, Empress Qi opened her eyes, a sharp glint flashing within. "Is that true?" she asked, sitting up straighter and waving her hand for the maid to withdraw. Sun Mama nodded, continuing that Jiang Jiu knelt in the rain for several hours, while the emperor remained indifferent. "It seems he is truly angered." Empress Qi scoffed, disdain evident in her tone. "She is still too young, thinking that beauty alone can ensnare an emperor. Little does she know, imperial favor is but a fleeting mirage, arriving swiftly and departing just as quickly. She overestimates her worth." Sun Mama agreed. "Your Majesty speaks wisely. In the harem, relying solely on beauty cannot endure." "Then what should we do next?" Empress Qi absently stroked the armor on her arm, interrupting. "Let us observe the situation. Instruct our people to monitor every move of Changlu Palace." Sun Mama responded promptly. "Yes, I shall make arrangements at once." With a slight tilt of her head, a meaningful smile graced Empress Qi's lips. Has she forgotten who she is, merely gaining a few days of favor? The winds of the harem have only just begun to stir. The following day dawned with persistent, dreary rain. Early in the morning, news spread through the palace that Jiang Jiu had fallen ill after being drenched, and the emperor had not inquired even once. Before Changlu Palace, the atmosphere was desolate. Having just gained favor, Jiang Wantang found herself suddenly cast aside by the emperor, transforming from a revered consort into the subject of ridicule within the palace. Chapter 91. Fall from favor in the imperial harem. The dynamics of favoritism and neglect are commonplace, and among the spectators. None were more pleased than the newly favored Zhang Marin. With her slender waist swaying, She walked with an air of superiority, flanked by a throng of palace maidens. As she strolled past the tightly shut gates of the Changlu Palace, her smile grew more pronounced, her eyes alight with disdain and mockery. Humph. What does it matter if one is favored? In the end, one is still cast aside by His Majesty. She seemed oblivious to her own worth. Daring to create a stir before the emperor, it appeared she had learned her lesson. With a flourish, she waved her handkerchief and continued towards the Zhaoyang Palace, where the favored Jia Fei resided. The Zhaoyang Palace, not far from Changlu Palace, was traditionally a residence for favored consorts, although the former held a higher status. Upon entering with a smile, Zhang Marin found several other consorts gathered within, sipping tea and engaging in idle chatter. Jia Fei, seated in the main position, flickered with a hint of disdain upon spotting Zhang Marin, yet maintained her composure with a smile. "Ah, Sister Zhang has arrived. Please take a seat." As Zhang Marin settled down, she inquired, "I just heard you discussing that Jiang Jiyu has fallen ill. Is this true?" One of the consorts replied, "How could it be false? This morning, when Sister Jia and Lin Chongrong went to visit, they were turned away, told she was bedridden and unable to receive guests." Another added, "I heard His Majesty was furious yesterday, punishing her kneel in the rain all night, so it's no wonder she fell ill." At this moment, yet another consort interjected, "I also heard that the emperor has forbidden the imperial physicians from attending to her at Changlu Palace, seemingly wishing for her to fend for herself." They all sighed in sympathy, speculating what Jiang Jiyu could have done to incite such wrath from the emperor. As the conversation continued, Jiang Wantang was painted as a forsaken consort, wronged and on the brink of death, eliciting murmurs of pity from those present. Unfazed, Zhang Marin toyed with her ornate adornments, reveling in the misfortune of others. "It seems our dear Jiang Jiyu has truly fallen from grace. Just a few days of favor, and look where she stands now." Wang Marin scoffed. "This has been the way of the world. Those who charm often bring ruin upon themselves, their beauty a fleeting gift." Jia Fei raised her teacup, taking a delicate sip, a subtle smile gracing her lips. In the Xianzheng Hall, Ji Wuyuan's countenance darkened from the morning court session to the subsequent handling of memorials. Others proposed the execution of Jiang Huaizhou, and even the elderly Jiang Zhishu had submitted a petition of contrition regarding his failures as a father, although he claimed to seek forgiveness. The contents of his plea distanced himself from his daughter and the prime minister's residence, exhibiting a facade of moral righteousness. Ji Yun, incensed, cast the document to the ground, scoffing, "Even a tiger does not consume its own cub. This Jiang prime minister is indeed less than a beast." Wang Fuhai, standing nearby, remained silent. Ji Wuyuan was suddenly reminded of Jiang Wantang, her eyes red as she knelt before him, pleading for her brother's life, stirring a painful ache in his heart. Such a devoted spirit, yet burdened with a heartless father. How tragic. He pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration, pondering how matters stood at Changlu Palace. He glanced at Wang Fuhai, his gaze icy. The latter, startled, quickly approached. "Your Majesty, what are your orders?" After a moment of silence, Ji Wuyuan's eyes, filled with complexity, inquired, "How is she?" Wang Fuhai, sensing the weight of the question, cautiously replied, "Jiang Jiyu is unwell, and the gates of Changlu Palace remain closed." Ji Wuyuan's hands instinctively tightened, and he inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of emotions within. Only he knew the depths of his concern. Rising, he approached the window, hands clasped behind his back, gazing out at the gentle rain, his thoughts shrouded in mystery. That night, silence enveloped the palace. Within the chambers of Changlu Palace, candlelight flickered, casting shadows on the figure of Jiang Wantang, who lay still upon the bed, her complexion pale and breath shallow. Her once vibrant eyes, now tightly shut, fluttered slightly, as if restless even in slumber. Ji Wen, clad in a black robe embroidered with gold, stood at her bedside, his heart tightening as he gazed upon her. Fearing to disturb her, he moved with utmost care, taking a seat beside her, fingertips brushing her cheek, a blush creeping into his gaze. He remained in that position for what felt like ages, lost in thought, his emotions veiled from all. Jiang Wantang's lashes trembled, an indication she might awaken. Prompting Ji Wuyuan to withdraw his hand, concern flickering in his eyes. Yet she did not awaken, seemingly caught in a dream, murmuring something softly, her voice faint and fragile. Leaning closer, he strained to hear her words, "Brother, elder, brother." Furrowing his brow, Ji Wuyuan whispered, "Is he truly so significant?" Even in sleep, she clung to thoughts of him. With a sigh, he conceded, "Very well, I shall refrain from acting against him. Having reached this height, he would not allow others to threaten him. You are the first to dare such a thing." He mused, conflicted, "Yet how could I bear to harm you?" Gazing at Jiang Wantang, he caressed her cheek with an indescribable tenderness. "This time, you have triumphed." A gentle smile graced his lips as he addressed her, "Little cat, recover swiftly. Once you are well, I shall present you with a surprise, a token of apology." With that, he pressed a kiss to her forehead. "From now on, do not utter the names of other men in your dreams, not even your brother. You are the one I have chosen, and my heart shall hold only you." As dawn broke, Ji Wuyuan finally emerged from the chambers. Outside, Yunshang and Xiuzhu had spent a restless night, anxious over the emperor's unorthodox entrance. With the time for administering medicine approaching, they worried that Jiang Wantang might awaken if he lingered too long. Having confirmed her safety, it was time to address those who needed to be dealt with. Thus, in the court, the emperor's anger erupted. The embezzlement scandal was real, yet Jiang Huaizhou's involvement was a mere facade. He had been a scapegoat, manipulated and sacrificed. The true orchestrator of the scheme was already clear to Ji Wuyuan, who had been biding his time, waiting for the opportune moment to ensnare all involved. The court was akin to a chessboard. Black and white pieces scattered across an emerald surface, power dynamics shifting, devouring and colliding, bound by intricate lines of strategy, with the sovereign seated high above, orchestrating the game. Jiang Huaizhou, a mere scholar in the Hamlin Academy, had recently transitioned to the Ministry of Justice as a sixth-rank official, inadvertently stepping into Ji Wuyuan's web, becoming a pawn in this deadly game. Chapter 92. The beauty Zhang is deposed and becomes a courtesan. Behind the case of embezzled military funds lies the cunning machinations of the Qi family. They deftly shifted the blame onto their pawn, the Deputy Minister of Justice, Zhang Yuan, who in turn meticulously framed his subordinate, Jiang Huaizhou. Every element of this intricate web is interwoven, each link connected to the next. In the grand hall, Ji Wuyuan, clad in a dark silk dragon robe adorned with gold thread, exudes an aura of cold authority. His gaze is piercing, and his presence radiates an oppressive intensity. With a slight narrowing of his eyes, he surveys the officials who sit in fearful silence, his fingers lightly tapping the dragon throne's armrest, each tap resonating within the hearts of those present like a heavy, tolling bell. Moments later, Ji Wuyuan's deep, resonant voice fills the hall. The Deputy Minister of Justice, Jiang Huaizhou, is hereby acquitted. Zhang Yuan, an ally of the Qi family, stands to object. Your Majesty, think again. Jiang Huaizhou has undeniably embezzled military funds and is implicated in the assassination attempt at Beishan. How can he simply be released? The other officials echo his sentiments. Indeed, Your Majesty, reconsider. Xie, the Minister of Justice, sneers and steps forward, his words dripping with sarcasm. Zhang, you truly are a thief shouting to catch a thief. Embezzlement, assassination, forming cliques. What is it that you do not dare to commit? Zhang Yuan's eyes widen in shock, fury flashing across his face. Before he can retort, Xie throws evidence of his misdeeds in his face. Trembling, Zhang Yuan stammers, I am wronged. His desperate gaze seeks out the silent Duke Qi, who pretends not to notice. Seated on the dragon throne, Ji Wuen's lips curl in a cold smile, his expression one of chilling determination. Strip him of his official robes. Drag him away and execute him. Initially, Ji Wuyuan had no intention of concluding the matter so swiftly. What enraged him was not merely the assassination attempt, but the pink attire and peach blossom makeup of the dancer involved. It was as if the delicate spring peach blossom in his heart had been sullied, provoking an indescribable revulsion. From the outset, the assassination of the dancer bore the marks of a scheme, seemingly orchestrated to fabricate an opportunity for Zhang to gain the emperor's favor. Ji Wuyuan saw through their ploy and, upon returning to the palace, immediately elevated Jiang to the title of Beauty Jiang, allowing them to believe their scheme had succeeded. However, they gravely miscalculated by dressing the dancer in a manner reminiscent of Jiang Wantang, subtly insulting her in public. Unbeknownst to them, this infuriated the emperor, hastening their demise. In a fit of rage, Jiang Yuan decreed the execution of all male members of Zhang Yuan's family, while the female relatives were branded as slaves, destined for the lowest echelons of courtesans. All officials implicated were to be executed. Having allowed the dancer to insult Jiang Wantang, Jiang Yuan ensured that all women of the Zhang household would be reduced to the status of the lowest courtesans. Beauty Zhang's entry into the palace could have been avoided. Yet it was her involvement in the embezzlement case that exposed Jiang Wantang to the truth. This led to a series of events that disrupted Jiang Yuan's carefully laid plans. Consequently, Jiang Yuan decreed the deposing of Beauty Zhang, condemning her and the women of the Zhang family to the brothel. When Jiang Wantang awoke 2 days later in Changlu Palace, her vision was still blurred and her head felt heavy. She attempted to rise but collapsed to the floor. The maid, Xiao Zhu, rushed in upon hearing the commotion, exclaiming with delight, "Miss, you are finally awake." Grasping Xiao Zhu's arm, Jiang Wantang asked anxiously, "How long have I slept? Where's my brother? How is he?" Her voice was hoarse and weak. Xiao Zhu quickly reassured her, "Do not worry. The eldest master is well. I will fetch you some water." She helped Jiang Wantang back to bed and hurried to pour a cup of water. As Jiang Wantang drank, relief washed over her at the news of her brother's safety. But soon, anxiety returned. Where was he now? Xiao Zhu handed her the cup, and, seeing her drink, said comfortingly, "Rest assured, the eldest master only sustained minor injuries and his life is not in danger. His Majesty has brought him to the palace for treatment." Jiang Wantang froze, her eyes widening. Jiang Yuan not only spared her brother, but also arranged for him to be treated? Was this truly the sun rising in the west? Skeptical, she urged Xiao Zhu to recount every detail of recent events. Upon hearing the full story, Jiang Wantang's expression darkened, her teeth clenched in anger. Xieji's treachery in knocking her out and drugging her was one thing, but it was still an obligation she owed him. A favor, after all, is a debt as binding as one of gold, and Xiejie, being a high-ranking official, lacked for wealth. Yet, he had genuinely saved both her and her brother, making this debt far more complex. She had thought Jiang Yuan would not spare her brother, preparing instead for a daring rescue and escape from the capital. But now, it appeared that misfortune had turned into fortune. After freshening up, Jiang Wantang visited the Imperial Medical Bureau to see Jiang Huaizhou. Clad in blue, he stood tall and appeared unscathed, easing her worries. He looked at her with guilt in his eyes, saying, "Tanger, I am sorry. This is all due to my misdeeds." Jiang Wantang smiled lightly, dismissing his concern. "We are siblings. There is no question of burden. Without you, there would be no me today." Jiang Huaizhou's eyes flickered with complexity. "The court is saying you have fallen out of favor, His Majesty." Jiang Wantang waved her hand dismissively. "Impossible. His Majesty has no time for such nonsense. He treasures me too much for that. It is merely court gossip." At that moment, an eavesdropper just outside the door halted briefly, a smirk playing on his lips before he turned and left. Jiang Wantang maintained her radiant smile, though her heart quaked with uncertainty. Jiang Huaizhou, still skeptical, asked, "Is it truly so?" Jiang Wantang nodded vigorously, her eyes brimming with sincerity. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Jiang Huaizhou was escorted out of the palace. In the afternoon, Jiang Wantang prepared a bowl of nourishing ginseng soup, simmered for hours, to express her gratitude at Tai Chi Palace, but she was turned away at the door, not even permitted to see Ji Wei. Chapter 93. The Dog Tyrant. Truly difficult to soothe upon her return, Jiang Wantang learned from Yunshang that Ji Weiyun had vigilantly watched over her throughout the entire night while she lay in a deep slumber. This revelation was entirely unexpected for Jiang Wantang. On that rainy day, she had made a desperate gamble, wagering her worth in his eyes and believing that he would not hasten her demise. Although she had indeed guessed correctly, the depth of her understanding remained shallow. She pondered that perhaps she held some weight in his heart, yet it was likely only a fleeting whim. While Ji Weiyun had spared her elder brother, it was merely a gesture of clemency. Her brother, endowed with remarkable literary and martial talent, had originally been a stable official within the Hamlin Academy. However, as a civilian official with no power, he had only transitioned to the Ministry of Justice after her entrance into the palace, likely influenced by her circumstances, leading to his entanglement in court intrigues and eventual betrayal. Although he had managed to retain his life, he now found himself without any official title, a mere commoner. Despite her brother's assertion that he could take up teaching, she was acutely aware of his own aspirations and ambitions. He was still so young, and she could not bear to witness his talents buried in obscurity. Their shared pursuits hinged merely on a word from Ji Wuyuan. Such was the disparity between the common folk and those in power. In the days that followed, Jiang Wantang actively sought out Ji Wuyuan at Taiji Palace, but predictably, she was met with closed doors. The numerous eyes in the harem scrutinized her every move, and various rumors began to circulate, multiplying and spreading throughout the palace. Consequently, news of Jiang Jiyu's complete abandonment by His Majesty transformed into a daily spectacle, reaching even the ears of the palace's large yellow dog, who would yawn in response. The front of Changle Palace grew increasingly desolate and forlorn. Passing maidens and eunuchs would shake their heads and sigh. The other palaces ceased all communication with Changle Palace, save for the occasional inquiries from Taifei Xiao of Shokong Palace, who would send people to express her concern. Yet, despite Jiang Wantang's fall from grace, Ji Wuyuan had not ventured into the harem again. Presently, the only offerings reaching His Majesty in Taiji Palace came from the benevolent consort. In Yuhua Palace, Jia Fei and Xian Fei by Weiwei engaged in a game of chess beneath the pavilion. Recently, Jia Fei had taken to frequently visiting Xian Fei's residence, signaling a clear intention to cultivate friendship. Bai Weiwei, who had previously scorned interactions with other concubines, surprisingly did not rebuff her. Jia Fei placed a black piece on the board and smiled, remarking that Bai Weiwei was the most favored of all the consorts, enjoying the emperor's long-lasting affection. Bai Weiwei smiled enigmatically, casting a white piece into the jade basket, her expression inscrutable. Do you know why? Jia Fei appeared momentarily taken aback, then eagerly requested, "Please enlighten me, sister." A flicker of subtle irony danced in Bai Weiwei's eyes as she replied coolly, 2 words, endure and wait. The exact implications of these words remained unspoken, leaving Jia Fei to ponder their meaning. After Jia Fei departed, Bai Weiwei gazed indifferently at the chessboard, a smile playing on her lips. Lan Xin, her personal maid, inquired with confusion, "Your Highness, did you not always disdain interactions with the other concubines? This Jia Fei clearly has ulterior motives. Why do you still?" Bai Weiwei lifted her teacup, taking a sip while her smile remained cryptic. "She seeks to curry favor with me, and I shall grant her this opportunity. Lan Xin, do you know what the harem lacks? It lacks only the knives of murderers and the scapegoats of the dead." On this day, Jiang Wantang donned a pink dress and made her way to Taiji Palace. She was well aware that this tyrant had deliberately chosen to avoid her. This man was notoriously difficult to read, and even those within the palace could not decipher his thoughts. Wang Fuhai stood at the palace entrance, spotting her from a distance and feeling an impending headache. The task of guarding the door was no simple endeavor, and he sighed. These past few days had been repetitive. Whenever Jiang Jiyu arrived, His Majesty would refuse to see her, only to darken his expression once she departed. With a resigned sigh, Wang Fuhai approached her, slightly bowing. "Your Highness, His Majesty is currently attending to state affairs and has instructed that no one is to disturb him." Jiang Wantang furrowed her brow and replied coolly, "Wang Gonggong, I ask that you convey my message once more just." However, before she could finish, Xie Jian sauntered by, casting her a knowing glance before swaggering toward Taiji Palace without anyone stopping him. Upon reaching the entrance, he turned back to Jiang Wantang, lifting an eyebrow with a smirk full of arrogance and mockery, unmistakably clear. "Xie Jian, you insufferable man." Jiang Wantang glared at him, her teeth clenched in frustration. For reasons unknown, Xie Jian took great pleasure in witnessing her vexation, akin to a little fox, bristling with indignation, yet captivatingly amusing. Jiang Wantang gritted her teeth and asked Wang Fuhai, "Why is he allowed to enter?" Wang Fuhai's expression turned awkward as he quickly explained. "Lord Xie has important matters to discuss with His Majesty. hence he is an exception. Jiang Wantang inhaled deeply to steady her emotions. She was determined to enter that door today. It was not merely about steam buns, it was about pride. Thus, she smiled at Wang Fuhai, saying, "No matter, I have all the time in the world. I shall wait here until His Majesty has concluded his business." Fortunately, it was not long before Xie exited the hall, tilting his head with a smirk that was decidedly roguish. Jiang Wantang shot him an annoyed glance and stepped toward the entrance, only to be blocked by Wang Fuhai, clearly resolute in preventing her entry. Then, Jiang Wantang feigned weakness and collapsed. Wang Fuhai hastily caught her, exclaiming, "Jiang Jiyu has fainted." Quickly summoned the imperial physician. Xie Jian, witnessing the commotion, hurried over, concern etched on his face. As he approached, he caught Jiang Wantang winking at him conspiratorially. Xie Jian paused, caught between exasperation and amusement, wondering how such a woman could exist in this world. In the next moment, a figure clad in black rushed out from the hall. Ji Wuyuan extended his arms, taking Jiang Wantang from Wang Fuhai, cradling her as he strode back inside. Wang Fuhai could not help but flash Xie Jian a triumphant smile, recognizing Jiang Wantang as a crafty little fox. Watching them depart, Xie Jian's gaze grew complex. He lowered his eyes before turning to leave. Zhang Long, who had been waiting outside, promptly followed, asking, "My lord, you have not slept for several days. Will you not return to rest?" This case of embezzlement was under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Justice, and Dali Temple was already swamped with work. Yet, his master had forcibly taken it upon himself, clearing Jiang Huaizhou's name in mere days, attracting considerable criticism in court. Having silently done so much, he spoke not a word. If he remained silent, how would that young lady ever know? Xie Jian's cold voice cut through the air. "No, I have urgent matters to attend to." With that, he strode out of the palace. Zhang Long sighed, helplessly trailing behind. In Taiji Palace, as Jiang Wantang basked in her moment of triumph, Ji Wen unceremoniously tossed her onto a nearby couch. She winced in pain, nearly crying out. Ji Wen loomed over her, a cold smile gracing his lips as he spoke with a chilling tone. "It seems you truly have fainted. If there is nothing amiss, let her be taken away and given 20 lashes. That should rouse her." Before he could finish, Jiang Wantang jolted upright, panic evident in her voice. "No need. I am awake." Ji Wen's gaze remained icy as he regarded her. From the moment he had carried her out, he had known she was fainting. Just then, Wang Fuhai entered with the physician, staring in astonishment at Jiang Wantang, who appeared perfectly well on the couch. "Your Majesty, does she still require a physician's examination?" Ji Wuyuan let out a cold snort. "Of course it is necessary. Let's see if her mind is intact." After saying this, he waved his sleeve and departed from the Taiji Palace. Jiang Wantang gazed at his retreating figure, sighing inwardly. The tyrant is indeed difficult to appease. The big fish is hooked, but it cannot be reeled in. Chapter 94. Jiang Wantang, you are quite bold. Within the imperial study, Ji Wen wore a grim expression as he perused the memorials laid out before him. The atmosphere felt as if it had solidified, so still that it sent shivers down one's spine. Wang Fuhai approached cautiously, saying, "Your Majesty, the imperial physician has examined Jiang Jiyu, and she is in good health. She has already returned." Ji Wen replied coldly, a mere grunt escaping his lips, devoid of any other emotion. Wang Fuhai was utterly perplexed. She neither expressed anger at his absence, nor showed any desire to see him. What exactly did he want? Summoning his courage, he ventured to ask, "Your Majesty, why do you refuse to meet Jiang Jiyu?" The thought of her seeking him out only infuriated Ji Wuyuan further. She claimed to harbor affection for him. Yet the first thing she did upon waking was seek out Jiang Huaizhou, clearly placing him in her heart's periphery. She spoke of gratitude, yet there was no sincerity in her actions. He scoffed. "Does a solitary man like me merely grant audiences to anyone who wishes to see me?" Wang Fuhai was momentarily silenced, retreating into silence. That night, within the Taiji Palace, behind the emperor's chamber lay a vast natural hot spring, veiled by delicate curtains. Petals floated upon the surface, and wisps of steam rose like ethereal spirits. Ji Wuyuan reclined against the pool's edge, his bare torso exuding an air of noble languor. His arms rested casually on the rim, fingers slightly curled, eyes gently closed, casting soft shadows with his long lashes. His inky hair cascaded over his shoulders, a few strands brushing against his chiseled features, exuding an otherworldly allure. The surrounding steam seemed to submit to his presence, swirling around him. Tilting his head slightly, droplets of water rolled down his jaw, cascading over his pronounced Adam's apple and sculpted collarbone, finally landing on his firm chest, rising and falling with each breath. Taut and muscular, his narrow, well-defined waist hinted at untamed strength, embodying the potent vitality unique to manhood. Such a chaste visage, combined with an enticing physique, epitomized beauty and seduction. Upon her first glimpse, Jiang Wantang's pupils widened, and she instinctively swallowed hard. She had not anticipated that this tyrannical ruler possessed not only an exquisite countenance, but also a remarkably fine physique. Who was truly seducing whom? Gritting her teeth, she shed her garments, leaving only a pink bodice and white undergarments, her delicate feet bare as she approached the hot spring. Days passed with Ji Weiyuan neither granting her an audience nor showing any signs of disdain. Perhaps he was still aggrieved by her previous transgressions, deliberately leaving her in suspense. He had claimed to be enamored with her beauty, and thus she would use her allure to entice him. As Jiang Wantang dipped her foot into the pool, Ji Weiyuan's eyes snapped open, icy and fierce, his gaze radiating a lethal intent. He stared at her with a penetrating look, an overwhelming pressure seemingly freezing the surrounding steam. Jiang Wantang trembled, her feet seemingly anchored in place, uncertain whether to advance or retreat. Such a formidable presence, such piercing malice. She had heard tales of women who once sought intimacy with him, only to meet their demise. Their eyes locked, and as Ji Weiyuan recognized her, the lethal energy surrounding him dissipated. His gaze held no warmth, only an endless chill, as he scrutinized her with a furrowed brow and tightly pressed lips, as if suppressing an impending fury. Jiang Wantang, you are quite audacious. His voice resonated deeply, reverberating through the hot spring. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, fixated on her, making Jiang Wantang feel like prey under the gaze of a predator, ready to be torn apart at any moment. For a brief instant, she faltered but did not retreat, meeting his gaze with flushed cheeks as she stepped into the warm waters, gradually drawing closer to him. With her movements, ripples danced across the surface, petals rising and falling. The flickering candlelight illuminated the chamber, allowing Ji Weiyuan to behold her skin, pale as snow, smooth and delicate, radiating a soft luminescence amid the rising steam, far more alluring than the finest jade. The pink bodice swayed gently with her movements, hinting at the beauty concealed beneath, while the white undergarment subtly outlined her curves. Undeniably captivating, she resembled a blooming snow lotus in a misty paradise. Ji Weiyuan's gaze intensified, the chill in his eyes gradually igniting with warmth, his breath quickening. In the next instant, her slender arms encircled his shoulders, and Jiang Wantang tilted her head slightly, her neck graceful as a swan. Her alluring eyes sparkled with charm and shyness as she softly called out, "Your Majesty." Her voice was as melodious as a nightingale's song, enchanting and delightful. In that fleeting moment, Ji Weiyuan's muscles tensed, his fists clenching tightly. His gaze darkened, his throat constricting, and a hint of crimson tainted his eyes, tinged with desire. "Do you know what you are doing?" he asked, his voice hoarse and dangerously low. Jiang Wantang, fully aware of his reaction, purposefully leaned closer, eliciting a shudder from him. With a playful smile, her enchanting eyes sparkled, captivating as a cunning fox. She then traced a delicate finger across his chest, her touch sending shivers through him. Observing his stern, restrained visage, she parted her lips, her tone laced with a hint of longing. "Your Majesty, you have been avoiding me these past days. Are you still angry with me?" As her gaze danced, she exuded a charm so potent that even the most stoic of men would struggle to resist. Ji Weiyuan felt a surge of heat coursing through him, his eyes darkening further, desire evident in his gaze. The sight of her exquisite form was blindingly alluring. He longed to crush her within his grasp. Grinding his teeth, he managed a cool smile. "Jiang Wantang, Are you attempting to seduce me? Chapter 95. The nature of desire. Jiang Wantang's eyes widened, shimmering with a watery gleam, her brows and lashes adorned with a mischievous allure that was both enticing and enigmatic. She deliberately enunciated her words slowly. It is, Her fingers continued to tease, gliding down her chest and lingering on the well-defined muscles of his abdomen. The skin beneath her fingertips was both supple and firm, igniting a fervor within her. Ji Wen's gaze remained fixated on her, beads of sweat glistening on his taut muscles like melting snow, exuding an intoxicating, primal allure. It was no wonder that the ancients spoke of desire as a fundamental aspect of human nature. Could she truly be blamed? If blame were to be assigned, it would be for the fact that this man before her was simply too exquisite. Jiang Wantang explored further, her hands roaming with an insatiable curiosity. Just then a low, chilling voice broke the silence, laced with danger and magnetism. Are you enjoying the touch? Instinctively, Jiang Wantang replied, yes, it feels good. The moment the words escaped her lips, she realized her misstep and looked up, only to be ensnared by his dark, fiery gaze that bore into her soul. She thought to herself that perhaps it was time to retreat, having flirted enough. With a feigned pout, she withdrew her hand, teasingly stating, if your majesty is displeased, I shall take my leave. With that, she turned to exit the bath, but a startled gasp escaped her as Ji Wen seized her wrist, pinning her against the wall of the bathing chamber. He held her firmly in his embrace, his hard muscles pressing against her flawless skin, a barrier that felt both exhilarating and suffocating. Ji Wen's eyes simmered with barely contained fury as he gritted his teeth. You have stirred my wicked desires, and now you wish to leave? What gives you the audacity? Jiang Wantang, this is your doing. With that, he grasped her chin, kissing her forcefully and possessively. His kiss was wild and urgent, brimming with untamed passion, akin to a ravenous beast devouring its prey. His teeth grazed her lower lip, a gesture both punishing and electrifying, sending shivers coursing through her body. Jiang Wantang wanted to resist, but Ji Wen's grip on her chin was unyielding, leaving her with no choice but to submit to this aggressive kiss. When a person accustomed to suppressing their desires is compelled to shed their restraints, the resulting emotions and actions can erupt with the ferocity of a volcano. Thus, what began as a tentative kiss quickly spiraled out of control. Ji Wen and Appo's heart raced, his pulse pounding like thunder, the exhilarating rush of blood surging through him more intense than before. He sought release by drawing closer to her, yearning for the contact that would momentarily soothe his overwhelming desires. It was as though he were entranced, his once proud self-control evaporating in the presence of her intoxicating softness. Ji Wen had never encountered a woman like her, aware of her allure, of the danger she posed, but just a single kiss rendered him utterly powerless. His hands roamed her neck and waist, wishing to imprint her essence upon him. Jiang Wantang's face flushed, breath coming in quick gasps. He held her tightly, their positions shifting until Ji Wen leaned against the wall, one hand cradling the back of her head, lost in the ecstasy of their kiss. The steam rising from the bath enveloped them, and she felt as though she were a mere ornament draped upon him. Her long black hair cascaded down, the ends dancing in the water, creating ripples that accentuated the delicate fairness of her skin, like exquisite porcelain. In the dimly lit chamber, their heated breaths intertwined, the sound of their fervent kisses echoing in a symphony of desire. Just as Ji Wen teetered on the brink of losing himself, Jiang Wantang entwined her arms around his neck, whispering softly in his ear, Your Majesty, I have been visited by the moon. Ji Wen's body stiffened, the fiery passion in his eyes dimming significantly. The pent-up desires within him were thwarted, and in a fit of frustration, he struck the wall with a clenched fist, growling. Damn it! His expression was thunderous, a mix of frustration and rage, as he struggled with the overwhelming need that threatened to consume him. Meanwhile, Jiang Wantang, feigning innocence with her flushed cheeks and sparkling eyes, gazed up at him with the utmost innocence. Ji Wen's fist tightened, knuckles cracking under the pressure as he commanded, Before I lose control, leave. Now, seeing the hunger in his eyes, Jiang Wantang dared not linger. She swiftly turned and departed, fearful of provoking his primal instincts. The dampness of her garments clung to her figure, a tantalizing sight that he could only watch helplessly. Ji Weiyuan's expression darkened, frustration etched across his features. He closed his eyes momentarily, then waved his hand, causing a bright yellow robe to drape over Jiang Wantang's shoulders, concealing her form. Jiang Wantang blinked in surprise. She had not intended to exit in such a state. Her own robe lay nearby, but this new garment would suffice. As she reached the door, the sound of splashing water reached her ears, suggesting Ji Weiyuan's agitation within the bath. A smirk crept onto her lips as she thought. The previous grievances have yet to be settled, and he still desires me after having kept me waiting. With a playful disposition, she mused, he craves my beauty, and I seek his power. We are well matched. Yet, she understood that the heart of an emperor is often fickle. As with most men, those who acquire too easily seldom cherish what they possess. And so, she resolved to draw him in, step by step. She desired not only affection, but was also insatiable in her ambitions. With her alluring eyes shimmering, Jiang Wantang exited the chamber. Upon her emergence, she startled Wang Fuhai, who had been stationed outside. The strange sounds from within had led him to believe he had been imagining things. He never expected a woman to be present, much less Jiang Jiyu, and he wondered when she had slipped in unnoticed. Wang Fuhai refrained from questioning her. Such matters were beyond the purview of a mere servant. What if it involved the romantic entanglements of the masters? Perhaps the two had been avoiding each other during the day, only to secretly rendezvous at night. As he listened to the commotion emanating from the chamber, he couldn't help but wonder about the nature of what transpired within. Jiang Wantang sought to leave, but without the emperor's permission, Wang Fuhai could only escort her to a nearby chamber for rest. Hearing the splashes from the bathing chamber, he hesitated before finally speaking. Your Grace is the emperor. Jiang Wantang smiled slyly. The emperor is unharmed. You need not worry, my lord. He is likely just experiencing a bit of frustration. Perhaps you should send someone to prepare a calming herbal soup for him. Wang Fuhai, perplexed, pondered. But Jiang Jiyu has just left, and the emperor's frustration is far from quelled. He realized that the emperor's temper had been volatile lately, and he hastened to arrange for the soothing soup. Chapter 96. The personal maid, after a considerable time, Ji Wen, clad in a long black silk robe, entered the side hall with a gloomy countenance, radiating an aura of fury. His demeanor suggested he was intent on confronting Jiang Wantang. As he stepped into the hall, a powerful, chilling presence enveloped the room, causing the air to feel as though it had solidified. Jiang Wantang, seated upon the couch, instinctively shivered from the coldness that permeated the atmosphere. Upon lifting her gaze, she was met with Ji Weiyuan's dark and brooding expression, which sent a shiver down her spine. Ji Weiyuan stood before her, looking down with an icy demeanor. Do not play these clever games before me, he warned, his voice as frigid as ice. I can tolerate you once, but not repeatedly. If you have something to say, speak plainly. Jiang Wantang's eyes sparkled with hope as she reached for his sleeve. Her expression filled with anticipation. So, if I speak, your majesty will agree? Ji Weiyuan scoffed lightly. You think too highly of yourself. He glanced at her hand, gripping his sleeve. Release your hold and state your business. Instead of letting go, Jiang Wantang gently shook his sleeve, playfully coaxing. Your majesty, your majesty. Her voice was sweet and melodious, her eyes brimming with a pleading innocence. She tilted her head slightly, her glistening gaze fixed on him, resembling a kitten seeking affection, evoking a sense of tenderness. With each utterance of your majesty, her voice grew sweeter, almost intoxicating. Ji Weiyuan cleared his throat, feeling an unease wash over him as the chill in his demeanor softened, though his face remained stern. He withdrew his sleeve from her grasp and took a seat on a nearby chair, placing himself at a distance that was neither too far nor too close. He leisurely adjusted his robe and propped his head on one hand, looking at Jiang Wantang with a semblance of amusement. You may speak, he said, but whether I agree or not depends solely on my mood. Should you propose any excessive demands, be assured, I am an emperor who will not indulge you. Jiang Wantang rose to her knees on the couch, her tone earnest. Your Majesty, my brother has been wronged. Now that the truth has been uncovered, Is it possible for him to be reinstated? Ji Wen narrowed his eyes, his gaze icy and somber. Though Jiang Huaizhou has been wronged, he too bears some responsibility for the oversight. I have dismissed him from his post, and it is only due to your influence that I have been lenient. Are you questioning my judgment? Or do you wish for me to show favoritism? At his last words, Jiang Wantang blinked, her eyes pure and untainted. Is that possible? Ji Wen momentarily found himself taken aback by her candidness, causing his initial refusal to waver. You wish for me to agree? Her eyes brightened, and she nodded vigorously. It is not out of the question. A sly smile crept across Ji Wen's face, his dark eyes gleaming with mischief. Yet there was an unsettling edge to his smile. However, my mood is currently poor, and I am disinclined to acquiesce. Jiang Wantang's expression darkened instantaneously, her frustration rising. Fine. He was the emperor. She would endure. Gritting her teeth, she forced a gentle smile. What would it take to improve your mood, your majesty? Observing her feigned cheerfulness, Ji Wen found her rather endearing and intriguing, softening his previously grim demeanor. His smile broadened, and he replied coolly, Very well, you shall become my personal maid. Once you have attended to me to my satisfaction, I may consider your request. Jiang Wantang pondered for a moment. What if, upon feeling satisfied, your majesty deliberately delays your response? Ji Wen's expression shifted unpredictably. Who could predict when his mood might improve? She could wait, but her brother could not. Am I such a person? Ji Wen chuckled, incredulous. I am the ruler of a nation, a man of my word. Would I behave like a petty rogue? Then allow me to assume you are judging my intentions as untrustworthy. Kindly provide a time frame, Jiang Wantang suggested. Ji Wen scoffed. 1 month. Jiang Wantang countered. Half a month. Are you bargaining like a market vendor? Ji Wen sneered, his tone suddenly turning frigid. What? Are you unwilling? Then the matter is not negotiable. Of course. I am willing, Jiang Wantang replied through clenched teeth, smiling sweetly at him. How could I possibly refuse? Ji Wen's lips curled into a subtle smile, a glimmer of playfulness in his eyes. After tomorrow's morning court, I expect to see Maid Jiang's presence in the study. Jiang Wantang maintained a facade of a smile. I shall be there punctually. The following day, before dawn, Yin Chang roused Jiang Wantang to prepare herself. Upon hearing from a young eunuch that Ji Wen was about to conclude court, she hastily made her way to the study without even partaking in breakfast. When Ji Wen entered the study, he found Jiang Wantang dozing within the hall. A smile tugged at his lips, and the heaviness that had previously clouded his expression seemed to dissipate. He cleared his throat lightly, and Jiang Wantang jolted awake. She approached him and bowed. I pay my respects to your majesty. There's no need for such formalities, he replied coolly. Maid Jiang, come and prepare the ink for me. Jiang Wantang complied, kneeling beside the desk to grind the ink. Wang Fuhai observed the two with a perplexed expression, unsure of what to make of the scene unfolding before him. As Jiang Wantang busied herself with the ink, she soon heard Wang Fuhai announcing various deliveries. Your Majesty, Lady Wang has sent over chicken soup and awaits outside. Your Majesty, Lady Xia has delivered pastries and is waiting outside. Your Majesty, Lady Jia has brought ginseng and bird and appos, nest soup, and is waiting outside. Your Majesty, Lady Xian has prepared your favorite flour pastries and sent them over while still warm. In the past, Ji Wen might not have accepted such offerings, but today, astonishingly, he accepted them all. A table soon overflowed with an array of delectable dishes, each more fragrant than the last, filling the hall with an appetizing aroma. Jiang Wantang's eyes widened in awe as she unconsciously swallowed a few times. She suddenly recalled the dark, unappealing pastries she had previously gifted him. In comparison, it was clear they paled significantly in presentation. At that moment, a light chuckle echoed from above. Do you wish to partake? Chapter 97. When humans outshine dogs, Jiang Wantang was momentarily taken aback, instinctively raising her gaze to meet Ji Wen's, his eyes twinkling with a hint of amusement, revealing a rather pleasant demeanor. She offered a polite protest. Is this really appropriate? After all, it was a special gift from the sisters for your majesty. Ji Wen slightly lifted his chin, nodding thoughtfully. You make a valid point, Miss Jiang. Under Jiang Wantang's hopeful gaze, he turned to Wang Fuhai beside him and casually ordered, "Take it away, feed it to the dogs." Jiang Wantang's pupils widened in shock, thinking, is that what I meant? What kind of dog enjoys a better meal than she? A former favored concubine? It was utterly infuriating, a case of humans being treated worse than dogs. Here she was, a dignified concubine, living a life inferior to that of a mere dog. Her thoughts drifted to the large yellow dog in Changlu Palace that could only feast on their leftovers daily. Jiang Wantang couldn't help but lament the disparity in fates. While she was relegated to scraps, the tyrant dog savored sumptuous meals every day. No wonder it was said that one must consider the master even when beating a dog. Shaking her head, she sighed in resignation, choosing to focus on her grinding, refusing to stoop to competing with the dog for food. Ji Weiyuan observed her reaction, a barely perceptible smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Wang Fuhai, accompanied by several young eunuchs, was about to serve the delicacies when Ji Weiyuan suddenly interjected, "Wait." Wang Fuhai gestured for the others to halt, looking at him in confusion, awaiting further instruction. Ji Weiyuan, feigning nonchalance as he looked at the bowed-headed Jiang Wantang, remarked, "I just remembered, has the dog been fed?" Wang Fuhai was taken aback. Has it been fed? However, given the emperor's inquiry, it must be true. He nodded in response, "Yes, indeed, your majesty, it has been fed." Ji Weiyuan smiled with satisfaction, calling out in a low voice, "Miss Jiang." Jiang Wantang, momentarily disoriented by the address, blinked before meeting his gaze. Ji Weiyuan looked at her with a lazy smile. "All this food is yours to enjoy." Jiang Wantang remained unresponsive. "What, you don't wish to eat?" Ji Weiyuan continued. At that moment, her stomach audibly protested, causing her cheeks to flush. She was genuinely hungry. After a night of turmoil, she had come here without having breakfast, merely to attend to Ji Weiyuan's needs. The smile on Ji Weiyuan's face deepened. Miss Jiang's body speaks far more sincerely than her mouth. His words carried an ambiguous undertone. Jiang Wantang, uninterested in deciphering his meaning, focused solely on the enticing spread before her, abandoning her earlier pretenses and directly taking a seat to indulge. In the blink of an eye, she had sampled each dish on the table, clearly starved. Ji Weiyuan felt a pang of discomfort, his concern growing as he observed her devouring the food, as if he had neglected her entirely. He furrowed his brow and gently cautioned, "Eat slowly, don't choke." In truth, Jiang Wantang was not eating hastily. Her movements were relatively graceful, though not as dainty as the other concubines who nibbled delicately before him. As she ate, she mentally critiqued the dishes, noting the excellent craftsmanship of the Xianfei's pastry, the rich ingredients in Wang Marin's chicken soup, and the refreshing sweetness of Jia Fei's ginseng and bird's nest dessert. Before long, Ji Weiyuan's expression darkened. "Miss Jiang, how long has it been since you last ate? How can it be that one of the palace's concubines is neglected to this extent? Under normal circumstances, one wouldn't be reduced to such a state of hunger." After savoring a final sip of tea, Jiang Wantang felt satisfied and anticipated his next words. Approaching Ji Weiyuan, she began to feign a pitiful demeanor. "Your Majesty, today I realize that my treatment in the palace is even worse than that of your dog." Ji Weiyuan's eyes twitched slightly. He pressed his fingers to his temples and snapped, "What nonsense is this?" Jiang Wantang continued her act of indignation. "It's no nonsense. I haven't had meat in days. The imperial kitchen sends only vegetarian meals. I'm left hungry and unsatisfied." Her doe-like eyes gazed longingly at Ji Wei. This time, she spoke the truth. Rumors of her falling out of favor had spread, leading to neglect from those who sought to curry favor with the wind. Fortunately, she had some silver in her possession, preventing her from truly subsisting on the insipid meals from the imperial kitchen. Ji Weiyuan and Appo's expression darkened. "You are a third-rank consort. How dare they treat you with such disdain?" Jiang Wantang replied with a sorrowful gaze. Who could blame them? I have been out of favor for some time. Ji Weiyuan felt a sudden tightness in his chest, caught off guard by her words. It stung. He had always been indifferent to the affairs of the harem, but he had not anticipated someone would dare to defy him under his very nose. Suddenly, he recalled the peculiar foods Jiang Wantang had brought him before. Surely, she couldn't have been eating such unappetizing fare. A wave of complex emotions surged within him. Ji Wuyuan's jaw tightened, his eyes darkening ominously as he turned a cold glare at Wang Fuhai, commanding in a frigid tone, "The Imperial Kitchen has failed in its duties. Punish each staff member with 30 strikes and a year of vegetarian meals. Those who neglect the consorts shall face execution." A palpable pressure enveloped the room, causing Wang Fuhai to tremble, his back soaked in sweat as he hastily knelt, stammering, "This servant will attend to it immediately." As he exited, a chill ran down Wang Fuhai's spine. The emperor was known for his cold-heartedness and ruthless methods, intolerant of insolence. Yet, he seemed to indulge Jiang Wantang in an unusual manner. The moment she felt wronged, he would act without inquiry, swiftly punishing all involved. From this point forward, who would dare to belittle Jiang Wantang, soon to be elevated to the status of Shufei? Inside the hall, Ji Wuyuan gathered Jiang Wantang into his embrace, his expression softening with a hint of remorse, his voice a low whisper, "Why didn't you inform me of your grievances?" Jiang Wantang's eyelashes fluttered, a slight blush coloring her cheeks. "Are you not angry with me, Your Majesty?" Hearing her words felt like a sharp pang to his heart, overwhelming him with pain. He inhaled deeply, his tone unexpectedly gentle. "I am not angry. I have promised to support your brother." Jiang Wantang leaned against Ji Wuyuan, her eyes wide with astonishment. What a pleasant surprise. When had the tyrant become so easily appeased? He had designated her as his personal attendant, yet had not required her to do anything beyond reading a few books and accompanying him as he reviewed documents. As night fell, observing Jiang Wantang fighting sleepiness, her eyes growing heavy, Ji Wuyuan decided to send her back to rest early. However, the moment she stepped outside, the weariness vanished, replaced by a lively spirit, her weariness seemingly forgotten. Indeed, she had been pretending. After a day in the tyrant's presence, she felt utterly exhausted. The night was as dark as ink, a gentle breeze rustling the leaves. Upon returning to Chonglu Palace, Jiang Wantang felt a momentary relaxation before quickly becoming alert. She paused, standing silently in the courtyard, the moonlight illuminating her slender figure. With a sharp gaze, she surveyed the surrounding darkness. After a moment, she raised her chin slightly, her expression indifferent as she addressed the shadows. "Come out." Chapter 98. The eunuch visits the brothel. Jiang Wantang and Appo's voice was not loud, yet it carried an incisive intensity. In the next moment, a tall, dark figure emerged in the courtyard. Upon recognizing the visitor, Jiang Wantang's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Lord Xie, are you so enamored with the moonlight that you have come to my rooftop at this late hour? What refined pastime." Bathed in moonlight, her delicate features appeared exceptionally enchanting. Her skin was as fair as snow, her eyes sparkled brightly, and her long hair danced gently in the breeze. Xie Ziyuan, clad in a flowing black robe, exuded an ethereal coolness, with a hint of a faint smile in his eyes. "Your alertness is commendable. I have come to share some news with you regarding the matter you mentioned last time." Jiang Wantang's eyes glimmered with interest. "What news?" Xie Ziyuan chuckled, his smile laden with meaning. "Would you care to witness a performance? Go out? To see a show?" This proposition was irresistibly tempting for Jiang Wantang. Without hesitation, she nodded, her eyes brimming with excitement. Xie Ziyuan observed her with an amused glint in his eyes, finding their repeated encounters rather entertaining. Soon, their figures vanished into the night. Even in the darkness, the streets of the capital remained vibrant and bustling, particularly in the venues frequented by the elite. When Jiang Wantang beheld the character's warm embrace inscribed before her, her eyes twitched. What kind of performance could they possibly witness in a brothel at this hour? Surely, it could not involve the enactment of lewd acts. Xie Ziyuan, perceiving her thoughts, teased, "Indeed, it is precisely what you are imagining." Jiang Wantang widened her eyes, but before she could respond, Xie Ziyuan pulled her inside. To conceal their identities, he had given her a veil beforehand. It was quite ordinary for a man and a woman to be seen together in a brothel, especially since many veiled women frequented such establishments, creating an air of mystery. As it was her first visit, Jiang Wantang curiously scanned her surroundings, inadvertently catching sight of scenes that were best left undescribed. Xie Ziyuan quickly covered her eyes with his hand, and she struggled, unable to break free. Let go. What are you doing? She protested. Xie Yuan gritted his teeth, his voice cold. You are a young lady. Can you not be more restrained? Jiang Wantang scoffed inwardly, thinking, the tyrant is not present. Who am I pretending for? Since we are here, why not take a good look? Before long, Xie Yuan led her to a luxurious private room, the main stage for their evening's entertainment. The events surrounding the births of Empress Qi and Concubine you had led to the disappearance of related palace maids, eunuchs, midwives, and physicians. Their vanishings were no coincidence. They had been silenced. As Xie Yuan pieced together the past events, he discovered a eunuch who had miraculously faked his death to escape the calamity. This eunuch had a peculiar penchant. He frequented brothels. Perhaps due to childhood ailments, such individuals often sought solace in women for psychological comfort, while others, suffering from prolonged mental strain and twisted personalities, derived pleasure from tormenting women. They were in pursuit of this particular old eunuch, who evidently belonged to the latter category. Xie Yuan had been discreetly monitoring him, and the eunuch had adeptly disguised himself as a prosperous merchant, visiting brothels for leisure every few days. Today was the day for warm embrace. Inside the room, Jiang Wantang's pupils dilated in disbelief. An eunuch visiting a brothel? An old eunuch at that. Is that truly so shocking? Xie Yuan chuckled, his tone teasing. Close your mouth before it drops to the floor. It was not unheard of for eunuchs to share meals with palace maids. His disdainful gaze seemed to convey, look at your novet. Jiang Wantang's lips twitched. You city folks certainly have your ways. She could not resist adding, Lord Xie, you are indeed a man of the world. I presume you have witnessed such things often. Xie Yuan snorted, sharp-tongued. Jiang Wantang smiled mischievously. Thank you for the compliment. Xie Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, footsteps echoed outside the room. The only hiding places available were under the bed or in a cupboard. Neither wished to crouch beneath the bed, so they squeezed into the cupboard together. The door creaked open. Sixth Master, a sweet voice wafted in from the entrance. Jiang Wantang cautiously opened a small gap in the cupboard door, peering out with curiosity. She soon saw a scantily clad courtesan leading a rotund old man by his belt into the room. Sixth Master, it has been so long since you visited me at Warm Embrace. I thought you had forgotten me. The courtesan's voice was soft and sultry, capable of conjuring imagery of water. Jiang Wantang glanced up at the man. His large head and ears, a prominent black mole on his left cheek, exuded an air of villainy. The man in Appo's hand roamed over the woman in Appo's waist, pulling her into an embrace, his fingers wandering restlessly. The woman let out a series of soft moans. Little beauty, it has been a while since I visited. Do you miss me? As he spoke, he began to undress both himself and the woman. Xie Yuan abruptly covered Jiang Wantang's eyes. Little beauty, come. Let us indulge in some quick pleasures. Inside the cupboard, both froze, bewildered by the unfolding situation. A false eunuch? Chapter 99. The false eunuch and the true spring palace in the palace. There once lay a false eunuch who managed to feign death and escape. What does this imply? This individual is undoubtedly extraordinary. Xie Yuan, hidden within the cabinet, was utterly unprepared for the unfolding situation, momentarily stunned. What was initially intended as a playful jab at Jiang Wantang unexpectedly transformed from a mere jest into an authentic spring palace drama. The commotion outside intensified, accompanied by the men's lewd banter. Seizing the opportunity, while Xie Yuan was momentarily dazed, Jiang Wantang pried his hand away, driven by curiosity to witness the spectacle herself. Outside, a scene unfolded filled with false eunuchs and the living spring palace, while she and Xie Yuan remained concealed within the confines of the cabinet. Was it truly necessary for such excitement? In the darkness, Jiang Wantang distinctly felt Xie Yuan and Appo's breath become erratic beside her. She mused that this might be the most awkward and embarrassing moment for the usually aloof and dignified Lord Xie. The cabinet was small, and with Xie Yuan's tall frame squeezed inside, the space felt particularly constrictive, making their breaths audible. True to his nature, Xie Yuan, a paragon of virtue, chose to remain pressed against the corner of the cabinet, avoiding any contact with Jiang Wantang. Suddenly, the sound of tearing fabric pierced the silence, startling them within the dim cabinet. The two individuals outside eagerly began to rip off their garments. Upon catching sight of the short, corpulent figure, Jiang Wantang instinctively took a step back, inadvertently stepping on Xie and Appo's foot and landing in his embrace. The latter, caught off guard, stifled a groan, his body tensing up in response. Jiang Wantang's back pressed against his chest, and she could feel the thunderous beat of his heart. She arched an eyebrow, surprised to discover that the esteemed Lord Xie, known for his severity, harbored a certain innocence. Even in the oppressive darkness, she could see Xie pressing himself against the cabinet wall, his eyes tightly shut, eyelashes quivering, and his usually pale face flushed crimson. A playful idea stirred within Jiang Wantang, prompting her to lean her back slightly towards him. With every subtle movement she made, he recoiled until there was nowhere left to retreat. He extended his hand to gently push her away, then raised his arm as a barrier. "Do not move," Xie and Appo's low voice whispered in her ear, laced with an implicit warning. He was parched, his breath uneven, overwhelmed by a wave of heat. In contrast, Jiang Wantang remained unfazed, her heart steady, merely an observer of the unfolding drama. Xie, perplexed, was accustomed to scenes of this nature. They had always repulsed him, evoking nothing but disdain. Why did today feel so different? Was it the stifling heat of the cabinet? As Jiang Wantang attempted to turn her head to see, Xie pressed her back down. Thus, she continued to watch the events unfold outside. Xie voice resounded again, tinged with frustration. "Jiang Wantang, are you not the least bit ashamed?" Without hesitation, she retorted in a hushed tone, "What concern is it of yours?" Outside, the two individuals grew increasingly reckless, the wooden bed creaking under their movements, and even the surrounding curtains began to sway violently. Xie, a normal man in the prime of his youth, found himself increasingly affected by the enticing fragrance emanating from Jiang Wantang, which entwined itself with his breath in the confined space. His body felt aflame, an intensity he could hardly contain. The already stifling atmosphere within the cabinet became unbearable. Jiang Wantang was enveloped in Xie's scent, reminiscent of pine trees and a gentle breeze, mingled with a hint of coldness, fresh and elegant. It contrasted sharply with the domineering, strong scent that clung to Ji Wuyuan, which was laced with the exotic aroma of dragon saliva. Yet, she found herself more accustomed to Ji Wuyuan's presence. Before long, the commotion outside subsided, the anticipated storm having ended before it even began. Jiang Wantang was momentarily taken aback. Was that all? From a moment they entered to the conclusion. It barely lasted longer than a mere kiss from the tyrant. With the men on the bed now silent, Xie could no longer contain his frustration. He bolted out, relying solely on sound to capture the man. Before the man could cry for help, a gleaming dagger was pressed against his neck. The woman on the bed, alarmed, nearly screamed, but Jiang Wantang swiftly covered her mouth. Jiang Wantang retrieved a cloak from the ground and draped it over her, teasing, "Be good, little beauty. If you remain silent, I shall let you go." The woman nodded vigorously, and Jiang Wantang released her, placing a gold ingot in her hand. Patting her arm as she instructed, "Dress properly and keep watch outside. You saw nothing of today's events. Understand?" The woman nodded frantically, her voice trembling. "Yes, I understand." Once she departed, Xie finally opened his eyes, his sharp black gaze fixed on Jiang Wantang, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that Miss Jiang was rather well acquainted with the ways of the brothel. She must have frequented such establishments often. Jiang Wantang offered a nonchalant smile, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. "Lord Xie, how could you say that? I am but a fragile woman. How could I possibly venture into such places? This is my first time, thanks to your assistance. Had it not been for witnessing her publicly flaunting her wealth at the pleasure house, he might have easily believed her deceitful words." This cunning vixen spoke not a shred of truth. A fragile woman? Xie scoffed coldly. A fragile woman cannot scale walls and leap across rooftops. This act is merely to deceive the emperor. Jiang Wantang and Appo's fox-like eyes sparkled with playful innocence, yet she remained silent. Internally, she lamented, "Ah, this insufferable man is as cunning as a fox, truly difficult to fool. How amusing it is to think that the tyrant has his merits." As they set aside their banter, their gazes turned icy as they regarded the old man on the bed, wrapped in a fur blanket, appearing to be in his 40s. Xie had already investigated him earlier and discovered that he was a eunuch who had not been entirely castrated. The old eunuch trembled in fright under their cold stares. "Please spare me, noble lords. Have mercy," he begged from his position on the bed. Xie regarded him with an impassive face, his gaze frigid. "Wang Lu, aged 45. Served in Yu Guifei's Jinxi Palace over 20 years ago. Am I correct?" Wang Lu's body quaked, terror etched across his features. "Why you? Who are you?" He hastily lowered his head. "I do not know any Wang Lu. You must be mistaken." Xie let out a cold chuckle, the dagger in his hand pressing against Wang Lu's neck, drawing a faint line of blood before producing a finely crafted black jade pendant, adorned with the exclusive emblem of the Dali Temple. His gaze icy, he spoke with a sharp edge. "You should recognize this, yes?" Wang Lu's eyes widened, his pupils quivering in disbelief. The Dali Temple emblem, black jade, red cord. Chapter 100. The tragic fate of beauty. Ordinary jade pendants are typically crafted from white jade, adorned with brown cords, while the black jade with red cords is a rarity exclusive to the head of the Dali Temple. Could it be that the person before me is none other than? Wang Lu, trembling in fear, repeatedly bowed his head. "I am but a lowly creature, blind to greatness. I implore you, sir, spare my life." Xie demeanor was cold and detached as he toyed with the dagger in his hand, his voice frigid. "If you honestly disclose everything you know from your time in the palace, I might consider granting you mercy. But should you utter a single lie?" As he spoke, the sharp, icy blade pressed against Wang Lu's face, exuding an aura of chilling authority, reminiscent of a merciless Yama, instilling an involuntary fear and submission in those who beheld him. Wang Lu trembled, paralyzed with fright. I will speak. At this moment, Jiang Wantang truly comprehended what it meant to encounter the most formidable enforcer of the Great Shang. Wang Lu steadied himself and began to recount his past as a lowly eunuch in the Jinxi Palace. It turned out that he had merely been a minor external servant in the palace, having established a tenuous familial connection with the then-head eunuch, Chen Gonggong, who had taken him under his wing, providing for him until the end of his days, even discreetly allowing him to retain a remnant of his manhood during his castration. He revealed that Consort Yu was known for her gentle and accommodating nature, often displaying generosity and tolerance towards the servants. However, regarding her childbirth, his knowledge was limited. According to him, after the premature death of Consort Yu's princess, she had dismissed all palace attendants and engaged in a fierce argument with the late emperor, the sounds of which reverberated throughout the palace. Following this confrontation, the emperor emerged in a fury, his face dark as a pot and Appo's bottom, while Consort Yu lay on the ground amidst shattered fragments, nearly beyond rescue. Subsequently, Consort Yu fell completely out of favor, while the previously disregarded consort Qi rose to prominence, eventually becoming the favored empress of the harem. After Consort Yu's fall from grace, the Jinxi Palace resembled a cold palace. Those close to her either met death or were replaced, and Wang Lu was among those who were dismissed. However, before their exit from the palace, they were secretly taken to a location for execution, but Wang Lu had received a warning from his benefactor, Chen Gonggong, and under his guidance, managed to feign death and escape the palace. Thus, of all the palace attendants from that time, he was the sole survivor. Having finished his tale, Wang Lu knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. "Sir, that is all I know. I was compelled to feign death to escape the palace." Xie regarded the trembling man before him with an intimidating gaze, silent and imposing. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wantang coldly stated, "Think carefully. Are there any others who might still be alive and possess knowledge regarding Consort Yu's childbirth, such as the midwife or the imperial physician?" Upon hearing the term imperial physician, Wang Lu's eyes brightened, and he quickly replied, "Yes, indeed, there is another. The assistant physician, Lin Tai-yi, who was responsible for monitoring Consort Yu's pulse. Due to a sudden family emergency, he resigned a month prior to her delivery, and thus narrowly escaped this calamity." Jiang Wantang inquired, "Do you know where this Lin Tai-yi hails from?" Wang Lu shook his head, Responding, "I do not know." At this juncture, Jiang Wantang unveiled her veil, gesturing to her own face as she continued her questioning. "Have you ever seen a face resembling this within the palace?" A glimmer of unabashed admiration flickered in Wang Lu's eyes as he gazed for a moment, until Xie Yin nudged him with his foot, prompting a quivering response. "No." "Are you certain?" Jiang Wantang pressed further. Wang Lu swallowed hard and insisted. "I am certain. A lady of such extraordinary beauty would be unforgettable to me." Jiang Wantang remained silent for a moment before asking, "What do you know of Empress Dowager Wanda?" At this, both Xie Yin and Wang Lu were taken aback. Xie Yin narrowed his eyes, his gaze deep and inscrutable, focused upon Jiang Wantang, while Wang Lu hesitated, nodding before shaking his head. He confessed, "I have only heard whispers of her. I have never beheld the esteemed visage of Empress Dowager Wanda." Jiang Wantang furrowed her brow. "Then recount all that you know." Wang Lu explained that after the ascension of the late emperor, Empress Dowager Wanda had retreated to the palace for self-cultivation and prayer. Following his ascension, a significant purge occurred within the palace, resulting in the deaths and dispersal of many old palace attendants, leaving few who had encountered the Empress Dowager. The rumors varied. Some spoke of her as dignified and virtuous, kind-hearted, and a good empress. Others described her as a stunning beauty, a femme fatale who brought ruin to the emperor and elevated the late emperor to the throne. Still, others claimed she was ruthless and caused turmoil within the palace, unworthy of her position. Opinions were diverse, but all discussions were conducted in hushed tones. For speaking ill of the Empress Dowager was punishable by death. Ultimately, the beautiful Empress Dowager met an untimely demise, succumbing to a sudden illness less than a year after the late emperor's ascension. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wantang's frown deepened, sensing an unsettling disquiet she could not articulate. The mystery surrounding Empress Dowager Wanda was profound, growing more enigmatic with each revelation. Suddenly, a woman's startled voice rang out from outside. "Oh dear, what are you gentlemen doing?" Following this, a cold male voice commanded, "The Ministry of Justice is conducting a routine search. Open the door." The woman, blocking the entrance, playfully protested, "Gentlemen, the noble lady inside is currently engaged in important matters. Is it appropriate to disturb her